Waking up, I found myself thrown into a horror game with an extremely high death rate. Everyone else trembles in fear before the monsters. Struggling to survive, I ended up bound to a ghost tycoon system. Earn ghost coins just by breathing. Every breath you take makes your account balance jump higher. When the terrifying clown shoved his face right in front of mine, I flipped out 100 ghost coins. You've got bad breath. Go use this money to brush your teeth. The clown immediately changed his attitude, respectfully handing over the information. When the starving ghost went on a frenzied killing spree, I directly paid to clear the path, leading my brothers to be the first to break through. Turns out, in this terrifying world, the power of money is truly invincible. But the system warns that the blood moon is about to rise. I must reach the mysterious Sunset Hotel. Behind this seemingly simple task, lies a deeper terror that seems to be hidden. Welcome to the horror game world. Chenja lounged lazily against the bus seat back, while Bailey Lang beside him was engrossed in his phone with animated expressions. His flushed cheeks, fluttering eyebrows, and heavy breathing all unmistakably indicated Bailey Lang was up to something indecent. Chenja and Bailey Lang had been close friends for many years. Seeing him like this, Chenja said helplessly, I mean, could you at least be a bit more discreet in public? Bailey Lang's fluttering eyebrows froze at these words, his expression turning somber as if contemplating something crucial to humanity's survival. He spoke slowly, word by word, Xiaozhe, you don't understand. What I'm looking at this time concerns the future of humanity, the continuation of life. Isn't it just getting hot and steamy? Chenja couldn't help feeling utterly speechless and was just about to say something. Bailey Lang suddenly placed his phone screen in front of him. Good brother, don't say I didn't look out for you. He instinctively glanced over. Bailey Lang was watching a playback of top horror game streamer Joe Kai's live broadcast. Joe Shin's live stream? That's right, God Joe has always been my idol. Before he made it big, he was just a scrap collector, but once he entered the game, he showed extraordinary talent, clearing 8 dungeons in a row. He pointed at Joe Kai on the screen. After 8 instances, he's already the undisputed war god of the entire Xia nation. I'm only telling you this, see how much I favor you. Chenja flipped the bird. Joe Shin's story had long since spread, there was no need for this asshole to repeat it. Shoving aside the idiotically giggling Bailey Lang, he flipped through the posts on the horror forum. 3 years ago, horror games descended upon the world, pulling hundreds of thousands of people into the games. Their gameplay was live-streamed in real time, allowing people in the real world to watch and send bullet comments on any screen. After the first batch of players, individuals would periodically be selected and transported into horrifying and terrifying game instances. Players will die in real life once they perish in the game. The terrifying fact is that the average probability of death for players in dungeons exceeds 50%. Despite the high mortality rate, everyone from national leaders to common citizens is eager to participate in the horror game. This is because survivors not only gain superhuman powers, but can also exchange rewards from the game for various resources desperately needed by their nations. From advanced technology to natural resources, the rewards contain all things imaginable. Nothing is impossible to obtain. Chenja flipped through various analysis posts, gradually immersing his thoughts in contemplation. He had just finished reading a newbie dungeon analysis post when Bailey Lang suddenly grabbed his shoulders and shook him vigorously. Look, it's Song Mengju. Chenja had no choice but to look up, following Bailey Lang's gaze, and saw a girl in a JK uniform boarding the car. Silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a petite face with delicate, finely chiseled features. The black JK uniform accentuated her slender, almost graspable waist even more, while the short skirt partially concealed her plump thighs, adding an extra touch of allure. Chenja's eyes lit up, and most of his discontent faded away. He couldn't help but marvel at Song Mengju, the school's universally acknowledged pure beauty. Her reputation for being stunning was truly well-deserved. What a pity, I tried for a whole year but still couldn't get their WeChat ID. Bailey Lang exclaimed in admiration beside him. Chenja thought of his efforts and was about to make a sarcastic remark. Bang! The bus suddenly swerved sharply, throwing half the passengers against the windows. Chenju instinctively grabbed the handrail in front of the seatback, the massive impact jolting him into the air. Fortunately, Bailey Lang beside him had quick reflexes and grabbed his arm, preventing him from being thrown out. After we get off, I'm definitely filing a complaint against this driver. Bailey Lang's arm was bruised and swollen from the impact, the pain making him grimace. Amid the chaos, the driver's angry shouts could be heard from the front of the bus. I can't control the car. The chubby driver was slammed against the windshield as the car fishtailed before shooting straight forward, the scenery on both sides whipping past in a blur. No one is controlling the car right now. This terrifying fact threw the carriage into chaos. Everyone gripped the handrails to steady themselves, with anxiety and tension written clearly on every face. Ding, dear user Lang Z, the horror game reminds you that a new livestream has started. Bailey Lang's phone rang, and on the screen of the livestream with a blood-red border, a group of people stood nervously in place, at a complete loss. An invisible sense of oppression and panic spread through the crowd. Xiaozhe, it seems we've really been pulled into the game this time. Bailey Lang's voice trembled, his brows furrowed together, his face utterly pale. Chenja gulped, seeing his own frowning reflection in Bailey Lang's eyes. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden ding rang in his head. Ding ding ding, system binding in progress. The ghostly Lux system binding successful. Host, Chinjet age, 20 skill, grow stronger just by breathing, earns 1 ghost coin per breath. Level, 1% expense points, 0/10,000. Account balance, 15, rising. The arrival of the system brought Chinju immense relief, filling his heart with joy and quickening his breath. Ding ghost coin +1. Ding ghost coin +1. Ding ghost coin +1. A more intense series of system notifications than during the initial binding rang out, and Chenja found the cold electronic tones more melodious than celestial music. Beside him, the panicking Bailey Lang noticed Chenja's confused expression and asked, "Aren't you scared?" "Scared? Of course I'm scared. But I still have a backlog of games I haven't finished. No matter what, I've got to find a way to survive." Bailey Lang froze slightly, as if he hadn't expected the usually dorm-bound Chenja to say something like that. He opened his mouth and gave him a thumbs up. "You're really something. Only Brother Zhe can pull this off." Chenja didn't respond one way or another, quickly shifting his focus to studying the system before the game started. At that moment, the vehicle's intercom crackled to life. After a burst of electromagnetic static, ZZZT, the small TV screen in the aisle abruptly lit up. A clown with his mouth corners slit wide apart, wearing exaggerated makeup and bearing a maniacal grin, pressed his face right against the screen. "All you lucky chosen ones, welcome to the horror game. I am the most popular clown. After arriving at Shida North Campus Station, we'll begin the first minigame, so everyone better be ready." He cackled wildly, an eyeball stuffed in his socket rolled out, and 2 streaks of glaring blood red flowed down from the corners of his eyes. The next second, the screen flickered, and the clown's figure vanished without a trace. So scary, this is nothing like watching it live. Woo-woo, Mom, I wanna go home. Oh my god. The disappearance of the clown caused the long-suppressed fear in the crowd to explode completely. Several middle-aged men knelt on the ground with their hands clasped, praying to who knows what, while some students ran to the windows, ready to jump out. Chaos erupted in the car like a boiling pot of porridge. No one knew where the clown had gone, and the shadow of death loomed over everyone's heads. At that moment, Bailey Lang felt a tingling itch on his finger, as if something sharp was scraping against his skin. He looked down and saw purple-painted fingernails emerging from the screen. Bailey Lang's pupils dilated as his entire body jolted, sending his phone flying straight out of his hands. Bang! The phone crashed onto the ground, drawing everyone's attention. From the fallen phone emerged first a single finger, then an entire arm, followed by a balloon-like head that stretched and deformed at will. Bit by bit, inch by inch, half of the clown's body wriggled its way out. The clown's reappearance ignited fear in everyone's hearts, and they huddled together, pushing backward in a frantic mass. At the same time, the clown's personal stats panel promptly appeared in the livestream. Name, the terrifying clown. Danger level, C ability, Fear Eye, can detect human fear levels. At this moment, Chenju was filled with frustration. Because according to research, his system is essentially a cash-throwing system. It doesn't offer abilities like obtaining SSS tier powers from the start or becoming invincible in an instant. In a beginner's scenario like this, could money really be more useful than skills? Thinking about his current situation, Chenju's initial confidence dissipated by half, leaving him unavoidably anxious. Ding ghost coin +1. Ding ghost coin +1. Ding ghost coin +1. The once delightful notification chime had now become utterly grating. Delicious little cake. The clown's voice creepily sounded by his ear. Chenji instinctively turned his head, only to find the clown's red nose mere centimeters from his face. At such close range, Chenja could clearly see the glint of sharp teeth in the clown's grotesquely stretched mouth. Startled, Chenja jerked backward, his elbow accidentally hitting the sharp edge of the armrest. His tendons twitched spasmodically, the pain excruciating, yet Chenja clenched the handrail with a death grip until his fingertips turned white. A chill ran from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, and my palms couldn't stop sweating. The heart pounds wildly under extreme terror, blood pressure surges upwards, pulling at taut nerves. Ding ghost coin +1. Ding ghost coin +1. Ding ghost coin +1. Ding ghost coin +1. Ah, the aroma of fine wine. The clown let out a sinister cackle. 2. This is the power of money. Chenja's breath hitched as the system notification abruptly cut off. His mind raced under the pressure of impending death, as he quickly recalled everything that had just happened. In a flash of realization, he understood the clown in the novice dungeon had chosen to cultivate fear from him. The greater the fear, the richer the aroma of fine wine it exudes. This is a psychological profile written in the Joker's tone from the forum. At this thought, he forced a smile and caught a glimpse of Song Mengju sitting diagonally across from him. His eyes instantly lit up. Song Mengju, truly a goddess, she's so beautiful. She really is my goddess. I like her. I really like her. My heart would race excitedly just from seeing her. Chenja repeated it in his heart. When he looked at the clown again, his eyes were as calm as still water. Under the clown's perplexed expression, he slowly opened his mouth. You have bad breath, could you stay farther away from me? Dash, what kind of legendary badass is this? Dash, so daring? Dash, hype levels through the roof. If clown doesn't deliver something epic this time, I'll livestream handstand diarrhea. As soon as these words were spoken, not only were the livestream audience stunned, but even Song Mengju, who had been eavesdropping from the front, was taken aback, her large Kazlan eyes glittering with curiosity. Nearby, Bailey Lang was clenching his fists and covering his mouth tightly, afraid he might burst out laughing accidentally. However, Bailey Lang happened to be sitting beside Chinja, giving him a clear view of his actions. He muttered to himself, could it be that Chinja actually has feelings for Song Mengju? Otherwise, why would he dare to be so bold? You're asking for death. The clown froze for a second, his big red nose twitching as his entire ghostly aura erupted in rage. The price of mistaking a clown for a real fool, today you'll learn. Don't rush. Unhurried, he pulled out $100 ghost bill from his pocket, figuring it was worth a shot, and extended his hand. Take it and brush your teeth. Ghost money. The clown's gaping mouth froze in place, while two missing eyeballs suddenly regrew. 100 ghost coins? The clown closed its mouth and stammered in disbelief. 100 ghost coins weren't much, but it was enough for him to buy a bottle of Gaoliang by liquor. Earning some extra cash this way makes playing the fool totally worth it. Seeing Chinja's hesitant expression, he immediately realized that ghost coins held an extraordinary allure for the supernatural beings of the horror world. With a casual reach, another 100 denomination ghost bill appeared in his hand. Here's another 100 for you. Do whatever you're supposed to do, just stop loitering here being annoying. He just tosses out hundreds like it's nothing. A regular dungeon mission only pays 300. What kind of divine tycoon has descended upon us? %LOL, this clown usually starves 3 meals a day, but now he's finally met a big spender. He's staring with his eyes wide open. Isn't anyone curious about where he got those ghost bills? How does a new player have so much money? Whoa, such a wealthy tycoon. I want the tycoon to wipe my hands too. Tell that handstand diarrhea guy to get ready for his livestream. The clown immediately changed his expression, putting on a standard smile with excellent service attitude. After emerging from the phone, the smiling clown carefully placed the phone into Chinja's hands. Take good care of your phone, player. Chinja nodded indifferently, noticing a slip of paper pressed beneath the phone. This money wasn't wasted. Then the clown began announcing the rules, and the face that had been smiling at Chinja immediately turned icy cold. Shivered North Campus Station has arrived. Game rules announcement commencing now. This journey will have 3 supernatural passengers boarding one after another, and they will accompany everyone for 3 stops. This round involved 31 players, with 20 surviving safely and 6 disembarking at each station. Game begins, good luck to everyone. The voice fell silent as a crimson light streamed through the car window, dissolving the clown. The outside world instantly transformed into a crimson hellscape. The city's reflection hung upside down from the sky, while a glowing full moon rose from the ground. With a screech, both the front and rear doors opened. A skeletal specter boarded the bus through the front door, its entire body emaciated except for a distended belly. Its withered hands stroked its stomach as it continuously moaned, hungry, so hungry. His turbid eyes rolled back and forth, making everyone's hearts tremble with fear. I'm so hungry, starving. The hungry ghost boarded the vehicle and immediately set its sights on the middle-aged driver with his plump figure. His withered arm clutched at the middle-aged driver attempting to flee, mouth gaping wide to reveal a row of yellowed teeth. I'm so hungry. With a hissing roar, the starving ghost pounced. Crunch crunch, each bite bursts with juice as the starving ghost devours with relish. The sound, like that of gnawing on bones, sent shivers down everyone's spine. Disgusting. Someone's dead. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? The crowd hiding behind whispers among themselves. Some want to get off, but the eerie and ominous sight outside makes them hesitate. If we go out now, we might step straight into a horror world. Most people found it utterly revolting, while a few with weaker constitution were already vomiting by the trash cans. The sour stench of fermented food trapped inside the bus made everyone even more irritable. Gao Chang, seated by the rear door of the vehicle, was one of them. Damn it, what's the use of just standing by and watching? Gao Chang clutched the black backpack, a sinister glint flashing across his square-jawed face. He wasn't well educated, having only casually watched a few livestreams like most people. Later, after becoming a mercenary, he spent every day fighting on the borders of Wolya country with no time for livestreams. This time, returning to Xia country for leave, he unexpectedly encountered the horror game, igniting his already short temper into an explosive fury. It's just a starving ghost, is there any need to be so scared? He felt disdain in his heart, recalling the livestream he had watched earlier, and his gaze toward the others carried an added layer of contempt. Last time I watched a livestream, that guy who was bragging about how tough he was got taken down in one hit after hours of showboating, and he was just a rookie, hadn't even trained for it. I can do it if he could. Jie Chang pulled out a dagger from his bag, its sharp and gleaming blade reflecting his dark-skinned, resolute face. Kill with one strike, then stay ahead step by step to gain more power. He thought to himself, his face lighting up with excitement. The noisy crowd did nothing to disturb the hungry ghost's appetite as it bowed its head, its mouth emitting a crunching sound. He slowly approached the starving ghost, then suddenly swung downward with a swift motion, the dagger piercing through its skull leaving a blurry afterimage. What? Gao Chang was startled, frozen for a moment before immediately turning around in panic and scrambling towards the crowd behind him. However, he was still a step too late. The disturbed starving ghost went berserk, its withered arms suddenly grabbing and tearing. His entire body was torn in half diagonally from the shoulder, like torn beef jerky. Hot blood spilled all over the ground. Ah 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 ah. Help me. Another death. The crowd pressed together like a bunch of squeezed squeaky chickens, their shrill screams grating on every nerve. A brainless one died, how boring. Any experts familiar with this dungeon? Doesn't seem too hard. Here it is, I dug up the official stats. This bus mission appeared 2 years ago, getting off is the easiest part. What comes after disembarking is the real challenge. Everyone gets off at different stops with different tasks, but the earlier you disembark, the simpler your mission. Oh ho, if that's the case, I'm even more excited to see how the players perform in the final stage. 3. Get paid just for breathing? Unbeatable. Shinja frowned, pressing one hand against his throbbing temples. His mind raced as he watched the starving ghost's movements without blinking. After tearing apart the beef, the starving ghost charged into the crowded crowd. 2 elderly people squeezed at the front became easy targets, each grabbed by one hand as the starving ghost tore into them with relish. Limbless bodies littered the vehicle floor. After slaughtering 3 victims, the starving ghost collapsed to devour its prey. Shinja stood up, counted the bodies, and suddenly frowned as he scanned the scene. 27. What do you mean, 27? What did you notice, Brother Ja? Bailey leaned in and whispered. The number of people, Shinja gestured vaguely toward the crowd. Count how many are left now. Bailey Lang looked puzzled but counted as instructed. 23, 24. 27, he muttered softly, then paused abruptly. Bro Ja, are you counting the people in the car? What's the point of that? Bailey Lang looked utterly perplexed, his face filled with confusion. The game says only 20 people are safe, but it also says only 6 can get off the bus each time. His handsome face darkened as he turned to look at Bailey Lang. That means we not only have to survive the 3 ghost passengers, but also fight others for the chance to get off. What? Bailey Lang gasped softly, his expression turning grim. Right now, excluding you and me, there are still 25 people. Since no one got off when the starving ghost boarded, that means only 12 people can get off next. As he spoke, Bailey Lang suddenly leaned in and whispered, Brother Ja, what if we take advantage of everyone else being caught off guard? The moment the train stops at the next station, we rush out. If anyone tries to stop us, we'll. Bailey Lang's eyes flashed red as he took a deep breath. We'll kill them. Shinja pointed out their predicament not to provoke impulsive action from Bailey Lang. He patted the man's shoulder reassuringly. Don't panic. The train hasn't stopped yet. We still have time to decide. Perhaps it was Shinja's calm tone that snapped the slightly unhinged Bailey Lang back to his senses. Sorry, Brother Ja, Bailey Lang lowered his head. The thought of dying just made me lose control. It's nothing. It's only human. Tell the driver to pull over soon. We'll wait by the back door. He glanced at his ghost coin balance. It had risen to 250. The 200 he'd spent on the clown had rebounded after the 15-minute starving ghost incident. By the time the next stop arrived, his balance might even hit 300. He picked up the note from his phone. The simple words jolted Shinjo awake. Hungry ghost needs money. The bus glided through the moonlight while outside, waves of chilling wind pounded against the windows. Soon, the bus slowed down. The starving ghost on board clutched his stomach, a tiny hand occasionally visible beneath his belly. For the remainder of the journey, the starving ghost seemed sated, showing no further inclination to kill. He shuffled toward the rear door, followed by Shinja, who appeared calm, and by Li Lang, whose body was tense. We'll be arriving at the strange clinic shortly. Passengers disembarking, please prepare to exit. Next stop, Seven Sins Department Store. Outside the doors, a crimson glow enveloped the area. Several buildings loomed indistinctly in the distance, their shapes impossible to discern. Brother Ja, are we sure we should get off here? Bailey Lang swallowed hard, the eerie scene outside sending a chill through him. Hold on, I'll go ask a ghost first. Bailey Lang nodded instinctively. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Ask a ghost? Brother Ja, are you crazy? He rushed forward to grab Shinja, only to hear. I'll tell you what I know for a fee. How about $20 per question? The polite yet not so polite tone sent shivers down Bailey Lang's spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that the starving ghost would leap up and devour them any second. Hungry. The starving ghost's snarling expression froze as its eyes locked onto Shinja's freshly minted 50 ghost coins. 2 withered fingers extended. It meant 50 ghost coins could buy 2 questions. Shinja nodded. Is it dangerous for us to stay here? The starving ghost nodded, then shook his head. Shinja understood. He continued, which direction is safest to go after we get off? The starving ghost raised his hand and pointed straight ahead, directly opposite the exit. The casual gesture inadvertently sparked a flicker of doubt in Shinja. Clang. The rear door swung open. The starving ghost growled a few times, urging Shinja to hand over the money. Once he got it, he rushed out in a hurry. Bailey Lang watched this unfold, his jaw dropping. He recalled the starving ghost's slow, shuffling gait when they boarded the bus. He's running so fast, could he have just scammed someone and now feels guilty? He muttered, dragging Chenja toward the door. He shot Chenja a meaningful glance and blurted out, damn it. He swindled the money and ran off. We gotta catch that guy. Though he spoke thus, Chenja couldn't help but marvel at Bailey Lang's expressive face. He grabbed Bailey Lang by the arm and yanked the chattering man off the bus, leaving the passengers behind to stare at the door. Some people got off. Should we get off too? Ugh, it's so scary out there. Are we really going out? We're all going to die anyway, so I'm outta here. As the others hesitated, a girl in a school uniform pushed through the crowd and dashed outside. Song Mengju remembered how calmly that man had faced the clown. That composure, combined with his audacity to buy intel from ghosts, made her decide to trust him this once. Song Mengju leaped from the vehicle and saw Chenja crouched down, seemingly occupied with something, while Bailey Lang stood guard nearby, vigilant of their surroundings. As the three of them got off the bus one after another, the people behind them grew anxious. The anxious crowd pushed forward relentlessly, eventually forcing the three leaning against the door out. With all 6 disembarking slots filled, the rear door slammed shut with a clang. Those left behind were stunned. Why can't we get off? Let me off. I remember now. Only 6 people can get off at a time. We're screwed, we're totally screwed. The crowd wailed. Below the vehicle, Song Mengju faintly heard the agonized screams echoing through the crimson glow. She knew her choice this time was the right one. Without looking back, she sprinted toward Chenju and the others. Brother Zhe. Bailey Lang suddenly jabbed Chenju with his elbow. A girl's running over here. Chenja stood up, a look of confusion on his face. What girl? Someone you know? No, I don't know her. Bailey Lang winked and grinned. But you were staring at her for ages just now. She probably saw your heroic figure and came running for help. Chenja rolled his eyes. Not even a horror game can shut you up. Ding. Player Chenja, congratulations on completing the first game. Next, please reach Sunset Inn before the blood moon rises. Ding. Player Chenja, you have obtained 50 ghost coins and 1 common item draw chance. These have been added to your system backpack. Use them by summoning them with your consciousness. 4. Turn stone to gold. Drawl. White gift boxes appeared before him. Chenja randomly selected one to open. Broken copper key, a defective copper key that can open doors of any shape, with an 80% chance of failure upon use. Useful, but the success rate is too low. Chenja stowed the key away and glanced at the system again. The steadily increasing ghost coins brought him a measure of reassurance. Hello, everyone. Song Mengju approached with her hands held out flat, a kind smile gracing her delicate features. Looks like everyone chose the right station. Under the moonlight, Chenja could clearly see Song Mengju's face. Remembering his earlier self-deception, he felt his face flush. You didn't just come over to say hello, did you? Bailey Lang turned to look at him in surprise upon hearing this. Hey, Zhe, how could you talk like that? He muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed. He'd seen how Chenja had been staring at Song Mengju in the car earlier. Now that the goddess had taken the initiative to speak, he was as clueless as a block of wood. Before he could finish his complaint, the goddess spoke up. In that case, I'll be straightforward. I hope to work alongside you on the upcoming mission. Song Mengju tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her smile as gentle and sweet as ever. As compensation for joining your team, I can have my father gift you a 150 square meter apartment in Shijing's inner ring. Of course, if this offer doesn't satisfy you, we can discuss alternatives. Song Mengju's offer instantly set the live chat ablaze. Woo, the beauty is so gorgeous, give me hugs. It's the beautiful sister. It's the beautiful sister. Twisting, wriggling, creeping in the shadows. Command center, 10 seconds. I need this woman's full profile. Here it comes. Command center has it. The beauty is Blue Ocean University's undisputed campus queen. Her name is lovely Song Mengju. I heard Song Mengju's family is loaded. She's literally my dream goddess. My earthly ideal. What good is being pretty? Even the most beautiful will die anyway. Is there something wrong with people who enjoy watching beautiful women die? Chenja thought of his old, cramped, run-down apartment back home, and his eyes lit up instantly. Apartments in Shijing's inner ring boasted excellent natural light and prime downtown locations, each priced at over 1 million yuan. If the whole family worked their asses off, it would take decades to afford. Chenja was satisfied with this price tag. Ding ghost coin +1. Ding ghost coins +1. System, you're so annoying. Shut up already. As if hearing Chenja's inner thoughts, the system's notification sounds were turned down to the lowest volume, leaving only the pop-up prompts for ghost coins +1 before him. Chenja's train of thought was interrupted, and a hint of unease crept onto his face. He sighed helplessly. We're all from the same school, no need to talk about payment. You heard the game prompt too. Right now, the most important thing is to hurry to Sunset Inn. Hearing this, Song Mengju's beautiful eyes lit up. You're absolutely right, classmate. What's your name? I'm Song Mengju. Shen Zhu, majoring in electronic information engineering. Nice to meet you, goddess. I'm Bailey Lang. Lang as in white strip in the waves. Bailey Lang scratched his head with one hand while placing the other on his hip, a silly grin spreading across his face. Song Mingju's gentle smile remained as she chatted with Bailey Lang. The more they chatted, the more cheerful they became, giving Chinja the distinct feeling the two girls were having a conversation. This must be my imagination. In reality, a group of high-ranking officials from the Countermeasures Bureau sat around a round table. Each had a live stream open before them, with stacks of reports on the table. Who passed the first stage this time? The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table flipped through the report in his hands as he spoke. Reporting to the director, 1,000 individuals were pulled into the game, each entering different instances. After screening and analysis, no more than 200 survived the first round and show promise of lasting until the end. The bespectacled man speaking pushed his glasses up. Among them, we observed a particularly unique player in the bus instance. His performance was quite remarkable. He secured the Joker's assistance early on by spending money, then successfully exited the bus after accurately deciphering the rules. Of course, it's the combination of these 2 points with the most crucial factor that caught my attention. Our background check revealed Shinja comes from an ordinary working-class family. This is his first time in the game, and he has no means to obtain ghost coins. Therefore, we have reason to suspect that Shinja may possess an extremely rare talent, akin to the legendary ability to turn stones into gold. A talent that awakens spontaneously upon entering the game, and one that can awaken new talents after completing the newbie dungeon. At this point, he paused, waiting for everyone to digest the information before continuing. Such cases are unprecedented worldwide. In the second year after the game's launch, Manhwa produced a player capable of summoning angels, a skill that was virtually unbeatable in the game's early stages. Had it not been for Manhwa's strategic missteps, this player could have dominated the global scene to this day. Besides the Manhwa player, several others have also shown remarkable talent. Given these exceptional abilities, I recommend conducting an assessment of Shinja after he completes the dungeon. The leadership group did not respond immediately, instead finishing their review of the documents before them. After a moment of deliberation, the middle-aged man with a beard spoke up. We can't keep the matter of his self-awakened talent under wraps. Lu, increase Shinja's security clearance level. Yes, and assign someone to monitor his live streams around the clock. Don't let Manhwa's spies in to poach him. The moment he logs out of the game, you must be the first to approach him. Make sure to win him over. Xiao Lu stood at attention. Mission accomplished. Immediately after, the leaders shifted to a new topic. Seeing the two deep in conversation, Shinja seized the moment to scan his surroundings. He glanced up at the bus stop sign, where 3 figures were approaching. He was certain they had spotted him. Glancing at Song Mingju's white sneakers caked in mud, Shinja mentally measured the distance from the station to their current location. This gave him a clear sense of her determination and stamina. As the trio drew near, Shinja ended his observation and interrupted their gossip. Should we wait for them, or just go? Song Mingju glanced up at the sky. Let's go. Who knows how far the mission site is? Besides, if they can see us, they won't lose us. Let's go then. Seeing Bailey Lang nodding in agreement, Shinja took the lead and walked ahead. Song Mingju walked in the middle, with Bailey Lang bringing up the rear. Over the boundless black wilderness, a full moon cast its light, illuminating a sizable town ahead. Row upon row of pitch-black buildings stretched out like a giant beast lying prone on the ground, waiting in the darkness for lost travelers. 5 Pure Love replenishment machine, online fishing for big fish. As the trio walked on, a straight stone paved road gradually came into view. Sparse, withered branches lined both sides, their black limbs stretching upward like ghostly claws reaching for the sky. These trees are all carbonized. They must have been scorched. Song Mingju suddenly spoke up. Shinja abruptly halted, craning his neck upward. 5 meters away, a towering advertising billboard stood by the roadside. Half-charred rectangular iron sign, painted in fluorescent red with the words Ghost Shadow Town in bold characters. Beneath the characters, red paint dripped like flowing blood onto the ground. Beside the sign, the white gloves of a gentleman's hat wearing scarecrow twitched slightly. In an instant, several serpentine shadows darted out from beneath the scarecrow's feet. Run! Shinja's expression changed as he shouted and dashed toward the town. Huff, huff. His lungs and heart contracted violently, his entire chest feeling as if it would explode. Ghost coin +1. Ghost coin +1. Ghost coin +1. Ghost coin +1. The system prompts popped up one after another at an absurdly rapid pace. Almost there. Don't lose heart. Bailey Lang swung his arm wide, hoisting Shinja onto his back. His resonant voice echoed through the moonlit night. Behind him, Song Mingju followed closely, never falling behind. Huff, puff. The chilly wind mingled with heavy panting. As the last dark tree vanished behind them, they finally caught sight of the gate to Ghost Shadow Town. A rusted iron garden gate lay toppled on the ground. A fire pit lay overturned beside it, while a dozen charred, waist-high wooden crates were piled in front of the first row house on the left. From several Gothic-style buildings with pointed roofs on the right, faint light filtered through stained glass, casting distorted shadows on the stone pavers. A hunched figure stood beneath the street lamp. Free lodging experience, huh? First come, first serve, don't miss out. Come see. Come stay. Sunset Inn's grand opening sale. The man holding the sign bearing the 4 characters for Sunset Inn shouted weakly. Spotting newcomers, Old Ghost flitted over with a beaming smile. 3 new faces. How about a night at Sunset Inn? The nights here are downright dangerous. Old Ghost's head was sparsely covered, his pale face weighed down by heavy bags under his eyes. The corners of his mouth turned down, then stiffly curled into an unsettling smile. The 3 stood together, watching Old Ghost warily. Chenja turned and gave her a meaningful glance. Song Mengju understood and moved to stand beside Bailey Lang. Chenja casually slipped 50 ghost coins into the Old Ghost's hand. He raised an eyebrow. We were just planning to head to Sunset Inn. Shall we go? Heh, Old Ghost grunted, clutching his pole and patting his pockets with satisfaction. Follow me, guests. He carried the sign ahead, the 3 behind him following in silence. Moonlight illuminated the path ahead, while shadows slowly swallowed the darkness behind them. Too bad the mission's at the inn. If it were at the strange clinic, these newbies would be in for a real treat. Shut up, upstairs. Normal people can't even get into the strange clinic. Anyone with a shred of humanity wouldn't set foot in there. So what is this place? Why haven't I seen any live streams here? That's normal. This dungeon wasn't always like this. Some guy monopolized it and banned all streams. By the time it reappeared, it had become a high-risk zone. Even Joshin went in and came out empty-handed, losing an arm in the process. Holy this place is a death trap. More like a newbie graveyard. Calling it a bonus is downright dangerous. The 4 arrived at Sunset Inn without incident. This is the place. Get in quick. Oh, and the landlady's pretty stingy. Don't break anything in the inn. Old Ghost pushed open the creaking door, revealing a lobby lit by a single candle. Landlady, guests are here. A small door at the back of the hall swung open. A slender figure, holding a white candle and wearing a hooded cape, swayed in the flickering light. Aren't you coming in? She's really a ghost? Bailey Lang looked utterly incredulous. After all, the landlady didn't look anything like a ghost. This is a horror game. Chenja gave him a sharp jab. Snap out of it. Song Mengju chimed in from the side. Brother Lang, watch your words. Shaken by their scolding, Bailey Lang shook his head, covering one eye as he muttered, eyes off forbidden sights. Eyes off forbidden sights. As the trio entered the lobby, the horror games prompt sounded. Dear player, congratulations on arriving at Sunset Inn. The second round of gameplay will commence in 7 hours, initiated by the innkeeper, Ms. Sunset. Madam Sunset held a candle aloft. In the dim candlelight, her lips parted slowly, crimson as blood. Dear guests, please now collect your room assignments. She placed 4 keys on the front desk. 1 key per person, no sharing, okay? Disobedient little ones will be punished. Ms. Sunset covered her mouth with a smile, her hands gloved in leather. I trust we have only well-behaved guests here, correct? The group exchanged glances. Ultimately, Chenja and Bailey Lang chose rooms 201 and 202 on the second floor, while Song Mengju selected 203. After selecting their rooms, Ms. Sunset placed 3 burning white candles and 3 boxes of matches on the counter. These are your lighting supplies, 1 set per group. When depleted, replenish them at the front desk. The automatic restocking machine is to the left of the counter. That's all I have to say for now. Sunset lowered the curtain. The rest meet me here in 7 hours. With that, Sunset Lady departed, cradling the candles. Ms. Sunset has an absolutely killer figure. I'm hooked. As someone who's spent hours surfing live streams, let me warn you, binge watching everything will only ruin you. Oh no, hearing you say that just makes me more excited. Guys, can we keep this conversation civil? Grab the supplies and wait here to see if anyone else comes. Chenja gestured toward the resupply machine. I'll go check what's inside first, then you take over. He glanced at Song Mengju. Or maybe you should go first. Song Mengju smiled brightly. You go first. Chenja nodded. Holding the candle, he walked up to the 2-meter-tall restocking machine. Ooh, who's here to shop? The vending machine's rough voice boomed as 2 bulbs flashed red. So it's a pure-blooded human. TSK. Who'd have thought any humans would dare come to Ghost Shadow Town? The vending machine rumbled, since you're the first human I've encountered, I'll show you something special. Something good? Of course. These items are incredibly valuable to humans. So, I'll only give you 1 chance. Next time you come, I won't sell these anymore. The machine's bulb eyes glowed blindingly. Lucky bastard. You only get 1 shot. Damn it, that damn restocking machine. Last time I fell for this trick, I lost a finger. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Vending machines are no good. The pure-hearted restock machine, fishing for big fish online. Meligua is recruiting players again. Interested parties, send your info to email. This comment has been deleted by admin. 6. The restocking machine's wail. Shenja scanned the restocking machine from top to bottom, his gaze lingering for a few seconds on the locking mechanism at its upper section. Then, a faint smile spread across his face. Let me see what goodies you've got. Ding ding. The machine shook, rearranging the supplies on the upper shelf into 2 rows of 2x5 cards. The selection buttons in the middle transformed into slot machine reels. Clever and confident fellow. Now let me see what you choose. Ha 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 ha. The restocking machine cackled wildly, its rows of serrated teeth gleaming coldly at the dispensing port. The sealed chamber was piled high with illusory gold, silver, and jewels. Clearly, communication with the outside was temporarily impossible. Stop shaking. I can't even see the screen. The restocking machine's excitement left Shinju exasperated. He couldn't even see the screen to make a purchase. What? The restocking machine bulged its bulbous eyes. What did you say? Are you seriously considering losing your arm or your leg? Shinju worried about its intelligence, glancing at the item's price. Apart from the single 1,000 yuan item, everything else was in the double or triple digits. And his balance? A 4-digit figure, 3,012. 3 hours of accumulation had finally brought the moment of harvest. Shenja felt exhilarated as he selected the more important cards, excluding the 1,000 yuan item. Sell everything except this one. The restocking machine, still in the midst of processing, abruptly halted. The ding-ding-ding sound of successful orders made his head spin. You actually picked so many. Just these. Don't mess around. Shenja shoved 3,000 ghost coins into the coin slot. No, this can't be right. The vending machine froze, spitting out 6 items from the dispenser below. They landed on the floor, piling up into a small sandy heap. Blasting hammers swing at its spirit creatures to deal a certain amount of true damage. Sunset Inn's missing mop handed to Old Ghost. He'll be delighted. Refuge Potion 5 consuming creates a protective aura, preventing fatal damage 1. Stamina Potion drink to increase stamina by 3 points for 20 seconds. Sunset Lady's lost storage room key. A key mysteriously placed in the vending machine. Use it to unlock the storage room. Handing it to Sunset Lady might yield an unexpected reward? Old Ghost Sword collection present this to Old Ghost. He might grow fond of you? Help! What did I just see? Sanctuary Potion. Last year, one sold for 10 million on the black market. Brother Fu bought 5 bottles at once. I can't handle this. People have differences, but they shouldn't be chasms. Look at me, Brother Fu, I'm your own flesh and blood. Data Guru reporting in visually, Brother Fu's hammer is a lethal weapon. Official internal pricing shows weapons capable of harming ghosts start at 1,000 ghost coins. That's 50 million renminbi minimum, no ceiling. Add in potions and critical game items, and Brother Fu's spending this round easily breaks 500 million. Storing the items in his system backpack, the surroundings returned to normal. Shenja gazed at the backpack full of items, feeling the joy of a farmer's bountiful harvest. In 7 hours, I'll be able to buy the 2,000 yuan item. But the restocking machine suddenly began to tremble. How could you leave me just 1 item? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to save up for these? Shenja's mouth twitched. I mean, you put them up for sale, right? Is this really necessary? You don't understand, he thought, recalling the original prices of these items, his heart filled with bitter resentment. If it weren't to lure players into trading organs for items, why would he set such ridiculously low prices? If you buy everything, how am I supposed to scam anyone? I'm such a fool, really. All I knew was... The restocking machine muttered to itself, sinking into self-doubt. Seeing this, Shinja hurried away, terrified the restocking machine might lose its mind and recall the remaining 2,000 ghost coins worth of goods. Hey, is buying all this stuff even useful? Doesn't matter if it's useless, Brother Fu's got money. First time I've seen a restocking machine completely emptied. Does it go to bed at night feeling hollow inside? Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Shenja has money but only buys stuff for himself, doesn't even buy anything for his friends. With all that cash, can't he share a little? Xia Nation's future can't depend on people like this. Hey upstairs, cut the act, will ya? This is a newbie streamer's channel, and the first dungeon already wants someone to play the saint? How pathetic is that? Helping this person today, that person tomorrow. Haven't you heard the saying, it's not the lack of wealth we fear, but the lack of fairness? Enough already. Bro bought some stuff, and you're already getting restless? Can't you just see what he's doing before you start yelling? What's all the fuss about? If you've got the skills, get in the game and bring glory to the nation. If you can't, then stop making demands. After Shinja returned, he instructed Bailey Lang to reserve the special opportunity at the restocking machine, then sent both of them to buy items from it. When they returned, Song Mengju looked puzzled. The restocking machine seemed so sluggish. It didn't even acknowledge me when I spoke, and the special shop didn't open either. Me too. I've watched other streams, and none of them had ghosts acting like this. Bailey Lang chimed in, this thing didn't even light up its bulb when it saw me. Recalling his own shopping spree earlier, Shenja scratched his nose. Maybe the vending machine is just tired. When I was watching it earlier, no one came in. What about you guys? Song Mengju shook her head. I didn't see anyone either. Just as Bailey Lang opened his mouth to speak, the inn door creaked open. All three turned to see Old Ghost entering with two others. The man wore a tattered suit, his meticulously slicked back hair piled high. The woman was a sturdy middle-aged figure, clutching a bloodstained jacket in her hands, her face pale. Still awake? Old Ghost shook his head, flicking a card from his hand. Perfect timing. Grab them a key and whatever else they need from the cabinet, and fill them in on the situation. Having assigned the task, he turned and walked away without looking back. Thus, Song Mengju and Bailey Lang took charge of making contact, while Chenja went to the cabinet to retrieve the necessities. The cabinet contained quite a few items, with candles and matches filling an entire drawer. After counting them, he grabbed keys 204 and 205 and walked over. The man in the suit explained, after we and another man Aunt Zhang's son were pushed off the bus, we saw you heading this way and instinctively followed. Later, we followed you all the way until we saw a stone-paved path, thinking we were almost there. That's when Xianzi Aunt Zhang's son said he really needed to use the restroom. Xianzi, poor Xianzi. The middle-aged woman suddenly burst into tears, her hand holding the jacket trembling uncontrollably. I shouldn't have let him go to the bathroom. I was so stupid, how could I have forgotten this place is a horror game? The man in the suit shook his head inside. Xianzi insisted on going to the bathroom, so we let him. Little did we know that when he returned, only his coat remained. After saying this, he quietly added, Aunt Zhang's son died, and I'm not in a good mood. If you have any questions, you can ask me. My name is Joey. You can call me the lawyer. Bailey Lang understood immediately and nodded. Do you know how Xianzi died? Xianzi was swallowed by darkness. A vortex sucked him up from below. If Aunt Zhang hadn't grabbed his coat earlier, nothing would have been left behind. Song Mengju imagined the scene and shuddered, recalling the dark shadow that had pursued them earlier. They came so close to leaving nothing behind, not even ashes. After learning of the lawyer's ordeal, Chenja felt a weight settle in his chest. I wonder how many of the 5 remaining players will make it out alive when the game ends. Aunt Zhang's ordeal was heartbreaking, but the horror game wasn't over yet. Everything must continue. Head upstairs to rest first. The second round of the game starts in 7 hours. Everyone, remember to set your alarms. Chenja patted the lawyer on the shoulder and instructed Song Mengju to comfort Aunt Zhang. After escorting everyone back to their rooms, Chenja returned to room 201. 7 is Golden Legend. Opening the door, the room was pitch black. By the faint glow of a candle, Chenja walked to the window and pulled back the heavy curtains. Wooden slats were nailed haphazardly over the window panes, allowing a few streaks of reddish moonlight to seep through the cracks. He peered through the gaps, confirmed nothing was amiss, and drew the curtains back. Then, holding the candle, Chenja walked around the room. To his surprise, the room did have electric lights, they just didn't turn on when he pressed the switch. He also discovered a toilet with no running water. No water, no electricity, is this the reason for the free lodging? Chenja silently complained to himself. He placed the candle on the nightstand, set a 6.5-hour timer on his phone, and lay down on the bed clutching a stamina potion. Soon, he drifted into a light sleep. Within the eerie town, ghostly shadows flickered. As the full moon rose higher in the sky, its pristine white glow gradually turned crimson. The shadowy figures that had been crouched on the ground rose to their feet under the blood moon's glow, transforming into charred human forms. Pain. It hurts so much. Fire. 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 The flames grant me rebirth, the agony spares me death. The flames of the apocalypse burn. Death. 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 Only death is eternal. Maddened by their frenzied howls, the shadowy figures reared their heads, crimson eyes fixed upon the city's reflection in the sky. Bit by bit, the blood moon rose into the sky, bathing the eerie town in crimson. Ring-a-ling. Chenja jolted awake, shivering as he emerged from his nightmare. The candle had burned down to its base. He hurriedly turned off the alarm clock. He casually downed the stamina potion he'd bought for 100 ghost coins. The slightly sweet potion instantly filled his body with energy, unleashing an endless surge of power. A potion that cost money really is different. He flexed his arms and legs, then descended to the first floor with light steps to meet up with the others. The lobby was now illuminated, incandescent bulbs hanging from the mottled ceiling. Clumps of plaster peeled from the water-stained, yellowed edges of the walls. Old Ghost, who had brought them in, was now in the laundry room, sitting on a stool and grumbling as he scrubbed bedsheets. Ms. Sunset leaned against the front desk, dressed in a simple black uniform. Her knee-length pencil skirt accentuated the beautiful curve of her hips. A wide-brimmed black hat obscured the upper half of her face, her scarlet lips curled into a faint smile. It seems I can declare your complimentary rest period over. She chuckled softly. With 6 hours left until the blood moon ends, I request 6 hours of your labor as protection fees. The tasks are straightforward, front desk reception or assisting Old Ghost with room cleaning. So Chenja, Joey, and Zhang Weilun, you 3 will clean the guest rooms. Get your tools from Old Ghost. Bailey Lang and Song Mengju, you 2 will handle front desk duties. Head to the changing room to get dressed. Ding. Dear player Chenja, the second round of the game has begun. Please arrive at the laundry room on time. Old Ghost will assign your tasks. Upon completing this round, the beginner dungeon concludes. Each surviving player will receive one opportunity to awaken a talent. Shinja frowned, exchanging worried glances with Bailey Lang and Song Mengju. After a moment's thought, he handed 2 protection potions to Bailey Lang just in case the reckless guy actually got himself killed. Broja, you're so kind. Bailey Lang curled her fingers like a flower and fluttered her eyelashes. Get lost. Shinja shuddered, delivering a solid punch straight to him. Just wait till you get back. Uncle Bailey will have his way with you. At the mention of his father's name, Bailey Lang immediately backed down. Seeing this, Shinja stuffed 3,000 ghost coins into Bailey Lang's hands, instructing him to use the special purchase opportunity to buy 2,000 worth of items. Bailey Lang looked stunned. You trust me that much? Hurry up, don't waste time. The restocking machine will definitely open a special shop today. Grab that item and see if there's anything new. Bailey Lang's wisecracks were cut short as he grabbed the transferred ghost coins and rushed off to stock up. Shinja waited at the original spot while the others headed to their work locations. A short while later, Bailey Lang transferred a resource exchange voucher and the remaining 1,000 ghost coins back to Shinja via the game system. Resource exchange voucher, upon use, generates a miniature metal vein within a designated area. Mining speed +1. He accepted the voucher and returned the ghost coins. With the system, this small sum could cover Bailey Lang's errand fee. Holy, golden legend. Is it what I think it is? Is it what I think it is? Yes. I saw this last time in Joshin's livestream. And soon after, a whole forest appeared near my house. I hadn't seen such a vast expanse of trees in over a decade. If not for Zoshin, I'd never have seen such lush greenery and so many trees in my lifetime. So that means Brother Fu has redemption vouchers too? Holy crap, how is Brother Fu so rich? Has he already awakened his innate ability? At that moment, Song Mengju emerged from the changing room. She had already changed into her white work uniform, which reeked of fishy and musty odors. Her fingers kept fidgeting with the collar, her nails scratching at her neck. This uniform is sticky and reeks of that awful bloody smell, she complained. Lang, hurry up and change. We're about to open for business. Alright, I'll go right now. Bailey Lang bid farewell to Shinja and hurried off to change. I'll be heading out now. Shinja also bid farewell to Song Mengju and jogged all the way to the laundry room. Old Ghost sat behind the innermost table, revealing only his towering spine, its vertebrae winding downward like undulating mountain ridges. Shinja walked over and saw Old Ghost staring at the duodenum on the paper, drooling with envy. Old Ghost, what are you up to? Old Ghost's smile remained unchanged as he lifted his eyelids at the sound of his voice. Get your own tools from the box. Everyone else is already at work. If you don't hurry up, you'll be in trouble when customers arrive. Shinja first fetched towels, mops, and brooms from the box, then nonchalantly pulled out Old Ghost's treasured picture book. Old Ghost, I just found something. Take a look. Is this yours? How could it be? Old Ghost tilted his head back to speak, only to suddenly notice the 8 bold characters on the album cover, 100 selected cooking techniques. This is mine. Lao Gui shot to his feet, his deathly white eyes gleaming with delight and greed. Just pawned it and it's back already? Could this kid have redeemed it? Old Ghost's eyes twinkled as he grinned. This is indeed mine. Since you helped me retrieve it, you'll clean room 103 this time. Your 2 friends are right next door. Ding, dear player Shinja, Old Ghost has issued a quest, clean room 103 within 2 hours. Shinja had been observing his demeanor and movements from the start. Seeing him speak with such kindly eyes, unease actually welled up inside him. But the game quest had been issued, so he had no choice but to go complete it first. Old Ghost watched Shinja leave, his eyes filled with the anticipation of waiting for the fruit to ripen. If you try to screw me over, you'll be begging for gold coins. 8 don't hang around in the room. Carrying various tools, Shinja traversed the corridor to room 103. He noticed the doors to rooms 101, 103, and 105 were wide open. Stepping closer, he noticed a cross knife and fork painted on room 101's door, a circular ring on room 103's door, and a crude chainsaw symbol on room 105's door. What do these symbols mean? Shinja pondered silently. Standing at the entrances of 101 and 103, he peered inside. The areas directly opposite the doors were empty. Aren't they all supposed to be cleaning? Just as he was puzzling over this, a woman's shriek suddenly erupted from room 101. No, I didn't mean to. The piercing scream was followed by blood splattering across the entranceway floor and walls. Shinja's expression darkened. He thought he heard the sound of chewing. Damn it. When cleaning guest rooms, I subconsciously assumed there were no ghosts inside. I never even considered whether there were ghosts in the room at all. He glanced at the quiet room 103, feeling a chill run down his spine. It felt like the old ghost had dug him a deep hole. He glanced at the timer, only an hour and a half left. Shinja glanced again at the motionless room 105, suddenly recalling the Sunset Inn's missing mop. This was an artifact from Sunset Inn. It couldn't possibly be an ordinary mop, right? He extracted the item, and a mop with a head made of a woman's long hair instantly appeared in his hand. He tried lifting it light as a feather. The mop head was made of normal hair, tied neatly with a red hair tie. Room cleaning. Do. Shenja knocked on the door. Hearing no response inside, he slipped the mop head through the crack of room 103. Strands of blood seeped from the floorboards as a charred figure suddenly materialized, stepping onto the surface. Clean up. The voice was low and raspy. The scorched breath hit his face, revealing red strands of flesh beneath the charred, cracked skin. Ding ghost coin +1. Ding ghost coin +1. Ding ghost coin +1. Ding ghost coin +1. Shenja slowed his breathing, offering a faint smile without flinching. Rest assured. He held the mop steady, its black-haired head automatically soaking up the seeping blood. His jet-black hair, now slightly longer, crawled from the floor up the walls, diligently working on its own. Once the floor and walls were clean, the strands swept over the bed, clothes rack, and other items in the room. Seriously, this isn't a broom that's come alive, is it? Are you kidding me? This is some next-level tech. Wow, turns out with enough money, even a mop can work on its own. The entire room was clean, spotless in the blink of an eye. Just as Shenja let out a sigh of relief and was about to speak, the charred figure suddenly spoke up. Wait, the space under the bed still needs cleaning. Shenja waved the mop. The strands of hair clinging to it had lost their vitality, swaying lifelessly with his motion. He glanced at the prompt bar, which still showed the task as incomplete. With no other choice, Shenja put on gloves, grabbed the mop bucket, and stepped back into the room. Ha. The charred corpse followed him with an eerie chuckle, shedding black flakes from its body every so often. It's under the bed. Just clean it up for me. He pointed beneath the bed, crouched down, and looked up at the face revealing eyes with eyelids burned away. Bloodshot eyes stared back at him, unblinking. A chill crept up Shenja's spine, the discomfort of being stared at by a ghost sending cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The icy droplets mingled with his hair at his temples. Alright, got it. Swallowing hard, Shenja crouched down and lifted the bedsheet. The space beneath the bed was pitch black. The light from the incandescent bulb above failed to illuminate even a single corner of the darkness below. He pressed his lips together and shoved the mop head into the darkness. It felt like plunging into thick syrup. He struggled to stir the mop head, but whatever was inside seemed to pull him deeper beneath the bed. He gripped the mop handle tightly, veins bulging on his neck. Why don't you just go in and take a look? The charred figure crouched beside him spoke, his voice laced with seduction. Shenja's expression wavered for a moment before snapping back to clarity, yet he nearly lost his grip on the mop. At that moment, the live stream window popped up with the charred figure's personal panel. Name, Shadow of Lies. Danger level, D. Preferences, deception. Believe his words, and you'll become even more delicious. The new ghost's personal panel finally popped up. I was wondering why Brother Fu looked so dazed just now. Turns out it was the Lie Shadow Ghost activating its skill. But Brother Fu didn't let go. That means he wasn't fooled by the ghost. The Lie Shadow must be furious. Ha. In the game, Lie Ghost's deception failed, and Shenja's expression darkened. Get out. I don't need you cleaning here anymore. Shenja was baffled by this sudden shift in attitude, but then realized if this ghost could really act freely, why bother interfering with him earlier? Why not just kill him outright? Why was it now telling him to leave? He glanced at the impatient ghost, noticing its soul intact-eye darting toward the space beneath the bed. Under the bed. Shinjo asked, so does that mean my guest room is clean now? The ghost's face darkened with irritation. Yeah. Get out of here already. Stop blocking my view. Ding, dear player Shinjo, congratulations on completing the first task assigned by the old ghost. You may choose to submit it directly and wait for the game to end in 4.5 hours. Or continue accepting tasks to improve your rating. The task completion notification jolted Shinju awake. He smiled faintly, casually pulling out his demolition hammer. The fist-sized pointed head smashed into the shadow beneath the bed. The viscous black mass suddenly split apart, scattering like a swarm of tadpoles scrambling outward. No! The lying ghost's charred face revealed a row of teeth that hadn't been scorched black. My shadow! He crawled on the floor, gathering the frantically scurrying black tadpoles. Yet the moment these tadpoles encountered the room's light, they lost vitality. After a few writhing movements, they dissolved into a cloud of black smoke and vanished. Shinja crouched, watching the tadpoles flee for a moment. He stroked his chin, then walked over to the lying ghost shadow. His demolition hammer rested lightly on the top of its head. The lack of resistance made Shinja realize the shadow was merely a spirit. Now it's my turn to have a chat with you. He smiled faintly. I imagine you have many questions too. With the demolition hammer pressed against its crown, the Lie Ghost shadow clenched and unclenched its fists before finally sighing at the tadpole reduced to ash. All right. Let's talk. A wise choice. But I have a tendency to shake. For your own safety, it's best if you don't move around. Of course. What would you like to ask, big brother? No, you tell me what you know first. I'm a member of Shadowtown. After getting injured during the Blood Moon, I came to the Sunset Inn to recover. When I saw you humans arrive, I planned to trick you into giving my shadow some nourishment. Never expected you'd hammer me to death. He sighed deeply as he spoke. 9. The disappointed crowd. Upon hearing the ghostly creature's words, Chenja's heart stirred. Blood Moon? Injured? This dungeon was called Ghost Shadow Town, and this creature was also part of Ghost Shadow Town. So how did he get injured? Was it inflicted by another ghostly being? Or by a human? Or was there another reason? As these thoughts crossed his mind, an idea formed. Speak! How did you get injured? Spill everything you know, or I'll kill you. Chenja brandished the blasting hammer, snarling at the ghostly creature. This wasn't the real world, it was a dangerous, terrifying realm where death could come at any moment. Therefore, he felt no qualms about threatening the ghost. In fact, if not for sheer luck just now, he would have already been killed by this ghost. Hearing Chenja's words, the deceptive shadow's expression shifted. Human, I've already said more than enough. The lying shadow now seemed somewhat annoyed. In its eyes, humans were utterly weak. Were it not for the rules, they would have been devoured like pigs led to slaughter, leaving nothing but bones behind. Yet, among the few items in the hotel's restocking machine, there were indeed things they feared. The blasting hammer was one such item, capable of inflicting significant damage upon their ethereal forms. Thus, the Lie Shadow couldn't help but marvel at the sheer luck of the human before him. Out of all the items available, this human had actually chosen the blasting hammer. What the Lying Shadow hadn't anticipated was that Chenja hadn't actually chosen the blasting hammer. He'd bought nearly every item in the restocking machine. If he knew the truth, he would absolutely be stunned. That is, assuming he had a jaw to begin with. After all, ghost coins were incredibly valuable here. This human clearly looks like a newbie. How could he possibly have that many ghost coins? Meanwhile, the Shadow of Lies dismissed Chenja's threats with utter contempt. This human clearly doesn't understand his own standing. The demolition hammer could injure him, but it posed no real threat to his life. After all, I'm not like those lowly specters lurking outside the inn. As the Lie Shadow spoke, silence once again settled over the room. Faint black threads crept up the walls from all directions, while droplets of blood silently spread out from beneath the bed. Clearly, the Lie Shadow was preparing for the impending confrontation. Live stream room. Brofu was way too naive. Why would the Lie Shadow tell him so much? The guy above is right. Even though Brother Fu has a lot of ghost coins, his brain seems to be failing him. He actually asked these ghostly beings for clues. Never mind whether those clues are real or not, it looks like this ghostly being is about to make its move any second now. I agree. Who asks ghosts for clues? Who knew Brother Fu was this dumb? Bye-bye, not watching this anymore. So boring. Seeing Chenja's actions, the live stream audience couldn't help but vent their frustration. They felt Chenja's confrontation with the Lying Shadow was downright foolish. In short, after watching for so long, it turned out Chenja was just a noob. Instantly, the live stream room, which had just started to gain some traction, began losing viewers one after another. In no time, the viewer count plummeted from over 300 to just over 100. It's important to note that in horror games, the live stream's popularity is crucial. The more viewers there are, the more donations the players receive. Moreover, because this was a horror game, the live stream's heat could even influence the game's progression and the selection of the next game instance. Take major streamers like Joshin, for example. His streams consistently draw millions of viewers. Thus, despite the inherent dangers of each dungeon run, Joshin reaped substantial rewards. Nowadays, only bored viewers would switch to another livestream. In fact, they even harbored a sense of morbid curiosity. They want to see what happens to Chenja for offending the Lying Shadow. How exactly will the Lie Shadow kill him? In the executive offices, several executives watching Chenja's livestream now frowned. His recent actions left them deeply dissatisfied. What's wrong with this Chenja? I thought he was pretty smart. How dare he threaten a shadow now? A bald man at the table frowned, his face betraying disappointment. I'm baffled too. I thought Chenja had acquired a talent akin to turning stone into gold. I was about to celebrate, but then he goes and does something this idiotic. The reason that Lie Shadow answered his question was solely because he resisted its lies. It responded as a reward for that, not because of that hammer. Who'd have thought Chenja would act so clever? Sigh. Across from the bald man, a square-faced man sighed repeatedly. Chenja probably won't survive this. Sigh, such a waste of such a remarkable talent. Hearing the other's analysis, the man seated at the head of the table couldn't help but frown. He had once held high hopes for Chenja. After all, the man possessed a talent akin to turning stone into gold. While this talent didn't directly boost combat power, it held immense strategic value. If developed properly, Chenja could even become a powerhouse like Joshin in the future. Unexpectedly, Chenja had now committed such an act. This infuriated them greatly. It must be understood that a player's performance in the horror game not only affected themselves but also influenced the fate of their nation in the real world. The better a player performs, the stronger their nation's fortune becomes. Technological advancement, national life expectancy, and a host of other factors would all see corresponding improvements. Conversely, the worse a player performed, the more their nation's fortune would deteriorate. Not only would technological advancement stagnate, but life expectancy would decrease and natural disasters would increase. In extreme cases, supernatural entities from the horror world may even manifest in reality to hunt down the nation's citizens. Such scenarios are not unheard of. A month ago, a small African nation suffered 3 consecutive overall performance ratings below D due to its players' abysmal performance. This small nation was subsequently invaded by supernatural entities from the horror world. With its sparse population, inadequate military strength, and limited understanding of these entities, the nation was annihilated within a mere 3 days. That African nation has now become a haven for ghostly entities. Consequently, the nation places immense importance on these players' performance. High-performing players like Joshin have even been promoted as national heroes. At this moment, they were deeply dissatisfied with Chenja's performance. They believed Chenja would soon be killed by the supernatural beings. In fact, they harbored a hint of resentment toward him. After all, he had squandered such a remarkable talent. If that talent had been given to Joshin, it would have been like adding wings to a tiger. At this point, numerous high-ranking officials had lost interest in Chenja's performance. They began tuning into other players' livestreams instead. After all, nearly 1,000 players participated in this game. At this moment, roughly 400 players remained alive. Ha! This kid? At that moment, only one high-ranking official had not closed Chen Xiang's livestream. From Chenja's expression, he sensed the boy had something up his sleeve. And so, with his brows furrowed, he witnessed a scene that left him somewhat astonished. On screen, Chen Xiang faced this situation with a faint smile. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he pulled a handful of ghost coins straight from his pocket and addressed the deceptive shadow of lies before him. Alright, just tell me everything you know, and all this is yours. And if you choose to follow me, I can give you even more. 10 Hidden Mission. Earlier, witnessing the ghostly creature's reaction and the commotion within the room, Chenja couldn't help but ponder deeply. He realized that while the blasting hammer did inflict damage on the ghostly creature, but judging by its reaction, the threat level seemed insufficient. Though he was tempted to test the full power of the blast hammer, he ultimately dismissed the idea. However, Chenja wasn't one to give up so easily. He immediately unleashed the ghost coin technique upon the specter. Over this period, he had accumulated another 1,350 ghost coins. Therefore, he immediately produced 1,000 ghost coins. He not only wanted the ghostly creature to reveal everything it knew, he even hoped to recruit this ghostly creature as his subordinate. With such a subordinate, his chances of survival in this dungeon would greatly increase. True to his expectations, upon seeing the 1,000 ghost coins he presented, the ghostly entity that had been about to attack froze in place, its expression blank. This much. The lying shadow stammered, his eyes blazing with greed. As a ghostly entity with some standing in Ghost Shadow Town, his savings had never exceeded 500 at most. Now, wounded and weakened, the shadow he had just begun to recover was destroyed by Chenja. Thus, with no other options, he had resorted to killing humans for sustenance. But with these 1,000 ghost coins, why would he need to go through such trouble? Now, gazing at Chenja, the lying shadow fell deep in thought. He had assumed this human was merely a novice, and choosing the blasting hammer was just a stroke of luck. Little did he expect this human to be so wealthy. Hearing Chenja's invitation to follow him, he couldn't help but feel tempted. After all, earning ghost coins here was damn hard. Yet in this town, without ghost coins, one couldn't take a single step. Going too long without ghost coins meant not staying in the inn and being exposed under the blood moon. He reckoned it wouldn't be long before he degenerated into one of those lowly creatures lurking outside the inn. With this thought, his mind was made up. Though serving under this human was somewhat humiliating. But for ghost coins? No shame in that. Once this opportunity was gone, it wouldn't come again. With this thought, he looked at Chenja, and a flattering smile even twisted onto the lying shadow's face. Of course, paired with his eerie features, that smile only made him look even more unsettling. Of course I can, human. I never imagined you'd have so many ghost coins. I'll give you all the information right now. In fact, I might even deign to follow you as long as you provide sufficient ghost coins. As the lying shadow spoke, he hastily snatched the ghost coins from Chenja's hand, as if terrified Chenja might change his mind. Seeing this, Chenja couldn't help but breathe a silent sigh of relief. His earlier move had indeed been risky. If this ghostly entity had shown no interest in his ghost coins, he would have been in grave danger. In that case, he could only rely on the refuge potion in his hand to survive. Just then, a system notification flashed through Chenja's mind. Ding, dear player Chenja, congratulations on recruiting the deceptive shadow. You will soon uncover more secrets of this world. Ding, dear player Chenja, congratulations on triggering the hidden quest Blood Moon and Phantom's Bond. Continue exploring to earn generous rewards and improve your quest evaluation. Hearing the system's prompts, Chenja's face lit up with delight. This move had proven to be the right one. Not only had he avoided danger, but he'd even unlocked a hidden quest. Hidden quests were notoriously difficult to activate. But once unlocked, they promised rich rewards. In the executive office. The sole executive still watching Chenja's livestream now wore a look of delight mixed with astonishment. He hadn't expected Chenja to avoid danger using this method. Moreover, he had even unlocked a hidden quest. Based on the intelligence they'd gathered earlier. As long as he could activate the hidden quest and survive, the game's evaluation would inevitably be D grade or higher. Quick, look! There's a breakthrough in Chenja's situation. The executive immediately called out to the other colleagues in the room. Hearing his words, everyone frowned. In their eyes, what good outcome could possibly come from Chenja's delusional behavior? Could he have evaded the Lie Shadow's attack? That was possible. After all, Chenja had the protection potion on him. Therefore, he had a chance to survive the Lie Shadow's assault. But what good would that do? By doing this, Chenja wasted his precious refuge potion, utterly foolish. Ha, Chief Chen, what's left to watch in that kid's livestream? Best case scenario, he just dodged the Lie Shadow's attack. Yeah, Director Chen, does he really think he can take on that Lie Shadow? The crowd murmured in agreement. Not likely. But Chenja did something far more significant than defeating the Lie Shadow. The senior official known as Director Chen heard the comments but remained unruffled, responding calmly. He understood their current mindset. After all, without the recent events, Chenja's actions would indeed have seemed utterly absurd to him. Chen Bureau's words left everyone somewhat taken aback. What could be more justified than eliminating the lying shadow? What could possibly be more important? They found it hard to believe. They assumed Director Chen must be joking. But they kept their thoughts to themselves. As colleagues, they knew this Chief Chen well. He always spoke plainly and directly, never making unfounded accusations. Thus, the somewhat astonished crowd reopened Chenja's livestream. Just then, they witnessed the sinister shadow that had been lurking moments ago, its face now twisted into an expression of flattery as it looked at Chenja. It seemed that not only had Chenja avoided its attack, but it had also undergone a complete reversal in attitude. How could this be? Everyone hurriedly checked the replay or asked Director Chen what had just happened. Hearing their inquiries, Director Chen smiled faintly and explained. Just now, Chenja spent 1,000 ghost coins to bribe the deceptive shadow. Not only did he make it his subordinate, but he also unlocked a hidden quest. What? A hidden quest. 11 Secrets of Ghost Shadow Town. Livestream chat. What? Did I just see that right? Brother Fu actually bribed the lying shadow to become his minion? Dude, you didn't see wrong. Brother Fu is so badass, holy crap. Brother Fu is legendary. He just went off the charts. Just as viewers wondered how Brother Fu would be killed by the lying shadow, they witnessed the scene unfold. Instantly, the livestream erupted. A flood of 666 comments filled the screen. Chenja's livestream likes surpassed 10,000 for the first time, and one viewer even gifted 2 motorcycles. Keep in mind, in the livestream, 1 motorcycle is worth 1,000 yuan. That meant, even after the platform's 50% cut, Chenja had just earned 1,000 yuan from these 2 motorcycles alone. Meanwhile, these viewers were also sharing the livestream link with friends and family. Xing, check this out. This guy's actually recruiting ghostly creatures as minions in the horror world, it's insane. Xiaojin, you won't believe what I just saw. A terrifying ghost creature was actually fawning over a streamer. Holy crap, that's insane. Big Nyo, check this out. This streamer is absolutely killing it. In no time, the number of viewers in Chenja's livestream surged again, nearly breaking the 500 mark. Among all first-time horror game streamers, this was already considered quite impressive. Executive Conference Room. Numerous high-ranking officials of Huagua sat in stunned silence. Outside, they were all powerful figures. Rarely did anything elicit such a reaction from them. But Chenja's actions at this moment left them momentarily speechless. Moments ago, they had been furious with Chenja, convinced his actions were utterly foolish. Yet unexpectedly, Chenja not only salvaged the situation but surpassed their wildest expectations. They were well aware that whenever a hidden quest appeared, as long as one survived, the lowest possible rating for that game session would be a D regardless of how poorly one performed. Among all the players streaming, 60% couldn't even reach a D-level rating. In other words, with just that one move, Chenja's performance had already surpassed the passing threshold. For most newbies, just surviving the game was a miracle. How could anyone expect them to unlock any hidden quests? Hidden quests were something only major streamers could potentially unlock. Take this instance, after resisting the lying shadow's temptation, most players would likely be terrified. Most would just wait obediently for the mission to end. Who would be like Chenja, trying to take on the Lie Shadow head-on? Most crucially, after failing to overpower the Lie Shadow, Chenja still devised alternative countermeasures. This realization left many high-ranking officials feeling rather embarrassed. Based on past experiences, they had even developed a fixed mindset. They believed that when facing ghostly entities, the only options were confrontation or flight. They never once considered emulating Chenja's approach, taming it as an ally. Of course, this wasn't entirely their fault. They hadn't anticipated Chenja possessing such a vast amount of ghost coins. Most people, once they grasped the importance of ghost coins, would use them with extreme caution. How could they possibly squander such precious ghost coins on ghostly creatures? It seems Chinja has some skills. Classify him as a level 5 talent and keep him under observation for now. The man seated at the head of the table nodded slightly upon seeing this. A level 5 talent. The senior officials exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. As the horror game progressed, the state had established a corresponding rating system for these players. From lowest to highest, the tiers were Tier 5 talent, Tier 4 talent, culminating in Special Class talent. The higher the level, the greater the state's regard for them, and the more favorable their corresponding treatment. Take Zhou, for instance. His current rating is Tier 1 talent. Not only was he promoted as a national hero by the Chinese government, but he also received numerous honors and rewards. Chenja's performance this time has been classified as level 5 talent. Though it's the lowest tier, Chenja's benefits are exceptionally generous, comparable to those of a national civil servant. While everyone was surprised by Chenja's rating, no one voiced any objections. After all, they had witnessed his actions firsthand. He truly deserved this rating. Combined with his innate talent, if he could develop further, even if he didn't reach the heights of Zhou, he could at least become a level 3 or even level 2 genius. Of course, that was only if Chenja managed to survive. Chenja, you must survive. The numerous high-ranking officials watching Chenja's live feed silently vowed to themselves. Shadow Town. Outside the Sunset Inn, flashes of crimson bloodlight flickered intermittently. The sounds of chewing, tearing, and wailing rose and fell in succession. Bathed in the light of the blood moon, it felt like a symphony from hell. Inside the room, calm had returned. Chenja's personal interface had also changed. Player, Chenja. Age, 20. Talent, Ghost Fortune System gains 1 ghost coin per breath. Items, Sanctuary Potion, 3, Blasting Hammer, Broken Copper Key, Sunset Inn's Missing Mop, Sunset Lady's Missing Storage Room Key, Resource Exchange Voucher. Subordinate Temporary, Shadow of Lies, Loyalty 30%. Chenja's expression darkened slightly upon seeing the ghostly entity's name and loyalty rating. The name alone revealed this ghostly entity's mastery of deception. Moreover, its loyalty to him was extremely low, demanding constant vigilance. If only I could raise its loyalty a bit. Chenja thought to himself. Everything has two sides. A ghost creature so skilled at deception could be an immense asset if fully harnessed. But how to increase his loyalty? Keep giving him ghost coins? Everything has its limits. If there's no justification, giving him more ghost coins might backfire. At that point, not only would it fail to increase his loyalty to me, but could even put himself in a dangerous position. Chenja pondered this thoughtfully. Then the Shadow of Lies revealed everything. It turned out this town wasn't originally called Ghost Shadow Town, but rather Happiness Town. This inn wasn't always called Sunset Inn either, it used to be known as Sunrise Inn. But one day long ago, 2 strangers suddenly arrived in town. They paid the then owner of the Sunrise Inn a large sum of money and bought it. Then they changed the inn's name to what it is today. Then, terrible things began to happen. During the day, everything seemed normal. But at night, the moon in the sky turned blood red. Overnight, every human in the town died, leaving it in its present state. The Shadow of Lies continued. Those 2 outsiders were none other than the current Sunset Lady and Old Ghost. Hearing this, Chenja couldn't help but startle. It seemed obvious that they were behind this tragedy. How come they were still alive and well? Why hadn't these ghostly beings taken revenge on them? Sensing Chenja's confusion, the Shadow of Lies continued recounting the events following the tragedy. At first, everyone suspected that Lady Sunset and Old Ghost were responsible for all this. But they too had been human at the time, transformed into ghostly beings under the influence of the blood moon. Moreover, both Sunset Lady and Old Ghost possessed formidable power, leaving the other ghosts powerless against them. Instead, the ghosts themselves had to reside within Sunset Inn at night to avoid the blood moon's light, preventing their consciousness from dissipating. Eventually, the ghosts came to accept their fate. After all, as long as they could avoid the blood moon's light and preserve their consciousness, they effectively gained infinite lifespans. Moreover, after transforming into ghostly beings, they gained various formidable abilities. At this point, they even began to see themselves not as humans, but as a superior race. Consequently, these ghostly beings harbored an innate sense of superiority toward humans. Hearing the lies from the shadowy figure, Chenja couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Furthermore, I'll share a secret known to all of us ghostly beings, but unknown to you humans. The lying shadow's eyes emitted a dim, suffocating glow. In truth, Sunset Inn isn't just 3 stories tall, it has 18 floors. 12 the Headless Horseman. The 18th layer? Hearing the lie from the shadowy figure, Chenja couldn't help but freeze. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to him, his heart felt as though it had been wrenched. After all, hell also has 18 layers. Could this hotel be connected to the legendary hell? Beads of cold sweat broke out from Chenja's armpits, and suddenly his mouth went dry. It couldn't be, could it? Chenja breathed heavily, thinking this to himself, yet a strange dizziness crept into his mind. Then why can't we humans see the remaining 15 levels? Chenja forced himself to remain calm as he asked the shadowy figure. I don't know about that. All I know is that the higher you go, the more expensive the lodging gets. The Lie's shadow shook its head. Though I have some wealth, I can only afford the first floor. I have no right to go to the higher levels. Chenja felt a slight shock upon hearing the Lie shadow's words. The shadow of Lies was already quite formidable. Had he not thought quickly just now, he'd be dead or severely injured by now. Yet even such an entity could only dwell on the first level. What kind of beings dwelled on the 18th level? Chenja frowned. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Perhaps it's because our human strength is insufficient that we cannot see the higher levels. This thought made Chenja feel a sense of awe toward Sunset Lady and Old Ghost. As the proprietors of Sunset Inn, they were undoubtedly immensely powerful far beyond their outward appearances suggested. Of course, Chenja didn't rule out the possibility that the shadow of Lies had been deceiving him. Regardless, Chenja found himself growing more wary of this place. Live stream room. After hearing Chenja's conversation with the shadow of Lies, the viewers in the live stream were startled. They hadn't expected this ghost Shadow Town to have such a formidable background. I thought Shadow Town was just a beginner dungeon, but it turns out it's secretly this powerful, with 18 layers. If it weren't for Brother Fu, we'd never have known such crucial information. But this might just be a lie fabricated by the shadow of Lies. Either way, Brother Fu definitely got his money's worth spending those 1,000 ghost coins. Bro Fu was awesome, 666. Anyone who just called him a reckless spender, come forward and apologize. What, Brother Fu, I wronged you. From now on, I'm your die-hard fan, hee hee. Executive boardroom. Hearing the shadow of Lies words, the assembled executives were startled. This instance had rarely been activated before, with the last occurrence being 2 years ago. They had assumed it was low level, but if the shadow of Lies spoke truth, they would need to reassess its danger level. At the same time, they grew even more impressed with Chenja's actions this time. Those 1,000 ghost coins were well spent. Sunset Inn, Ghost Shadow Town. Chenja planned to seek out Old Ghost again for another mission. After all, with the lying shadow now under his command, his strength had increased significantly, giving him the confidence to take on more challenging quests. The moment Chenja stepped out of his room, he sensed something was terribly wrong. The door to the adjacent room was locked tight, yet a thick, long streak of blood was clearly visible through the crack. Seeing this, Chenja froze in shock. This was the very room where Bailey Lang and Song Mengju had accepted their mission. Just moments ago, he had seen the door open. Could it be? Without a second thought, Chenja kicked the door open. Whoa! The moment the door swung open, a bone-chilling cold wind instantly swept over his entire body. Simultaneously, a nauseating stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, shooting straight to his brain. Cough cough cough. Chenja covered his mouth and nose, suppressing the shivers running through his body, and hurriedly looked inside the room. The scene that greeted him sent a chill down his spine. Bailey Lang and Song Mengju were each shrouded in a cloud of blood mist, their eyes tightly shut, unconscious. A mysterious golden light rippled around their bodies. However, this golden light was now faint and barely perceptible, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Before them stood a headless knight. Blood dripped from every part of the horseman's body. At the same time, several severed fingers were faintly visible around his neck. Chenja realized these fingers must belong to the woman who had arrived with them earlier. Judging by the situation, the woman had been devoured by this headless horseman. At this thought, Chenja swallowed hard several times. He now grasped the situation. After devouring the woman, the headless horseman had come to the laundry room intending to repeat his trick on Bailey Lang and Song Mengju. Though ghostly entities couldn't freely attack humans, this headless knight was clearly cunning enough to deceive the pair and circumvent the rules. Fortunately, the protection potion Chenja had given them earlier was taking effect, allowing them to resist until now. However, the effects of the protection potion were now visibly fading. Had Chenja not realized this earlier, Bailey Lang and Song Mengju would likely have been devoured by the headless knight in moments. At that moment, the livestream interface displayed information about the Headless Knight. Name, Headless Knight Legion of Slaughtering Shadows. Danger level, C. Notes, a reserve member of the Killing Legion with a particular fondness for human flesh. Newcomers encountering him should run for their lives. Holy crap, it's the Headless Knight. That thing is seriously strong. Whoa, didn't expect such a powerful ghost to show up this quickly. Fugwa, it's dangerous. Forget about your comrades, run now. The livestream audience buzzed with discussion. A headless knight like this would be a mid-level mini-boss in most beginner dungeons. Yet here it was, appearing so early in the game. None of them had obtained temporary talents yet, making them no match for this creature. And indeed, had Brother Fu not given them the protection potion beforehand, those two would likely have been devoured by the headless knight. Seeing this, some viewers grew anxious for Chenja. In their eyes, such a formidable specter was beyond Chenja's capabilities. Therefore, Chenja's best course of action now was to flee immediately. The faster the better. As for his two companions, saving them would be futile, it would only drag him down too. Run, man. Brother Fu, what are you still standing there for? Bro Fu, you can't beat that ghostly creature. No one will blame you for running away. That's just how the horror world works. At that moment, a flood of comments filled the screen. But some viewers remained unhurried. Based on their experience watching other livestreams, Brother Fu would undoubtedly abandon his two companions to save himself. After all, people are selfish. When facing mortal danger, saving one's own skin comes first. Enough arguing. I'll bet a pack of spicy noodles that Brother Fu will turn tail and run in the next second, without a moment's hesitation. You believe me? Spot on. No need to worry. Someone as sharp as Fu Gu knows exactly what to prioritize. Once Brother Fu builds up his strength, he can take revenge on that headless knight. That'd be the end of his obligations. The audience slowly typed their comments, and everyone calmed down. Indeed, Brother Fu seemed sharp. Why would he do something foolish like trying to save his comrades? Remember, this is a horror world. Death could strike at any moment. Just as everyone in the livestream thought Shinja would turn and run, he suddenly drew his blasting hammer and swung it at the headless knight. Damn it! Seeing this, the entire livestream audience was stunned. 13. The shadow of lies strikes. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly clever Brother Fu didn't flee. He actually tried to fight the headless horseman. Brother Fu, I respect your guts. This time next year, I'll burn paper money for you. Brother Fu, you fool. This isn't a game where you can just respawn after dying. Sigh, I can't bear to watch this. After a moment of stunned silence, the viewers in the livestream watched Shinja's actions with frowns of regret. In their eyes, how could Brother Fu possibly stand a chance against this headless knight? If he didn't attack and just fled, the headless knight truly couldn't touch him. Therefore, since Brother Fu hadn't broken the rules, the headless knight couldn't attack him. But since Shinja had initiated an attack on the headless knight, it counted as a rule violation. The headless knight could now legally target Brother Fu. At that moment, everyone assumed Brother Fu would soon be killed by the headless knight. Shinja was well aware of the headless knight's formidable power. Judging by the terrifying aura emanating from his opponent, he was no match for him whatsoever. Yet Shinja could not bear to watch Bailey Lang die before his eyes. Besides, he still harbored some confidence. Besides the Blood Blast Hammer, he had the assistance of the Lying Shadow. He had just promised the Shadow of Lies that if he could drive away this headless knight, he would give him another 1,000 ghost coins. Though initially intimidated by the headless knight, the Lie Shadow's eyes burned even brighter with bloodlust upon hearing Shinja's promise. For ghost coins, he'd fight to the death. Thus, as Shinja charged toward the headless knight, the Shadow of Lies unleashed its full power. Dozens of black threads silently trailed behind Shinja, while several pools of blood crept stealthily toward the headless knight. Seeing Shinja charging toward him, the headless knight couldn't help but pause. He had already noticed this fellow earlier. But at that moment, he was fully focused on weakening the golden protective light shielding the two humans before him, leaving him no time to spare. Naturally, in his mind, he assumed this human would flee in terror upon seeing him, so he paid it no mind. With these two humans, he figured he'd have a satisfying meal today. But he hadn't expected this human to actually dare to attack him. Moreover, upon seeing the object in the human's hand, the headless knight was even more astonished. This blast hammer was one of the few things that could deliberately harm their bodies. Therefore, the headless knight had no choice but to hold back some of his power. At the same time, a cold sneer formed in his mind. This human dared to attack him, thus breaking the rules. He now had a reason to kill him. Devouring 4 humans in a single day felt utterly satisfying. With this thought, the headless knight didn't even wait for Shinja to charge forward. He struck first, a murky blood mist erupting from his neck and engulfing Shinja. At that moment, as the headless knight withdrew part of his power, Bailey Lang and Song Mengju regained consciousness. The moment they opened their eyes, they saw Shinja charging toward the headless knight. No! Run! Bailey Lang and Song Mengju screamed in terror. Having encountered the headless knight firsthand, they knew full well the horror of this spectral creature. If not for the protection potion, they would have ended up inside the headless knight's belly by now. In their eyes, Shinja was also a first-timer in this game, though they had no idea where he'd gotten so many ghost coins. But even if he was stronger than them, his advantage was limited. Therefore, Shinja stood no chance against the headless knight. They believed escape was their only chance. Hearing Bailey Lang and Song Mengju's cries, Shinja paid no heed. At that moment, the blood mist from the headless knight began to envelop him. Even before contact, he was overwhelmed by an intensely pungent stench of blood. He felt as if he were trapped in a hellish realm of demons, where humans stood in line to be thrown into boiling oil. Before him lay an endless mountain of severed heads. Huff! Shinja's heart pounded in his throat, cold sweat beading thickly on his forehead. His body trembled slightly. Clearly, this blood mist had instilled profound terror within him. Seeing Shinja's reaction, the headless knight swayed slightly, as if mocking him. He could tell this human was a novice, with extremely low power. This blood mist alone could easily dispose of him. Then, he could thoroughly savor the flesh and blood of these 3 humans. The thought of tasting human flesh and drinking human blood again made the severed finger at the headless knight's neck seem to come alive, twitching and jumping. At that critical moment, the black threads trailing Shinja suddenly shifted. The black threads twisted eerily, coalescing into a net-like formation. This black net beat Shinja to the punch, sweeping over the blood mist. Put! The net automatically tightened, trapping the blood mist that reeked of an intense, foul stench. Live stream chat. What? The Headless Knight's attack was actually blocked. It was that lying shadow. He helped Brother Fu block that attack. Bro Fu is so badass. Those 1,000 ghost coins were totally worth it. Not only did he uncover valuable intel, but he also used it to block the Headless Knight's attack. Seeing the Headless Knight's attack fail, the livestream chat erupted. Originally, they believed Brother Fu was certain to meet his end this time, given the vast disparity in their respective strengths. Unexpectedly, the subordinate Brother Fu had just bribed suddenly intervened, helping him fend off the Headless Knight's assault. Now, Brother Fu actually had a chance to drive the Headless Knight away and save their comrade. Bailey Lang and Song Mengju were startled by this turn of events. They still didn't know that Chinja had acquired the subordinate known as the Lying Shadow. Therefore, they assumed the black fishnet stockings were a tactic deployed by Chinja. Bailey Lang, I never imagined Chinja was this formidable. Song Mengju gazed at Chinja, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She had assumed he was a novice like them, with weak abilities. Yet here he was, fighting back against such a formidable Headless Knight. For a moment, her heart felt unsettled. In this terrifyingly dangerous world, the man before her offered her a rare sense of security. Holy crap, when did Xiaozhi become so badass? Bailey Lang was utterly speechless at that moment. As Chinja's childhood friend who'd known him since they were kids, he understood him well. But witnessing Chinja's current display, it felt like he was seeing him for the first time. As the two stared at Chinja in shock, hope suddenly surged in their hearts. No one wanted to die. They had believed certain death awaited them, yet Chinja's actions now offered a glimmer of survival. Chinja, you have to win. Both silently urged in their hearts. Seeing his attack blocked, the Headless Knight was even more stunned. He never imagined his fatal strike would fail. It seems like... However, when he glanced at the black fishnet stockings that had absorbed his blood mist, his gaze sharpened slightly. This was definitely not the humans doing. Who is it? A terrifying sound emanated from the Headless Knight's chest cavity. Outside the inn, the burning shadows seemed to hear the Headless Knight's fury, responding in unison with mournful wails. For a moment, it felt as though the very sounds of the underworld assaulted Chinja's ears. 14. The temptation of ghost coins. Hearing the sound emitted by the Headless Knight, Chinja felt a splitting headache. His forward momentum faltered, and he stumbled backward. Damn, this Headless Knight is way too strong. Even his voice made Brother Fu back off. If it were me, I'd never be able to hold him off. I'd be running scared already. Looks like the Headless Knight's pissed off. Brother Fu's in even bigger trouble now. Seeing this, the livestream audience couldn't help but marvel at the Headless Knight's formidable power. Suddenly, the Headless Knight roared in one direction. So it was you, Shadow of Lies. You're behind this. How dare you aid humans? Do you want to die? He had detected the Lie Shadow's presence. Seeing this, Chinja couldn't help but startle. The Headless Knight was furious, yet also puzzled. Like himself, the Shadow of Lies was a specter of being that should despise humans enough to fry, boil, stew, and devour them whole. But why was this Shadow of Lies not only refusing to aid him, but actually helping this human? What was going on? I'm now under this human's command, so naturally I'll aid him. What business is it of yours? Realizing its trail had been discovered, the Lie Shadow abandoned hiding altogether, revealing its form with a bold flare. Within the room, several shadowy fragments eerily assembled themselves, forming a charred corpse. This charred corpse was none other than the Lie Shadow itself. Hearing the Headless Knight's words, a flicker of discontent stirred within the Lie Shadow. This was their territory. By the rules, the Headless Knight had no right to come here. Not only had he broken the rules, but now he dared to lose his temper? In the past, the Shadow of Lies would never have dared to speak to the Headless Knight in such a manner. Even though the Headless Knight had broken the rules and acted unreasonably first. But the Headless Knight's strength still surpassed his own. But now, thanks to Chinja, he had acquired a great many ghost coins. These ghost coins not only allowed him to heal his injuries but even enabled him to advance his power further. Thus, bolstered by this newfound confidence, the Shadow of Lies no longer held any reverence for the Headless Knight, his words matching his tone in unyielding defiance. Hearing the Lying Shadow's words, the Headless Knight was taken aback. How dare this Lie Shadow speak to him like this? Where did he get the nerve? And what had he just heard? Master? The Shadow of Lies actually acknowledged this lowly human as its master. How could that be? Seeing the Lie Shadow appear, Bailey Lang and Song Mengju beside them were also startled. Then they overheard his conversation with the Headless Knight. It turned out the black fishnet stockings earlier were cast by the Shadow of Lies. And the Shadow of Lies had actually acknowledged Shinju as its master. The two exchanged glances, their eyes going blank. In the horror world, these ghostly beings look down on humans, viewing them as mere rats and prey. Judging by the Shadow of Lies' attitude toward the Headless Knight, this entity possessed formidable power. But such a formidable specter had actually acknowledged Shinja as its master. How could this be possible? For a moment, their minds buzzed with disbelief, overwhelmed by the surreal nature of the unfolding events. They couldn't comprehend it. How could Chinja, clearly a newcomer like themselves, be so incredibly formidable? Not only did he possess a large amount of ghost coins, but he could also subjugate such a formidable specter as his subordinate. Ha, look at Brother Fu's buddies, they're all staring like zombies. Of course. If I didn't have God's perspective, I'd be scratching my head too. We're all newbies, so why am I so weak while you're so awesome? Ahem, that's the perk of spending money. Looks like campus beauty Song Mengju has probably already fallen for Brother Fu. No kidding. What woman wouldn't adore a boss like that? If I were a girl, I'd have thrown myself at Brother Fu ages ago. Ah, Brother Fu is so awesome. I wanna have your little monkeys. Seeing the astonished expressions on Bailey Lang and the others' faces, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but burst into laughter. For now, the Headless Knight could only set aside his doubts. As the shadowy liar had said, he truly didn't belong here. He'd only come here to steal human food because he suddenly felt hungry. If he stayed away too long, his situation would become dire. Thinking this, he suppressed his anger and addressed the lying shadow. You worthless scum, disgrace to all ghostly beings. I won't waste words on you now. Turn around and leave immediately, and I'll pretend I never saw you. If you continue aiding this human, you know the consequences. A raspy voice emerged from the Headless Horseman's chest cavity. Chenja felt an endless chill crawl up his spine, from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Hearing this, the Shadow of Lies faltered slightly. His earlier boldness stemmed from two things. Second, he believed he had no retreat after the Headless Knight had detected his trail. But now the Headless Knight said that if he turned and left immediately, he would be forgiven? After all, the Headless Knight was backed by the murderous Shadow Legion. If the Headless Knight ever decided to make trouble for him later, he knew he'd never have a moment's peace. At this thought, a wave of hesitation washed over the liar's heart. After all, his loyalty to Chenja was a mere 30%. Under these circumstances, it was only natural for him to prioritize his own safety. Seeing this, the livestream audience couldn't help but hold their breath for Chenja. That Lie Shadow is such a coward. One scare from the Headless Knight and he's too scared to fight? What a useless piece of trash. Can't really blame him. That Headless Knight clearly belongs to a legitimate force, while Lie Shadow has no power or influence. With major factions keeping tabs on him, he's headed for trouble. Sigh, with Lie Shadow backing down, Chenja is in even greater danger now. Chenja now sensed the lying shadow's retreating intent. If the Shadow of Lies truly turned and left, he alone wouldn't stand a chance against the Headless Knight. He'd likely be devoured in mere moments. Therefore, to defeat the Headless Knight and save Bailey Lang and Song Mengju, he must drag the Shadow of Lies along with him. Shadow of Lies. The Shadow of Lies was nominally his subordinate, so Chenja could contact him directly. 1,000 ghost coins. If you help me, I'll give you another 1,000 ghost coins. At this critical moment, Chenja cut straight to the chase, laying out his terms without beating around the bush. Though he currently possessed only 500, each breath granted him 1 ghost coin. Therefore, in an hour and a half, he could scrape together the 2,000 ghost coins. 1,000 ghost coins. Hearing Chenja's words, the deceptive shadow, who had just begun to consider retreating, froze in place. If he chose to help, adding the previously promised 1,000 ghost coins, he would receive 2,000 ghost coins. With 2,000 ghost coins, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Within the inn, he would no longer be the lowest ranked existence, save for the unconscious shadows. The Headless Knight, at best, was merely a reserve member of the Shadow Legion of Slaughter, holding little sway. At this thought, Lie Shadow's heart burned with fervor, casting aside the Headless Knight's threats. Fine. I accept. Seeing this, the livestream chat exploded once more. Brother Fu is awesome. Only by doing this can we gain the Lie Shadow's help and stand a chance against the Headless Knight. Bro Fu is so bold. I could never make a promise like that. Bro Fu was a true boss, throwing down 1,000 ghost coins like it's nothing. Impressive. 15. Storming the daily rankings. However, some viewers began questioning Chenja's approach. Is it worth it? Another 1,000 ghost coins gone. Ghost coins are precious. Even with money, you shouldn't be so reckless. If you ask me, Brother Fu should have used those ghost coins to bribe the Headless Knight. Wouldn't that have been better? Brother Fu's ghost coins are probably wasted. Even with the Lie Shadow, he might not defeat that Headless Knight. Viewers in the livestream chat were divided. Some believed Chenja made the right call, the ghost coins were well spent. Others called him brainless, insisting bribing the Headless Knight would have been smarter. Chen Ziong, however, had his own reasons. First, he didn't know if the Headless Knight could be bribed. Second, he only had 500 ghost coins on him. Even if the Headless Knight accepted bribes, he couldn't produce the coins on the spot. He couldn't very well explain his talent to the ghostly beings. Otherwise, they'd surely keep him here forever, turning him into their personal piggy bank for ghost coins. Third, the Headless Knight was far more powerful, making him difficult to control. Therefore, he chose his old acquaintance, the Lying Shadow. With the Shadow of Lies assurance now secured, Chenja felt a surge of confidence. He roared and charged toward the Headless Knight once more. Seeing this, Lie Shadow held nothing back. His fingers flickered rapidly, sending dozens of black threads and several pools of blood hurtling toward the Headless Knight. The Headless Knight froze momentarily, surprised that Shadow of Lies was still attacking him. Just moments ago, the Shadow of Lies had clearly shown signs of retreating in the face of his threat. How could it dare attack him again so suddenly? What kind of mind-altering potion had this human poured into him? Bailey Lang and Song Mengju witnessed this scene and couldn't help but admire Chinja even more. They too had witnessed the Shadow's momentary hesitation. Yet Chinja, by some means unknown, had swiftly reeled it back in. Who would have thought Chinja was this formidable? Song Mengju covered her cherry-red lips with her hand, her eyes fixed intently on the unfolding battle. Yet her gaze lingered more on that seemingly ordinary boy. Ever since entering the horror game, Chinja's endless array of tactics had shocked her time and again. The Headless Knight now felt a surge of anger. Regardless, he had to end this battle quickly and return to his own room. Otherwise, the likelihood of punishment would only grow. Roar! With this thought, a terrifying demonic chant erupted once more from the Headless Knight's chest cavity. Earlier, it was this very demonic roar that had forced Chinja to retreat. Now he resorted to the same tactic, buying himself ample time to prepare a killing move. With this move, he could finish off this damned human once and for all. This Headless Knight is cunning. Doesn't he get tired of using this trick all the time? But it sure works every time. One trick, endless success. Sigh, I guess this ghostly thing is just too powerful. Brother Fu is in trouble now. The Headless Knight is preparing his ultimate move. This is bad. Exactly. Brother Fu won't be able to withstand the Headless Knight's demonic sound. He won't even get close. The livestream viewers saw through the Headless Knight's plan and erupted in angry curses. But they also knew Brother Fu had no counter for this move. Once the Headless Knight had ample time to prepare his ultimate move, the battle would likely be over. At this moment, many viewers in the livestream couldn't bear to watch any longer. They could almost picture the Headless Knight unleashing his ultimate move, killing Brother Fu, and then savagely devouring him. Bailey Lang and Song Mengju were startled by the sight. But bound as they were, they could do nothing. All they could do was pray for Chinja, hoping for a miracle. Though that hope seemed slim. Seeing the Headless Knight's tactics, the lying Shadow was also stunned. He hadn't expected the Headless Knight's tactics to be so underhanded. Chinja clearly couldn't resist the Headless Knight's demonic chant. Thus, Chinja couldn't close in on him and pose any threat. Meanwhile, he himself was powerless to intervene. The Shadow of Lies even sensed that this battle was already lost. Chinja understood the current situation. The Headless Knight's demonic chant was truly terrifying. At that moment, Chinja felt as though he were trapped in hell, surrounded by snarling, hideous demons. He couldn't help but want to halt his advance. But he understood that stopping meant defeat in this battle. He would die, and so would Bailey Lang and Song Mengju. The three of them would become the Headless Horseman's prey, ultimately reduced to dung. Simultaneously, three families would be pushed to the brink of collapse. Therefore, he could not stop. Chinja's eyes blazed crimson as he struggled forward under the demonic sound's assault. He was terrified now, desperate to give up. Just moments ago, he had been an ordinary college student. Even with the assistance of the Lie Shadow. Even after witnessing so many horrifying scenes that he seemed to have grown numb. Even with the ghost house system at his disposal. He was still utterly terrified. He feared being cleaved in two by the Headless Horseman and then savagely devoured. At this thought, he even wanted to turn around immediately and flee this place. He wanted to go home, back to his mom and dad. But now, he had no choice. He didn't want to run away anymore. Even if he could escape this time, what about next time? The time after that? To survive, he had to face it head-on. Therefore, Chinja suppressed the overwhelming fear in his heart and simultaneously pulled out a bottle of potion, downing it in one gulp. Refuge potion. UING monster, die. In an instant, golden light rippled across Chinja's body, blocking the demonic sound's damage. Simultaneously, immense courage surged within him. Clenching the blast hammer in both hands, he swung it with all his might at the Headless Knight. Live stream chat. Witnessing Chinja's actions, the live stream erupted once more. They had seen the hesitation, fear, and even retreat in Chinja's eyes moments before. They had expected him to flee the next second. They couldn't blame him. Anyone in his shoes would likely have done the same. But unexpectedly, the very next moment, Chinja charged straight toward the Headless Knight. Seeing this, their hearts surged with excitement. Yeah, Brother Fu. Take him down. Kill him. Every last one of these freaking monsters die. Kill. 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 Brother Fu, kill him. Woohoo, Brother Fu was so badass. The viewers in the live streams descended into a frenzy. Ever since the horror game descended, humanity had lived in constant dread of such threats. They lived in constant fear that the ghostly creatures from the horror world would descend at any moment to kill them, slaughter their loved ones, destroy their nations, and wipe out humanity itself. But now, witnessing Chinja's actions, these viewers were suddenly fired up. In an instant, the livestream's heat surged once more. Not only did the viewer count instantly surpass 5,000, but the stream also stormed onto the platform's daily rankings, securing the 9,988 spot. This achievement is truly astonishing. Consider this, with the recent surge in horror games, the total number of live streaming players has now surpassed 1 million. Typically, to make it onto the daily rankings, a streamer needs at least 20,000 viewers. Yet with Chinja's performance at this moment, a mere 5,000 viewers propelled his livestream's popularity onto the daily rankings. It was nothing short of a miracle. Now that the stream had made it onto the daily rankings, its exposure skyrocketed. Consequently, more and more people flooded into the stream. They watched the courageous figure in the livestream. Regardless of the outcome, they would never forget this moment. 16 reward skill, critical hit. What? Seeing Chinja resist his demonic sound attack and still charge toward him, the Headless Knight was startled. He had been certain this time was a sure thing. He had even factored in the possibility that Chinja possessed a protection potion. But he knew that even with the protection potion, this human still couldn't withstand his demonic sound. After all, his sonic assault targeted not just the body, but the soul itself. The protection potion could shield the body, but not the soul. Otherwise, those two humans wouldn't have been knocked out by him just now. In his eyes, Chinja was merely a novice, weak in power. Though he didn't know what trick Chinja had used to make the Lie Shadow acknowledge him as its master. The Headless Knight still looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. For such a novice not only possessed weak power, but even weaker mental fortitude. Even seasoned veterans might tremble before his demonic voice. Let alone this greenhorn. But at this moment, Chinja's performance exceeded his expectations. Unwittingly, the Headless Knight began to take Chinja seriously. Seeing Chinja charging toward the Headless Knight despite the demonic sound's assault, Bailey Lang and Song Mangju were equally stunned. They knew full well the power of that demonic sound. Even now, merely a trace of its lingering force filled their hearts with dread. They wanted to surrender, to abandon everything they had, even to become slaves to the Headless Knight. They dared not imagine what pressure Chinja must be enduring at the very center of that demonic sound, if even a mere trace of its aftereffects held such devastating power. Thinking this, the two looked at Chinja with eyes brimming with admiration. Seeing Chinja resist the Headless Knight's demonic sound, the Lying Shadow was startled. As fellow specters, he knew the Headless Knight's demonic chant well. It was one of the Headless Knight's signature abilities, specifically designed to subdue humans. Yet this human possessed such unwavering conviction that he could withstand it. This thought made him ponder deeply. Serving under this human seemed like a rather appealing prospect. Since you're so eager to die, come on then. Seeing that the demonic chant had no effect on Chinja, the Headless Knight was forced to halt his killing move. This frustrated him deeply, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. This only fueled his rage further. Flesh Helm Technique. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the armor on the Headless Knight liquefied, then eerily merged into his body. Thud. At that moment, Chinja's blast hammer slammed viciously into the knight's chest. Where they collided, a large dent caved into the Headless Knight's chest. But strangely, no blood flowed from the caved-in area, and it quickly returned to normal. Damn, this Headless Knight is way too strong. He's fine after that? How are we supposed to fight this? We can't break through his defense. Fu Ji's attacks are like scraping the surface. Looks like our only hope is on Liar Shadow's attack. Let's hope he brings some surprises. Seeing Chinja's full power strike fail to make a dent, the previously excited crowd fell silent. This Headless Knight's strength was overwhelming. Brother Fu's strike, though seemingly ferocious, couldn't break through his defenses at all. How could they possibly win? Bailey Lang and Song Mangju watched this unfold, a flicker of disappointment crossing their faces. They hadn't expected Chinja's full power strike to be utterly ineffective against the Headless Knight's defenses. But then again, it was to be expected. No matter how many tricks Chinja possessed, he was still a novice. Facing such a formidable specter as the Headless Knight, Chinja's performance was already quite commendable. With that thought, both of them pinned their hopes on the Lie Shadow. It seemed only the Lie Shadow held any chance of defeating the Headless Knight. Seeing that Chinja's attack had failed, the Shadow of Lies showed no surprise. He knew full well that the Headless Knight's flesh armor technique offered defenses far beyond what Chinja could breach. With this realization, he surged his power inwardly, propelling the black silken blood toward the Headless Knight at an even greater velocity. The battle's outcome was now clear, only he held any hope of standing against the Headless Knight. Seeing Chinja's attack fail to breach even his defenses, a sneer escaped the Headless Knight's chest cavity. That human looked pretty intimidating earlier, but turns out he's all show and no substance. With that thought, he launched a punch at Chinja, intending to finish him off in one fell swoop. Whoosh! At that moment, strands of black silken blood from the Lie Shadow flew toward him. Seeing this, the Headless Knight froze. He feared Chinja's attack not at all, but the Lie Shadow's assault demanded his full attention. Therefore, he abandoned his attack on Chinja, dodging the Shadow of Lie's assault. He immediately ceased engaging Chinja, shifting his focus entirely to confronting the Shadow of Lies. Once the Lie Shadow was defeated, these humans would be like fish in a barrel, not a single one would escape. At this moment, both the live stream viewers and the on-site spectators, Bailey Lang and Song Mengju, paid little attention to Chinja. Their eyes were glued to the confrontation between the Shadow of Lies and the Headless Knight. This battle, their clash, was the true crux. Chenja's earlier strike had failed to land. Though slightly frustrated, a surge of resolve suddenly filled Chenja's heart. It turned out these terrifying specters could be defeated after all. The reason his attack had failed was because he wasn't strong enough. With this realization, he fixed his gaze intently on the battle between the Lie Shadow and the Headless Knight, deep in thought. Soon, the battle between the Headless Knight and the Shadow of Lies reached a fever pitch. The two exchanged blows in a flurry of offense and defense, creating quite a spectacle. However, everyone could see that the Shadow of Lies was clearly losing ground. His strength was ultimately slightly weaker than the Headless Knight's. Ugh, this doesn't look good. The Shadow of Lies seems on the verge of defeat. Yeah, I see it too. That Headless Knight is seriously strong. Brother Fu and his companion won't escape death after all. Brother Fu, I'll always remember you. Your spirit lives on. At that moment, the live stream audience sighed in regret. They knew the Lie Shadow was about to fail. Brother Fu and his two companions would be brutally devoured by the Headless Knight. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure charged toward the Headless Knight. Everyone froze in shock, realizing that this figure was none other than Brother Fu, whom they had overlooked for so long. Seeing Brother Fu's actions, the live stream viewers were utterly baffled. What's Brother Fu doing? Tickling the Headless Knight? Bro, seriously. You know you can't break through the Headless Knight's defense, yet you keep wasting your energy and precious potions. Bro, give it a rest. It's useless. Stop struggling. You'd be better off using that time to figure out how to get the hell out of here. To them, Chinja's efforts seemed futile, a meaningless struggle. And that was precisely the case. The Headless Knight dismissed Chinja's attacks with utter contempt. Though Chinja had consumed a protection potion, rendering him invulnerable to the Knight's attacks. But Chinja couldn't inflict any damage on him either. The Headless Knight dodged Chinja's strikes whenever possible, and when evasion failed, he simply absorbed the blows. The scene had become somewhat comical. Chinja chased the Headless Knight, swinging his hammer relentlessly. Yet the Headless Knight treated his attacks like an annoying fly, paying them no mind whatsoever. Bailey Lang and Song Mengju watched Chinja, who looked like a clown on the field, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. The fate of death could no longer be altered. But Chinja wasn't dwelling on such thoughts. His sole focus was the hideous, grotesque Headless Knight before him. 1 hammer. 2 swings. 3 blows. As if possessed, Chinja relentlessly pounded the Headless Knight without fatigue. Under such relentless assault, the radiance of the blast hammer had even dimmed considerably. Chinja could sense that just a few more strikes would exhaust the blast hammer's power, rendering it useless. Chinja felt a surge of reluctance. Was death truly inevitable? As if hearing the roar echoing within Chinja's heart. Ding, dear player Chinja, in recognition of your courage and perseverance, you have been rewarded with the skill, Critical Strike. Just as Chinja was on the verge of collapse, a system notification flashed through his mind. Skill name, Critical Strike. Skill cost, 5 stamina. Effect, 10% chance to deal double damage to enemies. Skill duration, 1 minute. Skill cooldown, 3 hours. This notification also appeared in the live stream. Whoosh! Instantly, the previously subdued livestream room erupted once more. Just moments ago, they thought Brother Fu was wasting his energy, but now he'd proven them all wrong. Under these circumstances, Fugo had actually mastered the skill. His efforts hadn't been in vain. Fugo is amazing. He managed to master a skill like this. Fugo is incredible. We were wrong about Brother Fu before. His work wasn't useless. Brother Fu is awesome. Bro Fu truly inspires my deepest respect. Not only is he incredibly wealthy, but he's also so dedicated. I'd call Brother Fu the god of wealth. This turns things around. As the livestream erupted in excitement, hope ignited within Chinja's heart. Whoosh! Chinja swung his blasting hammer with all his might, smashing it down on the Headless Knight once more. Critical hit activated. 17 new game rules? Executive conference room. Seeing Chinja suddenly master a skill, the national leaders couldn't help but be stunned. To be honest, up until this point, Chinja's performance throughout the entire livestream had seemed merely average to them. Only his move to bribe ghost entities with ghost coins to become his subordinates had brought them a hint of surprise. What unfolded afterward might have seemed quite impressive to other viewers in the livestream. But it was utterly unimpressive to them. After all, they were high-ranking officials who had seen countless livestreams. These streams were filled with players possessing extraordinary intelligence or unmatched combat prowess. Thus, their standards were exceptionally high. But now, only when Chinja grasped the skill at the last possible moment did they feel astonished once more. What? Director Chen, who had initially held high expectations for Chinja, couldn't help but jump to his feet. Based on countless past livestream experiences, skills in the horror world were notoriously difficult to obtain. They usually required completing extremely difficult tasks or defeating powerful ghostly beings. Moreover, the skills obtained were usually temporary. They vanished upon returning from the game. Unexpectedly, the system rewarded Shinja with a skill right then and there simply for his courage and persistence. And it was a permanent skill. For a moment, an absurd thought flashed through the minds of the high-ranking officials. Could Shinja have bribed the system? Dismissing this absurd notion, the executives realized this was a new game rule. Quick, record this down. The man seated at the head of the table, usually composed and unflappable, couldn't help but change his expression as he hurriedly spoke. Naturally, no one dared to be careless. They promptly recorded this new game rule in the top-secret files. Grant Shinja level 4 talent treatment. If he survives this game, reward him with 100,000 yuan in cash. Should he perish, provide his parents with 500,000 yuan in compensation. After completing this task, the middle-aged man spoke with solemn gravity. The senior executives present voiced no objections whatsoever. After all, Shinja's performance this time had been outstanding. Subsequently, the executives reviewed the live broadcast footage and began deliberating. They debated whether this game mechanic could be exploited to help Hwagwa players unlock more skills. If they could successfully master this rule, players' strength within the game world would see a significant boost. Player survival rates and game ratings would also improve. However, as the discussion deepened, they realized the matter was far from straightforward. They realized that Shinja's acquisition of skills was the result of perfect timing, favorable conditions, and human factors aligning. This included not only his own persistence and courage, but also involved spending a massive amount of ghost coins to bribe and buy off ghostly creatures, acquiring numerous items. The total cost of these ghost coins approached 5,000. It was only under these circumstances that Shinja secured the skill at the last moment. In other words, the fundamental premise of this game's rules is possessing a massive amount of ghost coins. At this point in the discussion, the group exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile wryly. With that much ghost currency, acquiring skills wouldn't be difficult. Ultimately, it was Shinja's innate talent akin to turning stone into gold that allowed him to exploit this game mechanic. Others would find it difficult to replicate his path. Thus, while this game mechanic proved highly effective for Shinja, but for other players, it felt rather useless. At that moment, Shinja unleashed his most ferocious strike upon the Headless Knight. The remaining energy of the blast hammer gathered together in a final burst of light. Watching Shinja continue his futile attacks, the lying shadow couldn't help but feel utterly powerless. He had ultimately lost this battle. He could not stop the Headless Knight. The Headless Knight would devour these 3 humans. And he himself would never obtain those 2,000 ghost coins. It all came to nothing. Bailey Lang and Song Mengju's faces were now ashen. They knew this time, their chances were utterly slim. Watching Shinja charge toward the Headless Knight, both men believed it was futile. Wah! At that moment, Song Mengju thought of her parents and couldn't help but cry. The Headless Knight sensed Shinja's renewed assault but remained unconcerned. The situation was now crystal clear, the dark shadow of lies was doomed. In the next moment, he would savor the delicious taste of human flesh. At this thought, he couldn't help but shiver with pleasure. Just then, a sudden sense of danger flashed through his mind. What was happening? The Headless Horseman, sensing the threat, was utterly perplexed. The lying shadow was about to be defeated by him. Where could any danger possibly come from? In that instant, he suddenly turned his gaze toward Shinja, who was charging straight at him. Although Shinja's attack was no different from before, he could vaguely sense that this danger was emanating from this human. Impossible. The Headless Knight refused to believe this intuition. After all, in his view, if humans truly possessed such power, why hadn't they unleashed it from the very beginning? Just as victory was within reach, this human suddenly erupted? Bull. Yet despite his doubts, his body's instincts warned him. Get away from him. Get away from this human. With that thought, the Headless Knight didn't pause to think further. He instinctively dodged to the side. But it was already too late. Shinja's blast hammer struck him squarely in the chest. Thud. Unlike before, this time the blast hammer not only pierced through the Headless Knight's body defense. Its sharp tip pierced deep into the Headless Knight's chest, bursting through his back with a gush of blood and flesh. Critical hit. This strike successfully triggered the critical hit skill's 10% chance, doubling the damage. Live stream chat. Awesome. Roar. 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 Brother Fu did it. Wah wah wah, Brother Fu drilled a hole through the Headless Knight. So freaking awesome. Holy crap, what am I seeing? The seemingly weak Chinese guy just beat the mighty Headless Knight to a pulp. The moment Shinja breached the Headless Knight's defenses, the livestream erupted in excitement. Countless 666 bullet comments flooded the screen once more. Motorcycles zoomed past in the livestream, interspersed with several cars. The gifts Shinja received had already reached over 100,000. His ranking shot up again, landing him at 9,900th place on the daily leaderboard. Seeing Shinja's attack succeed, Bailey Lang and Song Mengju were utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe their eyes. What had just happened? Hadn't all his previous attacks failed to break through the Headless Knight's defenses? How could he suddenly become so formidable? Though filled with questions, Bai Li Lang and Song Mengju, now coming to their senses, were overcome with excitement. They had hope of survival once more. Ha, look at the school beauty now. Any big shots care to analyze whether she's fallen for Brother Fu already? Ha, what's there to analyze? If someone saved me like that, I'd fall for him too, especially someone like Brother Fu, who's both wealthy and incredibly powerful. Just a moment ago, those two thought Brother Fu was wasting his time. Now they're stunned, huh? Serves you right for doubting him. Ha, seeing them get their faces slapped like that makes me feel so excited too. 18. The Headless Knight's escape. Seeing Chinja's attack land, the Lying Shadow couldn't help but be startled. Based on his previous observations of Chinja, he concluded that this human, despite his abundance of ghost coins, was a complete novice with weak combat skills. Even if the Headless Knight stood there letting him hit him, he couldn't break through the defense. But how had his attacks suddenly become so devastating? He knew just how terrifying the Headless Knight's defenses were now. Capable of piercing the Headless Knight's body clean through. Meant this attack was far stronger than his own. Lai Shadow reflected on what had just transpired. He was more powerful and experienced than Bai Li Lang and Song Mengju. Bai Li Lang and Song Mengju couldn't fathom why Chinja had suddenly grown so powerful. But the Lying Shadow had some clues. Could it be? The Shadow of Lies raised an eyebrow. He knew a thing or two about the many legends surrounding Shadow Town. And suddenly recalled a little-known yet profoundly mysterious legend about the town. Thinking this, he quickly scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over Bai Li Lang, Song Mengju, and the Headless Horseman before settling on Chinja, who was panting heavily yet wearing a look of unwavering resolve. The scene before him mirrored the legend's description almost perfectly. Could this human be? At this thought, the Shadow of Lies dared not dwell on it further. This legend was profoundly mysterious, involving figures of terrifying power. So terrifying that Ghost Shadow Town paled in comparison. If this human truly is that person, then following him would be nothing short of. At this thought, the Lai Shadow's heart began to pound violently. If joining Chinja's ranks had been driven solely by the lure of ghost coins before. But deep down, he had never truly respected this human. Given the chance, he would have turned on him without hesitation. Yet now, his thoughts began to shift. Even if my prediction proves wrong, I stand to lose nothing. The Lying Shadow's mouth felt dry. But if my prediction proves correct, I might just latch onto a powerful ally, one so formidable that even the entire Shadow Legion of Slaughter would be mere ants before them. At this thought, the Shadow of Lies suddenly made up his mind. At that moment, a notification flashed through Chenja's mind. Ding, Lying Shadow's loyalty has increased to 70%. This notification also appeared in the livestream chat. Ha! What's going on? Why did Lai Shadow's loyalty to Brother Fu increase again? Who knows? Could it be that Brother Fu's aura of dominance has automatically won over the Shadow of Lies? That's unlikely. Brother Fu isn't that powerful. He's not strong enough to make the Lai Shadow act like this. There must be another reason. Either way, Brother Fu is impressive. Seeing the Lai Shadow's loyalty to Chinja rise, viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but buzz with speculation. This was downright bizarre. If the ghostly entity didn't turn on Brother Fu, that alone would be cause for celebration. How could its loyalty now be surging so dramatically? In everyone's eyes, Chinja's identity grew even more mysterious. In no time, many in the livestream began secretly digging into Chinja's background. Seeing the system notification, Chinja couldn't help but be astonished. But he had no clue why this was happening. Still, it was a good thing. Otherwise, he'd have to constantly guard against this ghostly creature in his heart. Wary of when it might stab him in the back. Then, it would truly be too late for tears. But now was no time for joy. His gaze darted in one direction. There lay the Headless Knight, his chest pierced through by his own blade. The Headless Horseman was in a pitiful state. Being pierced through the body was a severe injury for a human. But for them, the ghostly beings, it was no great matter. What proved fatal, however, was that all the energy from the blast hammer remained trapped within his body. This energy was specifically designed to counter spirit entities like them. He had previously dismissed it, confident that human attacks could not breach his defenses. But now, the situation was utterly brutal. The energy from the blast hammer ravaged his body unchecked, and the Headless Knight felt a sensation he hadn't experienced in ages. Pain. At this moment, he could barely contain the urge to howl in agony. Just like the humans he had consumed. At the same time, he never imagined that a single ordinary act of stealing a human would inflict such severe damage upon him. After all, even the punishment for being caught trespassing on another's territory was nowhere near as severe as his current injuries. What was even more astonishing to him was that such severe injuries weren't inflicted by other ghostly beings, but by a human being whom he had always regarded as weak and incompetent. Gazing at Chenja now, he felt a rare pang of fear. Even now, he remained utterly baffled as to how Chenja had managed to pierce through his chest. He also didn't know if the human could unleash such an attack again. If it happened a few more times, he might even meet his end right here. The thought sent shivers of terror coursing through his body. His already gravely wounded body spurted blood once more, making him look even more pitiful. Escape! At that moment, the headless knight had only one thought in his mind. Immediately, his body surged toward the doorway. He must escape. Live stream room. Holy crap, what am I seeing? The headless horseman, who's always been ruthless and savage, treating humans like candy beans, is actually scared of Brother Fu. He's actually trying to run away. He's panicking. Most newcomers would be lucky not to lose their minds seeing the headless knight. Who knew Brother Fu could turn the tables and send the headless knight into a panic? I crown Brother Fu the strongest rookie champion. Who's with me? Who's against? The live chat exploded with viewers flooding the screen with glowing praise for Chen Zhe. This livestream had them thoroughly entertained. From Brother Fu's unassuming start to his grand gesture of buying off the ghost creature with ghost coins. Then, when facing the headless knight, Brother Fu miraculously activated a system-granted skill to severely wound it. Finally, the headless knight, a nightmare for newcomers, actually developed a fear of Brother Fu and tried to flee. These plot twists were so over the top, even a TV drama wouldn't dare portray them. Previously, the streamers they watched were either running away or on their way to run away, leaving them frustrated to the point of wanting to spit blood. But watching Chen Zhe's livestream gave them a long overdue sense of exhilaration. As a result, viewers in the livestream chat flooded Chen Zhe with follows. They hoped Chen Zhe would become a top-tier streamer, a true powerhouse. Sunset in. Seeing the headless knight attempt to flee, Chen Zhe and Lai Shadow exchanged glances, each reading the same resolve in the other's eyes. Stop him. Kill him. They understood that inflicting such severe damage on the headless knight this time. If the headless knight managed to escape, only two outcomes were possible. First, the headless knight would be so terrified he'd never dare trouble them again. Second, he would return with other ghostly creatures to make another attempt. The two dared not gamble on the first possibility. Therefore, they struck simultaneously, determined to leave the headless knight here for good. Seeing Chen Zhe's actions, the live stream audience cheered him on. These terrifying specters, eliminating even one was a victory. Chen Zhe's approach was exactly what they wanted. Take down that headless knight. His cocky attitude is infuriating. Go for it, Brother Fu. Go, Brother Fu. This headless knight must have tons of rewards. Kill him, and your strength will rise, then you can take down even more ghostly creatures. Bro Fu is absolutely 666. Wipe out these damnable ghostly creatures. 19 Ghost Lord. While these spectators cheered Chen Zhe on, the rest of the livestream audience wasn't so optimistic. See? That headless knight isn't so easy to kill. The blast hammer has lost its power, and the critical strike skill only has half a minute left. Plus, it only has a 10% chance to activate, it won't trigger every time. Lai Shadow got beaten badly by the headless knight earlier too. He probably can't fight at full strength now. Yeah, the headless knight will definitely escape this time. Brother Fu will still be in serious danger then. Viewers holding this view were deeply worried. Indeed, the blast hammer was now depleted of energy and only one protection potion remained. The lying shadow's condition was equally pitiful. His charred corpse was now covered in wounds, blood flowing freely. Only a dozen or so strands of his black threads remained, looking utterly dejected. The pools of sentient blood had dwindled to just two, each shrunk by nearly half. Using the critical strike ability had cost Chen Zhe 5 points of stamina. He was utterly exhausted. If there had been a bed nearby, he might have collapsed into sleep immediately. But to guard against worse scenarios, Chen Zhe and the Lai Shadow still lunged at the headless knight. The headless knight, having lost all will to resist, endured the attacks from Lai Shadow and Chen Zhe while charging recklessly toward the doorway. Surprisingly, even with such severe injuries, his vitality remained remarkably tenacious. In the blink of an eye, after inflicting several more horrific wounds upon the headless knight, the two helplessly watched as he broke through their encirclement and smashed the door open. Phew, I finally escaped. The headless knight rejoiced. He knew he had narrowly escaped death this time. With that thought, he shot a hate-filled glare at Lai Shadow and Chen Zhe. Once he returned, he would exact tenfold vengeance for this humiliation. He would sever the limbs of this despicable human, turn him into a human pig, then flay his skin, strip his sinews, and drink his brain and marrow. See? I told you so. The headless knight got away. Brother Fu couldn't hold him. Not surprising. Brother Fu did remarkably well to get this far. Yeah, if it were me, I'd probably have been devoured by that headless knight long ago. Ha, you? Forget the headless knight, even the lying shadow could probably devour you. Sigh, once the headless knight returns, he'll surely seek revenge on Brother Fu. His situation looks grim now. If they'd managed to kill the headless knight, the rewards would have been huge. What a shame. Viewers in the livestream flooded the comments with regret. Despite his best efforts, Brother Fu still couldn't defeat the headless knight. The headless knight would surely return with other ghostly creatures to cause trouble for Brother Fu. By then, the situation would truly become perilous. After all, Brother Fu couldn't pull off miracles every single time. Bailey Lang and Song Mengju couldn't help but show a hint of regret on their faces. This headless knight was clearly no ordinary foe. They had witnessed the headless knight's methods firsthand. If they could kill it, the system would surely grant an extremely high reward. But both of them understood that Chenja had already done exceptionally well. He had even surpassed their wildest expectations. Seeing this, Chenja and the lying shadow felt not only helplessness but also deep concern. After this successful escape, the headless horseman would surely return with renewed force. When that time came, the headless knight would undoubtedly bring even more ghostly creatures. Moreover, the headless knight now knew their methods. Once the fight began, it would certainly not be like this time, or Chenja was caught off guard. By then, it would be extremely difficult for Chenju and the Shadow of Lies to emerge victorious. But there was nothing to be done about it. Ultimately, their strength was too weak to stop the headless knight. Just as everyone thought the headless knight was about to escape, a figure suddenly appeared outside the door. Tall and gaunt, his hair sparse and disheveled, veins bulging on his face, muscles sagging, he looked ancient. His upper body was bare, his emaciated muscles rippling like mountain ranges. He wore black shorts, and several drops of blood, still warm, dripped onto his broken slipper. It was Old Ghost. Chenja was startled. Beyond that, he was puzzled, wondering why Old Ghost had returned here. It must be coincidence. Yet, upon seeing Old Ghost appear, deep fear flickered in the eyes of the Black Shadow and the Headless Horseman. Despite their fear, the Headless Horseman breathed a genuine sigh of relief at the sight of Old Ghost. He knew he was truly safe now. These humans might not know much about Old Ghost, but the ghostly beings were well aware. His power was immense, yet he never interfered in conflicts between humans and ghostly beings. Therefore, the Headless Knight felt no concern that Old Ghost would intercept him on the human's behalf. With that thought, he respectfully stepped aside for Old Ghost and sprinted toward the end of the corridor. Once he reached the end, he could return to his own territory. Chenju and the Lying Shadow watched helplessly as the Headless Knight vanished before their eyes. In this battle, they had ultimately failed to achieve true victory. Sizzle. Unexpectedly, just as the Headless Knight was about to slip past Old Ghost, a blood-red light suddenly flared from Lao Gui's cloudy eyes. This bloodlight carried an intense, sickening stench. Chenja caught only a whiff of it before he couldn't help but vomit. The beam struck the Headless Knight squarely. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like acid splashing onto water, the Headless Knight's body rapidly melted under the light's corrosive effect, releasing a cloud of white vapor. In the blink of an eye, the lower half of the Headless Knight dissolved completely. Ah! Suddenly struck by such devastating damage, the Headless Knight let out a wretched howl of agony. At the same time, he was utterly baffled. Why would the Ghost Lord suddenly attack him? He hadn't done anything to offend the Ghost Lord. But now, the physical damage and his increasingly blurred consciousness left him unable to continue thinking. Why? The question roared from his chest, and then his entire body melted away completely under the glow of bloodlight. The Headless Knight death. This sudden transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. Before the crowd could react, the once massive form of the Headless Knight had already transformed into a pool of blood on the ground. Beside the blood lay 2 blue cards and a wooden key. Then, something even more astonishing occurred. Old Ghost nonchalantly picked up the cards and key from the ground, as if he hadn't been involved in the events at all. He then walked straight up to Chenja, handed him the 3 items, and said with a hint of kindness, "Young man, keep them safe." With that, Old Ghost turned and left the room, vanishing from everyone's sight. Boom! The livestream erupted once more. Holy crap, did I just see that? That mysterious Old Ghost actually helped Chenja kill the Headless Knight. I didn't see wrong, did I? You didn't see wrong, man. It's all real. Who'd have thought that after gaining the loyalty of the Lying Shadow, Brother Fu would get Old Ghost's help too? And Old Ghost even looked at him with kindness. What the hell is going on? Why would Old Ghost help Brother Fu? Same question. Could it be that Brother Fu gave the Old Ghost that rare art book he had? What's there to analyze? All I can say is Brother Fu is awesome. 666. Same here. 20 skill cards and room keys. Seeing Old Ghost suddenly intervene, the Shadow of Lies was taken aback. As a resident of Ghost Shadow Town, he knew something about Old Ghost. Beyond his reluctance to meddle in conflicts between ghosts and humans, he harbored deep hostility toward humanity. This hostility wasn't overt, but rather concealed in the shadows. This was evident from the fact that Old Ghost had sent Chenja to his room on a mission. So Old Ghost's intervention this time left him utterly shocked. That Chenja could actually prompt Old Ghost, who had always harbored hostility toward humans, to offer assistance. What secret could this man possibly hold? Could he truly be the legendary figure? Lai Shadow's mind raced with questions. Meanwhile, Bailey Lang and Song Mengju felt their bodies suddenly relax, freed from their restraints. With the Headless Knight's demise, they too gained their freedom. We've finally survived. Song Mengju couldn't help but weep with joy. At the same time, she looked at Chenja beside her, her eyes filled with gratitude and an indescribable expression. In her heart, Chenja now stood tall and towering. Ding, dear player Chenja, congratulations on assisting in the defeat of the Headless Knight. Reward, 500 ghost coins. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Chenja's mind. 500 ghost coins? The first half of the system message filled him with anticipation, but upon hearing the second half, he was utterly speechless. Why the hell do you have to reward ghost coins? Ghost coins are the last thing I need. Shenja couldn't help but mentally rant. The livestream viewers couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the system's reward for Shenja. For most players, 500 ghost coins would be a significant reward. But for Brother Fu, it was practically pocket change. Bro Fu must be so bummed. After all that effort, the reward is just 500 ghost coins? The last thing Bro Fu needs is more ghost coins. This system has no sense of tact. First time I've been this disappointed in it. Turns out even Brother Fu can get humiliated sometimes. After stewing in frustration for a while, Shenja pulled out the items dropped by the Headless Knight after Old Ghost killed it. Hopefully these items will give me a pleasant surprise. Shenja looked at the items in his hands with anticipation. Skill card, Demon Roar 1-star temporary. Skill description, fires a magical sound wave at the target, dealing 5 damage while instilling fear and reducing the enemy's combat effectiveness. Cost, 5 stamina plus 5 mana. Duration, 2-5 seconds. Skill CD, 30 minutes. Skill card, Flesh Armor Technique 1-star temporary. Skill description, fuses spirit-infused armor with your body, increasing attack by +3 and defense by +3. Cost, 10 stamina plus 10 mana. Duration, 10 minutes. Skill CD, 6 hours. Headless Horseman's Inn Key, as the name suggests, this key unlocks the Headless Horseman's room at the inn. Time remaining, 2 days 2 hours 21 minutes 48 seconds. Whoa, these items look awesome. 2 1-star skills, and one of them is even the key to the Headless Knight's room. Brother Fu totally hit the jackpot this time. There must be other cool stuff in the Headless Knight's room. Brother Fu's power has skyrocketed this time. His chances of clearing the dungeon have shot way up. Seeing the item descriptions, viewers in the livestream flooded the chat with 666 meaning amazing. The Headless Knight's room key goes without saying, but the other 2 skill cards also looked extraordinary. Though temporary, they'd witnessed the Headless Knight wield them. Their power was truly astonishing. If Brother Fu could find the corresponding gems, he might even remove the temporary suffix and turn them into permanent skills. Of course, this was merely wishful thinking. Such gems were extremely rare and difficult to obtain. Their value far surpassed that of the skills themselves. Shenja examined these items. While their power was undeniable, their energy cost was simply too high. Demon Roar was manageable, similar to Critical Strike, both costing 5 stamina. But Flesh Helm consumes a whopping 10 stamina points. Keep in mind, Shenja's current maximum stamina was only 20 points. Worse still, being a rank 0, he possessed no mana at all. Thus, he could only watch helplessly, unable to use them. This thought sparked an idea in Shenja's mind, and his personal interface appeared before him. Player, Shenja. Level, Mortal Tier 0. Prey for Fiends, the lowest existence in the terrifying world. Experience, 510. Health, 820. Magic, 00. Stamina, 420. Attack, 5. Defense, 5. Talent permanent unique, Ghost Coin System gains 1 ghost coin per breath. Skill permanent, Critical Strike 0-star. Skills temporary, Demon Roar 1-star, Flesh Helm Technique 1-star. Items, Sanctuary Potion, Broken Copper Key, Sunset Inn's Missing Mop, Sunset Lady's Missing Storage Room Key, Resource Exchange Voucher, Headless Knight's Room Key. Ghost Coins, 2037. Minion Temporary, Lying Shadow Tier 1, Loyalty 70%. At this point, Shenja had over 2,000 ghost coins. He gave 2,000 to the Lying Shadow as agreed. Receiving the 2,000 ghost coins, the Shadow of Lies was thrilled. His loyalty even increased by another 10%, reaching 80%. It could be said that while their relationship wasn't absolutely rock solid yet, it had become remarkably stable. The Shadow of Lies then departed to tend to its wounds and enhance its power. Shenju and his 2 companions rested in the room, tending to their injuries and quietly awaiting the conclusion of the first mission. Shenja, I never expected you to be this formidable. You're not an ordinary person, are you? During their rest, Shenja suddenly felt a gentle, fragrant breeze wash over him. Then he saw Song Mengju sit down beside him. A strand of her hair fell onto Shenja's arm, stirring a flutter in his heart. Song Mingju's cheeks were flushed. Her clothes bore numerous scratches from being restrained by the Headless Knight earlier, revealing glimpses of her jade-like skin. Not at all, I'm just an ordinary person. What's so special about me? Shenja hastily waved his hands in response to Song Mingju's words. At the same time, he couldn't understand why Song Mengju had suddenly moved closer. Just then, his peripheral vision caught Bailey Lang giving him a knowing wink. Ahem, I'll go check the other room to see if I can find anything. Saying this, Bailey Lang pretended to have business and made his exit from the room. As he exited, he pumped his fist at Shenja. From his mouth movements, Shenja knew the kid was saying go for it. Bang! In an instant, the somewhat cramped room was left with only Song Mengju and Shenja. Suddenly, Shenja began to understand. He found himself instinctively looking at Song Mengju. At that moment, Song Mengju fidgeted nervously, her slender waist faintly exposed. Seeing this, Chenja couldn't help but swallow hard. He had to admit Song Mengju was truly beautiful and her figure was absolutely stunning. Chenja, who had been single since birth for 20 years, suddenly had a thought. How wonderful it would be if Song Mengju could be his girlfriend. At that moment, Song Mengju also glanced nervously at Chenja. She was filled with curiosity about this boy. In such a perilous and terrifying world, this boy had repeatedly turned the tide and even saved her life. As he gazed into Song Mengju's wide eyes, her bashful gaze, and her fair, rosy cheeks, Chenja's heart began to pound wildly. Holy crap, what the hell am I seeing? The school beauty Song Mengju actually sat down next to Brother Fu on her own. Once a woman starts idolizing a guy, she's definitely fallen for him. With this setup, I hope nothing inappropriate happens next. A man and a woman alone in a room after such a harrowing ordeal? The atmosphere is ripe for making babies. Pfft, you scumbag. Brother Fu is nothing like you. Pfft, who knows? From what I can tell, Brother Fu is just a big kid at heart, a baby himself. I'm so jealous of Brother Fu. He actually snagged a top-tier girl like Song Mengju. Not only is she gorgeous, but she's got an amazing figure and her family is loaded. Pfft, no matter how rich her family is, I bet they can't hold a candle to Brother Fu. 21 Talent, lie detection. In the end, what the audience hoped for didn't happen. Though Chenja and Song Mengju had developed feelings for each other, they never took that final step. Besides, they were still trapped in this terrifying world, living day to day, with no time to dwell on such matters. Time passed quickly. 3 hours later. Ding, dear player Chenja, congratulations on successfully completing the first round of game tasks. Your rewards are Ghost Coins 100, Experience Points 5, Health Potion 2, Stamina Potion 2, and 1 temporary talent draw. Please proceed to the lobby to meet Miss Sunset and receive your second round of game tasks. Hearing the system prompt, Chenja breathed a sigh of relief. The first round was finally complete. He then proceeded to inspect the rewards distributed by the system. First were the 5 EXP points. These 5 points brought his total experience to 10, making him eligible for a level up. However, according to the system prompt, merely reaching the required experience points wasn't enough. To level up, he also needed to find an item called an upgrade stone. Only then could he advance from a rank 0 commoner to a rank 1 warrior. Based on his prior understanding of the game, level-up stones were extremely difficult to obtain, and countless players were stuck at this stage. Next were 2 health potions and 2 stamina potions. Item, Health Potion Mini. Effect, restores 10 HP over 10 seconds. Item, Stamina Potion Mini. Effect, restores 10 stamina within 10 seconds. Seeing the descriptions of these 2 items, Chenja couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Both potions were highly practical items, extremely useful in combat. Next, he turned his attention to the final reward from the system. This was the reward he anticipated most, a chance to draw a temporary talent. In the game, talents differed from skills. Skills required stamina to activate, and some even demanded mana or other resources. Talents, however, functioned much like his ghostly fortune system, requiring no resources whatsoever. In horror games, only by acquiring talents could one truly gain the power to confront ghostly entities. Just as Chenja was about to draw a talent, the Lie Shadow arrived. By this point, the charred corpse of the Lie Shadow had undergone a transformation. Its once charred shell had shed away, revealing smooth, pale skin beneath. Most strikingly, the mesmerizing glint in its eyes had grown even more intense. Chenja reflected that had the Lie Shadow possessed such power earlier, he would have been utterly helpless. A thought struck him, and the Lie Shadow's personal panel appeared in his mind. Spectral Entity, Lie Shadow Shadow Town. Rank, Ghost Warrior Tier 1. Experience, 100-100. Health, 70-70. Stamina, 75-75. Magic, 60-60. Attack, 20. Defense, 15. Talent permanent, Deliberate Seduction compels weak-willed creatures to obey your commands. Skills permanent, Black Fishnet Stockings 1 star, Blood Sacrifice 1 star. Items, Spiritual Black Stockings, Spiritual Blood. Ghost Coins, 800. Master Temporary, Shinji Human, Loyalty, 80%. Holy crap! If I hadn't been watching the live streams, I wouldn't believe that Brother Fu's minion, Lie Shadow, has gotten this strong. Of course. Who wouldn't get stronger with that much ghost coin? The Lie Shadow isn't great at fighting, so his combat power increase isn't too crazy. But with that high loyalty, there's little risk of him turning on us. Brother Fu's power has surged again. Brother Fu has a really high chance of clearing this dungeon now. Seeing the Lie Shadow's personal stats, Chenja was also taken aback. He hadn't expected the Lying Shadow to reach the peak of Tier 1 in such a short time. He was now far more powerful than the Headless Knight. If he faced the Headless Knight again, he could likely take it down effortlessly on his own. Seeing this, Chenja couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, the Lie Shadow's loyalty to him had reached 80%. Otherwise, if such a powerful subordinate turned against him, he wouldn't even know how he died. Lying Shadow gazed at Chenja before him, his heart filled with emotion. Just hours ago, he had been gravely wounded, unable to afford the inn and facing eviction. Yet in the span of mere hours, not only had his wounds vanished completely, but his power had surged dramatically. If he could find an upgrade stone, he might even become a second-tier ghost general. In Ghost Shadow Town, a ghost general was already considered a figure of some stature. A single command could rally legions of ghostly minions. This remarkable transformation was all thanks to this human. Moreover, based on his speculation, this human might even be the legendary figure of lore. If he could latch onto this powerful ally, his future would be even brighter. Thinking this, the Shadow of Lies harbors no thoughts of backlash whatsoever. Then, Shinju and his two companions began to draw their talents. Amidst a burst of black and white light, Shinju received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, dear player Shinju, you have drawn the talent, Blood Ox. Temporary talent, Blood Ox. Description, health points 2. Duration, 10 minutes. CD, 6 hours. Seeing the talent he had drawn, Shinju couldn't help but swallow hard. He'd long heard that players' strength would surge dramatically after acquiring talents. Indeed, this talent appeared deceptively simple at first glance, yet proved remarkably practical. After all, a level 1 character's health pool was only around 60 to 100 points. The Blood Ox talent, however, allowed his health points to reach 40. This greatly enhanced his survivability. Next, Shinju inquired about the talents Bai Li Lang and Song Mengju had drawn. Bai Li Lang's results were similar to his own. He drew the talent Attack Bull. Talent, Attack Bull. Effect, doubles attack power. Duration, 1 minute. CD, 0.5 hours. Seeing the talent Bai Li Lang had drawn, Shinju's heart stirred. His talent bore a striking resemblance to Shinju's own, Critical Strike. In fact, it was slightly stronger as it required no resource expenditure. However, Shinju's, Critical Strike, was a permanent skill that could be upgraded. Bai Li Lang's was merely a temporary talent, usable only within this world. Talents generally required more effort to upgrade than skills. Moreover, even if one manages to upgrade it, the talent cannot be retained after leaving this world. Unless one finds the corresponding talent stabilization stone to convert it into a permanent talent. Of course, talent fixation stones are equally rare. Still, Bai Li Lang was quite content with this. He even boasted about wanting to find another headless knight to fight. Song Mengju's talent draw differed from theirs. She had drawn a unique soul-type talent, Panic Detection. Temporary talent, Lie Detection. Talent description, detects whether a target is lying. Success rate is 100% against targets of equal tier. Success rate decreases with increasing power disparity. Talent cooldown, 1 hour. The livestream audience gasped in astonishment at Song Mengju's talent. The Lie Detection talent held immense value in the game, earning it the reputation of a golden support for any team. Who would have thought Song Mengju could draw this talent? Holy crap, sis-in-law is amazing. She actually got this talent. No wonder Brother Fu only goes for extraordinary people. Thank goodness this talent is only temporary. Otherwise, Brother Fu would suffer every time he's with his sister-in-law. One spot the lie and he'd be dead inside, no secrets left. Brother Fu isn't some scumbag like you. Besides, with sister-in-law's looks and figure, he'd never even glance at another woman. 22 I want 3 servings of instant noodles. After learning about their respective talents, Shinju and the others went to find Sunset Lady to receive their second round of tasks. The lie shadow spun once, its flesh and blood transforming into a faint shadow that then burrowed into Shinju's shadow. Far from feeling discomfort, Shinju experienced a pleasant, cool chill spreading through his body. Entering the hall, they found not only Sunset Lady but also the man in the suit from before. Surprisingly, the man in the suit had also passed the first round of tasks. However, Aunt Jiang, who had been with him earlier, was nowhere to be seen. As Shinju and his companions entered the hall, the man in the suit turned to look at them. When his gaze fell upon Shinju and Bai Li Lang, a flash of greed flickered in the man's eyes. But when he caught sight of Song Mengju standing behind Shinju, a fleeting, barely perceptible lecherous gleam flashed in his eyes. Miss Sunset, we've completed the first round of tasks. Please tell us what the second round entails. Shinju didn't want to waste time and addressed Ms. Sunset directly. At this moment, he had become the anchor for the trio. Hearing Shinju's inquiry, Sunset Lady turned her gaze toward him. Her gaze first fell upon the shadow of lies lurking within Shinju's shadow, causing her to pause in surprise. She knew this shadow of lies had been severely injured earlier, and his money was only enough for one night at the inn. The next night, he would have to pack up and leave, evicted from the hotel. Without the shelter of the inn, he would be exposed to the blood moon's rays, putting him in a very precarious situation. But now, how had he recovered from his injuries in such a short time, even growing stronger than before? What astonished Sunset Lady even more was that he had possessed the shadow of this human. This was no ordinary act. Such a phenomenon only occurs when one recognizes another as their master. Why would the lie shadow acknowledge this human as its master? Pondering this, she fixed her gaze intently on Shinju. She had assumed that someone capable of commanding the lie shadow must be an exceptionally powerful being. What? Just a zero-tier mortal. The results of her investigation left her stunned once more. She couldn't fathom why the Shadow of Lies would choose such a weak human as its master. Under Lady Sunset's intense gaze, Chenja's expression instantly grew awkward. After all, Lady Sunset's figure was breathtakingly sexy. Those towering peaks, that waist you could grasp in one hand, those long, slender legs, she was nothing short of a masterpiece crafted by God. Song Mengju sensed something was off with Chenja. Then she noticed Sunset Lady staring motionless at Chenja while he seemed unable to meet her gaze. Oomph. She shot Sunset a fierce glare. That vixen, daring to steal my man. Pa! Then she glanced at Sunset Lady's figure, feeling even more furious inside. Fine then, Chenja, you big jerk. You're driving me crazy. At this thought, Song Mengju's face suddenly twisted into a look of hurt. Her eyes welled up, tears threatening to spill over. Look, the sister-in-law is angry at Brother Fu. You can't blame Chenja for this. Miss Sunset's figure is just too stunning. Even through the screen, I feel like I'm about to explode. Pfft, I don't feel a thing. Dude upstairs must be in sage mode already. You're fast, man. Impressive. So jealous of Brother Fu, the school beauty Song Mengju is actually jealous of him. The seasoned veterans in the livestream chat started making kindergarten-level jokes. The man in the suit noticed the strange atmosphere. He saw Sunset staring motionless at Chenja while that girl wore what seemed like a jealous expression. A surge of anger suddenly welled up inside him. He remembered that when he first arrived in this world, these two weren't like this at all. Yet in such a short time, the girl and this guy seemed to have developed something more than friendship. Especially when he noticed the girl's clothes were somewhat tattered. Oomph. Could it be that those two had? The thought made him feel resentful. Why hadn't such good fortune fallen to him? By experience and strength, he was no less capable than this greenhorn. Not to mention, he possessed that thing. At the thought of that thing, a barely perceptible cold smile flickered at the corner of the suit-wearing man's mouth. These two men would become the fuel for my growth. As for these two women. With that thought, he cleared his throat. Ahem, Miss Sunset, everyone's here now. You should go ahead and assign the second round of tasks. Hearing this, Sunset also withdrew her gaze from Chenja. Seeing this, Song Mengju let out an almost imperceptible snort, feeling slightly better inside. Ms. Sunset smiled faintly. There's no rush for the second round of tasks. It's dinner time now, everyone should head to the dining hall first. Then, a hint of mischief flashed in Sunset Lady's eyes. Oh, and a word of caution, the restaurant staff are in a foul mood because the boss docked their pay over some incident. It's best not to provoke them, the consequences could be dire. Hearing this, the group looked puzzled. Avoid conflict with the restaurant staff? With this question lingering, Chenja and his three companions made their way toward the dining hall. As they pushed open the restaurant door, a thick, pungent smell of blood hit them. 5 or 6 ghosts turned their heads toward them simultaneously, their faces bearing expressions that were neither smiles nor frowns. Ah! Song Mengju let out a startled cry, clutching Chenja's arm tightly. The man in black saw this, and a flash of anger flickered in his eyes. What's wrong? Chenja hurriedly asked Song Mengju. Look at those tables and chairs. Song Mengju pointed toward the dining room furniture. Only then did everyone notice that the furniture arranged in the dining hall was actually made from bones. Most terrifying of all, each table had a human head placed at its center as decoration. Each skull stared back with wide, frozen eyes filled with terror. Ha! Seeing this, everyone felt deeply unsettled. After all, these were human heads. Fortunately, since arriving in this terrifying world, they had encountered similar scenes many times before. Thus, they suppressed their unease and sat down at one of the tables. No sooner had they sat down than a large-headed ghost, its waist wrapped in a red scarf, approached them. Order your food, it said. What you order, you must eat. If you don't order, you know the consequences. The large-headed ghost eyed them with clear malice. Hearing this, the group hurriedly scanned the menu. Braised human paws 1 portion remaining, 50 ghost coins. Sweet and sour human eyes 1 portion left, 68 ghost coins. Instant noodles plentiful, 500 ghost coins. Seeing the dishes on the menu, everyone's faces froze in shock. Most of these dishes were made with human ingredients. The only normal item, instant noodles, was the most expensive, costing a whopping 500 ghost coins per serving. Consider that their reward for completing the first mission was only 100 ghost coins. I'll have the braised human paws. The man in the suit addressed the waiter directly. It was the cheapest dish left, and with only 1 portion remaining, the man in the suit beat everyone to it, a hint of smugness in his eyes. See how quick I am? The later you order, the more ghost coins the dishes cost. After the man in the suit placed his order, the big-headed ghost waiter turned his gaze toward Chenja and his 2 companions. What about you? If you don't order, you'll face the consequences. With that, he licked his lips and grinned savagely at the trio. The man in the suit prepared to watch Chenja and his companions scramble to order. When ghost coins were at stake, these people would surely resort to any means. Then, the girl would surely see the boy's true colors. I'll take 3 servings of instant noodles. At that moment, much to the surprise of the man in the suit, Chenja flicked his hand dramatically, slamming 3 500 denomination ghost bills onto the table. For a moment, the big-headed ghost waiter and the man in the suit were both stunned. Damn, that's so cool. Brother Fu's gesture was absolutely badass. Look at that big-headed ghost waiter, he's frozen in shock. His expression is hilarious. And that suit guy looks like he's constipated, ha. Now he knows who the real boss is, better start groveling. 23. The long-tongued ghost. Seeing the 1,500 ghost coins Shinja produced, everyone present was shocked. The big-headed ghost waiter's eyes went completely blank. This meal was supposed to be a test for these humans. In his mind, the remaining 3 would follow the suit-wearing man's lead and reluctantly order the cheapest dishes. But this human defied all expectations by ordering the most expensive instant noodles. It shattered his worldview. In his view, these humans were so stingy they'd split a ghost coin in 2 to spend it. Who in their right mind would spend so much ghost currency on instant noodles during this test? Just to avoid eating human flesh? He'd hosted quite a few human players before, but Shinja's approach was a first for him. Previously, even those humans with ample ghost coins wouldn't buy instant noodles. After all, no one would casually waste such precious ghost coins. Yet this very scene was unfolding before his eyes. His gaze toward Shinja immediately grew serious. After all, the restaurant owner was currently fretting over ghost coins. Just 2 days prior, he'd even found an excuse to dock half their wages. If the owner knew this human had spent 1,500 ghost coins, he'd be overjoyed. After all, who would turn down ghost coins? With this thought, Big Head Ghost's attitude toward Shinju improved considerably. After all, if the boss found out he'd neglected such an important customer, his fate would be grim indeed. Meanwhile, the man in the suit stared wide-eyed at the 1,500 ghost coins Shinja had casually produced. From the first round of tasks, he knew how precious and rare ghost coins were. He'd exerted tremendous effort, even abandoning his principles as a human being, and had only just managed to scrape together 300 ghost coins. Earlier, he'd acted with lightning speed to select the cheapest meal available. It still stung like hell. Yet now, to his utter astonishment, this greenhorn he'd always looked down on casually produced 1,500 ghost coins. And judging by the kid's demeanor, those 1,500 ghost coins didn't seem particularly important to him. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel that comparison was truly deadly. Now he understood why the stunningly beautiful and curvaceous Song Mengju would be involved with this unremarkable-looking kid. It all came down to one thing: this kid had a lot of ghost coins. Maybe in real life, this kid is some super rich second-generation heir. The man in the suit glanced at Shinja and thought to himself. Then he became even more convinced of his own thought. This guy must be a super rich second-generation heir. Otherwise, how could Song Mengju have fallen for him? Oomph, that is a 2. The man in the suit turned his gaze back to Song Mengju, a trace of hatred flickering at the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, he had thought her innocent, but now she seemed like a social climber, a complete. At the same time, he pondered. If this were real life, seeing Shinja the super-rich second-generation heir, he would have been obsequiously respectful, never daring to offend him. But this was the horror world. Here, the super-rich second-generation heir wouldn't get his way with everything he wanted like he did in reality. After all, this place was filled with all manner of terrifying ghostly entities. With this thought, the suit-clad man already harboring resentment toward the wealthy narrowed his eyes slightly as he regarded Shinja. Don't give me a chance, or I'll strip you of every last ghost coin you have. Then I'll teach this money-grubbing what it means to be in ecstasy and agony. Regardless of what Big Head Ghost and the suit-wearing man were thinking, Song Mengju and Bailey Lang beside them were startled for a moment but quickly adapted. They were almost used to it by now. Bailey Lang, who had known Shinja since childhood, now found himself wondering if Shinja was actually the only son of some domestic super-wealthy tycoon. Otherwise, how could his ghost coins seem to be endless? The dark shadow of lies lurking within Shinja's shadow couldn't help but sneer at the other's astonishment. Shinja is the legendary one. What's a little ghost coin to him? At that moment, a diner in the restaurant grew impatient seeing the big-headed ghost waiter still lingering at Shinja's table. He was a long-tongued ghost, his elongated tongue dragging along the floor, leaving trails of blood in its wake. Waiter! Why haven't you come over yet? I'm starving. Does this kid not have enough money to order food? With that, he rose impatiently and made his way toward Shinja's table. Truthfully, he'd been growing restless ever since Chunjia and his 3 companions entered the restaurant. These humans were like freshly roasted pork knuckles, making him swallow repeatedly. Now, seeing the big-headed ghost waiter linger before Shinja for ages, he assumed the humans lacked ghost coins to order. Seeing this, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. After all, that would mean he could follow the game's rules and devour these humans. At the same time, the other ghosts in the restaurant noticed this and began moving toward them. They too assumed Shinju and his companions hadn't ordered with ghost coins, so they came to feast on the humans. Damn it, I gotta act fast. There are too few humans here, they won't be enough to eat. Seeing this, the tongue ghost didn't even pause to assess the situation before lunging forward, its jaws snapping toward Shinja's head. A dark shadow instantly burst forth from Shinja's shadow, grabbing the long-tongued ghost by the head and kicking it sprawling onto the floor. This shadow was none other than the Lie Shadow. Though protected by the rules, the Lie Shadow feared something might go wrong. Seeing Chinja in danger, it acted decisively. This sudden turn of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Seeing the Tongue-Long Ghost's attack blocked, the other ghosts halted in their tracks. "It's you, Shadow of Lies?" The ghosts were stunned upon seeing the Shadow of Lies. If anyone in the inn was the lowest-ranking ghost, it was undoubtedly this Shadow of Lies. Moreover, they knew this creature was gravely wounded, about to be expelled from the inn to die under the blood moon's light. Yet now, the Lie Shadow stood before them, wounds completely vanished, its aura even more potent than before. What was even more unbelievable was that the Lie Shadow had just emerged from within the shadow of this human. Could it be? The ghosts exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. "You little punk, daring to block your grandpa Tongue Ghost? You want to die, ha!" The Tongue Ghost, who had been kicked to the ground, roared with fury upon seeing the Lie Shadow attack him. In his mind, the Shadow of Lies was the lowest form of existence in the inn. To actually dare attack him? He must be tired of living. "I'll beat you to death." The long-tongued ghost roared, whipping his long tongue into a whipping motion as it shot toward the Lie Shadow. This tongue was his most formidable weapon. He was confident that a single strike from his tongue would either kill or severely wound this weak Lie Shadow. At that moment, the man in the suit saw a ghostly creature suddenly emerge from Chenja's shadow. He was startled at first. He never imagined Chenja could have a ghostly creature protecting him. Money really does make the devil grind. The man in the suit couldn't help but think to himself. However, judging by the long-tongued ghost's demeanor, this spirit creature was weak, so weak it could only survive by following Chenja. Therefore, the man in the suit hoped the long-tongued ghost would kill this spirit creature. "Serves you right for showing off. Ghost coins aren't everything, haha." Just as the man in the suit thought the ghostly creature would be thoroughly punished by the tongue stretcher, the lying shadow casually caught the flying tongue with a single palm. Then, with a powerful tug, the long-tongued ghost slammed into the nearby wall like a kite whose string had snapped. "What?" Witnessing this, the crowd of ghosts gasped in shock. When had the lowest-ranked Lie Shadow become so powerful? As if hearing their questions, after tossing the long-tongued ghost aside, the Lie Shadow addressed the crowd indifferently. "My current power comes from my master. Anyone who wants to mess with him will have to get past me first." Damn, that Lie Shadow sure knows how to talk a game. Who'd have thought Brother Fu could pull off such a bold move in front of all these ghosts? Ha, this is too satisfying. Shadow of Lies, I'm rooting for you. Brother Fu rocks. Who can argue with that? Fu Ge's underlings are seriously badass. Money really does make a difference. 24 ghosts need to make a living too. Hearing Liar Shadow's words, the ghosts were startled once more. Lying Shadow actually acknowledged this human as his master. If it had been the previous Lying Shadow, it might have been understandable after all, its power was so weak that clinging to a human made sense. But through their recent clash, the ghosts were shocked to discover. Not only had the Shadow of Lies regained its power, it had even reached the peak of the first tier. The Tongue Ghost, renowned for its close combat prowess, couldn't even withstand a single strike from the Lie Shadow. How could things have turned out this way? Why would the now powerful Lie Shadow follow such a weak human? The man in the suit was also utterly stunned. He never imagined that the ghostly entity following Chinja could be so powerful. Then, resentment welled up within him. Why would such a powerful specter follow this kid? After all, I was the one who obtained that thing. A hint of unease stirred within the Shadow of Lies. His peripheral vision caught sight of the man in the suit. Chenja. The Shadow of Lies' voice echoed in Chenja's mind. I think there's something off about that man in the suit. Hearing the Shadow of Lies' words, Chenja paused slightly before asking. The guy in the suit? What's wrong with him? In Chenja's eyes, though the man in the suit seemed different from when they first entered the game, his behavior was actually quite normal. After all, this was the world of horror. Changes in personality were only to be expected. Even his own personality had shifted considerably. I sense he's transforming into one of us ghostly beings. Lie's Shadow spoke with a hint of caution. Hearing this, Chenja couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm. What? Transforming into a ghostly entity? He found it hard to believe. The man in the suit had clearly been human just moments ago. Even in this terrifying world, how could such a drastic transformation occur so swiftly? Yet despite his reluctance to believe it, he couldn't afford to dismiss the Shadow of Lies' warning. The Shadow of Lies wouldn't deceive him about something like this. What evidence do you have? Chenja pressed the Shadow of Lies. The Shadow of Lies pondered for a moment before replying to Chenja. I detected a shift in the soul of the man in the suit. Worse still, there's a human presence lurking within him. Hearing this, Chenja couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't quite grasp the first part, but the second part immediately made him think of Aunt Jiang, who had been with the man in the suit earlier. He had assumed Aunt Jiang had died tragically while on a mission. Yet the Shadow of Lies' words suggested her death might have other causes. This thought made Chenja feel a bit wary of the man in the suit. Witnessing the Shadow of Lies' formidable power, the ghostly beings hurriedly returned to their seats. The long-tongued ghost's face flushed with embarrassment as he repeatedly apologized to Chinja, fearing the shadow of lies might come after him again. At that moment, the big-headed ghost waiter was once again shot. He never imagined this human not only possessed a large amount of ghost coins but also commanded such formidable ghostly enforcers. He immediately served the food they had ordered without delay. Chenju and his companions had instant noodles, while the man in the suit had braised pork knuckles. "We won't be eating with him." Seeing the suit-wearing man's order, Song Mengju suppressed her discomfort and pulled Chenju and Bailey Lang to a nearby table, leaving the man alone. Seeing this, anger flared in the suit-wearing man's eyes. "This isn't quite right." After moving to another table, Bailey Lang whispered to Song Mengju. "He's human like us. Won't this make him feel terrible? After all, eating human flesh is something we had no choice in." Hearing this, Song Mengju remained unconcerned. Truthfully, she wouldn't have done this to anyone else. But for some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that the man in the suit was looking at her strangely, making her feel utterly repulsed. That was why she'd pulled Qin Zhao and Bailey Lang over to another table. Thinking this, she quickly turned to Qin Zhao and asked, "Qin Zhao, what do you think?" She cared deeply about Qin Zhao's opinion, afraid this action might make him think she was a bad girl. Hearing Song Mengju's question, Qin Zhao narrowed his eyes. "I also think that guy in the suit seems off. Everyone should keep an eye on him from now on. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry." Hearing this, Bailey Lang paused, then nodded repeatedly. He naturally supported Xiao Zhizi's words unconditionally. Song Mengju, however, broke into a sweet smile. In her eyes, Qin Zhao had spoken that way to accommodate her feelings. Thinking this, she instinctively moved her arm, letting it gently brush against Qin Zhao's. Feeling the unusually soft sensation against his arm, Qin Zhao's heart stirred, yet his body offered no resistance. Seeing this, Song Mengju's face flushed slightly as she buried her head in her instant noodles. "Holy crap, am I still watching a terrifying horror game? This feels more like a dating show. Ah! Brother Fu has me green with envy. How did he get such a top-tier campus beauty to throw herself at him? You could be too, if you had the money. It's just that we don't have as much cash as Brother Fu. As a single guy, I can't believe I'm seeing players feeding me dog food in a horror game. God, please tell me this is just a dream. When will I ever meet a girl who's this into me?" Seeing Song Mengju's intimate gestures toward Qin Zhao, the livestream chat erupted in a chorus of wails and moans. Soon, the group finished their meal. Qin Zhao then approached the ghost waiter. Seeing Qin Zhao approaching, the big-headed ghost waiter couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After all, he hadn't been very polite to this human just moments ago. "I want to see your boss." Qin Zhao addressed the long-tongued ghost directly. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the long-tongued ghost froze. It turned out he wasn't here to cause trouble for him personally, but to see his boss. But his boss was no ordinary figure. In his eyes, this human wasn't even worthy of meeting his boss. "Our boss doesn't meet just anyone, especially not you humans." The big-headed waiter instinctively refused. Hearing this, a trace of scorn flashed in the suit-wearing man's eyes. This kid really thinks he's hot stuff. The restaurant owner is no ordinary person, someone like you can't just waltz in and expect to see him. But Qin Zhao's next move left him speechless, utterly stunned. "Here, 200 ghost coins. Take me to see your boss." Without further ado, Qin Zhao pulled out 200 ghost coins and handed them to the big-headed ghost waiter. Seeing this, the big-headed ghost's eyes went wide in disbelief. He worked his ass off for a month and could only earn 100 ghost coins. After feeding his wife and children, he barely had any left. He never imagined this human would hand him 200 ghost coins outright. Why wouldn't he take it? With that thought, he hastily snatched the 200 ghost coins, as if afraid Qin Zhao might change his mind. His tone even became somewhat fawning. "Esteemed guest, this way please. Damn, money really does make the devil grind the millstone. Today I've truly seen it with my own eyes. Brother Fu was just too awesome. All these ghosts that looked so terrifying were actually groveling to him the whole way. Hey, turns out even ghosts gotta make a living. Otherwise, their wives might run off with other ghosts. Bro Fu is insane." Everyone else plays horror games scared out of their minds, afraid to break the rules and get killed by ghosts. But Bro Fu is a top-tier whaler, everything goes smoothly for him. Man, comparing yourself to him is just infuriating. Bro Fu is so freaking awesome. 25 Cooking Oil Ghost Generals. Qin Zhao's desire to meet the restaurant owner wasn't a sudden whim. From the moment he entered the horror world, he sensed certain things required proactive pursuit. Game missions must be completed, but in truth, these tasks represent only a fraction of this world. Just as these ghostly beings seemed aware that humans came here to complete tasks. Qin Zhao hoped to explore this world more deeply. If he lacked the strength, that would be one thing. But now, with Lai Shadow as his subordinate, his strength was formidable. Moreover, he possesses his greatest asset, the ghostly system. Therefore, he planned to seek out influential figures within this world. Through them, he could acquire the items or intelligence he needed. At that moment, Big Head Ghost led Qin Zhao up to the second floor of the inn. After all, the restaurant owner was no ordinary ghost soldier residing on the first floor, he was a ghost general. They typically resided on the second floor of the inn. Walking along the second floor corridor, Chenja detected an even stronger scent of blood. Soon, the big head ghost waiter halted before a room. He turned back and solemnly addressed Chenja. "Wait here for a moment while I announce your arrival. But let me make this clear, our boss is no ordinary person. If he refuses to see you, there's nothing I can do. And once you're inside, I take no responsibility for your safety." Hearing this, Chenja nodded without comment. "I understand that perfectly well." Seeing Chenja's understanding, the big-headed ghost waiter gave a slight nod before walking toward the room. Inside the room was none other than the restaurant owner, the greasy oil ghost general. At that moment, the grease-cooking ghost general was in a foul mood. During the Blood Moon Conquest battle a few days prior, he had suffered heavy losses after being ambushed by the withered flower ghost general using a mysterious artifact. Recently, he had managed to uncover information about that mysterious artifact. To counter that artifact, only a specific piece of equipment would suffice. But that special equipment was prohibitively expensive beyond his means. Truly, money talks. Without that special equipment, he would surely be unable to withstand the withered flower ghost general's sneak attack again in the next Blood Moon Conquest battle. This situation was clearly disadvantageous for him in the long run. But he was helpless. Ghost coins were too hard to come by. Even after finding an excuse to withhold half the restaurant staff's wages, it still fell far short of what he needed to purchase that special equipment. The next Blood Moon campaign was now less than 3 days away. Squeak! Just then, the big-headed ghost waiter entered the room. Seeing the mess inside, he knew the boss was furious and felt a bit uneasy. But retreating now was out of the question. He steeled himself and stepped forward. "What is it?" Seeing the big-headed ghost waiter enter, the oil-stirring ghost frowned. "What the hell is this guy doing up here? Shouldn't he be cooking downstairs?" He'd heard another batch of human players had arrived recently. Most were newbies, but even the smallest mosquito was still meat. The oil-cooking ghost general had already decided, if the big-headed ghost waiter didn't give him a clear explanation, he'd wring his neck. Hearing the grease-cooking demon general's question, the big-headed ghost waiter stammered nervously. "Boss, someone's outside wanting to see you." Hearing this, the grease-cooking ghost general froze. "Who is it? Which ghost general? Or perhaps a powerful ghost soldier has come to pledge allegiance?" Though the oil-cooking ghost general was in a rage. He knew this big-head ghost waiter was savvy, otherwise he wouldn't have made him head waiter. The big-headed ghost waiter wouldn't dare bring just anyone to disturb him. It's a human." The big-headed ghost waiter continued. "A human?" The cooking oil ghost paused again, unable to help but ask. Could it be some powerful human? Other humans also existed in Ghost Shadow Town. Some of them were quite powerful, and he dared not underestimate them. "It's a newcomer." Big-head ghost continued. "A newcomer?" The oil-boiling ghost froze again, anger flushing his face. "What's so special about a newcomer? Have you lost your mind today, you fool? He could tolerate a powerful human coming to see him, but a newbie? These newbies were all weaklings not worth his time. How could that big-headed ghost waiter have brought a newbie here? He had just mentally praised him moments ago, yet now he'd made such a foolish mistake. At this thought, the oil-boiling ghost's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. He even considered snapping the big-headed ghost waiter's neck right then and there. "Boss, this new recruit is a bit special." Seeing the fierce glint in cooking oil ghost's eyes, big-head ghost waiter felt a chill run down his spine. Having worked alongside the boss for so many years, he knew exactly what that look meant. Therefore, he hurriedly explained. "Boss, this human may be new, but he just bought 3 packs of instant noodles at the restaurant and then asked to see you. I thought he might be useful to you, so I brought him over." The big-head ghost kept talking, afraid the boss might lash out at him. Hearing the big-head ghost waiter's words, the oil-cooking ghost general paused in surprise. 3 servings of instant noodles. You see, a single serving of instant noodles at the restaurant costs a whopping 500 ghost coins. 3 servings together add up to 1,500 ghost coins. That amount of ghost coins was even higher than the monthly wages of all the restaurant staff combined. Moreover, these instant noodles were essentially just for show. In the past, even if human players had enough ghost coins, they wouldn't buy instant noodles. After all, ghost coins are incredibly valuable. Who would waste that much ghost currency just to buy a bowl of instant noodles? Since he opened this restaurant, nothing like this has ever happened before. Really? Cooking oil ghost asked the big-head ghost waiter, his skepticism evident. Seeing the owner's expression, the big-head ghost waiter finally relaxed. "Boss, I swear it's the absolute truth. Otherwise, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare bring anyone in here," the big-headed ghost waiter said earnestly. Seeing this, the grease-cooking ghost nodded slightly. The big-headed ghost waiter's words made sense. "Then let this human enter. I'll see what he relies on to dare come before me of his own accord." "Ha! How amusing." The oil-cooking ghost general let out a savage laugh before settling into his ghastly white bone chair. Upon hearing this, the big-headed ghost attendant hurriedly led Shinju into the room before exiting once more. Now, only Chinju and the oil cooking ghost general remained in the chamber. Chenja surveyed the room's decor. The walls were a deep crimson, with fresh blood seeping from them intermittently. Additionally, a large cauldron stood in the center of the room. Inside, what appeared to be numerous corpses churned about, whether human or something else remained unclear. But what truly caught his attention was the towering figure seated upon a chair made of white bones. It possessed long, blood-red fangs, and its rotting face bore no fewer than 7 eyes. Some of these eyes were broken, others bled, and from some, maggot-like corpse worms wriggled out, horrifying and revolting. His limbs were as thick as a wild bull's, and his aura was overwhelmingly powerful, like an ancient Greek demon god. Even the Lai's shadow hiding within Chinja's shadow couldn't help but tremble in fear. Holy, this is a ghost general? It looks way stronger than a regular ghost soldier. Who'd have thought a rookie like Fu Gu would actually encounter a ghost general? True. Ghost generals are big shots even in Ghost Shadow Town. Ordinary ghosts don't even get to see them, let alone us humans. Money really does make things happen. Bro Fu actually got to see a big shot like this. Bro Fu is so badass. 666. 26 5,000 ghost coins. Ghost entity, oil boiling ghost general, ghostly Shadow Town. Rank, ghost general tier 2. Identity, restaurant owner at Sunset Inn. Danger level, B. Seeing the system description of the oil boiling ghost general, Chenja couldn't help but stiffen. This was a genuine ghost general. Even the peak ghost soldier, Lai's shadow, paled in comparison before him. Let alone himself, a mere mortal of tier 0. Without the protection of the rules, a single casual strike from the opponent could likely kill him. Human, what business brings you to me? The greasepot ghost general seated upon the skeletal throne spoke slowly, his voice booming toward Chinja. Hearing that voice, Chinja's expression darkened. The mere sound of the oil-boiling ghost general's voice carried an overwhelming sense of pressure, almost comparable to the demonic roar unleashed by the Headless Knight back then. Fortunately, Chinja had endured such techniques before. He steeled his will to resist, preventing any sign of weakness from showing. HM? Seeing only a slight change in Chenja's expression, a flicker of surprise appeared in the oil-boiling ghost general's eyes. He had already assessed that this human brat possessed only the strength of a 0-tier mortal, far inferior to most of his own ghost soldiers. Therefore, he was certain the human brat would be utterly helpless against his voice. Yet, to his surprise, the human seemed to be barely holding his ground. This aroused a hint of curiosity in the oil-boiling ghost general toward Chinja. Of course, at this moment, the oil-boiling ghost general held Chinja in utter contempt. If your answer fails to satisfy me, I shall devour you today. The grease-cooking ghost general leaned back in his skeletal throne, his expression a mocking smile directed at Chinja. His words seemed casual, but he was not joking. If Chinja displeased him, he had plenty of ways to make Chinja break the rules. Damn, this ghost general is terrifying. He's threatening to kill Brother Fu with just a word. Of course. He's a ghost. To him, we're no different from pigs or sheep. Look at that huge cauldron in front of him, it must be filled with human corpses. Brother Fu's got nerves of steel. If it were me, I'd have wet myself in terror. Hearing the oil-boiling ghost general's words, Chinja maintained a calm exterior, but his heart was racing. But since he'd come this far, he had to fight for his life to avoid being killed by the evil ghost. Therefore, he could only force himself to suppress his inner terror, appearing as calm as possible. At the same time, he had some confidence. That confidence came from his ghost Tycoon System. After successfully bribing the lying shadow and securing the services of the big-headed ghost waiter, Chenja gained a deeper understanding of the value of ghost coins in this world. That was why he dared to come here and speak with the terrifying oil-boiling ghost general. Esteemed ghost general, I have come to propose a transaction. Chenja cut straight to the point, stating his purpose without preamble. I wish to purchase upgrade stones, equipment, and other items from you. Chenja's reasoning was straightforward. As a ghost general, a prominent figure in Ghost Shadow Town, these items were difficult for him to obtain. But for a ghost general, the difficulty was surely not as great. Perhaps they even had them readily available. Therefore, Chenja planned to use his precious ghost coins to purchase them from these individuals. After all, he lacked everything else, but what he had in abundance was ghost coins. What he desired most now was the upgrade stone. Next came talent fixing stones and skill fixing stones. Then came various skill cards, equipment, and so on. After all, the level up stone could allow him to advance from tier 0 to tier 1. At present, it was the fastest way for him to increase his strength. Brother Fu is so decisive, getting straight to the point. Brother Fu is so clever. These items are rare, but the ghost generals are likely to have them. Bro Fu is awesome. If he can actually trade for these, his power will skyrocket. Going straight to the big shots for a trade? Ha, Brother Fu really doesn't play by the rules. Exactly. Other players wait for the system to distribute rewards through quests. Who'd have thought Brother Fu would proactively trade with the big shots? That's powerful. Money talks. Seeing Chinja directly propose a trade to the ghost general, the livestream audience couldn't help but marvel. These items are usually system rewards given to players after completing quests. Who else would buy directly from a big shot like Brother Fu? Of course, Brother Fu dared to do this because he had a massive stash of ghost coins. Others couldn't follow suit. Hearing Chinja's words, the oil cooking ghost general paused in surprise. Then, with a faint, ambiguous smile, he looked at Chinja. Kid, I don't have those fixed stones you mentioned, I don't need them. But as for other things, I do have a few. A cold gleam flashed in the oil cooking ghost general's eyes. But what makes you think you're worthy of trading with me? The oil cooking ghost general looked at the frail Chinja before him, filled with confusion. What gave this kid the nerve to bargain with him? Although Big Head Ghost had just told him about this human buying 3 packs of instant noodles, he couldn't believe this human had much ghost coin left. After all, even he, a mighty ghost general, was constantly worried about running out of ghost coins. How much ghost coin could such a weak human possibly have? Hearing the boiling oil ghost general's doubt, Chinja felt a surge of joy in his heart. His hunch was right, this ghost general actually possessed an upgrade stone. The latter half of the grease cooking ghost general's words only solidified his certainty. From his tone, it seemed that if Chinja had enough ghost coins, he could trade with him. It wasn't that he didn't even have the chance to trade. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, Ghost General, to be honest, I do indeed possess a large quantity of ghost coins. With that, Chinja produced all the ghost coins the system had generated for him during this period. Exactly 5,000 ghost coins. Bro, you're something else, dropping 5,000 coins like it's nothing. Holy crap, who can even describe the shock I'm feeling right now? If I'd had 5,000 ghost coins back then, no, even half that amount, I wouldn't have lost a leg in the game last time. Brother Fu has an endless supply of ghost coins. What's going on here? Haven't you big shots in the livestream figured out Brother Fu's background yet? Found it. Found it. Brother Fu's real name is Chinja. He's an ordinary student in Shanghai whose parents are both textile factory workers. They live in public housing. You believe this investigation? Bull. Go dig deeper. Chinja's 5,000 ghost coins sent the livestream audience into another uproar. Soon, their investigation into Chinja yielded results. They discovered Chinja's background was utterly ordinary. One could even say he was practically at the bottom of society. Naturally, no one believed these findings. After all, Brother Fu was the kind of guy who could casually pull out 5,000 ghost coins. The investigation results only proved that Brother Fu's concealment skills were too advanced. So high that they couldn't uncover his background at all. But they refused to give up, deploying even more personnel to dig deeper. For a time, Chinja's identity became even more shrouded in mystery. 27 transaction complete. Seeing Chinja casually produce 5,000 ghost coins, even the formidable cooking oil ghost general couldn't help but be startled. He had assumed this human brat had barely any ghost coins left. Little did he expect the human brat's fortune to be so substantial. Gazing at Chinja, a hint of greed flickered in the oil cooking ghost general's eyes. If he killed this human now, wouldn't he gain 5,000 ghost coins outright? And who knows? There might be even more on his person. But the oil-boiling ghost general reconsidered and dismissed the idea as unrealistic. These humans who came to this world were all extremely weak. But regardless of their strength, they all possessed one incredibly unnatural ability. That is, the items on their persons seemed to be stored in another dimension. Therefore, even if he killed this human, he likely wouldn't obtain those 5,000 ghost coins. At this thought, the greed in his eyes faded. When Chinja saw the terrifying boiling oil ghost's eyes flash with greed, his heart tightened with tension. After all, the disparity in their power was too great. If this boiling oil ghost general disregarded martial ethics and killed him outright for those ghost coins, there would be nothing he could do. At that point, all would be lost. However, he reasoned that as a major figure, the ghost general would surely be aware of the storage space available to human players. Therefore, he understood that even if the oil-boiling ghost general killed him, he wouldn't get those 5,000 ghost coins. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chinja saw the greed in the oil-cooking ghost general's eyes completely vanish. I bet right. Seeing this, Chinja breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The most perilous obstacle of this journey had been overcome. Realizing violence was futile, the grease-cooking ghost general now relied solely on cunning. He looked at Chinja, a hint of amusement even flickering in his eyes. However, his face was already hideously grotesque. Even a smile appeared terrifyingly eerie to Chinja. I never expected you to have some real value. I can make a deal with you. The moment the grease-cooking ghost general finished speaking, a system notification appeared in Chinja's mind. Ding! Congratulations, dear player Chinja. You have gained the recognition of the oil-boiling ghost general. Oil-boiling ghost general's favorability +1. Holy crap, did I just see that right? What was that? That terrifyingly powerful cooking oil ghost general actually smiled at Brother Fu? You didn't misread it. Even though his smile made him look even more terrifying, the oil-boiling ghost general was definitely showing goodwill toward Brother Fu just now. Holy crap, Brother Fu was insane. A newbie actually earned the ghost general's approval. Seeing the cooking oil ghost general's terrifying grin and the +1 friendliness notification, the livestream audience erupted once more, showering Chinja with effusive praise. Receiving the system notification, Chenja felt his confidence solidify once more. He immediately checked what the oil boiling ghost general had shown him. The oil cooking ghost general was also quite eager about this. After all, acquiring these items wasn't particularly difficult for him. Moreover, these items held far less value to ghostly beings than they did to humans. Therefore, he hoped to exchange them for more ghost coins. After all, he was desperately short on funds right now. Item: Upgrade Stone Tier 1. Effect: elevates a level 0 mortal ghost with full experience to warrior ghost soldier. Stock: 5. Price: 2,000 ghost coins. Armor: Whitebone Battle Armor Tier 1. Effect: Defense plus 10. Stock: 10. Price: 1,000 ghost coins. Weapon: Skeleton Longsword. Effect: Attack plus 15. Stock: 8. Price: 1,000 ghost coins. Skill Book: Bone Spike Tier 1. Effect: Summons a bone spike dealing 10 damage. Cost: 5 stamina plus 5 mana. CD: 5 seconds. Stock: 20. Price: 1,000 ghost coins. Special note: due to racial differences, this skill is only considered temporary for humans. To make it permanent, a skill stabilization stone is required. Cooking Oil Ghost General truly lived up to his reputation as a major figure in Shadow Town. The items he displayed were indeed numerous. Among them were a full 5 level 1 upgrade stones, 4 types of level 1 armor, 5 types of level 1 weapons, and 3 types of skill books. Beyond that, there were also several health potions and magic potions. Seeing all this, Chenja could only lament that his ghost coins weren't enough. Otherwise, if he could buy them all in this world, as long as he didn't encounter powerful ghosts like the Ghost General, he could basically walk around with his chest puffed out. But as he continued browsing, Chenja couldn't help but frown. He realized that while the variety was impressive, the prices were outrageously steep. Damn it, this greasy Ghost General is way too greedy. I can tolerate the upgrade stones, but charging 500 ghost coins for a single potion? Why doesn't he just rob people outright? Ha, and he calls himself a Ghost General? Might as well rename him Greasy Fingered Scalper. Guys, with prices this crazy, there's no way rich guy would buy it. This greasy oil ghost general clearly thinks he's a sucker. Hey, why worry about a big shot like rich guy? Maybe this price seems steep to us, but to him, it's probably nothing. That makes sense. Observing Chenja's expression, a sly gleam flashed in greasy oil ghost general's eyes. He jacked up the prices of these items tenfold. And he was confident this human would buy them. After all, compared to one's own safety, what could money possibly matter? He wasn't worried about Chenja seeking out other ghost generals. Whether he could even meet the other ghost generals was uncertain. And even if they did, their demands would likely match his own or perhaps be even higher. Chenja had naturally considered these points, his expression shifting between gloom and light. But now, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept his fate. Yet, another thought crossed his mind. With the Ghost Tycoon system, he could earn 1,000 ghost coins in just 1 hour. Earning ghost coins was practically effortless for him. So even if it seemed like the Ghost General was raking in the profits, he would never be at a loss. With this thought, Chenja felt at ease. After all, the situation was clear. Only by purchasing these items could he enhance his strength. Otherwise, if danger struck and he died without the necessary strength, everything would be for naught. At that point, even if he had more ghost coins, they'd be useless. You bastard, I'll get you back when I get the chance. With that thought, he etched the Ghost General's smug expression into his memory. If the chance ever arose, he would make him pay back every bit of what he had taken. And he would exact even harsher revenge. Fine, I'll buy it. To avoid arousing the oil-cooking Ghost General's suspicion, Chenja feigned reluctance as he produced the ghost coins. Here, I'll take one of these, one of those, and one of these. He purchased the upgrade stone, the Whitebone Battle Armor, and the Whitebone Battle Blade, totaling 4,000 ghost coins. Seeing Chenja like this, the oil-cooking Ghost General paid no mind, instead feeling quite pleased. Under normal circumstances, if a human acted like this toward him, he would have flayed them alive, torturing them until they begged for death. But now, he merely saw Chenja as a sucker, a walking ATM. Just these 3 items netted him 4,000 ghost coins. He could practically laugh himself awake in his dreams. Holy crap, Brother Fu actually bought all this stuff. I feel bad for him. Brother Fu is so generous. If I had that much ghost money, I'd sleep hugging it. Who knew he'd blow it all in a heartbeat? Look at that greasy Ghost General now, looking so smug. He doesn't seem scary at all, more like a shady merchant who just pulled off a sweet deal. Exactly. Such a powerful Ghost General, and Brother Fu treated him so badly yet he didn't even get angry. Of course not. If it were me, I wouldn't be angry either. After raking in all those ghost coins, Brother Fu was practically a god to him. What's the big deal if a god gets a little annoyed? The guy above makes a point. 28 Ghost General token. Lord Ghost General, I hope I may continue to seek your guidance in the days ahead. After obtaining what he needed, Chenju addressed the Cooking Oil Ghost General. Hearing Chenju's words, the Ghost General of Cooking Oil, who had been overjoyed moments before, couldn't help but pause in surprise. He had assumed that after spending so many ghost coins, Chenju must have little left. But judging by his tone, it seemed he still had quite a bit left. With this thought, he tentatively asked Chenja. Of course it's possible, but how many more ghost coins can you actually get? Chenja considered this for a moment, then held up 3 fingers toward the oil cooking ghost general. 3,000? The oil cooking ghost general paused slightly. Then he decided it was quite reasonable. Though this human was quite wealthy, his power was so weak that securing another 3,000 ghost coins was already quite good. Upon hearing the oil cooking ghost general's words, Chenja shook his head. No, make it 30,000. At Chenja's words, the oil cooking ghost general froze, all 7 eyes widening in shock. What do you mean 30,000? You're not pulling my leg, are you? The greasepot ghost general leapt excitedly from the skeletal throne, grabbing Chenja's arm. The oil-boiling ghost general was overcome with excitement. If this human could truly procure another 30,000 ghost coins, then he would have a chance to acquire that special equipment. Then, he could withstand the withered flower ghost general's sneak attacks. He might even launch a counter-ambush to avenge his previous defeat. Standing face to face with the oil-boiling ghost general, Chenja felt every hair on his body stand on end. So terrifying, so frightening. Chenja thought fearfully. He forced himself to suppress his terror, though confusion also stirred within him. Why would the boiling oil ghost general suddenly become so agitated? Then he thought about it. The ghost house system could produce 1,000 ghost coins per hour. 30,000 ghost coins would only take 30 hours. Convinced there was no mistake, he nodded earnestly to the oil-cooking ghost general. Ghost general, I wouldn't dare deceive you. I can secure 30,000 ghost coins in no more than 2 days. Hearing Chenja's words, the oil-cooking ghost general nearly burst into laughter. However, his formidable self-control held him back. Then, for the first time, he scrutinized Chenja with genuine attention. Now, he even began to doubt Chenja's identity. How could such a weak human possess so many ghost coins? Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of Chenja's shadow. The boiling oil ghost general paused, finally noticing that Chenja's shadow was somewhat unusual. He immediately covertly channeled his spiritual energy to probe Chenja's shadow. So that's how it is. He discovered a light shadow lurking within the shadow of this seemingly weak human. What surprised him even more was that this shadow of lies possessed formidable power, having already reached the peak of a first-tier ghost soldier. Such power would easily qualify it to command a squad within his own ranks. Why would this shadow of lies hide within the shadow of this weak human? At that moment, the oil-boiling ghost general couldn't help but ponder. Could it be? Considering the vast quantity of ghost coins on Chenja's person, the oil-cooking ghost general instantly sensed that Chenja's identity was no ordinary one. Pondering this, he paused briefly before pulling out a black object and tossing it to Chenja. Here. Take this. You can use it to contact me anytime. Seeing this, Chenja quickly caught the object tossed by the oil-cooking ghost general. It felt slick to the touch a token. The token was entirely blood red, with a blood red eyeball carved on its upper surface. The front bore the character cook, while the back displayed eat. Item, cooking oil ghost general's token. Description, the token of the oil cooking ghost general. The bearer may contact the oil cooking ghost general at any time. Increases the oil cooking ghost general's friendliness by +5 and stamina by +5. Holy crap, it's a ghost general token. The boiling oil ghost general actually gave this to Brother Fu. Looks like the boiling oil ghost general really values Brother Fu. My last quest was to obtain a ghost general token. Back then, 2 of our 5-person party died before we barely got one. And now Brother Fu gets it so easily? Bro Fu is just too strong, constantly blowing my mind. Bro Fu is so awesome. 666. The livestream erupted once more upon seeing what the oil-boiling ghost general had given Chenja. Viewers who'd experienced horror games before gasped in shock. They knew exactly how difficult it was to obtain such a token. At that moment, seeing Chenja obtain it so effortlessly, he couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. Chenja examined the token, sensing its extraordinary nature. Thank you, Ghost General. I'll take my leave now and strive to return sooner. Having successfully accomplished his mission, Chenja took his leave from the cooking oil ghost general. The grease cooking ghost general raised no objection, merely waving his hand at Chenja. Alright, I look forward to it too. The grease cooking ghost general even urged Chenja to hurry off. He wanted Chenja to bring those 30,000 ghost coins for the transaction as soon as possible, so he could redeem that special equipment in time. After all, only 3 days remained until the next Blood Moon Conquest War. At the same time, he feared things might change. After all, this world was dangerous, and this human naturally had his own mission. Therefore, to ensure the human's safety, he had given him the token. This was the absolute limit of what he could do. After all, excessive assistance to humans was forbidden by the rules. Chenja then stepped outside. As he walked, he toyed with the token in his hand. The material of this token was quite unique, giving him a pleasant sensation as he touched it. At that moment, the large-headed ghost waiter was waiting outside the door for Chenja. However, he didn't hold much hope for Chenja's mission. After all, what kind of figure was the boss? He was a major figure in Ghost Shadow Town. The boss commanded nearly 100 ghost soldiers. He was currently in a rage. Even a subordinate like himself, who had followed him for years, could face severe punishment for displeasing him. How much more so for this human? Big Head Ghost Waiter even suspected the boss might casually kill this human to vent his rage. As time dragged on without Shinju emerging, it only reinforced his suspicion. Man, that unlucky human. What the hell was he thinking, going after my boss? And now he's dragged me into this mess too. Damn it, I shouldn't have let myself be blinded by those 200 ghost coins. Ghost coins are nice, but you need to be alive to spend them. Just as Big Head Ghost assumed the worst had befallen Shinja, the door suddenly swung open. Big Head Ghost froze, then hurriedly looked toward the doorway. There stood Shinja, walking out with something in his hand. Ha! That human's actually unharmed. Seeing this, Big Head Ghost was somewhat surprised. This wasn't what he had expected. But he didn't dwell on it for long. He hurried toward Shinja, intending to lead him downstairs immediately. He feared any delay might lead to trouble. Human, follow me quickly. Hey, what's that in your hand? Just as Big Head Ghost urged Shinja to hurry downstairs, he suddenly noticed the object in Shinja's hand. It was a token, blood red throughout, with a ghost's head engraved on it and characters on both sides. Upon seeing this object, Big Head Ghost's eyes widened instantly, his massive head seeming to freeze in place. Boil souls, stew lives, devour corpses, gnaw bones. To see the token is to see the master. This is the token of Lord Boiling Oil Ghost. At that moment, the big-headed ghost waiter stared at Shinja in utter disbelief. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly bowed low to Shinja, addressing him in a respectful tone. My lord. Please follow me this way. Did I hear that correctly? Sir? You heard right. That big-headed ghost just called Brother Fu Your Excellency. Holy crap, I never thought I'd see this in my lifetime, a ghost soldier addressing a mortal as Your Excellency? This isn't some cheesy TV drama, is it? Don't be so shocked, upstairs. I just mistook a cigarette but for a pipe mouthpiece, now my lips are covered in blisters. A miracle. A miracle. Brother Fu's only been here a few days, and already a ghost soldier calls him Your Excellency. Brother Fu? No, I'd rather call him God Fu. God Fu, accept my kneel. 29 The suit guy's threat. Seeing Big Head Ghost suddenly show such deference to Shinja, the livestream audience was utterly stunned. Especially the words Big Head Ghost had just spoken to Shinja, they were utterly mind-blowing. This Big Head Ghost was a Tier 1 ghost soldier, while Brother Fu was merely a Tier 0 mortal. On top of that, as a ghost entity, he naturally looked down on humans. They viewed humans as little more than pigs and dogs, ready to kill and devour them at the first opportunity. But what had just unfolded before their eyes felt utterly unbelievable. For a moment, they even doubted whether they were watching a live stream from the eerie world or some sensational drama. While the live stream audience was stunned, the big-headed ghost was even more bewildered. He had assumed the human would be lucky to emerge alive from the boss's room. After all, the boss was currently in a rage and could erupt at any moment. But he never imagined this human would not only emerge unscathed from the boss's room, but had also obtained the boss's token. As a subordinate who had followed the cooking oil ghost for decades, he knew this token well. It was specially crafted by the boss, with only a handful in existence. Giving one away signified the boss's recognition of the recipient. Typically, he would only exchange it with other powerful ghost generals. Weaker ghost generals might not even qualify. Yet he never imagined this human could obtain one. In other words, the boss held great promise for this human, even intended to befriend him. At this thought, he suddenly felt relieved that he hadn't been too harsh on the human back at the restaurant. Otherwise, if the boss found out, he'd be in big trouble. At the same time, he understood all too well that despite having served the boss for so many years, his current value was nowhere near as strong as this human kid he'd just met. This thought left him somewhat puzzled. Why did the boss place such importance on this kid? His abilities were weak, after all. Could it be the ghost coins? A sudden flash of insight struck Big Head Ghost's mind. Yes, it must be the ghost coins. If there's nothing special about this human, then there's only one possibility. A large amount of ghost coins. At this realization, Big Head Ghost understood everything. The boss was desperately in need of ghost coins right now, and this human's appearance couldn't have come at a better time. That's why the boss gave this human the ghost general's order. With this realization, Big Head Ghost grew even more respectful toward Shinja. He feared that if he failed to serve this human well, and the human so much as mentioned it to the boss, he would be in for a world of trouble. Conversely, if this human could say even a single kind word about him to the boss, it would be an endless source of benefit for him. Please, sir. At this moment, Big Head Ghost was being downright obsequious toward Shinja. Seeing the Big Head Ghost fawning over him like this, Shinja couldn't help but feel puzzled. This Big Head Ghost was a full-fledged first-tier ghost soldier, and he seemed to hold a fairly high position in the restaurant. So why was he suddenly acting so obsequious toward Shinja? Could it be this token? Shinja pondered for a moment, glancing at the token in his hand. He was certain the Big Head Ghost's attentiveness was directly tied to this token. With that thought, Shinja carefully tucked the token away. Since this token was so important, it was best not to expose it carelessly. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives saw it, it might bring unnecessary trouble. At that moment, Chenja and Big Head Ghost arrived at the staircase connecting the first and second floors. Sir, please go ahead and meet up with your companions. I'll be right there after I make a quick trip to the kitchen. The large-headed ghost waiter respectfully addressed Chenja. He intended to visit the kitchen to warn the ghostly kitchen staff to be more cautious and avoid defying Lord Chenja. Otherwise, if the boss found out, as the head waiter, he'd be the one to take the fall. Damn, I still can't believe that big-headed ghost waiter showed such respect to Brother Fu. Me neither. Look at that big-headed ghost, he's even going to the kitchen to warn the other ghosts. Brother Fu's status is seriously sky-high now. Bro Fu is just too awesome. I'm cheering for him. Me too. Hearing Big Head Ghost's words, Chenja couldn't help but pause. Is it really that big a deal? Still, he didn't refuse. He let Big Head Ghost go ahead while he took the stairs to meet up with Bailey Lang and Song Mengju. At that moment, Bailey Lang and Song Mengju were waiting for Chenja's return. The man in the suit, trying to fit in, was also waiting there. Seeing Chenja hadn't returned after so long, a hint of worry flickered in Song Mengju's eyes as she turned to Bailey Lang and said, Bailey Lang, do you think something might have happened to Chenja since he hasn't returned yet? Hearing this, Bailey Lang felt uncertain too, but he replied, Don't worry. If Xiaozhi dared to go meet their boss on his own, he must have confidence. Hearing Bailey Lang's words, Song Mengju relaxed slightly, though the worry in her eyes remained. That's not necessarily the case. Unexpectedly, the man in the suit chimed in with a sly remark. Hearing the man in the suit's words, Bailey Lang couldn't help but frown. He then asked the man in the suit with some displeasure. What do you mean by that? Ignoring Bailey Lang, the man in the suit turned to Song Mengju instead. Mengju, think about it. Their boss lives on the second floor, he must be at the level of a ghost general. Such a powerful being wouldn't bother meeting and nobody like Chenja. The man's eyes held a hint of meaning. I reckon the reason Chenja hasn't returned yet is that he angered the restaurant owner and got eaten. Panic flashed in Song Mengju's eyes at this. But she wasn't without her own thoughts. Biting her lip, she retorted to the man in the suit. Impossible. We humans may be weak, but we're protected by the rules. Even a ghost general can't just kill people at will. Bailey Lang chimed in eagerly. Exactly. No matter how powerful a ghost general is, they can't just break the rules. Hearing this, Bailey Lang sneered disdainfully. Rules like these are no obstacle to powerful ghost generals. With a little trickery, they could easily make Chenja break the rules. Otherwise, why hasn't Chenja returned after all this time? This statement instantly silenced Bailey Lang and Song Mengju. Indeed, compared to the ghost generals, Chenja was far too weak. A mere trick from the ghost generals could make Chenja break the rules. I reckon Chenja must have been killed by the restaurant owner. He's probably being eaten right now. Seeing the two fall silent, the man in the suit poured fuel on the fire. Hearing the man in the suit's words, their expressions changed. Though the man's words were harsh, they contained a grain of truth. If the restaurant owner didn't want to see Chenja, shouldn't he have been kicked out long ago? But why hadn't Chenja come down after all this time? Could it be that Chenja had truly been? At this thought, Song Mengju felt a chill in her heart. Her fair complexion turned deathly pale, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Damn, looks like sister-in-law really loves Brother Fu, huh? Wah! Sis-in-law must be genuinely worried about Brother Fu, otherwise she wouldn't have that look on her face. I really want to tell sister-in-law that Brother Fu isn't just fine, he's even earned the Ghost General's approval and received the Ghost General's order. Why isn't Brother Fu coming down yet? This is killing me. Seeing sister-in-law like this, I'm freaking out too. Chenja, hurry down already. 33-eyed ghost. Seeing Song Mengju's actions at that moment, viewers in the livestream couldn't help but feel a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment toward Chenja. After all, Song Mengju's figure and looks were simply top tier, the goddess of many people's dreams. If they could have Song Mengju, they'd gladly give up 20 years of their own lives. Yet now, this peerless beauty was consumed with worry over Chenja's safety. In that instant, viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but sigh deeply. Why wasn't that person me? Seeing Song Mengju's expression, a flash of jealousy flickered in the suit-wearing man's eyes. Yet his heart soon burned with excitement. Haha, Chenja, it's great that you're dead. Soon I'll have Song Mengju all to myself, haha. In real life, the man in the suit was a master at seducing women. He was a master at the art of seduction. As the saying goes, true love never lasts, but tricks always win hearts. He was certain that with his skills, Song Mengju wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. Meanwhile, the gossipy ghost on the other side chimed in with a smug laugh. Haha, this restaurant owner is one of the 8 great generals of the culinary Ghost King. Most ghost generals can't hold a candle to him. And this ghost general has a particular hobby. He loves tossing corpses into huge cauldrons and cooking them for 3 days and 3 nights using his unique methods. So, I bet that kid's been thrown into the oil cauldron by the ghost general right now. The long-tongued ghost declared with absolute certainty. Seeing that Chenja still hadn't descended from the second level, he felt quite satisfied. After all, Chenja had beaten him earlier, leaving him thoroughly humiliated. Now, seeing Chenja's fate uncertain, he felt a sense of revenge fulfilled. The other ghosts chimed in agreement. Indeed. The long-tongued ghost speaks the truth. They were hostile toward humans to begin with, so if that human brat was killed by the ghost general, they naturally felt pleased. Hearing these ghosts' words, Bai Li Lang and Song Mingju's expressions darkened further. The man in the suit felt his joy deepen at this. Well then, let's go. There's no point waiting for Chenja. We'd be wasting our time. We should just get on with our mission. The man in the suit feigned sorrow as he addressed Song Mingju. But at that moment, Song Mingju seemed to have not heard a word he said, paying him no mind whatsoever. Oomph. You. I'll make you understand what it means to be unable to stop. Seeing this, the man in the suit snorted coldly to himself. He thought Song Mingju was utterly ungrateful. I won't believe it. I'm going to find him. Just as the man in the suit prepared to persuade Song Mingju once more, she suddenly let out a loud cry. Then, a look of determination flashed across her face as she sprang to her feet and dashed toward the staircase leading to the second floor. It seemed she intended to find Chenju upstairs. Holy crap, my sister-in-law is seriously badass, woohoo! Brother Fu's charm is just too strong, he has got my sister-in-law risking her life to find him. Sigh, so touching. I wish my ex had loved me this much. Sis-in-law's got a great figure and looks, but she's kinda dim-witted. Bro, hurry down. Viewers were scrambling between Chenju and Song Mingju's live streams, with some even opening 2 streams simultaneously. When viewers saw Song Mingju risking her own safety to rush upstairs searching for Chenja, the crowd erupted once more. Who would have thought the campus beauty Song Mingju loved Brother Fu so deeply? She was willing to risk her life to find Brother Fu. For a moment, everyone felt even more envy and resentment toward Brother Fu. Everyone present was startled when Song Mingju suddenly dashed toward the stairwell. Who would have thought Song Mingju cared so deeply for Chenja that she'd risk her life for him? Startled, Bai Li Lang instinctively reached out to grab Song Mingju. Though Chenja was his childhood friend, he too was deeply concerned for Chenja's safety. But now that they're so weak, they're practically invisible minor players in this restaurant. Therefore, they can do nothing. Song Mingju's impulsive actions would only drag her down too. Though his heart ached, he immediately rose to stop Song Mingju. The man in the suit was startled by this. He had been fantasizing about the body of Song Mingju, the ultimate campus beauty, day and night. If Song Mingju were killed now for breaking the rules, all his fantasies would be shattered. The surrounding ghosts, however, couldn't help but show a hint of delight as they watched Song Mingju suddenly charge forward. They knew her actions had broken the game's rules. According to the rules, they were now free to attack this human. Ha! That human looks so tender and delicate she'll taste absolutely delicious. The tongue ghost stared at Song Mingju's retreating figure, drool practically dripping from his mouth. The other ghosts exchanged glances, their eyes burning with desire. Then, the ghosts charged toward Song Mingju as one. They intended to devour this human woman. Stop right there. At that moment, a restaurant staff member standing on the stairs roared as he saw Song Mingju trying to dash upstairs. He was a 3-eyed ghost. Due to his duties, the big head ghost hadn't had time to notify him. Therefore, he was unaware of Chenja's special status at this moment. The 3-eyed ghost was astonished at how bold this human woman was, daring to violate the restaurant's rules. But he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he licked his lips. Since this human had broken the rules, he could now take action against her. With that thought, a savage gleam flashed in his eyes. He opened his gaping maw and lunged straight for Song Mingju's pale neck. By now, he could hardly contain his impatience. The ghosts behind him, witnessing this, hastened their pace. They feared that if they delayed any longer, this human woman would be devoured whole by the 3-eyed demon. Bai Li Lang and the man in the suit watched in growing panic. Bai Li Lang couldn't bear to see Song Mingju fall victim to such cruelty. The man in the suit, however, felt it was a tremendous waste. Such a stunning campus beauty one he could never even approach in real life. Only in the horror world did he have a chance. In fact, one could say his chances were quite high. Therefore, witnessing Song Mingju about to be devoured by the 3-eyed demon filled him with regret. But the two of them were utterly helpless. After all, they were powerless to intervene at that moment, their speed no match for the ghostly creature. And even if they could intervene in time, they'd be utterly helpless against the onslaught of multiple ghosts. After all, as things stood, it was Song Mingju who had deliberately broken the game's rules, giving these ghostly creatures their justification to act. Their strength was no match for these ghostly beings. Xiao Zhizi, why did you have to go looking for that restaurant owner? At that moment, the deeply grieving Bai Li Lang couldn't help but think this. After parting ways with Chenja, he sensed danger lurking everywhere around him. Only Chenja could stand against these terrifying ghostly beings. Just as the 3-eyed ghost was about to bite through Song Mingju's neck, a black fishnet suddenly appeared, binding its body. Then, with a thud, the 3-eyed ghost crashed heavily to the ground. Who's there? Having been on the verge of killing the human only to be thwarted by a sudden attack, the 3 ghosts lying on the ground blazed with fury. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in shock. At that moment, a figure descended the staircase from the second floor. This person had an ordinary face, but his expression was resolute and his eyes burned with anger. Following behind him was a black ghost corpse vastly larger than himself. Who else could it be but Chen Zhe? Holy crap, Brother Fu finally showed up. Any later and my sister-in-law would have been gone. Brother Fu looks so badass when he shows up. That blind ghost got knocked down instantly. Of course. Look at Brother Fu's minion already at the peak of a first-tier ghost soldier. Taking down some restaurant ghost is a piece of cake. Bro Fu is so badass. 666. 31 clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse. Executive conference room. The relaxed atmosphere of earlier had vanished from the conference room. The man seated at the head of the table, Director Chen, and the others wore solemn expressions, though a hint of satisfaction flickered between their brows. Everyone, let's discuss how to handle this token Chen Zhe obtained. The man seated at the head of the table spoke first. They were now discussing the matter of Chen Zhe obtaining the Ghost General token. It was well known that Ghost General tokens held immense value in the eerie world. It represented the endorsement of a Ghost General. Ghost Generals, in this eerie realm, were already figures of considerable standing. Therefore, any player who could carry such a Ghost General token would gain a certain status and advantage within the game. Accordingly, the player's survival rate and in-game reputation would also increase significantly. Of course, the Ghost General token carries its own drawbacks. For instance, if the token is spotted by a hostile Ghost General, it could instead invite deadly peril. However, the probability of this happening is quite low. Therefore, generally speaking, the benefits of the Ghost General token far outweigh its drawbacks. In fact, the Ghost General's order can be considered a strategic item. It is a precious item for any nation. Thus, when Chen Zhe obtained the cooking oil Ghost General's order, the high-ranking officials were utterly astonished. Who would have thought that just days after entering the game, Chen Zhe would acquire such a precious Ghost General order? Not to mention, with the world still in its early stages of development, this Ghost General order would prove even more valuable in the early game. Consequently, they were even discussing how to handle this Ghost General's order should Chen Zhe survive and return from the game. After all, Chen Zhe's own strength was still far too weak. Moreover, among the viewers in his livestream, there were many with ulterior motives. If these individuals set their sights on it, Chen Zhe would certainly be unable to keep the Ghost General's order. Thus, the higher-ups planned to safeguard it for Chen Zhe or even trade it away. This way, other players entering this world could also utilize the Ghost General's order. Of course, such an exchange would come at a price. The group was now debating what would be an appropriate price to pay. In my opinion, one voice chimed in, we've already designated Chen Zhe as a level 4 talent, granting him benefits surpassing even those of national civil servants. These perks alone should suffice to exchange for his Ghost General's order. After all, others may not know, but we are well aware that Chen Zhe is just an ordinary person. His outstanding performance this time is merely due to the exceptional talent he obtained. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline seated to the right of the conference table spoke indifferently. He held a certain disdain for Chen Zhe in his heart. After all, Chen Zhe came from humble origins and lacked worldly experience. Therefore, he believed that with all the benefits the state had bestowed upon him, the young man ought to be grateful and voluntarily surrender the Ghost General's order. Hearing the bald man's words, several other high-ranking officials present nodded in agreement. Their thoughts mirrored the bald man's. I find that inappropriate. At that moment, Bureau Chief Chen, seated on the left, frowned upon hearing the bald man's words. While Chen Zhe's current strength is still limited, his talent appears to be akin to turning stone into gold. Such a gift, if he doesn't perish prematurely, could very well cultivate him into a powerhouse like Zhou Shen. Therefore, for such a prodigy, we should offer him something commensurate with his worth. We can't be too stingy. Upon hearing Bureau Chief Chen's words, the bald man immediately countered. His relationship with Director Chen had always been strained. Oof. He may be gifted, but becoming a powerhouse like Zhou Shen is utterly impossible. And who can guarantee he won't perish? This bizarre world is so dangerous, have we seen few geniuses fall? Besides, even if he were to rise to prominence, he'll always be one of us from China. Hearing the bald man's words, several high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. A heated debate erupted among them. Enough! Seeing the group begin to argue, the man seated at the head of the table waved his hand decisively, cutting them off. At this, the others fell silent and turned their gaze toward him. Chen Zhe is a genius after all. He has his pride. Giving him too little and causing resentment would be counterproductive. The man paused briefly before continuing. Ultimately, this decision hinges on Chen Zhe's future performance. Should he fail to return alive, all is for naught. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. That bizarre world is terrifying. Surviving it is the real feat. Seeing this, the bald man fell into deep thought, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Sunset in. Upon recognizing Chen Zhe as the one blocking the three-eyed demon, everyone present gasped in shock. Wasn't he killed by the Ghost General? How could he look completely unharmed? Chen Zhe. At that moment, Song Mengzhu cried out in joyful surprise. Then, tears began to fall uncontrollably down her cheeks. When Chenja had been by her side, she hadn't realized it. But the moment he left, she felt utterly lost and helpless. Fearing the worst might have befallen him, she impulsively tried to rush upstairs. Only when Chenja reappeared did a powerful sense of security wash over her. In that moment, she let go of all restraint and instinctively threw herself into Chenja's arms. She felt she had fallen completely in love with Chenja. Thud! Song Mengju threw herself fiercely into Chenja's arms. Chenja instantly caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance. Then he felt two very elastic things collide with his chest. They pressed tightly against his chest. His heart stirred and his arms wrapped tightly around Song Mengju's soft, slender body. Holy crap, sis-in-law, you're way too aggressive. Way too forward. Of course. Anyone about to be devoured by a ghostly creature and then saved by their beloved would react this way. Ah. Why didn't Song Mengju throw herself at me? Ah. I'm so jealous of Brother Fu I could die. Wow, being held so tightly by Song Mengju must feel amazing for Brother Fu. He's probably secretly loving it. Oomph, I want a hot chick to cuddle too. Seeing the school's top beauty, Song Mengju, actively throw herself into Chenja's arms, the live stream viewers instantly lost their composure, once again drowning Chenju in envy and resentment. The man in the suit watched Song Mengju and Chenja clinging tightly together, his jealousy threatening to explode. Especially when he caught sight of her flawless figure, rage surged within him. Why? Why wasn't that person me? At that moment, the other ghostly beings were startled by Chenja's sudden appearance. Then confusion spread among them. They knew the restaurant owner was the oil-boiling ghost general, notorious for his foul temper. Moreover, they had heard that during the last Blood Moon campaign, the oil-boiling ghost general had suffered heavy losses after being ambushed by the withered flower ghost general and was still seething with rage. This human was so blind as to provoke him he was bound to be torn to shreds. But to their astonishment, Chenju emerged unscathed. How could this be? The ghosts exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. The three-eyed ghost nearby remained oblivious to this. Seeing the meat about to be devoured snatched away by this human, he was overcome with fury. Without even assessing the lying shadow's strength, he lunged at Chenja. In his mind, the lie shadow was utterly weak. Earlier, he had only been knocked down because he hadn't been prepared. Now, with his full strength unleashed, both the lie shadow and the human would surely be killed. Seeing this, the lie shadow prepared to strike, but was stopped by Chenja. Having just acquired new gear, and seeing this ghost soldier appear relatively weak, he wanted to take care of it himself. Seeing this human engage him in combat, the three-eyed ghost instantly deemed the man a complete fool. Die! The three-eyed ghost roared furiously, charging toward Chenja. Seeing this, Chenja's eyes held only calmness. With a flicker of intent, a set of skeletal armor materialized around his body, and he gripped a bone-white battle blade tightly in both hands. His previously ordinary appearance now transformed, making him resemble a battle-hardened warrior. Holy crap, Fugo looks absolutely badass in that outfit. Clothes make the man, indeed. Brother Fu looks like a whole new person in this gear. Fujej, take down that three-eyed demon. Damn it, what's he playing at? Even your own boss treats Fujej with respect, yet you dare attack him? It's laughable. 32 level up. Defeated the three-eyed demon. Seeing the sudden appearance of gear on Chenja, a hint of surprise flashed in the three-eyed demon's eyes. This was the standard gear of the cooking army under the command of the boss cooking oil demon. As the weakest member of the group, he wasn't even qualified to receive it. Why did this weakling human have it? This human must have obtained these items through quests. The three-eyed demon mused. At this thought, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. These items were of considerable value. Once he killed this human, they would rightfully become his own. At the same time, he understood why this kid dared to fight him. His confidence lay in these very items. At this realization, a trace of contempt flickered in his eyes. This human was thinking far too simplistically. The gap in levels wasn't something a few pieces of gear could bridge. He would make the kid understand just how vast the gap in their strength truly was. Bailey Lang and his two companions were taken aback when they saw these items suddenly appear on Chenja. He hadn't had this gear before, but after visiting the restaurant owner, he suddenly had it? Realizing this, they understood why Chenja had gone to see the restaurant owner. He had traded with the restaurant owner. Realizing this, the trio couldn't help but be stunned by Chenja's approach. This approach was something they had never even considered before. They had been focused solely on completing the task, hoping the system would reward them with these items afterward. Unexpectedly, Chenja had gone straight to the restaurant owner to trade for these items. And he actually succeeded. Reflecting on this, the trio contemplated whether they could adopt the same approach. But after a moment's thought, all three shook their heads and smiled wryly. To trade with the restaurant owner, they needed capital. They had just entered the game. What capital could they possibly have? Of course, my item counts as capital too, and it's definitely far more valuable than Chenja's. But I just can't bring myself to part with it. The man in the suit frowned deeply, thinking to himself. At that moment, the three-eyed demon and Chenja also collided. Bang! The two clashed, then instantly separated. The three-eyed ghost took half a step back, while Chenja stumbled backward several meters. Wow, Brother Fu's strength is incredible now. His opponent is a first-tier ghost soldier after all. Even though they're relatively weak, holding his own against a higher-tier opponent like this is seriously impressive. Yeah, I was worried Fu Gu wouldn't even be able to block a single move. Turns out he's holding his own despite being on the defensive. That must be thanks to the white bone battle armor and white bone battle blade. Brother Fu made the right call switching to those two pieces of gear. Seeing the outcome of their clash, viewers in the livestream chat collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, they'd feared Chenja wouldn't even be able to block a single strike. After all, the opponent was a tier 1 ghost soldier, while Chenja was merely a tier 0 mortal. Yet, Chenja was only slightly at a disadvantage. Impressive. Truly worthy of a tier 1 ghost soldier. Chenja gripped his white bone battle knife tightly with both hands, enduring the searing pain in his palms as he licked his lips. His previous strike had driven the bone blade solidly into the three-eyed demon's body. But the enemy's body was incredibly tough, it felt like striking solid rock. Worse still, a tremendous recoil force surged back through the blade, searing his palms with agony. This made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and a first-tier ghost soldier. Without the protection of his bone armor and blade, he might have been injured just now. Yet despite being at a disadvantage, his heart brimmed with confidence. After all, he was currently only a 0-tier mortal. What if he used the upgrade stone to become a tier 1 warrior? What would the outcome be then? The thought sent a surge of excitement through him. The three-eyed demon saw Chenja retreat only a few meters, a hint of surprise flickering in its eyes. This kid, no wonder he's wearing the white bone battle armor. The three-eyed demon narrowed his eyes as he studied Chenja. Earlier, he had struck Chenja with a palm strike. But the white bone battle armor had absorbed most of his attack. Witnessing the bone armor's formidable strength, greed flared even brighter in the three-eyed demon's eyes. Beside them, Song Mengju breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chenja successfully block the three-eyed demon's strike. Impressive. Her eyes widened in admiration as she watched Chenja, a hint of reverence flickering within them. In this perilous world, Chenja had consistently demonstrated immense strength, granting her a profound sense of security. Unlike others, Chenja made her feel comfortable, without any sense of unease. As this thought crossed her mind, she seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing slightly. The suited man on the other side noticed this, and his expression shifted. In his estimation, even with the aid of this equipment, Chenja would inevitably suffer injuries under the three-eyed demon's assault. After all, there was a whole tier difference between them. To his surprise, though Chenja appeared battered now, he was practically unscathed. This filled him with silent fury. This three-eyed demon was nothing but a fraud. Nearby, the Shadow of Lies, who had been somewhat worried, also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. After all, he knew all too well how vast the gap in strength could be between two opponents separated by a full tier. That's why, during Chenja's battle with the three-eyed demon, he'd been deeply worried Chenja would get injured. He had even prepared to intervene the moment he sensed Chenja struggling to hold his ground. But he hadn't expected Chenja to merely stumble back a few meters, seemingly unharmed. With this realization, he felt reassured. In fact, a faint sense of anticipation stirred within him. After all, he knew Chenja possessed another secret weapon. That was the Tier 1 upgrade stone. Even now, Chenja had performed so impressively with merely 0-tier strength. Once he used the upgrade stone, his strength would receive an even greater boost. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the three-eyed demon exchanged blows with Chenja several times. Chenja appeared battered and bruised, yet remained unharmed for now. Very good. Seeing this, the three-eyed demon sneered coldly, finally deciding to unleash his full power. Bloodlight! The three-eyed demon roared, a faint crimson glow erupting from its third eye. It shot toward Chenja's face with a whizzing sound. Its speed was so swift that those present couldn't even react in time. No! Seeing the sudden crimson beam about to strike Chenja, Song Mengju shuddered and cried out in alarm. That red beam looked incredibly powerful. Perfect. The man in the suit's eyes lit up at the sight. He anticipated that this beam would kill Chenja outright. Bring it on! Seeing the red beam hurtling toward him, Chenja, in the heat of battle, roared defiantly. Then, he boldly activated the item and skill he had prepared long ago. First-tier upgrade stone. Flesh helm technique. In an instant, a scene that stunned everyone unfolded. Chenja's aura suddenly surged, propelling him directly from Tier 0 to Tier 1. Simultaneously, the skeletal armor on his body mysteriously liquefied and fused into his skin. Boom! Instead of retreating, Chenja advanced, shattering the red beam fired by the three-eyed demon with a single punch. Then, wielding his blades in both hands, he swung viciously at the three-eyed demon. The three-eyed demon scrambled to block, but this time, its rock-hard body couldn't withstand Chenja's bone blade. Ah! The three-eyed demon let out a piercing scream as a large chunk of flesh was torn from his right arm by the bone blade. Brother Fu is mighty. He's finally reached Tier 1. Brother Fu's combat power has skyrocketed since reaching Tier 1. The three-eyed demon couldn't even withstand a single blow. No kidding. Brother Fu was only slightly at a disadvantage at Tier 0. Now that he's tier 1, he can slaughter the three-eyed demon at will. Brofu is so badass. 666. 33 Dare to offend Lord Chinja? You're asking for death. Player, Chinja. Class, Warrior tier 1 human powerhouse capable of self-defense, no need to fear being slaughtered by demons. Experience, 0-100. Health, 60-60. Magic, 30-40. Stamina, 50-60. Attack, 20. Defense, 15. Talent permanent unique, Ghost Coin System gains 1 ghost coin per breath. Talent temporary, Blood Ox HP 2. Skill permanent, Critical Strike 0 star. Skill temporary, Demon Roar 1 star, Flesh Helm Technique 1 star. Equipment, Bone War Armor Tier 1, Bone War Blade Tier 1. Items, Sanctuary Potion, Broken Copper Key, Ghost General's Order, Cooking Oil Ghost General. Ghost Coins, 1500. Minion Temporary, Shadow of Lies Tier 1, Loyalty 70%. Relationships, Oil Cooked Ghost General Friendliness 6 inch. Just now, Chinja used an upgrade stone to advance to a Tier 1 warrior. At that moment, Chinja felt his entire body brimming with power. This transformation once again stunned everyone present. First among them were the long-tongued ghost and numerous other ghostly creatures. A flash of crimson light erupted from Chinja's body, and the skeletal battle armor transformed into a liquid substance that adhered to his form. Before they could react, Chinja swung his bone blade, slicing a chunk of flesh from the three-eyed demon's arm. How did he get the upgrade stone? Feeling the shift in Chinja's aura, shock filled their eyes. As veterans themselves, they knew how incredibly difficult it was to obtain an upgrade stone. Not only did it require substantial wealth, but also specific connections. After all, this item wasn't something money alone could buy. Moreover, as ghostly beings, they had far more avenues to obtain upgrade stones than humans did. Even so, it had cost them a tremendous amount of effort back then. So how did this human, clearly a newcomer to this world, manage to find such a channel? Beyond that, another question gnawed at their minds. Even if Chinju upgraded to a tier 1 warrior, he'd only be on par with the three-eyed ghost. Even if he were stronger, he couldn't be much stronger than the three-eyed ghost. How could he now inflict such severe injuries on the three-eyed demon with just one strike? This doesn't make sense. The man in the suit, who had witnessed Chinju ascend to tier 1 and then strike down the three-eyed demon with a single blow, now wore a look of utter disbelief in his eyes. He had assumed that as the battle progressed, Chinju would ultimately be defeated. After all, compared to tier 1, tier 0 had a fatal weakness that even equipment couldn't compensate for. That weakness was attributes. A tier 1's health and stamina ranged from 60 to 80, while 0 tier only had 20-30. Therefore, even if Chinju could barely withstand the three-eyed demon with his gear, he would inevitably fall in the long run. But he never imagined that Chinju would actually level up right then. Why did that brat get the upgrade stone? The suit-wearing man seethed with rage and confusion. In his mind, something as crucial as an upgrade stone could only be obtained as a system reward after completing a mission. There was no other way for them to obtain them. But Chinju's current actions left him utterly stunned. You could get an upgrade stone without completing a mission. Song Mangju watched Chinju suddenly unleash his formidable power, her heart surging with excitement. Especially when Chinju fused with the white bone battle armor. At that moment, his body radiated a faint silver-white glow, his facial features became more pronounced and his entire aura transformed. So handsome. Song Mangju gazed at Chinju, now radiating a completely different aura, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. I can't take it. That look in sister-in-law's eyes is practically melting. No way. School beauty Song Mangju actually gazing at Brother Fu like that? Oh my, I'm so jealous. Fu finally saw Brother Fu reach tier 1. Look at the expressions on those people around him now, so hilarious. They must be scratching their heads wondering how Brother Fu got his upgrade stone. Witnessing Chinju's incredible feat, the crowd fell silent while the livestream chat erupted with excitement. At this moment, the injured three-eyed demon no longer possessed his earlier composure. Instead, his face was filled with utter disbelief. He had always believed his strength surpassed this human's. Sure, the kid had gear that could barely withstand his attacks. He was confident that with his attribute advantage, the kid wouldn't last long. But he never imagined this human would suddenly ascend to tier 1. With that, his advantage vanished completely. What's more, the fact that this kid had wounded him with a single strike filled him with dread. Could it be? The three-eyed demon realized that the human's sudden surge in power might be connected to his battle armor transforming into liquid and merging with his body earlier. It must be some kind of powerful skill. At this thought, the three-eyed demon's gaze toward Chinju was filled with utter shock. This human was truly a hidden gem. Not only had he obtained an upgrade stone, but he also possessed such a formidable skill. At this realization, he even lost the will to fight. Where's Big Head Ghost, the captain? He frantically scanned his surroundings, preparing to call out to his captain and teammates. At this point, he no longer harbored any desire to fight Chinju one-on-one. He wanted to summon the other ghosts to join forces and eliminate this human. After all, this was their domain. No matter how powerful this human was, he couldn't fight off a horde of ghosts. 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. As if responding to the three-eyed ghost's call, several ghostly figures suddenly appeared outside the back kitchen door. Leading them was none other than the captain, Big Head Ghost. Seeing this, the three-eyed ghost rejoiced, ignoring his injuries as he hurried toward Big Head Ghost. "Captain, save me!" the three-eyed ghost shouted as he ran. Seeing this, Song Mengju and Bai Li Lang both froze in shock. The enemy's reinforcements had arrived. "We have to get out of here fast." Song Mengju grabbed Chinja's arm, ready to flee with him. After all, if these ghostly creatures attacked together, they would be no match for them. "Don't panic." Seeing this, Chinja seized Song Mengju's hand, signaling her to stay calm. Her heart skipped a beat as Chinja held her hand, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Though she sensed the danger, hearing Chinja's words brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The man in the suit, seeing this, immediately retreated to the doorway. He intended to flee the moment things went wrong. That arrogant bastard. Watching Chinja remain rooted to the spot, he couldn't help but gloat inwardly. "With so many ghostly creatures, I don't believe you can hold them off, kid." Hearing the three-eyed ghost's words, the big-headed ghost froze in surprise. "Captain, this human broke the rules and even injured me. You must avenge me, kill him and devour him." The three-eyed ghost continued pleading with the big-headed ghost. Big-head Ghost's captain was not only powerful but also on good terms with him. He knew his words would enrage the captain, who would then lead his brothers to surround and attack this human brat. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of Chinja still standing in place out of the corner of his eye, and his heart leapt with joy. This human still hadn't run away. He was arrogant and foolish beyond belief. "Ah!" Hearing the three-eyed ghost's words, a flicker of panic flashed in Big-Head Ghost's eyes. The few members behind him exchanged bewildered glances. This reaction left the three-eyed demon utterly baffled. "Captain, if you don't act now, this human will escape." Just as the three-eyed demon was about to continue, fury flared in the captain's eyes. A massive palm shot out, slapping him hard across the face. Smack! A sharp crack echoed as the three-eyed ghost was sent crashing to the ground. Then, the crowd witnessed an even more shocking scene. The big-headed ghost scurried toward Chinja with an obsequious expression, calling out as he ran. "Sir, this fool dared to offend you. He deserves to die." "Haha, this is hilarious. That three-eyed ghost really has no sense of propriety." Seeing Big-Head Ghost being so deferential to Chinja, Three-Eyed Ghost's jaw must have dropped in shock. "Three-Eyed Ghost, you actually thought Big-Head Ghost would help you kill Brother Fu? Little did you know he now holds Brother Fu in the highest regard. And it's not just Big-Head Ghost, even your own boss needs Brother Fu's favors." Brother Fu pulled off another epic move. He's so badass. 34 The three-eyed ghost begging for mercy on his knees. When everyone saw the big-headed ghost emerge, they assumed Chinja was in for serious trouble. After all, this was the domain of the ghostly creatures. Chinja had already broken the rules by injuring the three-eyed ghost. These ghostly creatures were known for feasting on human flesh and blood, and Chinja was bound to be surrounded and killed by the horde. But to everyone's utter surprise, the big-headed ghost not only refrained from attacking Chinja, but actually knocked his companion, the three-eyed ghost, to the ground. After that, everyone witnessed the big-head ghost treating Chinja with utmost respect, even addressing him as Sir. Witnessing this scene, the others' minds were spinning. How could things have turned out this way? Why was this big-head ghost showing such deference to Chinja? Song Mengju felt her mind go blank. She had been worried about Chinja's safety just moments ago. But now she stood utterly dumbfounded, her cherry-red lips parted slightly, looking adorably dazed. Then, she looked at Chinja, whose expression remained calm, and the admiration in her eyes deepened. The big-headed ghost, who clearly held a high position in the restaurant, was now showing such respect to Chinja. How on earth did this man manage it? The suited man lurking by the door, ready to make a quick escape, watched the scene unfold, his jaw dropping in shock. Why? Why would such a powerful ghost not only refrain from attacking Chinja, but actually address him as master? Where was your pride as ghostly beings? Your dignity? The man in the suit felt so frustrated he could spit blood. Why did everything that happened to Chinja defy all logic? Is there no justice in this world? The ghosts witnessed this scene, exchanging stunned glances. They knew far more than these humans realized. They knew the big-head ghost and the three-eyed ghost were close. The three-eyed ghost was too weak to meet the restaurant's hiring standards. It was only because Big-Head Ghost, out of friendship, pulled strings to get him hired. Therefore, when Big-Head Ghost appeared, they were certain he would lead the other ghosts to attack this human brat together. Even though the human was accompanied by a powerful shadow of lies, the two of them were no match for so many ghosts. To their utter shock, Big-Head Ghost not only refrained from attacking the human boy but instead struck the three-eyed ghost, with whom he shared a deep bond. What's more, he respectfully addressed the human boy as master. What on earth was going on? The ghosts exchanged bewildered glances. In that moment, they suddenly realized that this human's identity might be something extraordinary. The three-eyed ghost lay sprawled on the ground, his mind a complete blur. He never expected Big-Head Ghost, who had been on good terms with him, to attack him. He had assumed Big-Head would surely join him in attacking that human brat. But the turn of events had been utterly surreal. Still, he knew Big Head Ghost must have had his reasons for acting this way. Wait, did the captain just call that human kid? Sir? The thought sent a sudden chill through Three-Eyed Ghost's heart. He realized that this seemingly ordinary human boy might not be who he appeared to be. At that moment, a flicker of panic flickered in Big Head Ghost's eyes. The boss had just given Chenja a ghost general's order, indicating his high regard for him. And due to the Blood Moon campaign, the boss might even have something to ask of this human. In other words, in the boss's eyes, Chenja's value now surpassed his own. Therefore, he treated Chenja with utmost respect, even going to the kitchen to inform the other members. Though he omitted certain details, he emphasized that all ghosts must treat Chenja with utmost respect and avoid offending him. Unexpectedly, the moment he stepped outside, this three-eyed ghost provoked Chenja. Despite his deep friendship with the three-eyed ghost, such ties meant nothing compared to his future prospects or even his life. Therefore, he struck the three-eyed ghost down without hesitation. At the same time, he felt both puzzled and shocked. This three-eyed ghost, however weak, was still a ghost soldier. How could he claim it wasn't the lying shadow who wounded him, but this Chenja? Although Chenja was favored by the boss, his strength was lacking merely a stage 0 mortal. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to beat the three-eyed demon into such a state, right? Could it be that the three-eyed ghost's mind was scrambled by the lie shadow, causing him to start spouting nonsense? Big Head Ghost pondered this, glancing at Chenja. Ha! At that moment, Big Head Ghost was stunned to discover that Chenja had actually leveled up, becoming a tier 1 warrior. How did he level up? Where did he get the upgrade stone? The Big Head Ghost couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Compared to ghostly beings like themselves, humans faced far greater difficulty in obtaining upgrade stones. Typically, they could only obtain them after completing quests. He never expected Chenja to obtain one so quickly. It must be from the boss. Big Head Ghost pondered inwardly. At this thought, he couldn't help but nod slightly. The upgrade stone Chenja used for his advancement must have been exchanged with the boss. Then he looked at Chenja's body and noticed a faint silver-white glow emanating from his skin. It's a skill. Seeing Chenja's current state, Big Head Ghost understood everything. After all, even if Chenja had advanced to a tier 1 warrior, it was unlikely he could have inflicted such severe injuries on the three-eyed demon in such a short time. After all, being of the same tier, their attributes couldn't differ too much. Therefore, Chenja's ability to achieve this must have come from wielding a powerful skill or equipment. Realizing this, he grew even more respectful toward Chenja. After all, Chenja's current strength was nearly on par with his own, and he had such a close relationship with the boss. I need to resolve this issue. Big Head Ghost pondered for a moment before barking an order at Three-Eyed Ghost. Three-Eyed Ghost, you dare offend Lord Chenja? It seems you truly wish to die. Apologize to Lord Chenja immediately and beg for his forgiveness, or no one will be able to save you. Ha! Big Head Ghost, you sycophant. You really know how to shift with the wind. Three-Eyed Ghost, you're stunned, aren't you? The ally you hoped for not only struck you down but also made you apologize to your enemy. Brother Fu's status has risen so high now. Feels great. Sis-in-law looks stunning these days. Don't even think about it, bro. Sister-in-law is head over heels for Brother Fu now. When Big Head Ghost uttered those words, the assembled ghosts, though mentally prepared, were nonetheless stunned anew. Not only is this human kid so powerful, but his status is this high too? Hearing Big Head Ghost's words, Three-Eyed Ghost's eyes filled with bitterness. As a terrifying ghost himself, he was actually being forced to apologize to a human? This was utterly. At this thought, the Three-Eyed Ghost's face turned pale and flushed, clearly feeling deeply humiliated by Big Head Ghost's words. What? Seeing the Three-Eyed Ghost hesitate, a sharp glint flashed in the Big-Headed Ghost's eyes. Though he and this Three-Eyed Ghost shared some acquaintance. But if he failed to handle this matter properly, it would undoubtedly have serious repercussions for him. He even considered that if Chenja remained unsatisfied, he might personally take action against the Three-Eyed Ghost and kill him. The Three-Eyed Ghost saw the sharp glint in Big Head Ghost's eyes. Only now did he finally grasp that the captain meant business. If I don't follow the captain's orders, I might even get killed. At this thought, the Three-Eyed Demon felt a chill run down his spine and swallowed involuntarily. At that moment, dignity meant nothing to him. He abruptly knelt before Chenja, pleading for mercy. Master Chenja. I was blind not to recognize your greatness and offended you earlier. Please forgive me. Wah, this is awesome. These terrifying ghosts are actually kowtowing to us humans, haha. Brother Fu is so badass. Without saying a word, he made a terrifying ghost kneel and beg for mercy. Guess the saying money talks isn't a lie. With all that cash, Brother Fu actually pulled this off. Respect. Of course. If you had that much money, you could do it too. The thing is, you don't have Brother Fu's luck. 35 befriending ghosts? That's so cool. Through the Big Head Ghost's actions, the Three-Eyed Ghost finally realized Chenja's extraordinary nature. Now, he even felt a sense of dread toward Chenja. Without his forgiveness, disaster would surely befall him. Thus, the Three-Eyed Ghost's pleas for mercy were heartfelt and sincere, tears streaming down his face. The man in the suit was utterly shocked. Seeing the three-eyed demon's plea for mercy, he finally realized just how extraordinary Chinja truly was. This kid was no ordinary rich kid. With this realization, the man in the suit began to take Chinja seriously. But no matter how formidable you are, you're dead this time. Having recognized Chinja's extraordinary nature, the man in the suit felt his murderous intent toward him grow even stronger. After all, Song Mengju came from a formidable family. If he could win her over, not only would he gain boundless pleasure, but it would also transform his entire life. The key obstacle standing between him and Song Mengju was none other than Chinja. From his observations, it was clear that Song Mengju had developed genuine feelings for Chinja. Therefore, to claim Song Mengju's entire heart and soul, he must eliminate Chinja, severing her last shred of hope. Chinja must die. As the suit contemplated this, a plan to kill Chinja began to form in his mind. The other ghosts, especially the long-tongued ghost, were startled by the three-eyed ghost's display. They finally realized that this Chinja was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Once they grasped this truth, they were filled with regret. Why had they been so foolish as to pick a fight with Chinja? Now look at them, Chinja clearly had it in for them. Lord Chinja. With that thought, the gossipmonger steeled himself, his face shifting into a respectful expression as he bowed deeply to Chinja. Earlier, I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you, sir. I hope you can forgive me for my small transgression. He was actually mimicking the three-eyed ghost and apologizing to Chinja. The other ghosts, seeing the long-tongued ghost's actions, immediately understood his intent. They exchanged glances, their faces flushing red then pale, before finally setting aside their pride. Lord Chinja, I truly did not. Lord Chinja, I am guilty. The ghosts scrambled to apologize to Chinja. Though they felt humiliated, they had no choice but to do so to prevent Chinja from harboring resentment toward them. Holy crap, this. What the hell am I seeing? Holy crap, this is blinding my 24K gold-plated eyes. Who'd have thought Brother Fu could make these ghosts apologize to him? My idol. From now on, Brother Fu is my idol. I'm his die-hard fan. As the ghosts collectively apologized to Chinja, the shock among the live-stream viewers was beyond description. This is insane. Soon after, this live-stream segment was even recorded and uploaded online. In no time, Ghosts Apologize to Player became a trending topic online. Chinja's livestream surged in popularity, climbing to number 89.99 on the daily rankings. His follower count surpassed 10,000, and the gifts viewers sent reached a staggering 200,000. What does that even mean? Consider this, Chinja's parents, working tirelessly and scrimping and saving for an entire year, might not even earn 100,000 yuan. Yet Chinja earned 100,000 yuan in just a short time after entering the game. Sunset in. Chinja stared at the ghostly beings apologizing to him. Their faces were hideously distorted, their bodies grotesque. Some bled constantly, as if sweating human blood. Some had flesh that was patchy black, white, purple, and multicolored. Some possessed 2 heads, 5 legs, and 8 ears. Before, they had looked down on him with utter contempt. In their eyes, they were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. They believed that if they broke the rules, the creatures would swarm upon them, tearing their bodies apart and ripping out their internal organs. Yet now, in such a short time, these ghostly creatures all approached him with respectful expressions, their faces brimming with flattery. Seeing this, Chinja couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He actually despised these ghostly beings. After all, these ghostly beings harbored deep hatred toward humanity and had claimed countless human lives. He would gladly slaughter them all. But now, he suddenly found himself wondering, why had he been chosen by this bizarre game to participate in these missions? Of course, he couldn't fathom the answer. He could only strive to grow stronger within the game. Otherwise, only agony and death awaited him. With this realization, he knew he must accept the apologies of these ghostly beings. After all, he had earned the recognition of the Cooking Oil Ghost General and even obtained the Ghost General's order. He understood clearly that all this was only possible because he possessed a vast amount of ghost coins. The bond between him and the Oil Cooking Ghost General was a fragile thread of mutual interest. The slightest misstep would shatter this fragile bond. At that point, the Greasepot Ghost General might even rush to kill him. Ultimately, it all came down to his own lack of strength. Therefore, to grow stronger, he must resort to any means necessary, exhausting every possible method. These ghostly beings who voluntarily showed weakness to him were the very path to his own growth. Gaining their goodwill, or even befriending them, might prove beneficial for future missions. Conversely, if he were to show no mercy and punish them now, he would gain nothing and only incur their grudges, inviting endless trouble down the road. With this realization, a plan formed in his mind. Haha, no need for this, everyone. It's all a misunderstanding. Chinja's expression was sincere, his tone earnest. No fight, no friendship. If you're willing to give me a chance, we can be friends from now on. Holy crap, I never would have guessed Brother Fu could say something like that. Yeah, I always thought Brother Fu was just a spoiled rich kid. Who knew he had such a broad-minded spirit? I'm almost moved. Why must games be so brutal? Why can't we just make friends instead of fighting all the time? World peace. Peace and love. Chenja's words sent shockwaves through the livestream audience. They had expected that, faced with such threats, Chenja would seize the opportunity to punish these ghostly entities in his anger. Instead, they witnessed the breadth of his compassion. Whether genuine or feigned, the crowd was utterly bowled over by Chenja. Hearing Chenja's words, the ghostly creatures' faces lit up with delight. They had assumed that after what had just happened, Chenja would certainly not let them off lightly. But to their surprise, Chenja spoke these words instead. This left them utterly delighted. They were practically eager to befriend Chenja. After all, a major reason for their hostility toward humans stemmed from humanity's sheer weakness. When facing weak humans, their mindset was akin to how humans viewed pigs and sheep: kill them if they wanted to, eat them if they desired. But for those humans who possessed great strength, they naturally held them in high regard. Take Ghost Shadow Town, for instance. It housed several formidable humans who had even cultivated friendships with the ghost generals. Chenja, with his formidable power and lofty status, was naturally beyond comparison to ordinary humans. With this thought, they all wore broad smiles as they introduced themselves to Chenja. Lord Chenja, I am One-Eyed Ghost. Lord Chenja, I am Mo Wangue. Ding, dear player Chenja, you have gained the friendship of the ghostly entity One-Eyed Ghost. One-Eyed Ghost's affinity plus 10 inch. Ding, dear player Chenja, you have gained the friendship of the ghostly being Mo Wang Ghost. One-Eyed Ghost's affinity plus 10 inch. Damn, Brother Fu's move was brilliant. Gaining favor with so many ghosts, this might come in handy for future quests. Exactly. I finally see what Brother Fu was aiming for. Bro Fu's approach is absolutely brilliant, so awesome. 666. 36 Mysterious Little Flag. Soon, Chenja's relationship with the ghosts reached a whole new level. The spirits gladly agreed, and from that day forward, Chenja became their friend. Should Chenja ever need their assistance in the future, they would spare no effort to help. Seeing this, Chenja felt a surge of joy. His goal had been achieved. It must be noted that these ghostly beings were ghost soldiers, whose power was no weaker than that of the previous Lie Shadow. Moreover, unlike the deceptive shadows, these spirits each had their own friends or networks here. Therefore, undertaking future missions would undoubtedly become much more convenient. Song Mengju and Bailey Lang watched the scene unfold, their jaws practically dropping in shock. Chenja had come to this eerie world with them. Their power remained feeble. Any of the surrounding ghostly beings could easily kill them. Yet not only did Chenja make them show him respect and flattery, but he'd even become their friend? Talk about making you green with envy. Oh, this must be my sister-in-law, huh? Haha, I've got a little something here perfect to give to you as a token of my respect. At that moment, the ghost with the big head's enormous eyeball rolled around, spotting the stunningly beautiful Song Mengju nearby. From their earlier conversation, he'd learned why the three-eyed ghost had attacked Chenja. It was because this human woman worried about Chenja's safety that she broke the game's rules, prompting the three-eyed ghost to attack. He understood that this human woman must hold a special place in Chenja's heart. Based on his understanding of humans, if he truly wanted to gain Chenja's friendship, this human woman was the best way to break through. With that, Big Head Ghost pulled a bottle of life potion from his pocket and grinned at Chenja and Song Mengju. Hearing the big-headed ghost's words, Song Mengju's face flushed slightly, yet a smile involuntarily played at the corners of her mouth. The big-headed ghost's words were so sweet. At that moment, she even found the ghastly, terrifying visage of Big Head Ghost somewhat pleasing to the eye. Ha, Big Head Ghost sure knows how to talk. You've hit the nail on the head with my sister-in-law. You bet. Look, even though my sister-in-law is blushing, she didn't deny it. She must be over the moon inside. Gak gak, I'm so jealous of Brother Fu. To have such a gem as a sister-in-law, TSK TSK TSK. If you had money, you could too. Unlike other live streams, this one was filled with joyful laughter. The man in the suit standing by the door felt endless jealousy welling up inside him at Song Mengju's reaction. At that very moment, he felt like nothing more than a clown. Just you wait. The man in the suit gritted his teeth. I'll let you, Chenja, gloat for a while. But in the end, everything will be mine. The surrounding ghosts were startled by Big Head Ghost's actions. True to his friendship with Big Head Ghost, Three-Eyed Ghost was quick-witted and immediately caught on. The captain's right. Having the honor of befriending a great man like Chenja, I also have a small gift for the sister-in-law. Look! The Three-Eyed Ghost also pulled a bottle of potion from his body and handed it to Song Mengju. It was a stamina potion. As she looked at the gifts offered by the two ghosts, Song Mengju glanced at Chenja, seemingly seeking his opinion. Meeting her gaze, Chenja was struck by her affectionate eyes and exquisitely carved features. His heart stirred, and he swallowed hard. Mengju, since they mean well, you should accept it. Chenja said, unwilling to refuse the ghost's goodwill. Hearing his words, Song Mengju happily tucked it away. Hee, is this how you hand things over to your wife? Song Mengju thought to herself with quiet delight. Seeing Chenja let Song Mengju accept these gifts, Big Head Ghost and Three-Eyed Ghost exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight. They knew their move had paid off. The other ghosts, witnessing this, finally understood the two ghosts' intentions. Big Head Ghost really knew how to play the game. No wonder he's so highly regarded by the Ghost General. Without delay, the other ghosts followed suit, presenting gifts to Song Mengju and Chinja. Of course, these gifts were of little value, mostly potions and such. Brother Zhe, look, I got this from a human I encountered earlier. At that moment, the long-tongued ghost also pulled something out and handed it to Chinja. I don't know what it's for, so I'll give it to you and your wife. The gift from the long-tongued ghost was a small flag bearing 2 crossed skulls. The flag looked quite mysterious, but he never figured out what it was. This time, he knew he'd seriously offended Chinja. Trinkets like this might not be enough to earn Chinja's forgiveness. So he steeled himself and pulled this item out. Though it looked mysterious, he had no use for it himself. So he decided to pass it on to Chinju instead. Seeing this, Chinju accepted it without hesitation, taking the small flag from the long-tongued ghost's hands. The little flag looked quite mysterious. But after examining it for a while, he sensed nothing unusual. He tucked it away, intending to study it properly when he had time. Unexpectedly, the man in the suit standing by the door suddenly widened his eyes upon seeing the small flag. So that's why I couldn't find it was in the tongueworm's possession all along. The man in the suit was overjoyed. Ha! Chinja, whatever the reason, it seems you must die by my hand. Seeing Chinja take the small flag, the man's eyes burned with fervor, his murderous intent surging. After all the ghosts had presented their gifts, Chinju exchanged pleasantries with them before reluctantly bidding farewell. After all, their dining time was nearly up, and they needed to find Lady Sunset to receive their second round of tasks. On their way to the lobby, Chinja and Song Mengju took stock of the gifts received from the ghosts. 5 mini bottles of life potion, 6 mini bottles of stamina potion, 3 mini bottles of mana potion, and 1 mysterious little flag. Seeing this, Chinja felt the trip had been quite fruitful. Not only had they obtained the Ghost General's order, acquired equipment, and ascended to Tier 1, but they'd also gained so many useful items. On the way, Chinja proceeded to distribute the potions among Song Mengju and Bailey Lang. The two naturally accepted without hesitation, grinning broadly as they took the gifts. At that moment, the group entered the hall just in time to see Ms. Sunset frowning deeply as she rummaged through cabinets and overturned shelves, as if searching for something lost. Before the others could grasp what was happening, Ms. Sunset turned her gaze toward them. Ha! Sunset Lady looked at the 4 of them. The other 3 showed no change, but she discovered that Chinja had ascended from Tier 0 to Tier 1. This astonished her. After all, for human players to level up, they must obtain level-up stones. And obtaining upgrade stones was extremely difficult. How had this human managed to obtain one just by wandering around the restaurant? Beyond that, Chinja carried an aura that felt strangely familiar to her. With that thought, she suddenly lunged toward Chinja. Whoosh! Her speed was blinding. Before anyone could react, they saw only a blur before Lady Sunset pinned herself against Chinja. 2 full curves pressed against his chest, exceptionally soft, causing Chinja's face to flush slightly. Damn, Brother Fu's got some serious luck with women. Ms. Sunset actually threw herself at Brother Fu. I'm so jealous of you, Brother Fu. Cuteness pales in comparison to sexiness. I really want to ask Brother Fu, between Song Mengju and Sunset Lady, who would he choose? Choose who? Forget it, bro, Fu's an adult. He'd want both of them. 37 The rougher the seas, the pricier the fish. With Lady Sunset's voluptuous body pressing down on him, Chinja naturally felt utterly blissful. But fear flickered in his eyes. After all, Sunset Lady's speed had been too swift earlier, he hadn't even had time to react. If Sunset Lady wanted to strike him, he'd be killed in an instant. Song Mengju, watching from the side, saw Sunset Lady pinned down by Chinja but didn't dwell on the implications. Instead, jealousy flared fiercely within her. In her eyes, Chinja was already her possession, and she wouldn't tolerate any other woman laying a finger on him. Even if Sunset Lady was a ghostly entity. She immediately tried to pull Sunset Lady off Chinja. At that moment, Sunset Lady suddenly rose from Chinja. Simultaneously, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Through their brief contact, she had already discerned whose aura it was on Chinja. It belonged to the grease-cooking Ghost General. Judging by the situation, this human's upgrade stone was most likely obtained from the oil-boiling Ghost General as well. But how could this human lad have gotten involved with the oil-cooking Ghost General? She had heard rumors about the last Blood Moon campaign. The Withered Flower Ghost General had obtained a rare treasure and ambushed the oil-boiling Ghost General, inflicting heavy losses. Consequently, the oil-cooking Ghost General has been seething with rage lately. If he saw a human prancing about before him, he'd surely be unable to resist killing and devouring it to vent his rage. But now it seemed this human had interacted with the oil-cooking Ghost General, not only emerging unscathed but actually obtaining an upgrade stone? How could that be possible? Lady Sunset couldn't wrap her mind around it. After pondering for a moment, she could only bury her doubts deep within her heart. For now, she had an important task at hand, announcing the second round of missions. Oh dear, I've lost something. I hope you can help me find it. A hint of worry flitted across Sunset Lady's face. Paired with her stunning beauty, it was utterly captivating, making one swallow hard. These items were part of my mother's dowry, they hold immense value. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, realizing this was the second round's mission. What exactly are we supposed to find? The man in the suit stepped forward and asked Ms. Sunset. He now felt the gap in strength between himself and Chenja growing ever wider. Despite possessing that weapon, he still felt uneasy. Therefore, he was eager for the second round of tasks. Hearing his question, Ms. Sunset sighed wistfully. There's a letter my mother wrote me, along with a bracelet, a necklace, and most precious of all 3 rings. Those rings hold immense value and significance. No sooner had Sunset Lady finished speaking than a system notification suddenly sounded in Chenja's mind. Ding! Dear player Chenju, congratulations on unlocking the second round of game tasks. Locate the lost dowry items of Ms. Sunset. This quest is divided into 3 difficulty levels based on the items required. Level 1, locate the letters written by her mother to Sunset, 11 letters total. Second difficulty level, locate the necklace and bracelet given to Sunset Lady by her mother, 6 pieces total. Third difficulty level, locate the rings currently gifted to Sunset Lady, 3 rings total. Subsequently, Chenja received a system prompt asking him to select one difficulty level. Based on his selection, the system would provide corresponding clues. They must locate at least one item within their chosen level, or face the wrath of Sunset Lady. Time limit, 12 hours. For safety's sake, Brother Fu will definitely pick level 1. Surviving in the game is the top priority. Absolutely. High difficulty tasks look impossible to complete. Choosing those would be downright stupid. Bro, don't be impulsive. Your life comes first. Seeing the system prompt, the livestream audience assumed Brother Fu would choose the first difficulty level. After all, this isn't a traditional game where you can restart after failing. Here, death is permanent. Therefore, no matter how confident a player might be, they should choose the easy difficulty level. Otherwise, they'd be out of their minds. Chenja, we plan to choose the first difficulty level. You're with us, right? Song Mengju and Bai Li Lang asked Chenja. At this moment, Chenja was their anchor. Though they felt it unnecessary to ask, they instinctively turned to him for confirmation. I want to choose the third difficulty level. To their surprise, Chenja paused briefly before speaking. Did I hear that right? Brother Fu actually wants to choose the third level? What's he thinking? Sure, Brother Fu is strong now, but even if he wants to boost his game rating, second difficulty should be enough. Why risk third? Isn't he afraid of dying? Bro Fu must be getting cocky after breezing through the earlier missions. This is a dangerous, bizarre world, you know. I really want to go in there and shake Brother Fu awake. Snap out of it. Seeing Chenjo actually considering the third difficulty level, the livestream chat exploded. Although Brother Fu was indeed quite powerful now, compared to the ghostly entities in this world, he still can't hold a candle to them. Therefore, the first difficulty level was the only sensible choice for him. Survival was the ultimate priority. Why let a little success go to his head now? Seeing Chenja's choice, many viewers felt he was playing with fire. In an instant, the live stream was flooded with skeptical comments. Many viewers deemed Chenja blindly arrogant and reckless, prompting them to simply exit his livestream. Not watching anymore. What a letdown. Thought he was something special, but turns out he's just another arrogant jerk. Oof. I've watched countless streamers plenty more skilled and luckier than you. When faced with choices, they always pick the easiest path to survive. Never thought you'd. This is pointless. It's making me furious. Bye. Chenja's decision infuriated the viewers in his livestream. Soon, over half the viewers had left the stream. His channel ranking plummeted off the daily charts. Song Mengju and the others were also taken aback by Chenja's decision. Chenja, why not pick a lower difficulty level? After all, surviving here is what matters most. Though she had always trusted Chenja's decisions, Song Mengju now felt his choice was too risky and voiced her concern. Meanwhile, the man in the suit, upon hearing Chenja's decision, felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. I never expected Chenja to be so blindly arrogant that he dared to choose the most difficult third tier. Since you're so stubborn, I won't have to do it myself. What a pity about that little skull banner. He pondered how he could obtain that skull banner from Chenja's body after the latter failed his mission and died. Hearing Song Mengju's words, Chenja felt a warmth in his heart. A wave of emotion washed over him. In real life, he was just an insignificant beggar. Yet now, he had the school beauty the one countless others pursued, showing him such concern. After a moment's thought, he decided not to alter his resolve. To gain greater strength and survive better, he must fight boldly. Chenja's heart burned with determination. The fiercer the storm, the pricier the fish. With that thought, he gestured for the two to relax. Then he produced the white bone battle armor and white bone battle blade, handing them to the pair. These are for you. Has Brother Fu lost his mind? Not only did he choose the hardest difficulty, but he's even giving them gear? Snap out of it, Brother Fu. Now's not the time for generosity. This is a dangerous, bizarre world. One wrong move and we're dead. It's over. Brother Fu's brains short-circuited. What kind of idiotic moves is he pulling? 38 The Ghost King's treasure. The white bone banner. Seeing Chenju equip them, Song Mengju and Bai Li Lang were stunned. Xiao Zhizi, this won't do. Since you chose the third difficulty mission, you need this gear more than us. Bailey Lang's eyes flashed with anxiety. Hearing Bailey Lang's words, a resolute gleam flashed in Chenja's eyes. It's fine. I have my own plan for this. Take this gear now. With that, Chenja handed the white-bone battle armor to Song Mengju and the white-bone battle blade to Bailey Lang. His reasoning was that the three of them would soon be embarking on separate missions, requiring them to be apart for a period of time. Therefore, he wanted to bolster their strength to ensure they could complete the upcoming mission. After all, Bailey Lang's innate talent was bull charge, and equipping the white-bone battle blade would allow him to unleash even greater attack power. Song Mengju's talent was perception, and equipping the white-bone armor would grant her stronger defense. Having already reached Tier 1 himself, these items offered him little benefit compared to their potential for the others. Besides, he had the Lai Shadow as his ally. At this moment, Bailey Lang still tried to decline, but Song Mengju's gaze was unwavering as she accepted the white-bone battle armor. She understood Chenja's intentions. Seeing Song Mengju's consent, Bailey Lang hesitated briefly before accepting the white-bone battle blade as well. Seeing this, a faint smile touched Chenja's lips. As Song Mengju slipped into the bone armor, she felt the lingering warmth of Chenja's body heat, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Chenja glanced at Song Mengju. The bone armor hugged her form tightly, perfectly accentuating her graceful, curvaceous figure. Moreover, her previously delicate features took on a bold, heroic aura against the armor's stark lines. For a moment, Chenja found himself utterly captivated. Noticing Chenja's gaze, Song Mengju's cheeks flushed even more vividly, as if they might glow with moisture. Hey, you know what? That white-bone battle armor actually suits your sister-in-law pretty well. It looks great on her. Look at this couple feeding us some serious couple goals. Bailey Lang is such a third wheel. Brother Fu must have his reasons for doing this. After Chenja's series of flirtatious antics, the live stream's audience had dwindled to less than a third of its original size. These were Chenja's loyal fans. They believed Chenja's choice must have been justified. Next, the trio began exchanging clues. Song Mengju and Bailey Lang chose the first difficulty level. Their clues pointed to the 36 rooms on the first floor of the hotel. Among these rooms, there might be the letter written by Sunset Lady's mother to her. Chenja selected the third difficulty level. His clues pointed to 6 rooms on the second floor of the hotel. Among these rooms, the 3 rings that belonged to Sunset Lady as part of her dowry might be hidden. Despite his confidence, Chenja still felt the pressure. After all, the ghostly entities residing on the second floor were all of the Ghost General rank. The slightest misstep could cost him his life. No wonder it's the third difficulty level. Brother Fu is actually searching for items in a Ghost General's room. That's way too dangerous. Ghost Generals are so powerful. Bro Fu was putting himself at risk. Sigh, I still don't understand why Brother Fu chose the third difficulty level. Look at the easy levels his teammates picked. Viewers in the livestream chat were filled with concern for Chenja. Song Mengju and Bailey Lang, seeing the clues Chenja had obtained, were also deeply worried for him. Alright, let's hope we all complete our missions and return to the real world alive. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Chenja rallied his spirits and called out to the two. The two exchanged determined glances and replied in unison. Alright, let's get back alive. Then the 3 parted ways, each heading off to carry out their respective missions. Chenja now stood in an unnoticed corner, deep in thought. Though his difficulty level was the highest, he had the fewest mission rooms. Therefore, he had relatively ample time. He hoped to use this time to enhance his abilities as much as possible, increasing his chances of completing the mission. Wait! A sudden flash of insight struck Chenja. I can use those things. Chenja suddenly remembered he still had many unused items. The Headless Knight's room key, the room card for the lost storage room belonging to Lady Sunset, and the little skeleton flag given to him by the long-tongued ghost. After pondering, Chenja first pulled out the little skeleton flag the long-tongued ghost had given him. He hadn't had time to examine it properly before and didn't know what it was. As if sensing the flag's presence, the shadow of lies suddenly emerged from Chenja's shadow. It transformed back into a black specter, circling the white flag repeatedly with a furrowed brow, as if it knew something. Seeing this, Chenja's eyes flickered slightly as he asked the lie shadow. What? Do you know its origin? At Chenja's words, the shadow ceased its circling. It then closed its eyes, as if deep in thought. Chenja, observing this, did not urge him, waiting patiently. I remember now. After 2 or 3 minutes, the shadow of lies suddenly opened its eyes, brimming with excitement. This little skeleton flag, it seems to be the legendary treasure of the Skeleton King, the soul summoning banner. The Skeleton King? Who is the Skeleton King? Chenja froze upon hearing the lie shadow's words. As if sensing his confusion, the shadowy figure grew even more excited. The Skeleton King, a ghostly overlord ranking even higher than Ghost Generals. Holy crap, this little flag actually belongs to the Skeleton King. Did I hear that right? If Ghost Generals are that powerful, how formidable must Ghost Kings be? How could Brother Fu possibly have gotten his hands on something this incredible? I don't believe it either. Maybe the lying shadow misread it. I recall this item was given to Brother Fu by the long-tongued ghost. He's merely a ghost soldier, how could he possibly possess something like this? Hearing Lai Shadow's words, the live stream audience was stunned, voicing their doubts one after another. In the eerie world, ghost generals dominate entire regions, while ghost kings are considered the absolute pinnacle of power. Not long ago, the collapse of that small African nation was caused by the descent of 9 powerful ghost kings. Even as a nation, this small African country could not withstand the assault of the 9 demon kings and suffered the tragedy of being annihilated. This alone demonstrates the terrifying might of the ghost kings. How could Brother Fu have obtained the demon king's treasure so soon after entering the game? What kind of joke is this? Hearing the liar Shadow's words, Chenja was startled. In his eyes, ghost generals were already beings beyond human resistance. The Ghost King was even more powerful than the Ghost General. Such an entity, just catching a glimpse of it would likely be unbearable. Noticing the confusion in Chenja's eyes, the Shadow of Lies hastily explained. This small flag is certainly not the complete form, it's merely a part of the soul summoning banner. Then, the Shadow of Lies began recounting the legend of this small flag to Chenja. Legend has it that long ago, in the ghost realm where Ghost Shadow Town now stands, there lived a skeleton king. He possessed a crucial treasure known as the soul summoning banner. When unfurled, this banner could summon thousands of zombies and skeletons, forming an army of skeletal hordes that swept across all creation. Alas, no being in this world is truly invincible. After an unknown period, the Skeleton King was slain by a mightier force. His most prized possession, the soul summoning banner, was seized and forcibly split into 99 pieces. 80 of these fragments were renamed the White Bone Flags, while the remaining fragment became the flagpole itself, known as the soul summoning bone. The one Chenja now held was one of these white bone flags. Hearing this, Chenja reluctantly began to believe. If that was the case, it seemed somewhat plausible. Thinking this, Chenja looked at the white bone banner, his eyes burning with uncontrollable fervor. This thing was actually part of the Ghost King's most precious treasure. Excluding the Ghost Hero system, everything else he possessed combined wasn't worth as much as this. Holy crap, this little flag has such a massive pedigree. You bet. Who'd have thought it was actually the Ghost King's property? Even split into 81 pieces, it must still be incredibly powerful, probably on par with regular Ghost General grade gear. Bro Fu's luck is off the charts snagging such a treasure so effortlessly. 39 I may not have much, but I've got money. But why can't I use it? Chenja frowned deeply. He held the white bone banner in his hands, yet received no system notification whatsoever. What was going on? Usually, after acquiring an item, the system would notify him. Why was there no response this time? Hearing Chenja's question, the shadowy figure frowned uncertainly. Perhaps. I've heard these high-grade ghost artifacts possess a trace of sentience. They require blood to recognize their master. Why don't you try? Chenja followed the Shadow of Lies suggestion. He drew a shallow cut on his hand with a small knife, then dabbed the flowing blood onto the white bone banner. Put! A miraculous scene unfolded. The moment his blood touched the white bone banner, something new appeared within Chenja's consciousness. Observing its form, it was indeed a small flag. Master! The miniature flag within his consciousness then addressed him with this name. Seeing this, Chenja couldn't help but rejoice. It worked! Chenja immediately began to soothe the consciousness of the white bone banner. I'm here. Master is by your side. Don't be afraid. Ding dear player Chenja, congratulations on obtaining the white bone banner. Ding dear player Chenja, congratulations on obtaining the hidden quest, restore the power of the soul summoning banner. Ghost artifact, white bone banner. Level, tier 2 upgradable. Effects, attack plus 20. Ghost taming, capture ghostly entities into the white bone banner to cultivate them and fight for you. Hidden quest, restore the power of the soul summoning banner. Quest description, the Skeleton King fell in battle, shattering the sacred soul summoning banner into 99 pieces, 1 soul summoning bone and 80 white bone banners. Players must collect the remaining white bone flags and the soul summoning bone to reassemble the sacred soul summoning banner. Holy crap, Brother Fu hit the jackpot this time. Who knew Brother Fu would get another hidden quest? This soul summoning banner must be seriously powerful, just the scattered fragments are this strong, imagine how mighty it'll be when fully restored. But there are way too many fragments, 80 pieces plus a flagpole soul summoning bone? This quest is ridiculously tedious. It'll take forever to complete. Kind of a bummer he only got the white bone banner. If he'd gotten the soul summoning bone, that would have been way more powerful. Seeing the system notification, the live stream audience buzzed with discussion. Chenja had truly struck gold this time. Though the white bone banner was merely a fragment of the soul summoning banner, it was still a second-tier ghost artifact. Typically, only ghost generals had a chance to obtain second-tier ghost artifacts. Who would have thought Chenja would acquire such high-grade gear at this moment? Moreover, this white bone banner seemed exceptionally powerful, it could even cultivate ghostly creatures to fight on his behalf. What's more, these ghostly creatures require no concern over loyalty, making them remarkably convenient to command. If he could find enough white bone banners, he might truly assemble an entire ghostly army. With that, Brother Fu could truly dominate this bizarre world. Chenja was deeply moved at that moment. Who would have thought that my careless act back then would yield such a rich reward? Recalling his earlier actions, Chenja felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, who could have predicted that such incredibly powerful gear would come from a ghost soldier? What's more, he hadn't even actively seized it, the ghost soldier had practically handed it over. Bro Fu is so awesome. He got this gear with almost no cost, a small investment for a huge payoff. If that long-tongued ghost ever found out where this little flag came from, he'd cry himself to death. Heh, can't blame anyone else. Poor taste, that's all. Besides, what use was that white bone banner to him anyway? Just gathering dust? Bro Fu is so awesome. 666. That's amazing. Viewers in the livestream flooded the comments with praise for Chenja's earlier move. Chenja now studied the bone banner's description intently. There are 2 ways to tame ghosts with the white bone banner. The first is to directly pull ghostly entities into the banner. Under the banner's influence, the pulled ghost would automatically submit to Chenja. However, this method was cumbersome and difficult. Generally, ghost soldiers in their normal state and even ordinary ghosts could resist the banner's pulling force. To successfully pull a ghost into the banner, its strength must be reduced to a very low level. In other words, the target spirit must be severely wounded and near death. Achieving this is exceedingly difficult. After all, the intensity of the attack is difficult to control. Therefore, this method is not very practical. The second approach involves directly summoning ghosts using the white bone banner in areas dense with ghostly energy. This avoids the inconveniences of the first method. However, while the second method is simpler, it carries a fatal flaw. It requires an enormous expenditure of ghost coins. According to Chenja's research, each summoning of this white bone banner consumes a full 1,000 ghost coins. Moreover, after each summoning, a 6-hour cooldown period must be observed before another summon can be performed. Seeing this, Chenja's heart leapt with joy. This rule could prove a heavy burden for others. After all, ghost coins were so precious that using them to summon ghostly entities might not be worth it. But for him, it was a breeze. The second method of raising ghosts with white bone banners is absolutely perfect for me. Haha, the second method suits Brother Fu perfectly. Our Brother Fu may lack many things, but he's got plenty of ghost coins. I can already picture it. Just give Brother Fu enough time, and he'll assemble an entire ghost army. And this army will obey Brother Fu's every command without question, no worries about betrayal. It's just too damn satisfying. The chat exploded with excitement upon seeing the second method. 1,000 ghost coins per summon? For most, that's a hefty price. But who is Brother Fu? Brother Fu may lack many things, but ghost coins? Never. Chenja was also quite satisfied with the second method. It seemed tailor-made for him. But the second method had one drawback. Though perhaps not a flaw, it could be called a characteristic. That is, the spirits summoned by this method are random. In other words, the spirits summoned this way could be incredibly powerful or utterly ordinary. Of course, if one disliked the summoned entity, the summoning could be cancelled. However, doing so would waste the once every 6 hours opportunity and the 1,000 ghost coins. Thinking this, Chenja couldn't help but feel tempted to try it out. But he quickly suppressed the urge. As the white bone banner stated, the denser the ghostly energy in a location, the more powerful the summoned entity would be. Therefore, it would be better to find a location with denser ghostly energy to perform the summoning. With that in mind, he retrieved another item. This item was none other than the key to the storage room lost by Lady Sunset. If before, he had considered using this keycard to sneak into the storage room and see what was inside. But now, he knew full well how formidable Lady Sunset's power was. After much deliberation, he abandoned that idea. Instead, he decided to return the keycard to Sunset Lady as a way to improve their relationship. After all, giving Old Ghost the treasured sketchbook had helped him deal with that headless horseman. So perhaps giving Ms. Sunset this keycard might also yield some unexpected benefits? The thought stirred Chenja's heart, and he made his way toward the lobby. By now, dawn had broken and the blood moon had faded. The burning specters outside the inn ceased their howls, merging back into the earth. 40 Lady Sunset's teasing. Chenja entered the lobby and immediately spotted Lady Sunset. Here you go. Chenja didn't want to waste time, so he handed the room key directly to Sunset Lady. Seeing Chenja return with the keycard in hand, Sunset Lady paused, then understood. A hint of playful teasing flashed in her eyes. Good boy. Why didn't you sneak off with the key to open the door? You know, there are plenty of goodies inside, you know. The seductive undertone in Sunset Lady's words made Chenja pause. Instinctively, Chenja looked towards Sunset Lady. She wore a crimson robe, her lips as fiery as flames, her eyes full of springtime allure, and her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Tall and slender, with towering peaks and a waist as delicate as a willow branch, she resembled an earthly beauty, a celestial spirit. No matter how one looked at her, she bore no resemblance to a ghostly entity. Chenja stared at Sunset Lady, his eyes going wide. After all, he was just a 20-year-old college student. How could he resist such temptation? Seeing this, a look of satisfaction flashed in Sunset Lady's eyes. She smiled radiantly, pulling her crimson robe tighter around her form, accentuating her curves even more distinctly. Holy crap, Ms. Sunset has an absolutely killer figure. I can't take it. Why? She's clearly a ghost, yet she looks sexier and prettier than many female celebrities. Bro Fu was totally mesmerized. Did you forget about Song Mangju? Oomph, what a scumbag. Case closed. Hey, it's not Brother Fu's fault. Any normal guy would be tempted by that. The seasoned viewers in the livestream chat started getting rowdy again. At that moment, Chenja finally snapped out of it. He remembered the purpose of his visit. He forced his gaze away and continued to hand the room key to Ms. Sunset. Even knowing Ms. Sunset might be tempting him, he dared not entertain any such thoughts. Not only was Sunset a ghost, but he knew she possessed terrifying power. The moment he entertained any such thoughts, he might be killed by her in the very next instant. The thought sent a cold sweat running down Chenja's back. He took a deep breath, banishing all distracting thoughts from his mind, and addressed Ms. Sunset solemnly. To be perfectly honest, I did have such thoughts. But I realized it was wrong. After much consideration, I decided to hand this key card over to you. Observing the shift in Chenja's expression, Sunset Lady was somewhat taken aback. She was well aware of her own allure. That suit-wearing man who had seized the great opportunity had been utterly bewitched by a single glance from her. This young man, brimming with youthful vigor, should have been even less able to resist. Yet he had quickly reined in his thoughts. Thinking this, Ms. Sunset's eyes held a newfound appreciation for Chenja. Then, with a lazy, teasing tone, Sunset Lady said, I see. Well, thank you very much indeed. Come with me, I'll show you some interesting things. Huh? What does Ms. Sunset mean by that? It can't be what I'm thinking, right? Maybe there'll be some scenes not suitable for minors next. Why, I'm so scared. Hey, you pervy guy upstairs, stop pretending. You clearly want to see it. Man, I'm so jealous of rich guys' luck with the ladies. Ms. Sunset's words sent the livestream into another frenzy. Was the upcoming content free to watch? But clearly, what Sunset Lady meant wasn't what these seasoned viewers had in mind. As soon as Sunset Lady finished speaking, a system notification appeared in Chenja's mind. Ding, congratulations, dear player Chenja. Due to your honesty, Ms. Sunset has decided to reward you. You may now select any one item from the storage room. Seeing this, Chenja's heart leapt with joy. He had guessed correctly. Returning the room key to Sunset Lady had actually earned him a reward. Immediately, a wave of dread washed over him. If he hadn't chosen this path and had instead opened the storage room on his own, something terrible might have happened. Phew, that was close. Thank goodness Brother Fu was such a good kid and didn't open the storage room on his own. Looks like the reward this time should be substantial. After all, choosing wrong could easily lead to punishment. The upstairs comment is spot on. Greater risk means greater reward. Since Brother Fu made the right choice, the reward is bound to be substantial. Then, Chenja followed Ms. Sunset to the storage room. He felt a faint sense of anticipation about what lay within the storage room. After all, with Sunset Lady being so powerful, her rewards were bound to be substantial. At that moment, Sunset Lady swayed her slender waist as she walked ahead, with Chenja trailing behind her. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted toward Chenja, making the atmosphere feel distinctly suggestive. Alright, this is the storage room. You may choose any item inside. However, the suggestive atmosphere didn't last long. Soon, Sunset led Chenja to the door of the storage room. Chenja entered the storage room with a sense of unease. The room was small and somewhat unexpected. Few items filled the space. In one corner, several brooms, a few iron rakes, and a handful of axes were piled together. The axes were rusty, with traces of blood still clinging to their blades. Well, these things are meant to fend off beggars. After taking such a huge risk, this is what you show our rich guy? These things look so ordinary. Brother Fu must be really disappointed. Seeing the contents of the storage room, the live stream viewers were deeply disappointed. This is just too shabby. Chenja felt equally let down. After all, on the way here, he had held high expectations for it. Chenja, that cage in the corner up ahead. At that moment, the slightly excited voice of the shadowy lie suddenly rang out beside his ear. Hearing the lying shadow speak out of nowhere, Chenju instinctively glanced toward the corner ahead. There was indeed a cage there. Inside the cage was something resembling a beehive. Near the nest, several ant-like creatures were crawling about. I wonder what this is. Chenja narrowed his eyes and asked Ms. Sunset. Seeing what Chenju was pointing at, Ms. Sunset paused for a moment before explaining casually. Oh, this? These are the ghost ants I keep. They suffered severe injuries a couple days ago for some reason, so I placed them here. Hearing her words, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Chenju's eyes. May I take it with me? Chenju inquired tentatively. Ha? Brother Fu actually wants this ghost ant nest? This ghost ant nest looks pretty ordinary. It's all beat up. The queen ant inside is probably on her last legs. This nest seems worth less than those iron-toothed axes. What use could it possibly be? No idea what Brother Fu's thinking. Upon hearing Chenju's choice, viewers in the livestream chat expressed confusion. After all, the nest's appearance was truly pitiful, call it a pile of junk and no one would argue. Upon hearing Chinja's words, Sunset Lady smiled and said, "Of course you can." With that, Sunset handed the cage to Chinja. Chinja felt a surge of excitement. Though he couldn't see what value this ghost ant nest could possibly hold. But if it could make Lai's shadow so excited, there must be a reason. After all, the shadow of Lai's had never been wrong in all these encounters. After that, Chinja bid farewell to Lady Sunset. This little fellow seems rather interesting. Watching Chinja's retreating figure, Sunset Lady licked her lips, utterly seductive. 41 The Clean Freak Headless Horseman. Name, Iron Devouring Ghost Ant Shadow Town. Rank, Mortal Ghost Tier 0. Description, ranked 101st on the Ghost Insect list. Upon touching the cage, before Chinja could question the shadowy figure, the system automatically revealed this ghostly creature's information. Ghost Insect Rankings? Ranked 101st? Seeing the system notification, Chinja couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The Lai shadow was right, this iron-devouring ghost ant was indeed formidable. Though he'd never heard of this ghost insect rankings before. But if the iron-devouring ghost ant made the list, it at least proved its extraordinary nature. Looks like this iron-devouring ghost ant is quite the prize after all. I misjudged it earlier. Brother Fu's luck is on fire lately, he keeps scoring big. I'm so jealous. That's all thanks to Brother Fu's ample ghost coins. Others might find these items, but they couldn't afford them. That makes sense. Brother Fu deserves all these fines. After seeing the iron-devouring ghost ant nest information in the livestream, viewers couldn't help but marvel at Chinja's luck. But they also knew Brother Fu's opportunities were impossible to replicate. After all, who would have thought to befriend ghostly creatures? Who could have imagined buying out the restocking machine right after entering the game? Who could have imagined proactively seeking out a powerful ghost general for a deal? Even if they could, they lacked the necessary capital. In short, they lacked the money. Chinja's ability to reach this point stemmed not only from his meticulous planning and courage. But more than that, it was thanks to his innate talent, the Ghost Tycoon System. Without the Ghost Tycoon System, his current predicament would likely mirror that of other players. He'd be walking on eggshells, splitting every ghost coin in two just to make ends meet. Back then, forget about such smooth sailing, just barely surviving would have been considered a huge win. Also, Lai's shadow has been a huge help to me. Chinja reflected. The lying shadow was like a seasoned elder in the family, brimming with experience. Without him, I would have taken many detours and missed countless opportunities. Hang in there and survive. Chinja silently encouraged himself. He had to survive here until he could return to the real world. Then, Chinja sprinkled his own blood upon the iron-devouring ghost ant's nest, claiming the soul-devouring ghost ant queen as his pet. Soon, Chinja sensed a faint, elusive connection forming with the queen. Master. Before Chinja could speak, the iron-devouring ghost ant queen relayed all her circumstances to him. True to its name, the iron-devouring ghost ant lacked any notable advantages compared to other ghostly creatures. Their physical strength, running speed, and reaction times were all quite poor. But they possessed one superhuman trait, astonishing gnawing power. Given sufficient time and numbers, there was nothing they couldn't gnaw through. Of course, the iron-devouring ghost ant queen was currently in a dire state. Severe malnutrition has reduced her army to just 10 ants. Moreover, these 10 ants are also malnourished, operating at less than half their normal combat strength. Had she been at full strength, she could command an entire army of 100 ghost ants. Though individually, these ghost ants couldn't defeat even the most ordinary mortal ghosts. But many ants can bite an elephant. 100 fearless ghost ants could make even ghost soldiers retreat in fear. Under the queen's command, these ghost ants could coordinate their efforts, unleashing even greater power. Should the queen ant ascend to ghost soldier rank, her command would expand to 1,000 minions. Should she ascend to ghost general, her command would soar to 10,000. If she truly reached that level, Chinja could practically walk all over this place with just the iron-devouring ghost ants. However, the conditions for the queen ant's upgrade were extremely demanding. Not only did she require vast quantities of food, but she also needed to consume numerous materials. Such as ore and ghost fruit. These materials are extremely rare and difficult to find. Damn, I'd love to see Brother Fu, surrounded by a sea of ghost ants, wiping out all these ghostly creatures. Of course I want to see it, but this queen ant upgrade is just too damn hard. It's just money, right? Brother Fu's got plenty. After clarifying these points, Chinja stowed away the iron-devouring ghost ant nest. Next, he retrieved the final item, the Headless Knight's Room key. His expectations for this item were surprisingly low. After all, the previous two items had already brought him immense gains. Not only had he acquired a second-tier ghost artifact of immense origin, but he'd also gained a pet with astonishing potential. By comparison, what could the Headless Knight's Room possibly hold? After all, the Headless Knight was merely an ordinary ghost soldier. Though at first, this Headless Knight nearly cost him his life. But now, he found the Headless Knight's strength rather ordinary. Nevertheless, since the second round of tasks was more challenging, Chinja headed toward the Headless Knight's Room, believing that any boost to his strength would be worthwhile. On the first floor corridor of Sunset Inn, a chilling wind howled, and ghostly whispers echoed faintly. Occasionally, blood trickled down from cracks in the walls. Or strands of black hair drifted down from the ceiling, an unsettling sight. Or the sound of chewing emanated from a room. Peering through the door crack, one could see several ghosts huddled together, gnawing on human skulls. These ghouls were terrifying and hideous, casually discarding severed fingers or eyeballs. However, after experiencing so many things, Chenja's courage had grown considerably. Though these scenes were utterly terrifying and revolting, he forced himself to suppress his discomfort and reach the door of the Headless Knight's room. Looks like Brother Fu's grown a lot after all these incidents. Of course. Brother Fu is no ordinary man. He's weathered so many storms, how could such sights possibly frighten him? Exactly. I see real potential in Brother Fu to become a top streamer. He could very well become someone like Joshin someday. What are you talking about upstairs? While Brother Fu has performed well, he's still nowhere near Joshin's level. When Joshin first entered the game, he was unstoppable, slaughtering gods who dared to stand in his way, slaughtering demons who dared to block his path. True. Compared to Joshin, Brother Fu was like a moon landing scam. Chenja's performance drew widespread praise from the live stream audience. Some viewers even felt he had a touch of Joshin's old-school flair. But this was quickly refuted by other viewers. In their eyes, while Chenja was impressive, he was nowhere near Joshin's level. At that moment, Chenja unlocked the Headless Knight's door with his key. Whoosh! The moment the door swung open, a thick, pungent smell of blood hit Chenja. He then looked inside the room. The room wasn't large, only about 20 to 30 square meters. Surprisingly, the Headless Knight's room was quite clean. Heh, never would have guessed this Headless Knight was such a neat freak. The shadow of lies darted out from Chenja's shadow, surveyed the room, and chuckled. Chenja wasted no time, immediately beginning to search the room. To his surprise, aside from numerous body parts, the room contained very little else. With that thought, Chenja reached into his pocket and pulled out the iron-devouring ghost ant nest. All these corpse fragments would be perfect nourishment for the iron-devouring ghost ant queen. Woo. Seeing such an abundance of food in the room, the iron-devouring ghost ant queen became wildly excited. She immediately commanded her subjects to charge toward the feast. She was going to feast. Chenja nodded slightly at the sight, then turned his gaze to his sole acquisition. It was a book. On its cover was painted a black longsword, the emblem of the Headless Knight's Shadow Legion of Slaughter, the Sword of Slaughter. Within its pages lay a single skill, Berserk. Skill, Berserk. Level, 1 star. Cost, 20 mana plus 20 stamina. Effect, upon activation, HP plus 50, attack plus 30, defense plus 30 for 1 minute. Requires continuous casting for 3 seconds without interruption. CD, 12 hours. Wow, this skill looks seriously powerful. Brother Fu's got another big score this time. This skill is combat-oriented and counts as a pretty powerful battle ability. Bro Fu, you've hit the jackpot again. 42 is Brother Fu broke? Seeing the skill description, Chenja felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder the Headless Knight kept looking for an opening to unleash some skill. So that's what he was trying to cast. Had he not resisted the Headless Knight's demonic roar with his protection potion and sheer willpower, interrupting the spell's casting? And then, in a moment of desperate survival, grasped the skill, Critical Strike, to unexpectedly inflict severe wounds on the Headless Knight. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the Headless Knight. After all, this skill looked incredibly powerful. Once successfully unleashed, ordinary ghost soldiers wouldn't stand a chance against it. This must be the Shadow Legion's Legion skill. Otherwise, with the Headless Knight's strength alone, he could never have acquired such a formidable ability. Lying Shadow approached, his voice tinged with envy. This skill was so powerful it nearly rivaled a 2-star skill. Such a skill was something he had never dared to dream of before. That was precisely why he felt envy toward the Headless Knight. Their strengths were clearly comparable, yet the other had gained such a formidable skill simply by joining the Slaughter Shadow Legion. But then, he felt a tinge of schadenfreude. At least he had chosen the right side. Now he was not only alive and well, but the Headless Knight had been reduced to ashes. His own power had reached the pinnacle of Ghost Soldier. Moreover, his future was now bright. If he joined the Shadow Legion of Slaughter now, he wouldn't be a reserve soldier, he'd be a full-fledged member. So you see, as a ghost, sometimes making the right choice is crucial. The Lie Shadow gazed at Chenja thoughtfully. Unaware of the Shadow's thoughts, Chenja swiftly mastered the skill. After all, while the White Bone Banner and Iron-Devouring Ghost Ants seemed formidable and held great potential, they were distant solutions that couldn't quench his immediate thirst. They wouldn't allow his strength to surge dramatically in the short term. The skill, Rage Mode, however, was like a timely rain in a drought, granting Chenja immense power when it mattered most. Thank goodness I didn't rush into that mission. In such a short time, I've gained so much. My confidence has grown considerably. Just moments ago, though Chenja had confidence in completing the 3rd difficulty mission, his heart still fluttered with anxiety. But now, with all these gains under his belt, his confidence soared. With that thought, Chenja headed back toward the main hall. His target was the restocking machine in the main hall. The various items he'd purchased from the restocking machine at the beginning had all played crucial roles later on. Therefore, before undertaking the mission, Chenja turned his thoughts to it once more. Waka. Chenja arrived at the hotel lobby. The vending machine looked exactly the same as ever, rows of lights glowing on its body. Engraved upon it were grotesque demons or holy angels, creating an incongruous and eerie sight. Simultaneously, the machine's mouth was babbling away in an incomprehensible language. "Old buddy, it's good to see you again." Chenja greeted the machine. "Ha? You're that human kid." The restocking machine seemed surprised to see Chenja approaching it. Then, a look of resentment flashed across its face. He remembered how this human had nearly emptied his entire body back when they first met. That left a lasting impression on him. "Ha?" Then, the restocking machine sensed something different about Chenja compared to when he first arrived. "Holy crap, you've actually upgraded." Feeling the aura emanating from Chenja's body now, the restocking machine exclaimed in surprise. "Didn't see that coming, kid. You've got some serious skills." The restocking machine gave Chenja a thumbs up. As a restocking machine in the inn, it knew all too well how difficult it was for new players to level up. Seeing Chenja achieve it in such a short time left him genuinely astonished. Just luck." Seeing the restocking machine, Chenja merely smiled. Without further ado, he got straight to the point. "So, buddy, how much survival gear do you have on you now? Hand it all over." As he spoke, a hint of anticipation flashed in Chenja's eyes. Based on his experience, the items from the restocking machine were not only extremely useful but also provided significant assistance for missions. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chenja's words, the restocking machine let out a bitter laugh. "In such a short time, how could I possibly get anything? All I have now is that one item you didn't buy back then." Hearing the restocking machine's reply, Chenja froze, a wave of disappointment washing over him. He hadn't expected the restocking machine to have anything worthwhile. This trip had been for nothing. Seeing your expression, I won't keep it from you." Seeing Chenja's expression, the restocking machine actually laughed. For some reason, seeing this human get the short end of the stick brought him a strange sense of satisfaction. While there are no other goods to restock, this item unexpectedly upgraded its now tier 2. "What? Second tier?" Hearing this, Chenja was startled. A second tier item on the restocking machine. Typically, only ghost generals could obtain second tier gear. He never expected to find it here on the resupply machine. It seemed he'd made the right decision coming here. It hadn't been a wasted trip. Yet at the same time, he felt a pang of worry. He had finally encountered the problem all players faced, a shortage of ghost coins. Although he possessed the Ghost Tycoon System, which granted him 1,000 ghost coins per hour. After recent spending, he now had only about 4,000 ghost coins left. While this amount sufficed for most purchases, buying second-tier gear was nothing short of a pipe dream. Sure enough, the restocking machine chimed in. Since this item has been upgraded to tier 2, its price has risen to 10,000 ghost coins. "Human, can you afford it?" A smug look flashed in the restocking machine's eyes. Ghost coins were incredibly precious in this world. For this human, who had only recently arrived, to produce 10,000 ghost coins was nothing short of a fairy tale. The viewers in the livestream chat grew tense. After all, 10,000 ghost coins was no small sum. Generally speaking, even the strongest ghost soldiers couldn't scrape together that much money by pooling all their assets. Could Chenja really produce that much? "I believe in Brother Fu. Based on his previous performance, I think he can pull out 10,000 ghost coins right now." Like Brother Fu's a money printer? Think about how much he spent on previous missions. If converted to real-world currency, it'd probably be over $1 billion. Even if Brother Fu had it, I doubt he'd want to part with it. After all, we don't even know what this gear does. Cut it out, you're interrupting my viewing. Some viewers in the livestream chat doubted Chenja could come up with 10,000 ghost coins, while the rest believed he could. After all, based on his previous performances, they'd developed blind faith in him. Upon hearing the restocking machine announce the price, Chenja didn't seem overly surprised. After all, 10,000 ghost coins seemed like a lot, but compared to a second-tier ghost weapon, it was nothing. This was especially true since the restocking machine offered a discount for newcomers, making the price significantly lower. Otherwise, this piece of equipment would cost twice as much. However, even with such a steep discount, Chenja simply didn't have that much money on hand. "I don't have enough money. Damn, finally heard rich guy say that out of money. So disappointing. I thought rich guy really had endless money. Rich guy is finally broke. Phew, I can relax now. I thought rich guy had gained some superpower or something." 43 disappointed viewers. Hearing Chenja say he didn't have enough money, the livestream audience felt a bit disappointed. All along, they'd assumed Brother Fu had an endless supply of ghost coins. Many even believed Chenja had acquired an incredibly powerful talent. As a result, viewers from other countries entered the livestream, watching Chenja's every move. The moment an opportunity arose, these individuals would target Chenja. After all, Chenja was Chinese. His rise would inevitably pose a threat to other nations. After all, even though everyone was participating in this bizarre game, There was an underlying competition between nations. If Chinja were to die in the game this time, it would be manageable. But if he survives and gains endless ghost coins, he would pose a significant threat to other nations. In that case, they would stop at nothing whether through kidnapping, intimidation, or seduction to make Chinja betray China and serve their own nation. And if they couldn't make him defect from China, they'd send elite operatives into Ghost Shadowtown to assassinate him. But seeing Chinja admit he lacked sufficient funds now drastically diminished his value in their eyes. It seemed Chinja hadn't obtained any god-tier talent after all. Otherwise, while 10,000 ghost coins might be a large sum for most players, but for players with god-defying talents, it was mere pocket change. After all, their nation had also produced players with such extraordinary talents. These players grew rapidly, thriving effortlessly in the game and amassing vast amounts of ghost coins with ease. But now everyone could see. Even if Chinja possesses a talent, he certainly isn't that strong, nowhere near the level of some top-tier players. Downgrade Chinja of Huagua from Class A to Class C. In a hidden office in Sakura Nation, a middle-aged man with a short beard issued the order to his subordinate. Based on Chinja's recent performance, he confirmed that Chinja of Huagua was not as formidable as previously thought. Consequently, he instructed his subordinates to downgrade Chinja's threat level. Subsequently, the middle-aged man lost interest in Chinja, closed his livestream, and turned his attention to other players' streams. This approach was replicated across numerous nations. In an instant, Chinja's prominence across nations plummeted. Executive Conference Room. The atmosphere in the room felt oppressive. They had just witnessed Chinja's admission that he had no money. Commissioner Chen frowned slightly. He had once held high hopes for Chinja. After all, Chinja was young, possessed a strong sense of justice, and had seemingly acquired the gift of turning stones into gold. Moreover, Chinja had performed exceptionally well, even acquiring the formidable second-tier equipment, the White Bone Banner. Therefore, he believed Chinja would surely go far in the bizarre world and become a formidable powerhouse. But now Chinja claimed he was broke. Commissioner Chen and the others immediately realized that Chinja's talent was quite ordinary. It couldn't possibly be anything like turning stones into gold. Otherwise, how could he not even scrape together 10,000 ghost coins? But it's understandable. After all, truly extraordinary talents don't appear so easily. Chinja has already performed remarkably well. Not everyone can become someone like Zhou. Commissioner Chen quickly came to terms with it, his frown smoothing out. Becoming someone like Zhou wasn't something anyone could simply aspire to. The bald man across from him, however, felt a surge of smug satisfaction at Director Chen's expression. He and Director Chen didn't get along. He instinctively disliked anyone Director Chen took a liking to. Just like Chinja. When Chinja had obtained the White Bone Banner earlier, it had startled him. After all, it was a weapon once wielded by the Ghost King. Based on intelligence gathered from various sources, the Ghost King was already a dominant force in the realm of the uncanny. If they descended upon the real world, it would spell utter disaster. Ordinary bullets or even artillery shells have no effect on them whatsoever. Only missiles or even lasers could inflict damage upon them. But the Ghost Kings aren't stupid either. They possess extraordinary speed and legions of minions. Thus, with just 9 ghostly creatures, they annihilated that small African nation and transformed the entire region into a realm of ghosts. Such beings must wield formidable equipment. Before he could process the shock, he heard Chinja claim he was broke. This made him almost laugh out loud. So, this Chinja's talent couldn't be that god tier after all. Seeing Director Chen's hopes dashed, the bald man felt a surge of satisfaction. Alright, everyone has seen this. The man seated at the head swept his gaze across the room, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. As we can see, Chinja hasn't obtained any powerful talents. Therefore, we should now reduce our focus on him and shift our attention to the other players. Upon hearing this, the others raised no objections. Even Director Chen, who had consistently favored Chinja, nodded slightly upon hearing the man's words. After all, Chinja's current value was merely average. They saw no need to expend further effort on him. Meanwhile, as Chinja admitted he had no money, the heat in his livestream began to fade. Soon, his viewer count dropped by 2/3, now hovering just under 800. Simultaneously, his follower count plummeted rapidly, soon falling below 3,000. Meanwhile, in the United States, within a room housing hundreds of streaming machines, the room was bustling with people, each focused on their tasks, busy yet orderly. In the center of the room, a woman wore a uniform that revealed her fair, smooth, and exceptionally slender legs. Her upper body appeared even more voluptuous, with long curls cascading over her shoulders, making her look like an angel. Though undeniably sensual, no one in the room dared to look her directly in the eye. They all knew the immense power held by this seemingly beautiful woman. In their minds, she was nothing short of Lucifer. At that moment, this woman was watching Chinja's livestream. Although Chinja had just claimed he was broke, the room collectively agreed his importance had diminished. But observing his expression now, she sensed something was off. She could sense that when he said those words, there was no hint of financial hardship. It felt utterly natural. This made her realize Chinja's extraordinary nature. Of course, this was merely her intuition, so she kept it to herself. Interesting. The woman crossed her slender, pale legs and regarded Chenja thoughtfully. Sun set in. At that moment, Chenja emerged from the lobby. Instead of heading straight to the second floor for his mission, he made his way to a graveyard behind the inn. It was now daytime, and the blood moon had faded from view. His sole purpose in coming to the graveyard was to summon a ghostly entity using the white bone banner. Finally summoning a ghost? I can't wait. Go for it, Brother Fu. You gotta summon a powerful ghost. Brother Fu, believe in yourself. We're all here with you. Brother Fu, you're the best. 44 The thousand ghost mind that loves to show off? Chenja stood in the graveyard behind the inn. He looked up to see dozens of crooked tombstones leaning against the ground, each marking a small mound. Scattered skulls and severed limbs lay among them, enveloped in wisps of grayish-white ghostly mist. Chenja surveyed the graveyard with satisfaction. After all, this burial ground not only contained a dense concentration of ghostly energy but was also located in a remote area, making it far less likely to be discovered. With this thought, he began summoning ghostly entities. Summon ghosts. Chenja uttered a low command, placing the white bone banner before him. 2 streams of white mist surged from his body, pouring into the white bone banner. These 2 streams of white mist represented his physical strength and magical energy. As the vapors infused the banner, Chenja felt his own strength waning. Fortunately, this state lasted only briefly. What Chenja didn't know was that just as he was about to complete the spell, the ghost house system in his mind suddenly trembled, resonating with the white bone banner. Then, from an unknown distance underground, a soul was instantly pulled into the white bone banner, traversing endless space. Chenja remained completely unaware of this. Exhausted from the immense expenditure, he retrieved 2 bottles of potion from the storage room and drank them down. Feeling his stamina and magic gradually recover, Chenja looked toward the white bone banner before him. The white bone banner had undergone a noticeable change. It had grown from the size of a palm to that of a human head. A dense aura of ghostly energy surged from its surface, faintly revealing a 5-colored glow. Chenja was taken aback by the banner's transformation. He hadn't expected such a dramatic transformation during his first summoning of a ghostly artifact. This was quite different from what he had anticipated. Could it be? I misjudged the situation earlier? The thought made Chenja glance warily around him. He feared the flag's commotion might attract attention. Fortunately, the location was sufficiently secluded, and the flag's commotion went unnoticed by other spirits or humans. Seeing this, Chenja couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze immediately returned to the white bone banner. He knew that soon, he would gain a loyal ghostly servant. This prospect filled him with anticipation. Thud. Soon, a head suddenly emerged from the white bone banner. The head was a pale yellow, somewhat resembling an old tree stump. Grayish-white spots dotted its eyes and nose, while its ears stretched so long they nearly exceeded the length of its skull. The top of its head was covered in a dense cluster of small bumps, giving it a rather unsettling appearance. Then, the ghostly creature's body emerged from the white bone banner. Its limbs were slender, its body gaunt and emaciated, like a sapling on the verge of freezing to death in winter, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Ugh, what is this thing? The ghost Fugus summon seems pretty weak. Sigh, I never thought spending 1,000 ghost coins and a 6-hour opportunity would summon such a thing. What a failure. Looks like Brother Fu's luck has taken a nosedive lately. Well, who can guarantee their luck will stay golden forever? The summoning felt so powerful, I thought he'd conjure something formidable. Who'd have guessed? Seeing the ghostly creature's appearance, the viewers in the livestream who had been eagerly anticipating it were deeply disappointed. After all, this ghost creature looked far too weak. Even in the real world, it probably couldn't beat a 5-year-old. What the hell is this thing? It's so weird looking. Seeing this ghostly creature barely reaching his knees, Chenja, who had been filled with anticipation, couldn't help but be utterly shocked. After all this effort risking exposure and spending 1,000 ghost coins only to summon this? Of course, he didn't care about the 1,000 ghost coins, but regardless, this summoning had truly wasted his emotions. With that thought, he scratched his nose and prepared to inspect the ghostly creature's information. Unexpectedly, the ghostly creature suddenly opened its eyes. Through countless ages, the Milky Way turns. The ghostly creature's expression remained impassive. It didn't look at him, but instead gazed up at the sky, as if lost in some profound reflection. Witnessing this scene, Chenja couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Chenja then looked into the ghostly creature's eyes and noticed a trace of world weariness he couldn't fathom. Chenja was utterly baffled. He sensed something peculiar about this ghostly creature, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Was it you who revived me? Just as Chenja was lost in thought, the ghostly creature turned its gaze toward him. Me? This ghostly creature seemed rather unusual. Chenja's sinking mood suddenly lifted with a surge of excitement. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary ghostly entity was actually quite powerful? Whoa, this ghost talks a big game. Could it be that Brother Fu resurrected some ancient being? Hard to say, but judging by the way this ghost talks, it definitely feels unusual. No wonder the summoning caused such a huge commotion earlier. Hearing the ghostly entity's words, the live stream viewers grew expectant. After all, the ghost's tone was downright arrogant. Constantly using I or thou. Could it be that this ghost entity has some major connections? Chenja stopped speculating and immediately began investigating the ghostly entity's information. Name, 1000 Ghost Vine. Rank, Common Ghost Tier 0. Health, 10. Stamina, 10. Magic, 0. Experience, 0-10. Attack, 5. Defense, 5. Skill, Life Drain attaches to ghost plants, draining the opponent's vitality. Damn, what the hell is this? I thought it'd be powerful, but it's just trash. Well, with such weak stats, it's probably the absolute bottom tier existence in this bizarre world. This piece of junk might even become dead weight. Bro, ditch him ASAP. This trash might be weak, but he sure knows how to act tough. All talk, no action. But no matter how much he puts on a show, it won't change the fact that he's useless. Seeing the description of the 1000 Ghost Vine, the audience who had been somewhat hopeful earlier was deeply disappointed. This ghostly entity called 1000 Ghost Vine being a tier 0 was bad enough. But who knew its stats would be this low too? Its skills look utterly useless. Seeing Senki Fuji's stats, Shinja felt deflated too. Hey Lai, take a look at it. See if you can recall anything? Shinja suddenly had an idea and summoned the Lai Shadow. He wanted the Lai Shadow to examine this 1000 Ghost Vine and see if it had any background. After all, the 1000 Ghost Vine had been quite boastful. The Lai Shadow knew many legends of Ghost Shadow Town. Perhaps this 1000 Ghost Vine truly had a significant origin. Emerging from Chenja's shadow, the Lai Shadow scrutinized the 1000 Ghost Vine intently, straining to recall the myriad legends it had heard. However, it had no recollection whatsoever of the 1000 Ghost Vine. Chenja, I've never heard of this 1000 Ghost Vine in any of the legends I know. The shadow spoke with a hint of resignation. Hearing this, Chenja felt his hopes fade. It seemed this 1000 Ghost Vine was truly quite ordinary. With that thought, he didn't even bother responding to the 1000 Ghost Vine. Instead, he grabbed it roughly and shoved it into the white bone banner. Now that he knew the 1000 Ghost Vine held no special significance, Chenja saw no point in wasting time here. After all, he had a crucial mission awaiting him. You brat! Seeing Chenja's hand reaching out toward him in such an impolite manner, anger flashed across the 1000 Ghost Vine's face. How long had it been since he'd witnessed such insolent behavior? After all, he was put. Unfortunately, Shengu waiting was far too weak. Before he could finish his anger, Chenja grabbed him and tossed him into the white bone banner. Without another thought, Chenja hurried toward the task room on the second floor of the inn. Go for it, Brother Fu. You've got to complete this mission. Brother Fu, we believe in you. You can do it. Brother Fu, you're the best. The viewers who remained steadfastly in Shinja's livestream at this moment were truly his die-hard fans. They believed Shinja would definitely complete the mission. 45 let it all out on Sister. With over 4 hours left on the task timer, Shinja walked down the second floor corridor of the hotel. A ghostly mist filled the corridor, and the stench of blood was overwhelming. From time to time, hysterical screams or bone-chilling chewing sounds echoed from the endless depths of the corridor. But Shinja was far calmer now than before. After all, his abilities had greatly improved. Nevertheless, his guard remained firmly up. In fact, he sensed a faint, inexplicable terror lurking in the shadows. He sensed this feeling stemmed from the white bone banner on his person. After all, the white bone banner was once a treasured artifact wielded by the Ghost King himself. Even though it was only a fragment, its origins were formidable. If other ghostly beings discovered Shinja possessed this artifact, even the lofty ghost generals would likely abandon their dignity to hunt him down. If they discovered I possessed the white bone banner, even the oil-boiling ghost general would likely shed all pretense and come for me. Shinja thought with a flicker of unease. Within the white bone banner, the 1000 Ghost Vine summoned moments ago curiously surveyed its surroundings. Its gaze was wise and weathered, intelligent and profound. A soul-summoning banner? He furrowed his brow. No, this object resembles a soul-summoning banner, yet its power pales in comparison. It's more like a fragment of it. The 1000 Ghost Vine instantly discerned the origin of the white bone banner. Who would have thought that after all these years, I was resurrected by humans using a fragment of a soul-summoning banner? A hint of amusement flickered in Senki Fujin's eyes. Truly, the world is unpredictable, haha. Yet immediately, he sensed something amiss. After all, his power in life had been so formidable that not only could this white bone banner never revive him, but even if the Skeleton King himself arrived wielding a soul-summoning banner, it would be futile. Could it be because... As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze pierced through the space of the white bone banner and landed within Shinja's mind. Within Shinja's mind, there existed something that felt overwhelmingly powerful. The aura emanating from it was far more formidable than anything he had possessed in life. Impossible. Xianguiting's eyes widened in utter shock. In life, he had been among the absolute pinnacle of the ghost realm. Though there were those stronger than him, none could compare to this entity. So exhausting. Senki Fuji quickly withdrew his gaze. Having just been resurrected, his power was extremely weak. Therefore, it could not sustain prolonged observation. But he paid no heed to this, instead racking his brain over what exactly was occupying Chinja's thoughts. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall any impression of this object. Moreover, upon this object, I actually sense a trace of the essence of the laws. A look of utter shock flashed in Xian Guiting's eyes. His discovery was utterly unfathomable. It seems this human's background is no ordinary affair. Xian Guiting murmured softly. Though Chenja himself seemed utterly ordinary, the object within his mind radiated a sensation that made Xian Guiting's heart race. After a moment's thought, he knew exactly what to do next. His immediate task was to aid Chenja in growing stronger, then have him seek out the items that could restore his own power. After all, Chenja's current strength was far too weak to even approach the items that could restore his power. His desire to aid Chenja stemmed from two reasons. Second, he had been summoned by the White Bone Banner, his life now bound to it and controlled by Chenja. While forcibly severing the bond wouldn't plunge him back into death, it would still bring him a great deal of unnecessary trouble. Find a suitable opportunity to lend this kid a hand, let him see what I'm capable of. Had ha. Xian Guiting narrowed his eyes, a hint of scheming glinting within. His gaunt body swayed within the White Bone Banner. Chenja finally arrived at the first room indicated by the clue. Huff. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Why am I feeling so nervous? Of course you are. There's a ghost general level specter lurking inside this room. One wrong move and Brother Fu could be killed. Honestly, even though I trust Brother Fu completely, I still don't understand why he chose such a high difficulty level. It's like walking a tightrope. Me neither, but maybe that's why Brother Fu's strength is growing so fast. Thump. Bang. Thud. Knocks echoed through the pitch-black corridor. Chenja felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, there was a genuine ghost general inside the room. Facing a ghost of this caliber, he still had no ability to fight back. Squeak. 3 breaths later, the door swung open abruptly, revealing a ghostly figure with blood-red fangs protruding from its mouth. Standing 2.5 meters tall, its body was bulging with explosive muscles. Blood streamed continuously from its eyes. What was truly terrifying was that this blood flowed directly into its mouth, creating a continuous cycle. Name, Vampire Servant. Rank, Ghost Soldier. Description, personal guard of the Frost Baron within the Vampire Clan, sworn to defend the Frost Baron at all costs. Danger level, C+. Damn, this vampire is seriously hot. Forget everything else, this vampire's looks are absolutely killer. He's the ultimate rich, handsome, and successful guy. If I could have him as my boyfriend, I'd gladly live 10 years less. I totally agree, sis. I feel like I'm about to switch sides, but sadly he's not human. Being non-human could be even better, the experience might be even more amazing. Holy crap, girl upstairs, watch your language. Compared to the other disgusting, terrifying ghosts in the game, this vampire actually aligns with human aesthetic standards. As a result, many female viewers in the livestream couldn't help but scream. Human? Upon seeing Chenja, a hint of surprise flashed in the handsome vampire's eyes. After all, the second floor was home to the ghost generals. Though protected by regulations, humans walking among them would instinctively feel fear from the ghost general's imposing presence. Who would have thought this human possessed such audacity, even daring to knock on the door? At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in the vampire's eyes. Simultaneously, upon catching sight of the human's neck, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to pounce. Noticing the vampire's expression shift, Chenja hurriedly explained. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Sunset. I heard you might have her ring, so I came. Lady Sunset? Ring? Hearing Chenja's words, the handsome vampire understood the situation. So this human had taken on a level 3 mission. I see. Ha! You have some nerve, human, daring to take on a 3rd level mission. A hint of surprise flashed across the handsome vampire's face. Very well, I shall report this to the master immediately. Though he desperately wanted to pounce on Chenja. He knew this human had accepted Lady Sunset's mission, so he dared not delay. He hurried to report to the ghost general in the room. After all ghostly beings knew just how terrifying Lady Sunset truly was. Even a powerful figure like the ghost general had to abide by the rules when it came to her missions. Upon hearing this, Chenja waited outside the door. Before long, the door suddenly swung open, and a chilling wind swept toward Chenja. Ugh! Feeling the pull of the cold wind, Chenja instinctively tried to resist. Yet he sensed no hostility in it. A thought crossed his mind, and he allowed the chill to pull him into the room. In an instant, the chill dissipated, the door slammed shut, and Chenja found himself pulled inside. Surveying his surroundings, he saw a vast pool of blood before him, surrounded by numerous kneeling specters. Behind the pool, 4 identical, towering vampires sat solemnly on a throne. Upon the throne sat a small boy. Yet he differed from human children. He bore a pair of black fangs, his complexion was pale, and his features were strikingly handsome. In his hand, he held a cup of crimson blood like an ancient noble prince. Holy crap, I never expected this ghost general to be so young. Is he in kindergarten or something? Hey, don't judge by appearances. This little boy might be brutally vicious. Brutal? Ah, little brother, your big sister is here. Go ahead and unleash your brutality. For 6, call me Grandpa. Name, Frost Baron. Rank, Tier 2 Ghost General. Danger level, B. Description, in the ghost realm, judging by appearances will only hasten your demise. Shenja couldn't help but be surprised to see that this ghost general was actually a little boy. Moreover, this boy was strikingly handsome. In the real world, he would undoubtedly become a super idol idolized by countless young girls and young women. However, Shenja did not underestimate him because of his appearance. After all, the sheer aura emanating from this Frost Baron alone was enough to fill him with dread. His gaze then shifted to the ghostly creatures kneeling beside the blood pool. There were 2 or 3 dozen of them, all clad in black robes, resembling servants. Name, Vampire Minion. Rank, 0th Tier Common Ghost. Danger level, D. Description, servants of the Frost Baron. Though weak, they are willing to sacrifice their lives for their master. Ha! At that moment, Senki Fuji, who had been idly passing time amidst the skeletal banners, also looked surprised upon seeing the Frost Baron. What astonished him wasn't the boy's strength, but the aura emanating from him. This aura reminded him of a formidable enemy from his past life. I never imagined your bloodline would survive to this day. However, by now, the Thousand Ghost Vine had long since shed its hatred, uttering a faint sigh of regret. It's a pity I left no bloodline behind after that battle back then. Now it seems rather regrettable. I suppose no one remembers my name anymore. A look of nostalgia flickered in the Thousand Ghost Vine's eyes. The Frost Baron stared wide-eyed at Shinja. I never imagined a human would dare accept Sister Sunset's 3rd difficulty mission. A hint of surprise flickered in the Frost Baron's eyes. Over all this time, fewer than 1 in 10 had ever successfully taken the key from him. Each of those 1 in 10 possessed extraordinary strength. But in his eyes, the human before him did not yet possess such strength. Human, are you the one who accepted the mission? The Frost Baron asked in a childish voice. This struck Shinja as odd. Were they not in the netherworld, anyone would find the little boy before him utterly adorable, almost irresistibly tempting to pinch his cheeks. But gazing at the pool of blood before him and the 4 absurdly massive vampires surrounding him, Shinja had no such thoughts. He bowed slightly and replied respectfully. Yes, my lord. I have accepted Lady Sunset's 3rd level mission. Upon hearing Shinja's words, the Frost Baron nodded slightly. Then he stated directly. Since you've accepted the mission, I shall inform you of my trial. The Frost Baron stated bluntly. Hearing this, Shinja immediately held his breath, daring not to miss a single word. My trial is simple. A faint smile touched the Frost Baron's lips. It is this, by any means necessary, survive 10 minutes against my 4 subordinates. Hearing this, Shinja couldn't help but startle. This task's difficulty truly lived up to its 3rd tier rating. Each of these 4 vampires was slightly stronger than the lying phantom. Not to mention, they were quadruplets mind-linked and capable of amplifying their power when united. Shinja estimated that even a ghost general level entity could be held off for a while by these 4 vampires working together. Damn, this mission is brutal. We have to hold out for 10 minutes against these 4 top-tier ghost soldiers working together. Sigh, if only Brother Fu hadn't been so cocky and picked such a high difficulty mission. See? We're screwed now. If the first room is this tough, the others will be even worse. It's too late to complain now. Once the mission timer hits 0, if we fail, Brother Fu's probably dead. Who would have thought? Just a while ago, Brother Fu was sailing through smoothly, and now he's facing such peril. This just goes to show never get cocky. Seeing the Frost Baron's test requirements, the live stream audience was utterly shocked. They could clearly see just how powerful these 4 vampires were. Poof. After the Frost Baron finished speaking, the 4 vampires flanking him fixed their gaze on Shinja, their eyes gleaming with savagery and hunger. A warrior-level human, the blood within his body must be utterly delicious. The vampire servants kneeling outside the blood pool now watched Shinju as if anticipating a spectacle. This human was doomed. All 4 masters were elite ghost soldiers. Under their combined assault, this human wouldn't even last a single strike. Resist for 10 minutes? That's nothing short of a fool's fantasy. Shinja now felt immense pressure. But he had no choice now. If he resisted, it would be a clear violation of the game rules, and the Frost Baron would kill him outright. My lord, I agree. Shinja said, steeled for the worst. Upon hearing this, the little boy spoke. Very well. Seeing the human agree, a flicker of excitement appeared in his eyes. After all, being locked in his room by his father for so long had left him utterly bored. Now, watching the human being brutally killed by his subordinates would at least pass the time. Then, the blood in the pool parted eerily, revealing a circular area about 10 meters in diameter. 4 vampire guards leaped into it simultaneously. Shinja froze at the sight, then immediately reacted and leaped into the pool himself. Human, use whatever tricks you have now. Otherwise, I fear you won't even withstand a single blow from us. One of the vampire attendants who had opened the door for Shinja flexed his wrists, licked his lips, and coldly addressed Shinja. Hearing this, Shinja's expression turned grave as he began to unleash every trick in his arsenal. He knew that in this battle, only by giving his all could he grasp a sliver of hope. Lies. Queen Ant. At Chenja's command, a dark shadow burst forth from his silhouette, materializing into a black specter. An egg-sized queen ant with a swollen abdomen emerged from his body, surrounded by 20 ant soldiers half her size. Both were naturally the Lie Shadow and the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen. Though the Lie Shadow was slightly weaker than the vampire servant, the difference was negligible. After consuming vast quantities of food from the Headless Knight's chamber, the Queen Ant had fully recovered to her peak condition. However, due to the limited time, she had only produced 10 ant soldiers. Fortunately, thanks to ample sustenance, the previous 10 ant soldiers had also regained their strength. Thus, under the Queen's control, these ant soldiers could barely match the strength of ghost soldiers. In truth, Chenja still possessed the White Bone Banner and the newly summoned 1000 Ghost Vine. However, he refrained from deploying them. He considered the 1000 Ghost Vine too weak to be of combat use, and feared the Frost Baron might recognize the White Bone Banner. Damn it, you actually looked down on me. Sensing Chenja's thoughts, the slighted 1000 Ghost Vine erupted in fury. Once upon a time, it had stood at the pinnacle of this realm. Now, he was being looked down upon by a mere human. Oomph. Just you wait, I'll make you call me Grandpa. How dare you look down on me? A wicked grin spread across the 1000 Ghost Vine's face. Ha! The 4 vampire attendants looked startled at the appearance of the Lie Shadow and the iron-devouring Ant Queen. This human looked utterly ordinary, yet he had quite a few allies. Hang in there, Brother Fu. You gotta hold on. I believe in you, Brother Fu. Show these ghostly creatures what you're made of and prove them wrong. Brother Fu, you're the hope of our entire village. 47 overpowering the vampire guards. Though the appearance of the Lying Shadow and the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen startled the 4 vampire attendants, they still dismissed them. After all, on Chenja's side, only Lie Shadow's strength could barely match the 4 vampire lords. Chenju and the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen possessed only the strength of ordinary ghost soldiers. Put. Lowly humans, thinking they have some hidden cards up their sleeves? This is laughable, haha. Humans with such pitiful strength daring to claim a 3rd-tier mission? Utterly delusional. Dozens of blood servants kneeling outside the blood pool erupted in scornful laughter. It's not over yet. Seeing these ghostly creatures mock him so openly, Chenja's anger flared. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most powerful skill. Rage Mode. As his stamina and mana depleted, Chenja's body inexplicably swelled slightly, his limbs thickening. At the same time, his aura grew stronger, even surpassing that of the vampire retainer. So powerful. Chenja now felt his entire body brimming with power. Moreover, as he channeled his fury, a different emotion suddenly surged through his mind. Savagery. Yes, Chenja's eyes had turned blood red, an overwhelming urge to unleash the energy within his body. Livestream chat. Whoa, Brother Fu looks so badass right now. Bro Fu seems even stronger than those vampire guards. That's insane. I knew it. Brother Fu wouldn't dare take on a 3rd-tier challenge without something to back him up. Bro Fu rocks. You never let us down. Take down those vampires. Seeing Chenja unleash his berserk state and suddenly become so powerful, the livestream chat exploded with excitement. After all, they'd witnessed those vampires mocking Chenja earlier. They felt insulted too. So when Chenja suddenly became this powerful, they cheered wildly, flooding the chat with messages urging him to wipe out these damnable creatures. The blood servants who had mocked Chenja relentlessly moments before were now dumbstruck by the transformation unfolding before them. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly baffled by the technique Chenja had unleashed. His aura now radiated a power that surpassed even that of the vampire lords. How could this be possible? After all, even those humans who had passed the tests in the past, they had only managed to hold out for 10 minutes against the vampire lords by relying on speed or tenacious vitality. Yet this human seemed poised to defeat 4 vampire lords head-on. Seeing the shift in Chenja's power, the contempt in the 4 vampire guards' eyes faded, replaced by a hint of caution. This human must have activated some powerful skill. The tallest vampire guard frowned. Otherwise, his strength couldn't have surged so dramatically. Hearing this, another guard beside him agreed. You're right, brother. Given this, we must be extra cautious from now on. We absolutely cannot bring shame upon our master. At these words, the other 3 vampire guards nodded in agreement. What is this? Witnessing the scene, the Frost Baron who had previously lost interest in the battle opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. The Legion skill of the Shadow Legion of Carnage Rage. Though the Frost Baron appeared childlike, he was ultimately a ghost general. He instantly recognized the skill Chenja had unleashed. How could this human possess the Legion skill of the Slaughtering Shadow Legion? What connection does he have to them? A hint of confusion flickered in the Frost Baron's eyes. After all, the Slaughter Shadow Legion was a major power in this realm. How could their Legion skill be so easily obtained by this human? Could this brat have been recruited by the Shadow Slayer Legion? The Frost Baron pondered for a moment, then found his conjecture somewhat plausible. He hadn't once considered the possibility that Chenja had killed the Shadow Legion soldiers. After all, by all logic, such an occurrence was impossible. In truth, had the Headless Knight not secretly ventured into other ghostly creatures' territories to feast on human flesh, only to chance upon Shinja, who had acquired the ghostly hero system. Combined with the skill Shinja gained from the system reward in his moment of crisis, and the last-minute assistance from the old ghost, the Headless Knight would never have been defeated by Shinja. And Shinja certainly wouldn't have gained the Shadow Legion's Legion skill. It could only be said that a perfect convergence of timing, location, and human effort had created the scene before the Frost Baron's eyes. Oof. So it seems this human truly possesses some skill after all to have joined the Shadow Legion of Slaughter. The Frost Baron narrowed his eyes slightly. But if that's the case, this human deserves death even more. Believing Shinja had joined the Shadow Legion of Death, the Frost Baron's eyes now flickered with a faint, almost imperceptible glint of murderous intent. The vampire faction and the Shadow Legion had never seen eye to eye. Shinja's arrival now meant he'd walk straight into the line of fire. Seeing Shinja's transformation, Light Shadow and Iron Devouring Ghost and Queen were astonished, then deeply stirred. In their eyes, Shinja's power now subtly surpassed that of the vampire guards. This battle finally held a glimmer of hope for victory. Having completed his berserk transformation, Shinja immediately launched his attack. After all, the duration of his berserk state was limited. Once it wore off, he would immediately face the same predicament as before. Roar! Shinja, his eyes bloodshot, unleashed a fierce punch toward one of the vampire guards. Seeing this, the Shadow of Lies and the Iron Devouring Ghost and Queen wasted no time, unleashing their full power. Oomph! As Shinja charged toward them, a murderous glint flashed in the eyes of the four vampire attendants. Though this kid's power had surged, they weren't pushovers either. Boom! Their fists collided. Shinja stood utterly unmoved, while the targeted vampire attendant staggered back over 10 paces before finally halting. He really is strong. The vampire guard felt a dull ache in his fist and frowned. What? Witnessing this scene, the blood servants gathered around the pool gasped in astonishment. After all, while they suspected Shinja's power might subtly surpass that of the vampire lord, they never imagined such an outcome after their first clash. It seemed this human's power was even greater. Feeling that his single punch had sent a vampire attendant flying so far back, Shinja, already prone to violence, grew even more excited. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Die! He shifted his stance slightly and swung another punch toward another vampire retainer. Seeing Shinja's attack coming toward him, the vampire servant's expression shifted slightly. Having witnessed Shinja send his comrade flying so far with a single punch, he couldn't help but feel a hint of apprehension toward him. With that thought, he didn't even engage Shinja head-on. Instead, he darted aside in a flash, trying to evade the attack. Whoa, did I just see that? Brother Fu sent the ghostly creature flying so far with one punch. Brother Fu is so strong now. Look, even these ghostly creatures seem afraid of him. They don't even dare to counterattack. Wahahaha. Those ghostly creatures looked down on Brother Fu earlier, but now he's crushing them. This is so satisfying to watch. Bro Fu is awesome. Knock 'em all down. 48 a bunch of cowards. Seeing Shinja's overwhelming might, even the formidable vampire guards began to retreat. The livestream audience couldn't help but feel immensely satisfied. The chat exploded with 666 across the screen. Blood Pool Battlefield. For a moment, Shinja seemed like a demon god, every move radiating overwhelming power. Facing Shinja, the four vampire attendants dodged repeatedly, temporarily avoiding his sharp edge. Amidst this chaos, the attacks from the Lying Shadow and the Iron Devouring Ghost and Queen intensified, leaving the four vampire guards crying out in pain. However, as the battle progressed, Shinja's side failed to gain a significant advantage. The reason was that although the vampire retainers were currently weaker than Shinja, they adopted a defensive strategy, avoiding direct confrontation. Moreover, their formidable defenses ensured none of them suffered injuries. This is bad. Though Shinja was fighting with great satisfaction, a sense of unease began to creep into his mind as the battle progressed. After all, his berserk state had a time limit. Oomph. You undead creatures always look down on us humans, yet now you dare not face me head-on. With this thought, Shinja deliberately spoke in a sarcastic tone, aiming to provoke the vampire guards. Upon hearing Shinja's words, the four vampire guards' expressions darkened, their eyes flashing with anger. How dare this human mock them? Seeing the expressions on the vampire guards' faces, Shinja couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. It seemed his provocation tactic was working. But Shinja's satisfaction didn't last long. These four vampire guards weren't pushovers. Though seething with rage at Shinja's taunts, they recognized his intent to deliberately provoke them. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and endured his taunts without offering direct resistance. Foolish human. Such tactics won't work on us. Even as the towering vampire guard dodged awkwardly, he sneered coldly. Hearing this, Shinja felt a bit helpless. It seemed these muscle-bound vampires possessed sharp wits as well. But Shinja had no intention of giving up. His mouth immediately launched into a barrage of verbal attacks. You big oaf, if you've got the guts, fight me head-on. Otherwise, I'll be ashamed of you. Hey, when there aren't any humans around, how do you guys feed? You're not sucking pig's blood, are you? Oomph. Bunch of wimps. You were screaming your heads off earlier, but now you're hiding like turtles. Shinja heaped scorn upon these vampire guards, making their faces flush red one moment and drain white the next. At the same time, he intensified his assault, unleashing 120% of his strength. Ha! These vampires are such cowards. They can't even handle Brother Fu's taunts. Looks like they genuinely fear Brother Fu. Otherwise, they wouldn't be forcing themselves to endure some of that trash talk would make even me cringe. Who'd have thought I'd witness this? Humans cursing ghostly creatures while they just swallow their anger. Ha! Hearing Shinja's taunts at the vampires, the live stream audience cheered with delight. Meanwhile, the blood servants surrounding the pool turned green with rage at Shinja's taunts. Yet when they saw the vampire lords still dared not confront the humans directly, worry filled their eyes. Could it be that the mighty, invincible vampire lords were about to fall at the hands of this human? Yet, unlike the servants' fears, a faint smile flickered in the eyes of the Frost Baron seated upon his throne. Though Shinja's side held absolute advantage now, he knew the tide of battle would soon turn. True to his expectations, it wasn't long before the duration of the berserk state ended. It's over. Shinja felt the energy within his body vanish by more than half in an instant, a shock coursing through his heart. Thud. His fist struck the back of a vampire guard at that very moment. Oh no! Seeing Shinja's fist land on his back, a look of panic flashed across the vampire guard's face. After all, he had just witnessed the immense power of this human. Though the blow wouldn't injure him, it would be excruciatingly painful. Ha! But when Shinja's fist struck his back this time, he felt nothing like before. His duration has ended. The vampire guard froze for a moment before snapping to attention, shouting with delight. They knew full well that the skill Shinja had activated had a duration limit. The reason they endured this human's taunts without engaging in direct combat was precisely to wait for his skill's duration to expire. Now, at last, they had reached that moment. Ha! You're finished, boy. Even without this guard's warning, the other 3 vampire guards had already sensed trouble. Instantly, a savage glint flashed across the faces of all 4 vampire guards as they charged toward Shinja together. Ha! So the vampire lords endured such humiliation all this time just to wait for this moment. Oomph. Let's see if this human dares to be so arrogant now. This time, you're dead, human. The numerous blood servants now also sensed the anomaly emanating from Shinja. Coupled with the 4 vampire guards launching their assault, they instantly grasped the situation. Arrogance returned to their faces as they taunted Shinja in unison. It seemed as though the next second, they would witness the vampire lord slaughtering this human. What? No way, Brother Fu's skill duration has ended. What do we do now? Without Berserk, Brother Fu and the others won't be able to withstand the ghost's attacks. It's over, it's over. Brother Fu's lost this match after all. He's going to die at the hands of these vampires. As the tide of battle shifted instantly, the 4 vampire retainers charged toward Shinja together, leaving the livestream audience utterly speechless. In this match, Brother Fu had ultimately been defeated. Witnessing this scene, the Lying Shadow and the Iron-Devouring Ghost and Queen were also profoundly shocked, then filled with dread. What should we do? The Iron-Devouring Ghost and Queen's face grew tense. He was Shinja's pet. If Shinja were killed, her fate wouldn't be much better. Even if he managed to survive, his situation might be worse than the last time he was gravely injured. No way. A hint of panic flickered across the Lying Shadow's face. But unlike the panicked Iron-Devouring Ghost and Queen, a sliver of composure remained in his eyes. After all, in his mind, Shinja was that legendary figure. How could he be killed so easily here? A miracle will surely happen. The Shadow of Lies thought to himself. Ha! Finally, it's my turn to act. Xiangu waiting, who had been observing the battle all along, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Simultaneously, he held his breath and focused his mind, sending his voice directly into Shinja's ear. Kid, need my help? Startled by the sudden voice, the flustered Shinja froze. Who was speaking? But there was no time to dwell on it. 4 vampires were charging toward him. Of course, help me! Shinja shouted inwardly. Upon hearing Shinja's response, a transparent thread instantly appeared between him and the Thousand Ghost Vine. Seeing the thread materialize, the Thousand Ghost Vine let out a loud laugh before waving its hand to release a beam of light. The light enveloped Shinja's entire body. Ding! Congratulations, dear player Shinja. You have obtained a mysterious blessing. Name, Mysterious Blessing. Level? Cost, 20% max stamina plus 20% max mana. Description, Life 2, Defense 2, Duration, 5 minutes. CD, one-time use only. What? What just happened? What did I just witness? Mystic Blessing? What on earth is that? This Mystic Blessing is way too powerful. Whatever just happened, looks like Brother Fu has a chance again. Yeah. Brother Fu pulled off another last-minute comeback. That's incredible. Bro Fu is awesome. 666. 49 Brother Fu is forever the legend. Just as viewers in the livestream thought Brother Fu was about to fail completely, a system notification suddenly appeared in the chat. Upon seeing the skill description, the audience was stunned. Life 2. Defense X2. This skill was simply unbeatable. In an instant, hope for Chenja reignited among the viewers. Chenja received the system notification and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This skill is way too overpowered. While it consumes a lot of resources, the buff it provides is nothing short of game-changing. At Tier 1, casting this mystical blessing didn't alter his attack power, but his health and defense skyrocketed. Earlier, he'd feared he couldn't withstand the attacks of 4 vampire knights, but now he felt confident. At that moment, the attacks of the 4 vampire guards landed on Chenja's body. Thud. 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 Despite his significantly boosted attributes, Chenja was still knocked flying by the 4 vampire guards' attacks, crashing to the edge of the arena. Oomph. This blow will leave the human either dead or gravely wounded. For lords joining forces to attack him, that's showing this human enough respect. Seeing Chenja knocked back, the surrounding blood minions all wore smug expressions. In their eyes, Chenja had no chance of survival after such an assault. The 4 vampire guards, seeing Chenja sent flying by their combined assault, also wore expressions of relief. This battle, they had ultimately won. And this human would soon pay with his life for his earlier disrespect. It's over. Seeing Chenja sent flying, the iron-devouring ghost and queen's face twisted with despair. All hope for this battle was now utterly lost. Impossible. A chill ran through Lai's heart as he refused to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Chenja was the legendary figure. How could he possibly be killed here by these few vampire guards? Could I have been wrong? Is Chenja just an ordinary human? Despite his reluctance to accept it, the scene before him forced him to doubt his own assumptions. Just as everyone assumed Chenja was doomed, the Frost Baron, who had been resting with closed eyes on his throne, opened them once more. He had sensed something unusual. The Frost Baron turned his gaze toward Chenja. He could sense an extremely mysterious energy emanating from Chenja once more. This energy was profoundly enigmatic, so much so that even he couldn't comprehend it. Impossible. At this thought, a flicker of shock appeared in the Frost Baron's eyes. He was a ghost general, trained at the highest level of the vampire clan. How could the energy emanating from this human be beyond his comprehension? As the Frost Baron stood frozen in shock, Chenja slowly rose to his feet. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Chenja's aura hadn't weakened, it had grown even deeper than before. Holy crap, Brother Fu isn't even hurt. This mystic blessing is insane. Now it's these ghostly creatures' turn to suffer. Remember, the mystic blessing lasts a full 5 minutes. Bro Fu is like an indestructible cockroach. He always pulls off last-minute comebacks. So thrilling. Bro Fu is awesome, so amazing. The livestream erupted once more. They knew that with this mysterious blessing boosting him, Chenja had a huge chance of passing this test. What? The blood servants, who had just been certain Chenja would either die or be gravely injured, couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. They couldn't fathom how this human could stand unscathed after being attacked by 4 vampire guards working together. Could this really be happening? How could this be? The 4 vampire guards exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with shock. They knew full well the intensity of their attack. Had any one of them taken that hit, the best outcome would have been severe injury. Yet this human stood unscathed. For a moment, all 4 vampire guards stood frozen in place. Could this human truly be just a warrior? Good heavens! The iron-devouring ghost and queen, who had been utterly despairing moments before, now stared in utter shock. She could never have imagined that her master, Chenja, could withstand the combined assault of 4 vampire guards and emerge completely unscathed. Could my master be extraordinary? The iron-devouring ghost and queen even entertained such thoughts. She had assumed Chenja was just an ordinary human who had chosen her purely by luck. Yet judging by what she had just witnessed, Chenja possessed quite extraordinary abilities. This realization stirred excitement within the iron-devouring ghost and queen. After all, if Chenja truly was extraordinary, then as his pet, she would gain access to far more resources. I was right. The lying shadow was the most excited at that moment. Moments ago, he had doubted his own conjecture, wondering if Chenja might truly be just an ordinary human. But when he saw Chenja get knocked flying by 4 vampire guards only to rise unscathed, he was finally certain of his guess. Chenja was undoubtedly the legendary one. At that moment, the shadow of Lai's loyalty to Chenja surged another 20%, reaching a solid 100%. So powerful. Empowered by the mysterious blessing, Chenja felt his body grow exceptionally strong and resilient. This sensation captivated him even more than rage. After all, while rage mode did enhance his power, its duration was short-lived and made him more prone to impulsive actions. This actually hindered his combat effectiveness. The mystic blessing, however, lasted a full 5 minutes and had no detrimental effect on his mental clarity whatsoever. However, this skill can only be used once. Chenja felt a pang of regret. Though immensely powerful, this skill could only be used once and would be permanently unavailable afterward. Thinking this, he even considered asking that mysterious voice how he could permanently obtain this skill. If he could wield it permanently, his strength would surge once more. Before he could ask, however, the 4 vampire guards joined forces once more to attack. Moreover, their attacks now carried an even more terrifying aura. It must be a skill similar to Berserk. Seeing this, Shinja's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, if even the Headless Horseman could wield Rage, these vampires surely possess their own Legion-specific abilities. At that moment, a black orb materialized in each of the 4 vampires' hands. As they charged toward Shinja, the 8 orbs gradually grew larger, merging mid-air into a single, massive black sphere the size of a soccer ball. The surface of this black orb was smooth, faintly flickering with white light. "Kid, taste the power of this move." The lead vampire guard appeared frenzied. Everything that had just transpired felt like an insult to him, so he and his 3 companions ruthlessly unleashed their clan's signature technique, Shadowlight. This was the most powerful technique they could unleash, and they were certain it would utterly destroy this despicable human. Shadowlight. The masters have unleashed this technique. That despicable human will surely be slain by our masters. Seeing the black orb of light, the surrounding blood servants' eyes burned with excitement. Boom! The black orb moved at incredible speed, crashing directly into Shinja's body before exploding. Cough, cough, cough. As the black mist dissipated, Shinja rose to his feet once more. His clothes were torn to shreds, his face smeared black, and a trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. Yet the vampire faction remained utterly silent, while the lying shadow and the iron-devouring ghost and queen could barely contain their excitement, nearly leaping to their feet. Though Shinja appeared battered and bruised, his aura showed no sign of weakening. The combined might of the 4 vampire guards' most devastating strike still failed to bring Shinja down. Roar! Brother Fu won. We won. Brother Fu passed the test with flying colors, giving these ghostly creatures a proper beating. Woohoo, Brother Fu looks so cool right now, I'm absolutely head over heels for him. Bro Fu, forever the legend. 52-star skill. Ghost General Technique. Seeing Shinja block the black orb, the livestream erupted once more. Viewers showered Shinja with praise, lavishing him with flattering compliments. The livestream's heat index saw another slight uptick. Though it didn't break into the daily rankings again, a flood of new viewers poured in. After all, with less than 4 minutes left in the test, Shinja's skill still had over 4 minutes remaining. Since the strongest attacks from the 4 vampire guards couldn't harm Shinja, it meant Shinja had absolutely passed this test. Blood Pool Battlefield. The numerous blood servants now stood utterly silent. They were all too stunned by what they had just witnessed to utter a word. Before this, they could never have imagined things turning out this way. For vampire lords had given their all, even unleashing their most prized clan techniques, yet they still failed to defeat this despicable human. Thus, the outcome was now clear. If this human could hold out for just a few more minutes, victory would be his. Who would have thought? Who would have thought this human brat could take such a beating? He even withstood our famed clan techniques. Thinking this, the blood servants murmured in disbelief, their heads hanging low in defeat. A flicker of surprise flickered in the eyes of the Frost Baron seated upon his throne. He didn't truly care about the outcome of this trial. After all, this was merely a human's mission. Even if he passed, what difference would it make? What truly captured his attention was the mysterious energy that had just manifested within Shinja. He had studied it closely for a long time, yet remained utterly baffled. This human seems extraordinary. The boyish-looking Frost Baron mused, a hint of caution flickering in his eyes as he regarded Shinja. Originally, he had assumed this human was merely a member of the Shadow Legion of Death. Yet now, a mysterious energy he himself knew nothing about had manifested within him. Moreover, this energy was incredibly powerful, so much so that it allowed this human, who was originally only at the strength of an ordinary ghost soldier, to withstand the strongest attacks from 4 vampire guards. I'll ask Father about this later. With his vast experience, he'll definitely recognize what this energy is. The Frost Baron's eyes lit up as an idea formed. The 4 vampire guards on the battlefield exchanged bewildered glances. They never expected their most powerful attack to be blocked by this human. Yet they had clearly sensed this human was ordinary. How had he managed it? Though puzzled, the result was now plain before them. This test would determine whether this human would become one of the chosen 10%. At this thought, a flicker of resentment flickered in their eyes. After all, this human had been particularly insolent just now, mocking them relentlessly. Though it was a psychological tactic of humans. But recalling his words, they couldn't help but boil with rage. Alas, words were useless now. Their strongest attack had been blocked. What else could they do? Retaliate with insults? That would only make them look even more ridiculous. Look at those vampires, they're all stunned into silence by Brother Fu, frozen in place. After all, they know they can't touch Brother Fu. Fighting on would just be a waste of energy. Ha! Look at their faces full of resentment, it feels so satisfying. Bro Fu is awesome. A strange silence fell over the battlefield. Each harbored their own thoughts: shock, resentment, or confusion. Shinja seized the moment to address the voice that had spoken to him earlier. May I ask who you are? Chenja wasn't sure if the person who had just helped him was still there, so he cautiously inquired. His tone was filled with respect. After all, this person had not only saved him but also bestowed such powerful skills. Therefore, in his mind, this mysterious figure must be someone important. Though he didn't know why this important person had chosen to help him. Whether out of gratitude for saving his life or due to the other's formidable power, Chenja felt extremely nervous at that moment. Upon hearing Chenja's voice, the thousand ghost vines seemed to have anticipated his return for practice. With an air of world-weary wisdom, it replied. Kid, I'm right here. Hearing the thousand ghost vines words, Chenja jolted in surprise. Shock spread across his eyes as he stared in disbelief at the white bone banner within his storage space. He could sense that the voice had emanated from the white bone banner. What? Could it be you? Thousand ghost vine. Chenja finally began to grasp the situation. He never imagined that this mysterious helper was actually the thousand ghost vine he had summoned in the graveyard before. But he had seen the thousand ghost vine back then too. Its body was emaciated, limbs limp and weak. Its attributes were utterly pathetic. Such a feeble specter was utterly incompatible with the image of a powerful mysterious savior he had envisioned. Heh, of course it's me, the thousand ghost vine. Who else do you think saved you? The thousand ghost vine rolled its eyes at Chenja. From Chenja's tone just now, it was clear he felt rejected. Thinking back to his former glory at the pinnacle of power, now being looked down upon by this puny human brat, the thousand ghost vine couldn't help but sigh at how things had changed. The heavens were blind indeed. Ah, no, senior thousand ghost vine, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. Chenja had clearly picked up the displeasure in Senki Tue's tone and quickly realized his mistake, apologizing profusely. After all, Senki Fuji had not only saved his life but also seemed incredibly powerful. No matter what, he shouldn't have shown disrespect. Heh, no need to be nervous, kid. Chi Gueteng dismissed Chenja's apology with a casual wave, then shifted the subject. All I'm saying is, since I saved your life, it wouldn't hurt for you to repay me in the future, right? Chenja froze upon hearing the thousand ghost vine's words, then quickly recovered, replying earnestly. Of course, Senior Chien Gueteng. I'll never forget the debt I owe you for saving my life. Chenja's tone was sincere. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Senki Fuji's eyes at this. This kid seems to be one who knows how to repay kindness. No need to be nervous, young man. It's nothing major. Senki Fuji smiled. I just hope that in the future, if you come across anything useful to me, you'll help me acquire it. That's all he asks? Chenja had expected Senior Chien Gueteng to ask him to do something dangerous. But it turned out to be so simple. Without hesitation, he replied. Absolutely. Whatever you need, Senior, I'll do everything in my power to get it for you. Upon hearing this, Chien Gueteng nodded with satisfaction. All his actions earlier had been aimed at securing this promise from Chenja. By the way, Senior Senki Fujin. Seeing that Senki Fuji seemed in a better mood now, Chenja plucked up the courage to ask. What was that skill you just used on me? It was incredibly powerful. Hearing Chenja's inquiry, Senki Fuji casually replied. Just a few tricks. Barely worthy of being called a 2-star skill. What? A 2-star skill? Chenja's eyes widened in utter shock at Senki Fujin's nonchalant remark. The skill level he had just unleashed was actually Ghost General tier. 51 Ghost House System plus Senki Fuji equals the ultimate combo. Chenja never imagined the skill that had just protected him was of Ghost General tier. Yet considering its astonishing defensive power, it made perfect sense. What else besides a Ghost General skill could have allowed an ordinary warrior like him to withstand the strongest attacks from 4 vampire guards? What astonished him even more was the tone used by the thousand Ghost Vine Elder when speaking earlier. It seemed as though the Ghost General skill meant nothing in his eyes. As this thought crossed his mind, he seemed to grasp something. With a hint of anticipation, he asked. Senior, might you have any method to help me defeat these 4 vampire guards on the battlefield? Indeed, a bold idea had just sprung to Chenja's mind. He didn't just want to withstand the vampire guards' attacks for 10 minutes, he wanted to defeat them within that time limit. After all, the better his performance in the game, the better the rewards he'd receive and the higher his game evaluation would be. Clearly, defeating these vampire guards within the time limit would be a far superior performance than merely surviving their attacks. Of course, before this, he hadn't even considered defeating these 4 vampire guards. After all, they were undeniably formidable opponents. Merely surviving their onslaught would be cause for gratitude. But now, upon encountering this mysterious Lord Senki Fuji, he felt compelled to try. Success would undoubtedly bring him greater rewards. Heh, you're dreaming pretty big, kid. Upon hearing Chenja's words, Senki Fuji immediately understood his intent. But I've just been revived and my energy is low. Helping you earlier drained a lot of my power, so I can only cast it once more now. Besides, why should I use it on you? Chien Gueteng retorted with a mocking smile. Hearing this, Chenja froze. Indeed, Senior Thousand Ghost Vine had already done so much for him. What reason could possibly compel the Elder to assist him again? Still, Chenja refused to give up easily. After all, if he succeeded this time, the reward would surely be substantial. Therefore, he asked hopefully, "Senior, might there be a way you could assist me?" Hearing this, Senki shot Shinji a slightly impatient glance. "Listen, kid, I'll be blunt, the only thing useful to me right now is ghost coins. I can convert ghost coins directly into energy. So whatever you say now is useless. Without ghost coins, I won't help you again. I won't make a losing deal twice." Xian Guoting refused to elaborate further. He was confident this would silence the human brat. After all, ghost coins held immense value. How much could this weakling possibly have? Ghost coins. As long as he gave the elder enough ghost coins, the elder could gain energy and unleash those powerful skills. Contrary to Xian Guoting's expectations, upon hearing this, Shinja felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest with excitement. After all, he might not have much else, but he had plenty of ghost coins. Elder. How many ghost coins would you need to defeat those 4 vampire guards? Shinja asked again, his voice trembling with excitement. Hearing this, Senki Fuji's face flashed a hint of impatience. He had already made himself perfectly clear. Why wouldn't this human brat give up? But then he remembered their current partnership, so he forced himself to answer. Defeating these 4 vampire guards will cost me roughly 2,000 ghost coins worth of energy. I can't afford to lose money on this, so I'll need at least 4,000 ghost coins from you. Xian Guoting added. Furthermore, after casting the skill, I'll need 12 hours to digest the ghost coin energy. During that time, I won't be able to cast any other skills. Also, the skills I cast are one-time blessings, they won't remain on you. With that, he couldn't help but snort. In his view, there was no way this kid could possibly come up with 4,000 ghost coins. Unexpectedly, the moment his words fell, he watched a stack of ghost coins enter the space of the white bone banner. Ha! Seeing this, the 1,000 ghost vine was momentarily stunned. His consciousness immediately swept over the coins. 500 ghost coins. 500 ghost coins. 500 ghost coins. Each worth 500, 8 in total, 4,000 ghost coins altogether. Xian Guoting suddenly snapped out of it. Though skeptical, he glanced at the stack of ghost coins once more. It was exactly 4,000. This kid actually produced 4,000 ghost coins. Seeing this, Senki Fuji's mouth fell slightly open, his eyes going blank. Upon hearing Xian Guoting's offer, Shinja promptly placed the 4,000 ghost coins into the white bone banner without hesitation. His emotions now surged like a volcano erupting. After all, he possessed the Ghost Tycoon System, granting him an endless supply of ghost coins. And this elder, 1,000 Ghost Vine, could precisely convert ghost coins into energy, thereby bestowing upon him various powerful blessings. Though these blessings were one-time effects, requiring considerable time before the next could be cast. But for Shinja, this meant possessing an ace up his sleeve capable of turning the tide of battle at any moment. Ghost Tycoon System plus Senior Xian Guoting equals the ultimate combo. Kid, how did you get so many more ghost coins? A shocked voice echoed from within the white bone banner. He never imagined this seemingly weak human could actually produce 4,000 ghost coins. Hearing Senki Fuji's inquiry, Shinja replied respectfully. My apologies, Senior Senki Fuji. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that to you. However, I can assure you that I do indeed have access to a great many ghost coins. Though he knew Senior 1,000 Ghost Vine was powerful, Shinja wasn't foolish enough to reveal his Ghost Tycoon System to him. Once revealed, there was no guarantee this elder wouldn't grow suspicious. After all, this Ghost Tycoon System was nothing short of a bug among bugs. Upon hearing Shinja's words, Xian Guoting did not press further. He'd only asked out of curiosity, never expecting Shinja to actually reveal it. After all, everyone needed to keep some secrets. That was understandable. Could it be that thing? Suddenly, Xian Guoting recalled that object in Shinja's mind, the one whose origin even he couldn't fathom, and his eyes grew pensive. Senior, might you now be able to cast your skill upon me? Shinja's voice echoed once more. Hearing this, Xian Guoting smiled faintly. Of course. Should you ever need anything in the future, feel free to bring ghost coins to me. We'll help each other out, haha. Knowing Shinja possessed a large quantity of ghost coins, Xian Guoting was naturally delighted. After all, during the early stages of his power recovery, ghost coins had been immensely helpful to him. He couldn't have wished for more than Shinja to have an endless supply of ghost coins. Immediately, the 1,000 Ghost Vine accepted the 4,000 ghost coins. Then, with a flick of its body, a beam of light once again enveloped Shinja. This skill has no other effects, but it specifically counters vampires. Rest assured, it will absolutely defeat those 4. After speaking, 1,000 Ghost Vine shrank by half its size once more, appearing even more withered. However, the 4,000 ghost coins had already fused into his body, emitting a faint glow. It seemed these ghost coins were transforming into energy for Senior 1,000 Ghost Vine to absorb. Enveloped by the light emitted by Senior 1,000 Ghost Vine, Shinja couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. His consciousness immediately shifted toward the blood pool battlefield. The mental exchange that had felt so drawn out had actually been incredibly swift, lasting only half a minute. At this moment, there were still 3 full minutes remaining until the test concluded. Ah, all rewards. Gazing at the 4 vampire guards across from him, Chenja saw nothing but piles of rewards. He could no longer hold back, charging straight toward the 4 vampire guards. What? Does Brother Fu actually intend to defeat these vampire guards? That's unlikely. Brother Fu's attack power isn't enough. Brother Fu should just wait patiently for the test to end. They can't do anything to you anyway. Humph, the guy above is underestimating Brother Fu. He must have confidence in what he's doing. Go Brother Fu. 52 Brother Fu rocks. As Chenja charged toward the 4 vampire guards, the livestream chat erupted with discussion. In their eyes, even the strongest attacks from the 4 vampire guards couldn't bring Chenja down. He should just wait patiently for the timer to end. Why was he charging at them? Was he actually trying to defeat them? Thinking this, they felt it was highly unlikely. After all, Chenja's defense had skyrocketed, but his attack power remained unchanged. He simply couldn't defeat these vampire guards. Wait, look! Fu Ji's status has changed again. Suddenly, a comment appeared in the livestream chat and the viewers immediately looked over. Name, Mercury Blessing. Level? Cost, 30% stamina plus 30% mana. Description, inflicts 200% additional damage against vampires, lasts 5 minutes. Note, one-time use only. Holy crap, how did Brother Fu get another skill? So that's where Brother Fu's confidence comes from. Looks like he really can take down these vampire guards. Holy crap, Brother Fu's gonna get a ton of rewards this time. Indeed, the confidence that allowed Chenja to believe he could defeat these 4 vampire guards stemmed from this Mercury Blessing. It deals a whopping 200% extra damage to vampires. This is in the bag. Chenja felt certain of victory, while the livestream audience was utterly thrilled. The blood servants kneeling outside the blood pool saw Chenja's actions and instantly understood his intentions. Oomph. This human is truly arrogant, daring to think he can defeat 4 vampire lords at this stage. He shows no respect for the vampire lords. Discontent and fury burned in the blood servants' eyes. To them, Chenja's actions were nothing short of an insult. At that moment, the 4 vampire guards saw Chenja charging toward them, confusion flickering in their eyes. What's gotten into this human brat? Though they couldn't defeat this human within the allotted time, it was equally impossible for this human to defeat them. After all, their physical defenses were formidable. While the human's defenses had also increased significantly, his attack power hadn't risen. Still, since this brat dares to provoke us like this, we shall. The lead vampire guard, upon seeing Chenja charging toward them, narrowed his eyes as if struck by a thought. One of the vampire guards beside him immediately grasped his meaning, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. The boss is right. This human poses no threat to us, but we can look for his weaknesses. Hearing this, the other 2 vampire guards' eyes lit up. After all, combat was unpredictable. If they could uncover this human's vulnerability, even with his formidable defenses, they still had a chance to kill him. At this thought, a barely perceptible smirk flickered across the eyes of all 4 vampire guards. This human could have simply stayed put and passed the test, yet he had the audacity to charge forward, utterly ridiculous. Seeing Chenja charge toward the 4 vampires, the iron-devouring ghost ant queen felt puzzled. After all, in her eyes, they were on the verge of passing this test. Why would the master charge forward? At this thought, a flash of anxiety crossed her eyes. Her combat experience was extensive. If the master's rash attack allowed these vampire guards to seize an opening, it would be a case of losing more than gaining. Oh dear, couldn't the master just stay put and wait for the time to end? Why must he charge in and fight them? The iron-devouring ghost ant queen couldn't fathom Chenja's reasoning, pacing anxiously in circles. The light shadow beside her also looked surprised at Chenja's actions. But unlike the iron-devouring ghost ant queen, he had unwavering faith in Chenja. After all, Chenja was the legendary figure. Therefore, whatever Chenja did now, the Shadow of Lies believed he had his reasons. Perhaps Chenja really can defeat these vampire guards. The Lie Shadow's eyes flickered with anticipation. What? Unlike the others, the Frost Baron, seated upon his throne, sensed the energy emanating from Chenja. His expression shifted abruptly, and he sprang to his feet in an instant. A hint of caution flickered in his eyes. He sensed that the energy emanating from Chenja at this moment actually made him feel a hint of danger. How could this be possible? The thought sent a chill through the Frost Baron's heart. He was a ghost general. How could this human possibly possess an energy that made even him feel a hint of danger? I'll see for myself what kind of energy this is. With that thought, the Frost Baron fixed his gaze intently upon the battlefield. At that moment, Chenja was about to collide with a vampire guard. You brat, how arrogant! Seeing Chenja's fist hurtling toward him, a savage glint flashed across the vampire guard's face. He sensed that the human's attack hadn't grown stronger, so he dismissed it with disdain. In fact, to break down the human's psychological defenses and better find his weakness, he deliberately stood his ground, refusing to dodge or retreat. In his mind, even standing still and letting the kid hit him wouldn't scratch him. Ha! Second brother, you're so cocky. The other 3 vampires burst into laughter at his actions. Their eyes fixed on Chenja, brimming with scorn. Their vampire clan was renowned for their exceptional physical prowess. For this kid to think he could defeat all four of them was utterly laughable. Ha, the vampire lords also find this human utterly laughable. Look, the second lord isn't even bothering to dodge. Seeing the vampire guard's actions, the surrounding blood servants joined in mocking Shinja. Bunch of idiots. Seeing the vampire's current behavior, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Shinja's mouth. These fools were truly laughably naive. Then, he too found it amusing, delivering a straight punch directly to the vampire guard's left shoulder. Ha, your punch is just too. Feeling the impact of Shinja's fist, the vampire initially dismissed it as insignificant and was about to utter a taunt. But suddenly, a searing heat shot from his left shoulder up his entire arm. Ah! The searing pain was so intense it made him cry out in agony. What terrified him even more was that the searing heat seemed poised to spread to other parts of his body. No! This vampire guard possessed exceptionally rich combat experience. Seeing he couldn't stop the heat's advance, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. His right hand suddenly grabbed his left shoulder and tore it open with a vicious rip. Rip! He had torn his entire shoulder off. Put! Blood gushed forth like a burst water main. Holy! 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 Brother Fu made that vampire rip off his own arm with just one punch. So satisfying. Brother Fu was unstoppable in this state, a true vampire slayer. Brother Fu might defeat them before time runs out. Bro Fu, you rock. 53 Saving humanity's honor. Executive Conference Room. China's leaders continued watching the live streams of numerous gamers. Those deemed promising would receive intensive training and protection upon returning to reality. Shinja's previous performance had disappointed everyone, and he was no longer under their close observation. However, Director Chen, who had previously spoken up for Shinja, occasionally checked Shinja's livestream. Though he too believed Shinja hadn't acquired any truly extraordinary talents, he couldn't shake the feeling that Shinja somehow appealed to him. Ha! Just then, he witnessed the scene where Shinja landed a single punch, causing the vampire guard to wail in agony and tear off his own shoulder. This astonished him. As far as he knew, in the second round of tasks at Ghost Shadow Town, players who took on the third difficulty missions generally performed poorly. Only 1 in 10 players successfully passed the test. Those who did pass had mostly relied on agile speed or formidable vitality to withstand the attacks of the 4 vampire guards. It was extremely rare to witness someone like Shinja nearly overwhelming the vampire guards. After all, these vampire guards were indeed formidable opponents. He actually managed to get this far. Director Chen observed Shinja's current state and sensed that he was far from as straightforward as he appeared. Even if he lacks exceptional talent, he's worth keeping an eye on. For a new player to achieve this level is truly remarkable. Commissioner Chen thought to himself. Live stream room. Seeing Shinja deliver a single punch that sent the vampire guard into agonized howls, even prompting him to sever his own arm. Though viewers had anticipated something like this, witnessing it unfold before their eyes still sent shockwaves through the chat. After all, in their eyes, this was a terrifying vampire guard possessing the strength of a top-tier ghost soldier. Most players would only flee in terror when facing them. Shinja, however, was merely a new player who had only entered the game a few days ago, with his strength yet to develop. Yet now, Shinja had nearly crushed the vampire guard. At that moment, a single word flashed through the minds of the live stream viewers. Genius. What defines a genius? This was genius. The blood servants kneeling around the blood pool had just moments ago mocked Shinja relentlessly. But now, witnessing Shinja deliver a single punch that reduced their revered and mighty vampire lord to agonized howls, even severing his own arm. A look of utter horror spread across their eyes. How is this possible? How did this human suddenly become so powerful? My invincible master, struck by just one punch from this human, is suffering so terribly? Good heavens, what on earth is happening? He tore off his own arm. The blood servants murmured among themselves. Now, as they looked at Shinja, fear flickered in their eyes for the first time. This human is incredibly strong. The arm-severed vampire guard quickly stemmed the blood flow. They were vampires. A severed arm was an injury unimaginably severe for humans. Yet for them, it held far less terror. Yet, after this lightning-fast exchange, a flicker of fear stirred within him. Shinja's punch, though seemingly lacking in force, carried a terrifying energy. This energy felt like being scorched by fire, causing him immense agony. He even felt a sense of relief that he had torn his shoulder off in time. Otherwise, he dared not imagine what would have happened if that energy had spread to other parts of his body. This human. The vampire guard stared at Shinja, a trace of unexplained fear flickering in his eyes. What's wrong with second brother? Second brother? Second brother, how could this be? At that moment, the other 3 vampires approached him with concern. Simultaneously, confusion filled their minds. They had clearly sensed that this human's power was nothing special. So why was second younger brother suffering so terribly? He even tore off his own shoulder. Be careful. This kid's strength is strange. Don't let him hit you. The armless vampire guard shouted urgently. Hearing this, though still puzzled, the other three vampires' eyes narrowed with caution. After all, this armed severed guard ranked among the strongest among them. If even he couldn't withstand this human's assault, they were likely in for a rough time too. Just as I thought. Seeing his subordinate struck by Chinja's fist, revealing an expression of unbearable agony, even resorting to severing his own arm. The Frost Baron's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. His intuition had been correct. The energy emanating from Chenju inflicted additional damage upon their vampire kind. This. A cold gleam flashed in the Frost Baron's eyes. He had never heard of such energy before. But regardless, if more people were to acquire this energy, it would pose an immense threat to their vampire clan. Thinking this, the Frost Baron's gaze toward Chinja even held a hint of murderous intent. Master has succeeded. Witnessing the scene just now, the iron-devouring ghost and queen was utterly astonished. She had believed Chinja's attack to be utterly futile. She even feared it might expose his weaknesses, giving those vampire guards an opening. Yet now, such a tremendous victory had been achieved. Ha! Just as I thought. The lying shadow growled. Though he didn't know what Chinja had done to cause the vampire guard such agony that he severed his own arm. But seeing his prediction come true filled him with intense excitement. Only 3 minutes remained until the test concluded. Kill. Chinja gave them no chance to react, delivering another brutal punch toward the one-armed vampire guard. SSSSHHH. Seeing this, a flicker of fear appeared in the one-armed vampire guard's eyes. He instinctively tried to dodge. However, though his injury wasn't fatal, it severely impaired his physical agility. Despite his desperate attempts to dodge, his body could no longer keep pace with his mind. Thud. Chenja's fist slammed into his left chest. Ah! The one-armed vampire guard let out a wretched, agonized howl. Feeling the searing heat radiating from his chest, he resorted to his old trick, violently plunging his right hand into his own chest. Splatter. Large chunks of flesh were torn out, blood spurting wildly. Chinja showed no mercy, charging toward him once more. Seeing Chinja still advancing toward him, the one-armed vampire knight was horrified. Though unwilling to concede, the primal fear of death made him instinctively realize that another attack from this human might truly kill him. I surrender. Ha! Look at this vampire begging Brother Fu for mercy. Of course. If he didn't beg for mercy, Brother Fu would have killed him. Phew, that felt so satisfying. Those vampires looked down on Brother Fu earlier, and now they're begging for mercy after getting beaten up. It's just too satisfying. Brother Fu is amazing, bringing honor to us humans. 50 for the humiliated vampire clan. Seeing this vampire guard surrender, Chenja refrained from finishing him off and instead charged at the other vampire guards. After all, time was limited, and a ghost general was watching from the throne. Killing him outright might provoke the ghost general. Even if he passed the test, Chinja dared not predict what the enraged ghost general might do. It certainly wouldn't be good. Thus, he spared the vampire guard. After all, even though he now possessed energy specifically designed to counter vampires, he wasn't naive enough to think he could defeat a ghost general. Seeing Chinja spare the one-armed vampire, the other 3 vampire guards breathed a sigh of relief. This human hadn't gone mad enough to exterminate them all. But seeing Chinja charging toward them, a flicker of panic flickered in their eyes. With the armless vampire guard as a cautionary example, they understood all too well that being struck by the human would lead to an equally gruesome fate. Scatter! Spread out! Don't engage this human! The lead vampire guard shouted frantically. As he spoke, a trace of humiliation flickered in his eyes. This was the second time he had been too afraid to engage Chinja head-on. The first time could still be considered part of their strategy, but this time? This time, they were utterly terrified to even challenge Chinja. Ugh! At this thought, the lead vampire guard felt his face flush crimson, utterly humiliated. The surrounding blood servants, hearing this, turned pale and furrowed their brows. Since serving the vampire lord, when had they ever endured such humiliation? That insignificant human had actually made the esteemed vampire lord utter such words. It was simply utterly disgraceful. Haha, this vampire is scared. He's scared. I'm embarrassed for him. He won't even fight anymore, haha. Vampires, surrender now. Brother Fu is surrounded. Hearing the lead vampire guard's words, the live stream audience couldn't help but cheer with delight. Usually, these supernatural creatures look down on humans, treating them like livestock. But now, these vampires were fleeing in terror at the sight of Brother Fu, like rats seeing a cat. Upon hearing this, the lying shadow and the iron-devouring ghost and queen exchanged glances before following Chinja's lead, lending him a hand. In an instant, the man and 2 ghosts charged like tigers descending a mountain, relentlessly pursuing the remaining 3 vampire guards. The 3 vampire guards, however, scattered like startled cattle and sheep across the blood-soaked battlefield, darting and dodging in every direction. This sensation was deeply satisfying to Lie Shadow and iron-devouring ghost and queen. After all, these were formidable vampire guards. Under normal circumstances, the 2 ghosts would have treated them with utmost respect, fearing to offend them. Yet now, following Chinja, they found themselves unleashing their fury upon these very guards. and these vampire guards dared not retaliate, looking utterly terrified. Ha! Worth every bit. Lie Shadow and the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen felt immense satisfaction. This is bad. Soon, the vampire guard, who had been chased around by Chinja, sensed something was terribly wrong. His original strategy had been to have the other two vampires spread out, attempting to evade Chenju and his companions' attacks. After all, in his view, though Chenja's attacks were powerful and bizarre, there was now less than 3 minutes left. By stalling, they could hold out until the test period ended. That way, Chenju would merely pass the test without defeating them all. They could retain a shred of dignity. But while his plan was sound, the battlefield situation unfolded unexpectedly. Just as he had said before, combat was unpredictable. Initially, they managed to keep their distance from Chenju and his group. Yet as the fight progressed, he was stunned to see the other two ghostly beings coordinating with Chenju more and more seamlessly. Damn it! The leading vampire guard cursed inwardly at this realization. He had never given the other two ghostly beings a second glance. Even when they joined forces with Chenja to attack them, it had only caused minor inconveniences at first, having no real impact on the overall situation. Unexpectedly, these two ghostly beings had now become pivotal forces shifting the battlefield's equilibrium. Chenja, meanwhile, felt a surge of surprise and delight. He had been worried they wouldn't defeat the other 3 vampire guards before time ran out. But in the heat of battle, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his coordination with the Shadow of Lies and the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen was growing increasingly seamless. This shift tilted the scales of battle decisively in his favor. Black Silk Net. Ghost Ant Formation. A mass of black silk descended like a hood over one of the vampire guards. Just as he was about to sidestep the net, he suddenly felt his feet slow down by a fraction. Startled, he glanced down. A dozen pitch-black ghost ants had latched onto his ankles with deadly grip. Oomph, die. With that thought, the vampire guard attempted to swat the ghost ants away with a single blow. But then, Chenja's fist flashed into his peripheral vision. No! Thud! The vampire guard couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely in the right chest by Chenja's fist. Aya! The vampire guard howled in agony, then used both hands to rip the flesh and blood from his own right chest. I surrender. Feeling his own weakness, the vampire guard had no choice but to concede defeat. Seeing this, Chenju and his two companions wasted no words, charging once more toward the last 2 vampires remaining on the battlefield. Soon, with only half a minute left, another vampire guard was blocked by the lying Shadow and the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen, then struck in the right leg by Chenja's fist. Facing the threat of death with one leg severed, the vampire guard surrendered in sheer terror. Good. Now there's only one left. Chenja's eyes flashed with excitement. Through these 2 battles, he realized that the Lie Shadow and the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen worked with him in perfect harmony. The Lie Shadow's black silk net effectively trapped enemies, while the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen's Ghost Ant formation could hinder enemy movement. With such coordination, though only a minute and a half remained, he felt confident he could eliminate the last vampire guard. Kill! 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 Chenja roared, his eyes blazing with fierce determination as he locked onto the last remaining vampire guard. Charge! 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 Woo woo woo! Lie Shadow and iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen were also overcome with excitement. In the previous battle, 2 vampire guards who had seemed incredibly powerful to them had both been severely wounded and forced to surrender with their assistance. This not only boosted their confidence tremendously but also rapidly increased their trust in Chenja. After all, during the fight, they could sense the immense power emanating from those vampire guards. They themselves would have been utterly powerless against such might. Yet Chenja not only withstood their power but also turned it against them, leaving them gravely wounded. Go, Brother Fu! Just one more hit. Go, Brother Fu! Take them all down, not a single one left standing. Bro Fu was absolutely amazing, woohoo! 55A crushing victory. Seeing only one vampire left standing in the arena, the live stream audience erupted in excitement. They desperately hoped Chenja would defeat the last vampire guard. Executive Conference Room. Chenja, you have to do your best. At that moment, Director Chen, the only one still watching Chenja's livestream, felt his heart race with excitement. If Chenja could indeed defeat this final vampire guard within the allotted time, he would undoubtedly receive generous rewards and a higher game rating. In that case, the entire nation of China would benefit from Chenja's victory. Huff, puff. The last vampire guard remaining on the battlefield fixed his gaze intently on Chenju and his 2 companions. A trace of disbelief lingered in its eyes. This puny human, along with these 2 ghostly creatures he considered utterly insignificant, had managed to make his 3 brothers willingly admit defeat in such a short time. Had anyone told him this before the battle, he would have wrenched their head off. He would have wanted to see if the fool's brain had been eaten by worms to come up with such an absurd lie. But the events unfolding before his eyes forced him to believe. His expression turned utterly grave. Now he represented not only himself, but the outcome of this trial, and even the honor of the Baron himself, indeed, the entire vampire clan. If he were defeated now, every clan member present would be disgraced. Fine. With that thought, he clenched his teeth, fists tightening, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he resolved himself. Hang in there, my lord. You must hold out until the end. My lord, you are our last hope. Master, you must hold on. Believe in yourself. The surrounding blood servants knew this was the most critical moment. If the master could hold on until the time ran out, they could accept it. But if he couldn't hold on and had to concede defeat, today's battle would become an eternal disgrace for them. A mere human had defeated 4 vampire lords within 10 minutes, forcing their surrender. This absolutely could not happen. Just like these blood servants, the viewers in the livestream were also on edge. They were accustomed to seeing gamers brutally slaughtered by supernatural entities. They had all sorts of excuses. They claimed ghosts held home field advantage, or that human players were unfamiliar with the eerie world. But they too yearned for a genuine victory. A crushing victory. They wanted to prove to the ghosts that humans weren't to be trifled with. Humans can still beat you into submission. At that moment, the number of viewers in Shinja's livestream began to surge once more. One by one, viewers entered the stream and witnessed the scene unfolding before them, a fire igniting within their hearts. Kill! 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 Shinja, too, was filled with boundless passion. The long march was now down to its final step. Without another word, the man and the 2 ghosts charged forward once more. Seeing this, the last remaining vampire guard scrambled to dodge. Whoosh! This vampire was the most powerful of them all. Facing the obstruction of the lying shadow and the iron-devouring ghost and queen, he narrowly evaded Shinja's attack at the very last moment. This guy. Shinja watched with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected this vampire to be so powerful, capable of breaking free from the dual restraints of the lie shadow and the iron-devouring ghost and queen. The surrounding blood servants, witnessing the vampire guard's successful evasion, were visibly stirred, their expressions brimming with excitement as if they were about to erupt in cheers at any moment. Viewers in the livestream, however, felt a jolt of alarm and growing anxiety. At that moment, only 10 seconds remained until the test concluded. Whoosh! A flicker of relief crossed the vampire guard's eyes, though cold sweat still beaded on his brow. He had been so close to being struck by Shinja. But then, a flicker of delight returned to his eyes. With only 10 seconds left until the test ended, this human could only make one final attack. This time, you're finally out of options. Though battered and bruised, the vampire guard felt victory within his grasp. Victory was his. Charge! Shinja shouted. Hearing this, the lying shadow and the iron-devouring ghost and queen felt a surge of urgency in their eyes, but there was no time for hesitation. They launched another attack at the vampire guard. Oomph! Seeing this, the vampire guards flashed a look of contempt. It seemed they truly had run out of tricks. If I could dodge once, I could dodge again. Just as the vampire guard prepared to move, a voice suddenly pierced his ears. The sound was like demonic screeching from hell, or the roar of a malevolent specter. Roar! Indeed, at this critical moment, Shinja finally unleashed the skill he had never used before. Demon Roar! This demonic roar had once inflicted immense psychological pressure upon Shinja. It had once filled him with dread and made him retreat in fear when facing the Headless Horseman. Now, Shinja unleashed this skill upon the vampire guard. Though this demonic sound wouldn't have such a profound effect on the vampire guard. After all, the vampire guard's strength far surpassed what he had possessed back then. But if it could slow his movements even for a moment, that much was still achievable. As Shinja had anticipated, the vampire guard faltered under the influence of the demonic roar, allowing Shinja to land a punch squarely on his midsection. At this moment, there were only 5 seconds left until the test ended. Ah! The vampire guard, struck in the waist, let out a pained howl. He finally understood what his 3 fallen comrades had endured. The agony was like being cut by knives and thrown into a sea of fire. Splatter! The vampire guard tore out half his waist, flesh and bone torn clean away, blood spurting out instantly. Have we won? On the battlefield, the Shadow of Lies and the iron-devouring ghost and queen stared at each other, their eyes ablaze with excitement. Viewers in the live stream room had eyes aglow, nearly unable to contain their excitement. But Shinja's brow furrowed slightly. This vampire guard refused to concede defeat like the previous ones. Yes, despite his severe injuries, he would rather die on the battlefield than concede defeat for the sake of his vampire clan's honor. Woo woo woo, my lord is truly magnificent. Even in death, he refuses to yield. That despicable human. If I get the chance, I'll drain him dry and grind his bones to dust. The blood servants surrounding the pool blared at Shinja, their teeth clenched in fury. Ha! In the end, you didn't achieve complete victory in this battle, ha! The vampire guard, drained of blood, was deathly pale. Yet he shot Shinja a look of utter contempt. Human, to think you could defeat us is nothing but a delusion. But at that moment, Shinja suddenly wore an expression as if looking at an idiot. You big oaf. So naive, so laughably foolish. Without hesitation, he delivered a direct kick toward the vampire guard. Thud! The vampire guard had no strength to defend himself. He was sent flying by Shinja's kick, crashing out of the blood-soaked battlefield and landing among the kneeling blood servants. At that moment, the test period ended. He won. Brother Fu won. A landslide victory. A perfect win. A crushing triumph. Bro Fu, you're my idol. So awesome. Woohoo, we defeated 4 vampire guards. 56 breaking the rules? Seeing Chinja kick the vampire guard off the battlefield at the last moment sent the livestream into unprecedented frenzy. The vast majority were Chinja's loyal fans. They'd witnessed his glorious comebacks from impossible situations and seen him hit rock bottom when he was broke. During those lows, many viewers believed Chinja had no hope left and left the livestream. Some even hurled insults at him, accusing him of wasting their emotions and money. Yet despite this, these viewers never gave up on him. When Chinja chose the 3rd level challenge, facing 4 terrifying vampire guards, many viewers mocked him for overestimating his abilities and being arrogant. Though they couldn't understand, they continued to silently support him as always. Others dismissed them as brainless fans of Chinja, questioning their intelligence. Facing this ridicule, they felt deeply hurt and distressed. Yet they persevered. Until this very moment, Chinja not only withstood the attacks of the 4 vampire guards but defeated them all at the last second. This was not merely a complete victory, it was a crushing triumph. This wasn't just Chinja's victory, it was theirs too. They cheered, roared, and wept with overwhelming emotion. They wanted to tell everyone who had ever doubted Chinja and them. You were wrong. You were dead wrong. Executive conference room. Excellent. Seeing Chinja's decisive victory, a sharp gleam flashed in Director Chen's eyes. None of these high-ranking officials had high hopes for Chinja. They all believed he lacked extraordinary talent and thus refused to invest further in his development. But witnessing Chinja's triumph, Director Chen suddenly gained profound insight. Was extraordinary talent truly the most crucial factor? Without extraordinary talent, Chinja still managed to pass the most difficult first round of testing. Chinja, grow stronger. This era belongs to you. Sunset in Shadow Town. The numerous blood servants kneeling before him wore ashen faces, their expressions utterly desolate. In this trial, they had lost everything, utterly crushed. What was even harder to swallow was that their downfall had been caused by the very humans they regarded as mere livestock. How could this not fill them with utter humiliation? The 4 vampire guards were now receiving treatment. Being vampires themselves, their injuries, though gruesome to behold, had not damaged their very essence. Yet their hearts now ached more than death itself. They knew full well that this humiliating defeat was entirely of their own making. Their faces burned like monkey bottoms, and the shame made them squirm like sitting on pins and needles. If word of this test result spread, not only would they be ridiculed, but their master would be mocked as well. Their entire vampire clan would become the laughingstock of other supernatural beings. Damn it! Thinking this, the vampire guard who had held out until the end bit his lip hard, his voice thick with endless resentment. The Frost Baron now stared expressionlessly at Chinja. He cared not for the outcome of the battle. Unlike other vampires, he didn't care about so-called pride. What concerned him was the energy emanating from Chinja moments ago. This energy could actually inflict additional damage upon them, the vampires. This realization filled him with profound unease. Ding, dear player Chinja, congratulations on completing the first round of testing for the 3rd difficulty level of the 2nd mission. For your outstanding performance, you are now awarded 100 bonus EXP and 1000 ghost coins. Please claim the quest ring from Baron Frost Chagas. You may have Lady Sunset authenticate whether this ring is genuine. At that moment, the system prompt echoed in Chinja's mind. The rewards had finally been distributed. Chinja felt a surge of joy. However, upon hearing the system's reward details, a bitter smile involuntarily spread across his face. While 1,000 ghost coins were indeed substantial for other players, they felt rather useless to him. It didn't even cover the skill usage fee he'd paid to Senior Qianguating. Still, the other reward 100 experience points was quite decent. With this, Chinja instantly gained full experience points, and all his skill cooldowns were reset. His current combat prowess was on par with the Lying Shadow, placing him among the elite of the ghost soldiers. With some additional gear, he could match the strength of the vampire guards. If he were to undergo the same test now, he could absolutely defeat these 4 vampire guards in even less time. Of course, he would need to be blessed by the 1,000 Ghost Mines blessing state. Thinking this, his mind found balance once more. Compared to these rewards, his greatest gain was Senior Senki Fuji. Such a gain was worth 1,000, 10,000 times more than the current rewards. Simultaneously, he recalled that his experience bar was now full. If he could obtain a 2nd-tier upgrade stone, he might even level up again and become a war general. However, Chinja was well aware of just how rare and precious 2nd-tier upgrade stones were. I'm afraid this 2nd-tier upgrade stone can only be possessed by the Ghost King himself. Chinja inwardly gasped. After all, the power gap between ghost soldiers and ghost generals was enormous, a chasm far wider than that between ghost soldiers and ordinary ghosts. If 10 ordinary ghosts could surround and kill a single ghost soldier, then a single ghost general could effortlessly slaughter 100 ghost soldiers. The disparity was self-evident. Therefore, second-tier upgrade stones were monopolized by figures at the Ghost King level, making them extremely difficult to obtain. Shinja chose not to dwell on this further, deciding it was wiser to focus on completing his mission step by step. Chagas? Seeing the name of this ghost general mentioned by the system, Shinja committed it to memory. Without further delay, he bowed respectfully toward the Frost Baron seated upon the throne. Lord Chagas, I have completed the task. I humbly request you return the task ring to me. I would be most grateful. Shinja's demeanor was exceptionally deferential at this moment. After all, the other was not only a powerful ghost general, but he had also wounded 4 of his subordinates. Therefore, he was now timid and cautious, fearing any further mishaps. Yet deep down, he felt certain Lord Chagas would grant him the task ring. After all, that was the rule of this world. If he completed a mission yet received no ring, the rules would be far too arbitrary. But contrary to Shinja's expectations, Lord Shagruz, the Frost Baron, showed no reaction whatsoever to his request. Seeing this, Shinja felt a sense of unease. He immediately turned his gaze toward the Frost Baron Chagas. What he saw startled him. The childlike Baron Frost Chagas now stared back at him, his face devoid of emotion. A strange, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Boom! At that very moment, an overwhelming, uncontrollable fear surged through Shinja's mind. The blood in the pool began to boil, bubbling up in waves. Blood seeped from the walls surrounding the room. Wails and moans reached Shinja's ears. An overwhelming sense of suffocation filled the room. What? Why does it look like the Frost Baron still wants to fight? This guy is such a liar. Brother Fu already completed the mission, yet he refuses to hand over the mission ring and even tries to kill Brother Fu? Damn it, Brother Fu is in danger. 57 The boss steps in. Seeing the Frost Baron's actions and the changes in the room, viewers in the livestream chat erupted in outrage on Shinja's behalf. After all, Shinja had completed the quest. Was this ghostly general actually trying to break the game rules? Sunset in Ghost Shadow Town. In Shinja's eyes, the Frost Baron Chagas now resembled a demon lord from hell. A single glance from him sent waves of terror coursing through Shinja's body. He felt like a tiny boat adrift in a raging storm, teetering on the brink of destruction at any moment. Under that oppressive gaze, he found himself involuntarily kneeling before the figure. The gap is too vast. Shinja's heart trembled with dread. He had believed he was merely one rank below a ghost general. Now, having reached the peak of a ghost soldier, he thought the gap couldn't be so vast that he'd be utterly defenseless. But only now did he realize how utterly mistaken his previous assumptions had been. He couldn't even withstand a single glance from the Frost Baron. How utterly ridiculous I've been. Despair welled up within Shinja. For a moment, under the oppressive gaze of Baron Frost Chagas, his eyes went blank. It's over. Brother Fu looks completely dazed. He's kneeling before the Frost Baron. What kind of skill did that demonic general cast on Brother Fu? Damn it! Hang in there, Brother Fu. Seeing Shinja's vacant expression and his kneeling before the Frost Baron, viewers in the livestream chat grew anxious. Not only them, but the blood minions and vampire guards present were also taken aback. In their eyes, this battle was lost. Though the human was utterly despicable, according to the game's rules, the Ghost General should have bestowed the task ring upon him at this moment. Why did the Ghost General suddenly attack this human without warning? They had never encountered such a situation before. After all, it was merely a single defeat, something they found deeply unsatisfying. But to the Ghost General, it was hardly worth mentioning. In previous trials, some humans had succeeded, and the Ghost General had never interfered. Why was this time different? Could it be that this human offended the Ghost General? The Blood Servant and Vampire Guard couldn't help but speculate. But if that were truly the case, it would astonish them even more. After all, what could this lowly human possibly have done to offend the Ghost General? In other words, he didn't even have the standing to offend the Ghost General. Yet, despite their profound bewilderment, the truth unfolded before their very eyes. Whatever the case, this human brought it upon himself. Serves him right. Exactly. Lord Ghost General must have his reasons for acting this way. These blood servants and vampire guards naturally placed unwavering faith in Baron Frost Chagas. Seeing the human's stunned expression now, they felt he had brought this upon himself. In their hearts, they even felt a sense of satisfaction. The iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen, however, was startled by this. As a ghostly being, she understood the rules of the game. Since Shinja had completed the task, even if this Ghost General possessed immense power, he wouldn't refuse to hand it over. Otherwise, if every ghostly being acted this way, what would be the point of this game existing? Moreover, given the Ghost General's power and status, there was no need for him to break the rules over Shinja. After all, for the Ghost General, such matters were utterly insignificant. Could it be that my master offended the Ghost General? At that moment, the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen couldn't help but entertain such a thought. But that notion was even more absurd. After all, what could Shinja possibly have done to offend the Ghost General? Oh dear, what are we to do? Deep concern clouded the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen's eyes. Hearing the iron-devouring ghost and queen's words, the deceptive shadow's tone remained surprisingly light. Rest assured, Chenja will be fine. Though surprised by the situation himself, he had complete faith in Chenja. The Frost Baron was indeed a formidable ghost general. But to Chenja, he was nothing at all? Hearing Lai Shadow's words, the iron-devouring ghost and queen was somewhat surprised. From his tone, it seemed he wasn't the least bit worried about his master. How could that be? The opponent was a formidable ghost general. What gave Lai Shadow the confidence to guarantee his master would be fine? At that moment, countless questions swirled within the iron-devouring ghost and queen's mind. Baron Frost Chagas, observing Chenja's expression, flashed a hint of smugness in his eyes. What he had just unleashed was the vampire clan's ultimate technique, Blood Sea Terror. The target struck by this technique would temporarily lose all consciousness. Thus, he could use his psychic powers to probe every aspect of Chenja, thereby locating the source and origin of that energy that inflicted extra damage upon their vampire clan. As for the game rules, he believed he hadn't violated them. After all, he wasn't actually harming Chenja, and he hadn't refused to give him the mission key. Ha! With this thought, the Frost Baron Chagas smugly extended his psychic senses toward Chenja's body. Talent, Blood Ox. Skill, Flesh Helm. Item, Sanctuary Potion. As his psychic probe delved deeper, a hint of surprise flickered across the Frost Baron's face. This human may look ordinary, but he's got quite a collection of miscellaneous items on him. No wonder this kid seemed to have endless tricks up his sleeve. After all, the Frost Baron Chagas was a ghost general. That he felt surprise was proof enough of the sheer quantity and variety of items Chenja carried. Seeing this, Baron Frost Chagas' eyes flickered with anticipation. This kid is truly extraordinary. He might just uncover the source of that mysterious energy. This adventure has been well worth it. Baron Frost Chagas continued probing with his psychic senses. Soon, he spotted the white bone banner. What is this? From the white bone banner, he sensed an ancient and mysterious aura. This left him somewhat astonished. This object was something even he didn't recognize. Then, a glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes. It seemed the source of that mysterious energy was likely originating from here. With this thought, he extended his psychic senses toward the white bone banner. At that moment, the Thousand Ghost Vine was resting peacefully within the white bone banner. He was fully aware of everything happening outside. However, he couldn't be bothered with Chenja's affairs. He wasn't Chenja's babysitter. Was he supposed to intervene every time Chenja faced danger? Even if Chenja were to die right now, he wouldn't care in the slightest. At worst, it would make him look a bit pathetic. If need be, he could always find another youngster. But the Frost Baron's current actions were starting to grate on his nerves. It was one thing for this brat to hypnotize Chenja, but now he dared to extend his psychic power toward him? Clueless about his own mortality. A sharp gleam flashed in Thousand Ghost Vine's eyes as a faint thread of psychic energy darted toward Baron Frost Chagas' mental force. Just then, the eagerly anticipating Frost Baron Chagas touched the white bone banner, about to continue his probe, when a terrifying force instantly struck his psychic energy. Chagas recoiled in shock, overwhelmed by unbearable agony. After all, this was an assault on his very essence. The agony inflicted upon the mind was tenfold, 100-fold more intense than that of the flesh. He even sensed this energy striking back toward his very mind. No! The Frost Baron's eyes widened in terror. He hastily abandoned most of his psychic energy, the remainder fleeing frantically from Chenja's mind. The Frost Baron, unable to withstand the blow after withdrawing his mental energy, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What just happened? How come this Frost Baron tried to pull a dirty trick on Brother Fu, only to end up spitting blood himself? Good for him. That rule breaker. What the hell is going on? Did Brother Fu block the Ghost General's attack and make him spit blood? This is just too surreal. 58 mission ring acquired. Witnessing this scene, the live stream audience couldn't help but be utterly astonished. Baron Bing of the Frost South had violated martial ethics by attacking Chenja without provocation. They were filled with righteous indignation and deep concern for Chenja. But now, it was the Frost Baron who was spitting blood and wounded. How could this be? Though the Frost Baron was indeed treacherous, he remained a formidable ghost general. How could Chenja possibly have injured him? The Frost Baron was utterly stunned. What was going on? He had clearly scanned the situation perfectly just moments ago. Why had this sudden turn of events occurred? And what was that energy attacking his psychic power? Had he not promptly sacrificed most of his own psychic energy, that force might have surged directly into his mind? The consequences then would have been unimaginable. The thought sent a chill down his spine. A rare flicker of fear flickered in his eyes as he looked at Chenja. Why did this kid possess such a terrifying thing? And what connection did this thing have to that energy capable of inflicting extra damage upon their vampire kind? Despite his confusion, he dared not act rashly now. The psychic energy he had just lost, though only 1/10 of his total reserves. It was still a devastating blow. If it happened again, he simply couldn't endure it. At this thought, a wave of helplessness suddenly washed over him. Since becoming a ghost general, he had rarely felt this way. Seeing the Frost Baron suddenly spit blood, and even a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Chinja. The blood servants and vampire guards, who had just been gloating over Chinja's comeuppance, couldn't process it. Their minds short-circuited. What had just happened? How could it be that the master had clearly subdued this human, yet ended up spitting blood and wounded himself instead? How could this human possibly achieve such a feat? After all, the master was a powerful ghost general. Shouldn't this human be as malleable as clay in his hands? Why did it end up like this? The iron-devouring ghost ant queen, witnessing this, could scarcely believe her eyes. What just happened? Why was the Frost Baron spitting blood, looking wounded? Yet the master seemed completely unharmed? I never imagined the lying shadow would be right after all. The iron-devouring ghost ant queen murmured to herself. Just moments ago, she had dismissed the shadow of lies as a braggart. Yet now, not only was the master unharmed, but he had even wounded the Frost Baron. After all, the Frost Baron was a genuine ghost general. Her master should have been utterly powerless against him. Seems I'll need to find time to question the shadow of lies. Recalling the confidence in the shadow of lies tone earlier, the iron-devouring ghost ant queen couldn't help but think. The shadow of lies definitely knew something. The shadow of lies was also somewhat surprised at this moment. Though he firmly believed Shinja would be fine, he hadn't expected the Frost Baron to be injured instead. Worse, the look in his eyes when he glanced at Shinja held a hint of fear. In his previous calculations, even though Shinja was that legendary figure, he had only recently been resurrected. His strength shouldn't be that formidable yet. He could barely defend himself. Truly a legendary figure, his power has recovered so swiftly. Yet the shadow of lies harbored not a shred of doubt. After all, Shinja was the legendary figure. No matter what extraordinary deeds he performed, they were entirely possible. Come to think of it, seeing how the Frost Baron showed fear toward Shinja, could it be he also recognized Shinju as the legendary figure? A flash of insight struck the dark shadow of lies, and he couldn't help but think. At that moment, as the spirits and demons wore expressions of varying emotions, Shinja finally awoke. After all, with the Frost Baron Chagas withdrawing his psychic power, the blood sea of terror he had cast naturally lost its effect. Huff! The awakened Shinju immediately stood up, cold sweat pouring down his face. He had been utterly powerless against the Frost Baron's gaze moments ago, losing consciousness instantly. Now that he had regained consciousness, he frantically scanned his surroundings. He feared something terrible might have happened while he was unconscious. However, as he anxiously scanned the area, he noticed that all the blood minions and vampire guards present were staring at him with vacant expressions. It was as if they had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. This left Shinja utterly baffled. What's wrong with them? Shinja looked at the crowd of ghosts and suddenly found the situation rather amusing. These usually terrifying specters now stood with gaping mouths, expressions utterly blank. Something's wrong. Just as he was about to laugh out loud, something suddenly struck him, sending a chill through his heart. Why had the Frost Baron made him lose consciousness just now? Was he planning to attack him again? With this thought, he turned to look at the Frost Baron Chagas with renewed wariness. Whoa. Seeing the Frost Baron Chagas's current state, Shinja was utterly shocked. The Frost Baron Chagas, who had seemed like a demon lord moments ago, now had blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes dull, and his entire demeanor was listless. Why did Chagas look as if he'd suffered severe injuries? Could someone have fought him just now? Seeing Chagas's pitiful state, Shinja couldn't help but wonder. He couldn't help but think this. After all, even if everyone present attacked him together, they wouldn't stand a chance. The one who could have injured him must be another ghost general. Also, why did he look at me strangely just now? It was as if... Shinja furrowed his brow slightly. Like he's a little afraid of me. Immediately, Shinja was startled by his own thought. How could a powerful ghost general possibly fear me? I can't even withstand a single glance from him. Yet despite the incredibility, when Shinja looked into the eyes of the Frost Baron Chagas once more, that same feeling welled up again. Never mind. I'll try asking this ghost general for the quest ring again. The mission comes first, and this place is way too dangerous. Shinja muttered to himself, unable to make sense of it. Then, he bowed respectfully once more to the Frost Baron Chagath. Lord Chagath, I humbly request you grant me the quest ring. Shinja's voice faltered with fear. After all, he had just witnessed how terrifying this ghost general truly was. His heart raced with anxiety, fearing the ghost general might still refuse him the task ring. To his surprise, however, the moment his words fell, Chagas tossed an object toward him. Shinja's eyes lit up with joy as he caught it swiftly. It was the very mission ring he needed to obtain. Chagas narrowed his eyes as he watched Shinja. He had already obstructed Shinja once, which seemed somewhat like a violation of the game's rules. If he interfered again, something terrible might happen. Moreover, after what had just transpired, he dared not lay a finger on Shinju again. Therefore, he promptly handed the quest ring to Shinja. This kid. I must inform father immediately about what just happened. Let him decide. The Frost Baron had made up his mind. Brother Fu finally got the quest ring. Ha, look at that Frost Baron, he probably won't dare interfere again, or he'll face severe penalties under the game rules. Bro Fu is awesome. 666. 59 not suitable for minors? Gazing at the quest ring in his hand, Shinja breathed heavily. After enduring so many dangers, he had finally succeeded in obtaining it. But standing in the blood pool, he fought hard to hide the joy in his eyes. Esteemed Lord Chagas, I shall take my leave now. Shinja bowed respectfully once more to the Frost Baron. Seeing this, Baron Frost Chagas, who already had his own plans, gave Shinja a slight nod. Then, holding his breath, Shinja stowed away the lying shadow and the iron-devouring ghost and queen. He walked out of the room under the hostile stares of the surrounding blood servants and vampire guards. Bang! The door closed. My lord, how did you sustain that injury just now? The tallest vampire guard, seeing the despicable human depart, hurriedly asked Chagas with concern. The surrounding blood servants and other vampire guards also turned their gaze toward Chagas. They were all utterly loyal to Chagas. Seeing Chagas coughing up blood and looking utterly drained, they couldn't help but feel deeply concerned. It's a long story. Yes, go contact my father immediately and tell him I have important matters to report. Chagas offered no further explanation, instead giving the order to the vampire guard with a stern expression. Hearing this, the vampire guard named Yu showed hesitation on his face. My lord, I've heard this Blood Moon campaign is exceptionally unusual. Lord Chatting is making numerous preparations. Yu's nervously swallowed. Moreover, you recently had a falling out with Lord Chatting. I fear he might not come. Hearing Yu's words, Chagas couldn't help but frown. He too had heard that the Blood Moon campaign, scheduled to commence in a few days, was of critical importance, and the clan placed great emphasis on it. As a pillar of the clan, his father would naturally be entrusted with vital responsibilities, and time was tight. Admittedly, he had recently clashed with his father, even earning confinement here at his father's wrathful command. But then he recalled that energy capable of inflicting extra damage on their vampire clan, and the other mysterious force that had wounded him. His tone turned unquestionable. Tell my father this matter I must report is of utmost importance, it concerns the very safety of our vampire clan. He must come. Hearing this, yes, kneeling before Chagas, couldn't help but flinch. A matter concerning the safety of our entire clan. With that thought, Yus dared not say another word. As you command, Lord Chagas. With that, his body twisted and transformed into a massive bat, flying out the window. Watching Yus hastily depart, a flicker of concern crossed the eyes of Baron Frost Chagas. His words were no exaggeration. If this matter was not handled properly, it would bring immense disaster upon their vampire clan. Unlike Chagas's unease, Shinja, stepping out of the room, couldn't suppress the joy in his eyes. I succeeded. Shinja's heart raced with excitement. Only after stepping out of the room did Shinja truly feel he had passed the first round of testing. That was close. With his mind finally at ease, Shinja recalled the previous test and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Not only had he battled 4 formidable vampire guards, but he'd also endured the Ghost General's mental assault at the very end. Before entering the room, Shinja never imagined he would endure such terrifying ordeals. Otherwise, he'd never choose a mission at the 3rd difficulty level, not if his life depended on it. Fortunately, through a series of fortuitous coincidences, he passed the test. The final outcome even surpassed his wildest expectations. If someone had told me earlier that I could defeat 4 vampire guards and withstand the Ghost General's mental assault, I would have dismissed them as talking nonsense. Shinja thought to himself. Thankfully, I finally passed this first round of tests, and I gained immensely. Shinja thought to himself with satisfaction, beginning to tally his gains from the test. First was the mission ring. Though this quest ring might be fake. After all, Sunset Lady had given him 6 clues, yet only 3 genuine rings existed in total. He couldn't guarantee this ring was the real one. But if luck was on his side and this was the real one, regardless, he would have met the minimum requirement for the second round of tasks. Keep in mind, this is a 3rd-tier difficulty mission. Completing it would grant a significant bonus to his final game evaluation. Moreover, after passing the second round, only the final round remained. If he could just complete the 3rd round, he could return to the real world. At this thought, Shinja's breathing quickened. This eerie world was dangerously unpredictable. Lately, he hadn't even been able to sleep soundly. He constantly feared some ghostly creature might suddenly appear and devour him whole. Therefore, obtaining this mission ring filled him with immense excitement. Secondly, there was the system reward of 100 experience points. This experience instantly propelled his strength to the peak of Ghost Soldier. Though he still lagged behind the vampire guards, he could now hold his own against the lying shadow. Moreover, this experience reset the cooldowns on all his skills and talents. After unleashing these skills and talents, his power surpassed even that of the vampire guard. Additionally, his 2 subordinates not only coordinated with him more seamlessly but also gained substantial experience themselves. At this moment, both the Shadow of Lies and the Iron-Devouring Ghost and Queen had reached 100 experience points. With a 2nd-tier upgrade stone, they could instantly become Ghost Generals. Of course, as always, obtaining a second-tier upgrade stone was incredibly difficult. At least for now, Chenja saw no hope of obtaining one. Finally, and most significantly, the greatest gain from this journey was Senior Ghost Vine. According to Senior 1000 Ghost Vine, as long as he could provide sufficient ghost coins, Senior 1000 Ghost Vine could cast various skills for him. Though these skills were all one-time use and had long cooldowns. But without exception, these skills were incredibly powerful. Chenja reckoned that as long as the power gap between himself and his enemies wasn't too vast, these skills would be more than enough to let him defeat them by catching them off guard. With this realization, he felt even more confident about the tasks ahead. Alright, now I'll go find Lady Sunset to appraise this mission ring. After taking stock of his gains, Chenju immediately decided to seek out Lady Sunset. After all, only Lady Sunset could determine whether the ring he had obtained was genuine. With that thought, Chenju wasted no time and hurried down to the first floor. At that moment, the corridor still echoed with howling winds, punctuated by waves of screams and the sound of something being chewed. Blood, hair, white bones, and teeth appeared in every corner and crevice of the walls, creating an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Clackety-clack. Chenju descended the stairs to the first floor. Just as he was about to head toward the lobby, he suddenly heard faint cries and sobs from a woman, mixed with a man's loud laughter, coming from a nearby room. What's that sound? Chenju halted in his tracks. I hope it's not something inappropriate for minors. Whoa, I wanna see. Rich bro, hurry up and live stream it. Who'd have thought someone would have the nerve to do that at a time like this? Pfft, you just don't get it. That's what makes it thrilling. 60 Song Mengju, about to be violated. Hearing these explicit sounds, the live stream viewers started making suggestive comments. Chenju was also quite surprised. He hadn't expected that in such a dangerous place as the Eerie World, people would still have the mind to engage in such things. But he quickly dismissed it. After all, no matter what, it wasn't his concern. He was eager to complete his mission and return to the real world. With that thought, he turned to continue toward the lobby. Ha! Suddenly, he felt the voices coming from the room sounded familiar. This sounds just like Song Mengju and that guy in the suit. Chenju raised an eyebrow, his composure immediately shattered. At the same time, he was puzzled. As far as he knew, Song Mengju despised the man in the suit. So why now? Could it be that man in the suit is up to no good? The thought flashed through his mind, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes. He quietly pushed open the door and peered inside through the crack. Just as Chenju had suspected, the two people inside the room were indeed Song Mengju and the man in the suit. Though her clothes appeared untouched, her hands and feet were bound. What are you doing? Song Mengju's voice trembled with panic, tears rolling down her pale cheeks. What do I want? The man in the suit standing before Song Mengju gave her a lecherous look and chuckled. Enjoying my deliciousness, of course. With that, the man licked his lips and began walking toward her slowly. Don't come any closer. Seeing this, Song Mengju screamed in terror. Heh, sweetheart, don't struggle. No one will save you here. Why not just enjoy it? I'll make you feel like you're in heaven and hell, and you'll know how much fun it is to be a woman. The sight of Song Mengju's terror only fueled the man's lust. Song Mengju was a true beauty, both in looks and figure, and he had coveted her for a long time. In the real world, he'd likely never get such an opportunity. After all, Song Mengju came from a powerful family. He was simply out of her league. But in this bizarre world, he had been granted the perfect opportunity to possess her. Moreover, judging by his experience, he was certain she was still a virgin. The thought of claiming the virginity of the school's most beautiful girl, Song Mengju, made the man in the suit's throat convulse with overwhelming excitement. No, you scumbag. Do you know this is illegal? Song Mengju continued to struggle fiercely, hoping to stop the man in the suit from violating her. Illegal? At her words, a strange glint flashed in the man's eyes. Do you know where we are? This is the weird world, a realm teeming with ghostly creatures. Here, strength is the law. I'm stronger than you, so I am the law. In fact, her struggle only heightened his interest, a look of intoxication spreading across his face. Ha! This is the world humans should truly yearn for. How wonderfully liberating. Come, Mengju, join me. Become my subordinate, and together we'll live a life of complete freedom. Hearing the man in the suit's words, a look of disgust flashed in Song Mengju's eyes. You scum! I'll never be with you. I don't like you at all. Ugh! The contempt in Song Mengju's words ignited a flash of rage in the man's eyes, his expression twisting into a savage grimace. Oomph! Disgusted by me? Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. I know. You like that Chenja, don't you? Oomph! You filthy! The mere thought of Chenja made the rage in the man's eyes burn even brighter. It was this Chenja who had disrupted his carefully laid plans. After all, if things had unfolded normally, he would have had the chance to win Song Mengju's heart and body through legitimate means. After all, he'd toyed with countless women and understood their psychology all too well. In this treacherous, bizarre world, as long as he appeared braver before Song Mengju and gave her a sense of security, she would naturally fall for him. There were only 3 men present, and he had already spent several years navigating the rough and tumble of society. No matter how you looked at it, he was far more capable than the other 2 college students. But he never imagined that Chinja, an ordinary college student, could perform so well. While he was still painstakingly accumulating ghost coins, Chinja had already acquired a ghost soldier under his command and ascended to Tier 1. Moreover, he had even made all the ghostly entities in the restaurant show him utmost respect. At that moment, the man in the suit knew that if given a choice, Song Mengju would undoubtedly choose Chinja. Sure enough, Song Mengju soon became involved with Chinja, even isolating him. Therefore, to win Song Mengju, he had no choice but to resort to such violent means. Damn Chinja! The man in the suit gritted his teeth. Oomph! Don't let me catch him again, or I'll make him watch me toy with you. The man in the suit's eyes flashed with vicious intent. He wasn't bluffing. Before this, he truly couldn't match Chinja's strength. But in the brief moment just now, he had gained something immense. This immense gain freed him from suppressing his desires, and he brazenly attacked Song Mengju. Moreover, he was confident that he now possessed sufficient strength to defeat Chinja. After all, Chinja was only relying on that ghost soldier's subordinate. Besides, Chinja was arrogant enough to choose the 3rd-level difficulty mission. Good luck surviving that. The man in the suit thought for a moment, then burst into laughter at Song Mengju. Hearing the man's words, Song Mengju's expression darkened. Impossible. Chinja will definitely pass the test. Yet despite her words, a flicker of unease flickered in her heart. After all, she had just completed several level 1 tasks herself, and they were incredibly difficult. If level 1 was this hard, level 3 would be unimaginable. Oomph. So what if he passes? Even if he does, I can kill him with ease. A murderous intent flashed in the suit-wearing man's eyes. Enough talk. I'm coming for you, gorgeous Mengju. Then, unable to contain his desire any longer, the man in the suit grew increasingly brazen in his words. I'd rather he wasn't dead. You like Chinja, don't you? I'm going to record everything that happens here and send it to him for his viewing pleasure. Ha ha. Hearing the man's words, Song Mengju's expression darkened. You sick pervert. Heh, well said. I am a ing pervert. Now, the pervert is coming. Let's have some fun together. The man in the suit lunged toward Song Mengju. No. Song Mengju's face twisted in terror as tears streamed down her cheeks. Damn it. You think you can lay a finger on my sister-in-law? You piece of trash must be out of your mind. I knew this suit guy was no good from the start. Didn't believe me? Look at him now, showing his true colors. Thank God Brother Fu arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Brother Fu, go save my sister-in-law. Brother Fu, just take this suit guy out. I'll buy you a sports car, I swear. 61, is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Bang. Just as the suit-wearing man lunged toward Song Mengju, Chinja violently kicked open the door. That suit guy, that sick pervert. He had thought that since they were all human beings dragged into this dangerous, bizarre world, even if they didn't help each other, they shouldn't harm each other. But his thinking was undoubtedly too naive. This suit-wearing man appeared so proper on the surface, yet his inner thoughts were utterly vile. Not only did he intend to assault Song Mengju, but between the lines, he even seemed intent on killing Chinja. But Chinja searched his conscience. Had he really done anything to provoke the suit guy? Was the man in the suit trying to kill him simply because he and Song Mengju had developed feelings for each other? To Chinja, the man's actions were utterly irrational. Therefore, when he saw the man in the suit about to assault Song Mengju, Chinja couldn't help but step in to stop it. Who's there? Ah! Seeing the door kicked open, Song Mengju and the man in the suit instinctively turned to look at Chinja. When they recognized the intruder as Chinja, both were startled. After all, they had assumed Chinja was still on that extremely dangerous 3rd-level mission, where survival itself was uncertain. How had he ended up here now? Chinja, save me! Without a second thought, Song Mengju cried out to Chinja. In her heart, Chinja was her only lifeline, a ray of light piercing the endless darkness. Chinja, it's you again! The man in the suit flew into a rage upon seeing Chinja. At this crucial moment, that damn Chinja had to show up again and ruin his plans. He was so close to possessing the body of this exquisite beauty, Song Mengju. But then, a thought flashed through his mind, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared in his eyes as he looked at Chinja. Though Chinja had ruined his plans, his timing was perfect. Now he could settle both old and new scores. You chose hell over heaven. Before Chinja could utter a word, the man in the suit calmly addressed him. Seeing this, Chinja couldn't help but feel puzzled. In his memory, the man in the suit possessed rather ordinary abilities, and he was well aware of the existence of the Lie Shadow. Now that his scheme had been exposed, shouldn't he be panicking and preparing to flee? Why did he now wear such a confident expression? This thought made Chinja grow more wary. Just because he had obtained the divine Tycoon System and opportunities like the 1,000 Ghost Vine didn't mean others had no hidden cards. This man in the suit must have something to rely on. Of course, though cautious inwardly, he refused to let his verbal stance falter. You bastard! How could you do this to your own comrades? Are you even human? Hearing Chenja's words, the man in the suit couldn't help but flash a look of mockery. Chenja, you're naive as hell. You're just like that. Now that we're in this weird world, who gives a if someone's human or not? The man in the suit saw no point in wasting further time. You only dare act like this because you've got that lying shadow under your command, right? Oh, and that white bone banner too. Chenja was startled by the man's words. How did this guy know about the white bone banner? It was a fragment of the Ghost King's treasure. Even ghostly entities like the long-tongued ghost didn't recognize it. Only the Lie Shadow, who'd heard countless legends, could barely identify it. This suit guy was a newbie just like him. How did he recognize it? Ha! Seeing the confusion in Chenja's eyes, the man in the suit couldn't help but feel smug. You think you're the only one with a stroke of luck? Ha! I'll blow your mind right now. With that, the man in the suit immediately pulled something out from his person. It was a long bone, smooth and delicate, with white mist swirling around its surface. It looked quite extraordinary. Ha! At that moment, the shadow of lies suddenly darted out from Chenja's shadow. Staring at the white bone the man in the suit held, shock filled his eyes. This is a soul summoning bone. Damn it, I thought Brother Fu was already incredibly lucky, but this suit guy is even luckier than him. He actually got the soul summoning bone. How come the Ghost King's treasure has become so cheap now? Not only did Brother Fu get it, but even this suit guy managed to snag one. No wonder the man in the suit looked so cocky. It was the soul summoning bone giving him that confidence. Hearing the shadow of lies speak, the live stream audience was stunned. Who would have thought the man in the suit had obtained soul summoning bones, even more powerful than the white bone banner? After all, as a fragment of the soul summoning banner, the white bone banner already belonged to the Ghost General tier of equipment. As the pole of the soul summoning banner, the soul summoning bone should be at least quasi-Ghost King grade equipment. Ha! Didn't see that coming, did you, kid? Now you know how powerful I am. Hearing the lying shadow name the soul summoning bone in his hand, the man in the suit couldn't help but feel supremely smug. Kid, if you know what's good for you, come over here and kowtow to me in repentance. Then watch quietly as I teach the stinking a lesson she won't forget. Otherwise, I'll kill you for sure. Having revealed his trump card, the man in the suit declared with utter recklessness. In his mind, Chenja, now aware he possessed the soul summoning bone, must be panicking, utterly disoriented. After all, Chenja possessed the white bone banner and knew this was a fragment of a Ghost King level artifact. And the soul summoning bone in his hands was far more powerful than the white bone banner. Chenja, forget about me, run. Seeing the suit-clad man become utterly arrogant after producing this item. Though Song Mengju didn't know what it was, she understood it was absolutely extraordinary. Chenja likely couldn't defeat this man in a suit. Therefore, despite her fear, she shouted for Chenja to flee. She didn't want him to be put in danger because of her. Oof, you. Hearing Song Mengju's words, the man in the suit couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. At a time like this, Song Mengju was still thinking about Chenja. As this thought crossed his mind, one insane idea after another began to bubble up inside him. Next, he would punish her severely, driving her to ecstasy until she could never leave him. But first, he had to deal with that despicable Chenja. With that thought, he turned his gaze toward Chenja. In his mind, Chenja must be terrified out of his wits right now. After all, Chenja was just a 20-year-old college student. After being intimidated like this, he wouldn't even dare to run away. Ha! But when he saw the expression on Chenja's face, he felt a twinge of confusion. Although Chenja's eyes held a hint of surprise, there was no trace of fear. Has this kid been scared out of his wits? The man in the suit couldn't help but wonder. Just as he was about to threaten Chenja again, Chenja spoke calmly. Is that all you've got? Hearing this, the man in the suit froze. What do you mean? I've obtained the soul summoning bone. It can completely counter your white bone banner. Fearing Chenja hadn't grasped his predicament, the man even began explaining. Is that all you've got? Chenja cut him off, his eyes flashing with mockery. I thought you were something special. All this fuss just for this? You're such a noob. This? Brother Fu's got some killer lines. Who can argue with that? It's just a summoning bone. Look at that suit guy acting all high and mighty, like he's got the nuclear button in his pocket. If that suit guy only has this one card up his sleeve, he should just go home, wash up, and hit the hay. Stop trying to act tough in front of everyone, it's just pathetic. 62 I haven't even made my move, and you're already down? The live stream audience stared at the suit guy, their eyes filled with mockery. Brother Fu had just defeated 4 vampire guards. Each vampire guard possessed peak-level ghost soldier strength. Not only that, Brother Fu withstood the mental assault of the Frost Baron Chagas and even made that ghost general spit blood and retreat. Compared to that, what kind of nobody are you, suit guy, to spout such nonsense in front of Brother Fu? If you'd faced the peril Brother Fu just endured, you'd have yourself and been torn limb from limb by those vampire guards. Chenja stared at the suit guy, utterly speechless. He'd assumed this suit guy must have some powerful trump card to justify his arrogance. But in the end, it was nothing more than a soul summoning bone. Admittedly, for ordinary players, even a white bone banner weaker than a soul summoning bone was considered a formidable item. But what could it possibly mean to him? Not only was the Ghost Tycoon system he'd acquired incredibly powerful, but even the mysterious and unfathomable senior 1000 Ghost Vine he'd summoned was beyond comparison. Even with just the skills he'd acquired, he could easily crush him. After all, Chenja possessed the white bone banner. From its functions alone, he could roughly gauge the effects of the soul summoning bone. The white bone banner could currently only summon ghosts of the mortal realm. Even if the soul summoning bone was more powerful than the white bone banner, it could only summon ghost soldiers at most. For Chenja now, as long as he wasn't surrounded by more than 5 top-tier ghost soldiers, they simply couldn't touch him. Hearing Chenja's words and the mockery in his eyes, the man in the suit instantly felt insulted. However, he refused to believe Chenja could wield any formidable power beyond his lies and shadowy illusions. After all, not much time had passed since their meal at the restaurant earlier. Surviving the 3rd difficulty mission was already impressive enough. How much more strength could he possibly gain? Therefore, in his mind, Chenja's strongest power at this moment was still nothing more than that lie shadow. Oomph, you little bastard. You won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes. With that thought, a cold smile curled the suit-wearing man's lips. He had no desire to waste words with Chenja any longer. He intended to eliminate him outright. Come forth, my spirits! With a loud shout, 4 streams of white mist shot forth from the soul summoning rod. The 4 streams swirled in the wind, each transforming into a ghostly creature. Among these 4 specters, 2 were identical skeleton warriors. Judging by their levels, they were both common ghosts. The other 2 were a skeleton archer and a green-haired zombie. Both of these specters had reached the ghost soldier level. Ha ha! Chenja, you only have 1 ghost soldier level subordinate. Even if you use the white bone banner, you can only summon common ghosts now. But I have 4 subordinates and 2 of them are full-fledged ghost soldiers. The man in the suit gloated triumphantly. See? This is the gap between us. After uttering these words, the man in the suit felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He had every reason to gloat. After all, he had previously obtained the soul summoning bone, a quasi-ghost king level artifact. But due to the scarcity of ghost coins, he had never been able to summon a powerful ghost entity. This had caused him to be overshadowed by that guy, Chenja, in previous missions. But as the game progressed, his luck had finally turned. Just now, he'd acquired a significant amount of ghost coins and successfully summoned 2 ghost soldier level minions. Armed with this newfound power, he finally dared to drop all pretense and resort to violent means against Song Mengzhu. And so, even knowing Chenja possessed a ghost soldier level subordinate like Lai Black Shadow, he felt sufficiently confident. 4 ghostly beings, including 2 ghost soldiers. Seeing the suit-clad man summon these ghostly beings, Song Mengzhu was taken aback. This had a profound impact on her. After all, even a single ghost soldier was already an immensely powerful existence in her eyes. She never imagined the man in the suit would now have 2. At this rate, Chenja definitely couldn't defeat this man in the suit. Chenja, run! Don't worry about me. Thinking this, Song Mengzhu shouted at Chenja once more. Hearing her words, Chenja felt a wave of warmth wash over him, touched to the core. In this dangerously bizarre world, Song Mengzhu was so concerned about him. Thinking this, his disgust toward the man in the suit deepened. Didn't I tell you? That's all you've got? You're such a noob. With that, Chenja wasted no words and charged straight at the man in the suit. Demon roar! At the same time, Chenja let out a furious roar at the man in the suit. Ha! Why does this move feel significantly more powerful? As he unleashed the demon sound roar, he suddenly sensed its power had surged. Overconfident brat! Seeing Chenja charging toward him, a flicker of contempt crossed the suit-clad man's eyes. If Chenja had commanded the Lie Shadow to attack, he might have exercised some caution. After all, the Lying Shadow's strength was undeniably formidable. But what strength could this kid Chenja possibly have, having just ascended to warrior? What's more, he's charging alone without even bringing the Lie Shadow to fight alongside him. Seeing this, the man in the suit's eyes revealed an even greater hint of contempt. In his view, Chenja possessed a powerful subordinate yet failed to command him effectively. Facing him and his numerous men, he actually dared to charge alone. It was unclear whether he was fearless or just plain stupid. Why did Chenja charge alone? Seeing Chenja charging toward the man in the suit alone, Song Mengzhu couldn't help but show a hint of worry in her eyes. After all, in her view, Lie Shadow was far stronger than Chenja. If they were going to fight, Lie Shadow should have gone first. Why was Chenja charging in alone now? Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Kill! The man in the suit immediately ordered his 4 henchmen to attack. Hearing this, 2 skeleton warriors and a green-haired zombie advanced toward Chenja. The skeleton archer remained in position, waiting for an opportunity to shoot Chenja. Just as the man in the suit was brimming with confidence that he could kill Chenja, Chenja's demonic voice enveloped them. The suit-wearing man was merely a mortal. Faced with the demonic roar, he was utterly defenseless. Not to mention that for some reason, the power of this demonic roar had intensified significantly. Wah! In an instant, the man in the suit felt as though he'd been plunged into the hell of Avicii, surrounded by endless cauldrons of boiling oil, mountains of blades, and severed heads. How terrifying! The man in the suit felt an overwhelming terror. When Shinja had roared at him earlier, he hadn't paid it any mind, assuming it was merely Shinja trying to bolster his own courage. For that reason, he even sneered inwardly at Shinja. This greenhorn, no matter how much he yelled, couldn't change the outcome of death. But unexpectedly, that very shout sent him into the depths of terror. In that instant, the man in the suit clutched his ears, kneeling on the ground and wailing frantically. Haha, a noob is a noob. One demonic roar from Brother Fu and you're already on your knees, writhing in agony. Ha! Why does this demonic roar feel even more powerful than before? Of course it's because of Brother Fu. Nothing he does surprises me anymore. Brother Fu hasn't even moved yet, and this noob's already down for the count, ha. 63 The humiliated suit guy. Seeing the suit guy kneeling on the ground in agony, the livestream audience found it utterly hilarious. Just moments ago, he was so arrogant and cocky, acting like he had Brother Fu completely figured out. Now he looked utterly ridiculous. At that moment, besides the suit guy kneeling on the ground wailing from the demonic roar, the other 4 ghostly creatures were also hit by the demonic sound. The 2 ordinary ghost-level skeleton warriors couldn't withstand it either. The soul flames in their eye sockets flickered wildly as they retreated in terror. The green-haired zombie, having reached the ghost soldier level, fared somewhat better. However, its speed had still been reduced by more than half. The skeleton warriors, being farther away and also ghost soldier level, suffered the least impact. Yet even he could no longer focus his mind to attack Shinja. Wow, that's incredible. Song Mengju, who had been worried about Shinja's safety moments ago, was stunned to see the situation reverse instantly with just one roar from him. Her gaze shifted to Shinja, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Maybe he really can defeat this scumbag. At that moment, Shinja swung a direct punch toward the man in the suit. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The man in the suit was still frozen in terror. If he could subdue him directly, this fight would be over. But he had underestimated the green-haired zombie. Though his speed was greatly reduced by the demonic roar's influence. But seeing the suit-wearing man in danger, he still threw himself in front of him with all his might. Shinja was somewhat surprised by this. But he showed no sign of holding back. He added threefold force to his fist and swung it heavily toward the green-haired zombie. The green-haired zombie growled low, spewing a stream of green corpse gas from its mouth. Its palm, covered in green hair, clenched into a fist and collided with Shinja's punch. At that moment, the influence of the demonic roar gradually weakened and the man in the suit finally regained some consciousness. Seeing the green-haired zombie loyally guarding him and blocking Shinja, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully the green-haired zombie arrived in time. Otherwise, if Shinja had captured me, this fight would have been pointless. Then, as he watched Shinja's fist collide with the green-haired zombies, a trace of contempt reappeared in his eyes. My green-haired zombie may lack other skills, but its defense is unmatched. I have no idea what terrifying technique the kid just unleashed, but thinking he could break through the zombie's defenses to capture me? That's nothing short of a pipe dream. A sharp gleam flashed in the suit-wearing man's eyes. In his eyes, the green-haired zombie's defenses seemed as impenetrable as a fortress. For Shinja to attempt to exchange blows with it was laughably naive. What a pity. Song Mengju frowned slightly upon seeing the green-haired zombie blocking the man in the suit. If the green-haired zombie had been even a fraction slower, Shinja could have seized that scumbag outright. But now, with the green-haired zombie's protection, capturing him was highly unlikely. After all, in her estimation, Shinja had only recently become a warrior and couldn't possess formidable offensive power. Thud! Shinja's fist was more than half the size of the green-haired zombie's. When the two fists collided, it was like an egg hitting a rock. Yet to the suit-wearing man's astonishment, this time the egg had beaten the stone. Indeed, after the collision, Shinja stood completely still, while the green-haired zombie roared furiously and stumbled back 4 or 5 steps, knocking the man in the suit away. How could this be? The suit-clad man, knocked flat, stared in utter disbelief. In his mind, Shinja had only recently become a warrior. How could he possibly be stronger than the green-haired zombie? This made no sense. Whoa! Song Mengju watched the scene, her breathing growing heavier. The sight of Shinja sending the green-haired zombie flying with a single punch was utterly breathtaking. Seeing himself repel the green-haired zombie with a single punch, Shinja felt little surprise. Even without using any skills, he now possessed peak ghost soldier strength. Defeating a green-haired zombie with mere ordinary ghost soldier strength was perfectly normal. Even if this green-haired zombie specialized in defense. Ha! Look at that suit guy's shocked face, it's hilarious. Ha, basic skills are a must. Brofu taking down that green-haired zombie was as easy as slicing vegetables and chopping melons, ha. In the eyes of campus beauty Song Mengju, Brother Fu must be looking more and more formidable, ha. Viewers in the livestream watched Chunjuru charge down like a tiger, unstoppable, showering him with flattering praise. Looks like our only hope now rests on the skeleton archer. Seeing that even the green-haired zombie couldn't hold back Chenja, the man in the suit turned his gaze toward the skeleton archer in the rear. In his view, the only ghostly creature capable of harming Chenja at this moment was the skeleton archer. After all, though the skeleton archer had low health and weak defense, it specialized in attack. The skeleton archer had now recovered from the effects of the demon's roar. Catching the suit-clad man's gaze, it understood his intent. Immediately, the soul flame in its eye sockets flared violently as it drew its bow and aimed at Chenja. The moment it deemed the timing right, it would attack Chenja without hesitation. The man in the suit watched with anticipation. His gaze shifted back to the battlefield before him. The green-haired zombie, driven back moments ago, roared furiously and charged toward Chenja once more. His two-pea-sized eyes held confusion. How could this human before him be so much shorter yet possess such immense strength? Bang! Thud! Bang! Chenja and the green-haired zombie clashed violently. Although Chenja was far stronger than the green-haired zombie, each clash sent it reeling back several steps. The green-haired zombie's health proved remarkably resilient. Even now, it seemed to possess boundless stamina. Seeing this, Chenja's mind stirred, and he continued the exchange of blows with the green-haired zombie. Ha! Seeing this, the man in the suit's eyes flashed a hint of amusement. Though Chenja's strength had inexplicably surged, his brain seemed to be malfunctioning. Fully aware of the green-haired zombie's high health pool, he stubbornly persisted in grappling with it, as if determined to keep charging headlong into a brick wall. But he was quite happy to see this, as it gave the skeleton archer a perfect opportunity to time his shots. Song Mengju noticed this too, a hint of anxiety flickering in her eyes. Why wouldn't Chenja abandon the green-haired zombie and keep fighting it? Why not just go after the man in the suit? Chenja, you. But just as she was about to call out to warn Chenja, she suddenly sensed something amiss. She sensed that Chenja was now deliberately treating the green-haired zombie as a live target. She watched as Chenja punched, kicked, elbowed, and threw the creature to the ground, clearly treating the green-haired zombie like a free punching bag. Damn brat! The man in the suit finally caught on. The amusement vanished from his eyes, his face turning faintly green. Even at a time like this, Chenja still had the nerve to use his green-haired zombie as a punching bag. This was utterly insulting. Ha ha! What you think is an intense battle is no big deal for Brother Fu. Look at that suit guy turning green, how hilarious is that? Wonder what the green-haired zombie is thinking now, and what the suit guy is thinking. 64 Are you tickling me? Just as the suit guy and Song Mengju had imagined, Chenja really did treat the green-haired zombie like a punching bag. From their earlier exchange, Chenja realized that if he'd been prepared, he could have snatched the suit guy before the green-haired zombie blocked him. But his reaction was clearly a split second too slow, giving the green-haired zombie the chance to shield the suit guy. Though the green-haired zombie posed no threat to him and couldn't even withstand his attacks. This incident had given him a jolt of caution. Fortunately, this green-haired zombie wasn't particularly strong. Had it been a vampire guard, or worse, the Frost Baron? That split-second delay could have determined the outcome of the final battle. Thus, he reflected on himself. Since arriving in this bizarre world, he had become overly reliant on the system, skills, and equipment, neglecting the importance of combat experience. Admittedly, the system, skills, and equipment did significantly impact combat. Without them, he wouldn't have been able to purchase so many items from the restock machine, subdue the Lie Shadow, obtain the Tier 1 upgrade stone, or have Senior 1000 Ghost Mine cast skills on him to complete the test. But combat experience was equally vital. Just like earlier, if he'd been prepared, the subsequent battle wouldn't have been necessary at all. With this thought, Chenja decided to treat the green-haired zombie as a training partner to enhance his combat experience. Hey! Huff! Oomph! Chenja no longer relied solely on his fists. He began experimenting with kicks, foot strikes, and even headbutts. During this process, he gradually grasped when to use 50% strength, when to use 80%, and when to hold nothing back. He even learned when to attack, when to defend, when to turn away, and when to flee. Ha! The green-haired zombie charged toward him, but its right leg was still weak from the earlier fall, causing its body to sway slightly. Seeing this, a sharp gleam flashed in Chenja's eyes. His shoulder instinctively leaned into the green-haired zombie, grabbing its right arm. Then, with a sudden, powerful jerk, the burly, muscular green-haired zombie was flung flying through the air by Chenja's single throw. Thud! The green-haired zombie slammed heavily into the room's wall. The wall, made of some incredibly hard material, showed no damage whatsoever from the massive green-haired zombie's impact. However, the green-haired zombie was in a sorry state. Its head was dazed from the impact, and a greenish liquid began oozing from its nose and eyes. The green-haired zombie was actually injured. Seeing that his strike had inflicted such significant damage on the green-haired zombie, Chenja couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His hunch was correct. Under normal circumstances, it would take multiple attacks to wound the green-haired zombie. But armed with some combat experience, he had just used its own force against it, swiftly inflicting massive damage. What? Seeing Chenja wound the green-haired zombie so swiftly, the man in the suit was utterly astonished. The green-haired zombie he summoned possessed high health points. Even though Chinju was stronger than him, it should have taken considerable time to inflict damage. The earlier clash between the green-haired zombie and Chinja had proven this point. So how had the green-haired zombie been wounded by Chinja in such a short time? Thinking this, the look in his eyes as he stared at Chinja even carried a hint of fear. This Chinja was terrifying. He immediately turned his gaze to the skeleton archer behind him. Hurry up! The man in the suit felt a surge of panic. If the skeleton archer didn't act soon, he feared Chinja would catch him in no time. And he didn't think he'd get off lightly then. Seeing Chinja suddenly unleash such power and wound the green-haired zombie, Song Mengju couldn't help but feel thrilled. That was incredible. Witnessing the scene, Song Mengju felt a profound sense of security emanating from Chinja. Unlike the suit-wearing man and Song Mengju, who were simply stunned, the Shadow of Lies felt a deep sense of admiration at Chinja's actions. He could sense Chinja's combat experience rapidly increasing. Truly the legendary one. Even after resurrection, he strives so hard to adapt to his new body. It puts me to shame. A hint of admiration flickered in the Lie Shadow's eyes. No wonder he stood at the pinnacle of this realm in life, worshipped by countless ghosts. Master, it's done. At that moment, the voice of the skeleton archer suddenly echoed within the terrified suited man's mind. What? Hearing this, a flicker of delight appeared in the suit-wearing man's eyes. Attack now. Shoot. The man in the suit immediately responded in his mind. Yes. Hearing this, the soul fire in the skeleton archer's eye socket suddenly flared up. Then, his right hand relaxed, and the massive white bone arrow whizzed toward Chinja. Mid-flight, the bone arrow violently fragmented into dozens of thinner, sharper darts. Bone arrow rain. Seizing the moment, the skeleton archer unleashed his most devastating attack upon Chinja. Thud. 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 The arrows flew with blinding speed, striking Chinja's chest before anyone could react. Excellent. Seeing the skeleton archer's volley strike Chinja's body, the man in the suit couldn't help but burst into wild laughter, his face twisted with delight. Ha ha. You little punk, you're still no match for me after all. No matter what, I'm the one who killed you now. The man in the suit felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Chinja's strength was too overwhelming, leaving him with almost no hope of victory. He had dreaded falling into Chinja's hands. But now, seizing this one and only chance, he had finally turned the tables in the nick of time. Ha! Serves you right, you bastard. Everything you owned is mine now. Ha 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 ha. The suit-clad man looked at Chinja's corpse, the lying shadow, and Song Mengju standing nearby, his eyes blazing with greed. No! Seeing the skeleton archer suddenly strike, a hail of arrows struck Chinja with deadly accuracy. Song Mengju, who had just thought she was about to be saved, gasped in horror. Chinja! She cried out in panic, hoping for a miracle. But seeing Chinja's pitiful state now, a thread of despair crept into her heart. Chinja might already be dead. Then she caught the lecherous gaze the man in the suit was casting her way. No! Fear gripped her heart, and despair engulfed her once more. Seeing the reactions of the man in the suit and Song Mengju, the Shadow of Lies felt puzzled. Why did they both believe Chinja had been killed? How could that be possible? These attacks were nothing to Chinja. The man in the suit, who was just about to approach Song Mengju, suddenly sensed something was off too. Right. He abruptly turned his gaze toward Chinja. Chinja had been struck by this volley of arrows, yet he wasn't bleeding. The thought sent a chill through him. Then, a lazy voice drifted over. What, are you tickling me? Hearing this, the man in the suit turned his head and witnessed an unbelievable sight. The man he had assumed was dead was now standing up. With a shudder, the arrows embedded in his body fell away like scattered debris. Well, seeing how excited the suit guy got just now, it's really funny. Trying to kill Brother Fu with attacks like that? How naive. Sigh, the gap in strength is just too vast. Brother Fu was far too powerful now the suit guy couldn't possibly comprehend it. Suit guy, you're such a noob. 65 I must kill you. The livestream audience couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. After surviving the first round of testing, Chinja was no longer the same man. He was simply beyond the suit guy's reach. Chinja, having shaken off the arrows embedded in his body, now wore a calm expression. Throughout his battle with the green-haired zombie, he had kept a close eye on the skeleton archer. After all, the skeleton's frame didn't look much sturdier than those two skeleton warriors. If that was the case, how could he be a ghost soldier-level ghost creature? Even little Cutie could tell this skeleton archer possessed exceptionally high attack power. Therefore, he had remained vigilant against the skeleton archer. The moment the skeleton archer drew his bow to shoot, he immediately sensed it. At first, he intended to dodge immediately. That way, this volley of arrows wouldn't hit him at all. But as the arrows flew toward him, he suddenly sensed that their power wasn't as formidable as he'd imagined. He even felt he could withstand them. With this thought, he didn't even bother to dodge. Of course, to avoid careless injury, he still activated the flesh armor technique. Though lacking proper armor, the flesh armor technique significantly bolstered his defenses. Consequently, this volley failed to breach his defenses. The arrows barely penetrated before being halted by his muscles. This was what left the man in the suit utterly stunned. How is this possible? The man in the suit turned ashen, his eyes vacant. His most powerful attack, the one he'd pinned all his hopes on, had been directly blocked by Chinja. How could he possibly fight back now? He even felt as if what was happening was merely a dream. Otherwise, how could Chinja's strength have surged so dramatically in such a short time? Clearly he had entered the game alongside Chinja. Huff. Seeing that Chinja was unharmed, Song Mengju felt a cold sweat break out on her back. It seems I underestimated him after all. Song Mengju watched Chinja, who had been struck by a hail of arrows yet seemed completely unscathed, a look of astonished delight in her eyes. So strong. Wait, something's wrong. At that moment, Chinja suddenly sensed something amiss. Why hadn't he dodged earlier? Why had he chosen to withstand the arrow storm with his bare body? He had even activated the flesh armor technique for this. The thought made him frown. After all, the flesh armor technique had a cooldown period. After using it this time, he would need to wait 6 hours before casting it again. This particular use was possible because he had completed the first round of testing, and the system had rewarded him by resetting the cooldowns on all his skills. Damn it! A hint of regret flashed in Chenja's eyes. He knew he'd acted this way because he'd underestimated the suit-wearing man's strength, believing him to be far too weak to pose any real threat. No, I absolutely cannot let this kind of thinking creep in again. Chenja silently reminded himself. In this dangerous and bizarre world, every single point of mana, every single point of health, and every single skill was invaluable. The slightest hint of underestimating an opponent could mean death in the next instant. Like just now, what if the arrow storm's actual power had been too much for his flesh armor to withstand? The thought sent cold sweat trickling down Chenja's face. At that moment, he resolved firmly, he must treat every battle with utmost seriousness. Even a lion hunting a rabbit must give its all. At this point, the situation on the field had become quite clear. Even the skeleton archer's most powerful attack couldn't harm Chinja. The man in the suit was now cornered. Kill that man in the suit. Chinja no longer wished to engage with the green-haired zombie. He intended to kill the man in the suit outright. After all, the man in the suit had tried to kill him multiple times. They were now mortal enemies. He knew he couldn't afford any mercy now. With this thought, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the man in the suit. Oomph. Under Chinja's piercing stare, the man in the suit felt like prey caught in a lion's gaze, his heart skipping a beat. Chinja wants to kill me. He instantly grasped the meaning behind Chinja's gaze. The thought left him incredulous. After all, his greatest advantage over Chinja was his ruthlessness. Given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Chinja. In comparison, Chinja was merely a 20-year-old college student lacking social experience. Even if Chinja caught him, he might show mercy and spare his life. But now, the murderous intent in Chinja's eyes sent a chill through him. Only now did he cease viewing Chinja as a greenhorn and instead regard him as an equal. Am I going to die? The thought sent cold sweat streaming down the suited man's back. He knew that if he didn't act now, Chinja would likely kill him without mercy in the next instant. What should I do? What should I do? Beg for mercy? Fight back? For a moment, the man in the suit felt like an ant on a hot pan. Hey! At that moment, Chinja roared and charged forward, fist raised. His speed filled the man in the suit with dread. If that fist connected, he knew he'd be either dead or injured. Don't! A sudden flash of insight struck the man in the suit, and he shouted at Chinja. If you dare come any closer, I'll have the skeleton archer shoot Song Mengju dead. Hearing this, Chinja frowned and halted his advance. Damn, this guy in the suit is despicable. No choice. The suit guy's on his last legs, he'll resort to anything. Sigh, looks like Brother Fu still lacks experience. If he'd sent Lai Shadow to protect sister-in-law earlier, he wouldn't have to fear this guy's threats at all. But it's understandable. Brother Fu is powerful, but he's only 20. He can't possibly think of everything. Seeing his scheme work, the suit guy's face lit up with delight. He immediately hurried toward the window. Don't make a move. No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun an arrow. If you charge over here, the skeleton archer will immediately shoot Song Mengju. She won't be able to block it. If you truly love her, you can't risk attacking me. Watching the man's actions, anger flared in Chinja's eyes. He had ultimately underestimated him, never imagining the man in the suit would use Song Mengju's life to blackmail him. Had he known this would happen, he should have sent Lai Shadow to protect Song Mengju. But it wasn't too late to mend the fence. He discreetly signaled to Lai Shadow. The Shadow of Lies understood, silently moving a black fishnet toward Song Mengju. You scumbag! Seeing the suit-wearing man use her life as leverage, Song Mengju's expression darkened as she hurled the curse at him. Haha, go ahead and curse me. I am scum, I am a villain. But what a pity, such a beautiful face, such a perfect figure, about to perish. I'm sure Brother Chinja would be even more heartbroken than I am. The man in the suit's tone shifted abruptly as he barked orders at the 4 ghostly creatures. Skeleton archer, shoot that dead. The rest of you, hold them off at all costs. Chinja, I will return. The man in the suit spoke rapidly. Before anyone could react, the skeleton archer unleashed another volley of arrows. But this volley wasn't aimed at Chenja, it targeted Song Mengju, her face frozen in terror. Then, the man in the suit leapt out the window, fleeing for his life. Roar! Woo! Simultaneously, the other ghostly creatures obeyed the suit-clad man's command and charged toward Chenju and the shadowy figure of Lies. 66 Unexpected dog food. Fortunately, Chenju was prepared for the skeleton archer's attack. Whoosh! The black lace fishing net deployed by the shadow of Lies shielded Song Mengju, blocking every arrow in the volley. That scared the hell out of me. Seeing the arrows aimed at her blocked by the black lace net, Song Mengju breathed a sigh of relief, her ample chest heaving violently. Damn it! A hint of helplessness flickered in Chenja's eyes. The man in the suit had already escaped through the window. Though the ghostly creatures he left behind posed no threat to him, blocking them with all his might meant he couldn't spare a hand to pursue the man in the suit. In that case, Chenja surveyed the four ghostly creatures desperately blocking his path, an idea forming in his mind. Lie, attack! Hearing this, the dark shadow of Lies, as if reading his mind, charged toward the four ghostly creatures almost simultaneously with him. Bang! Bang! Two mere mortal skeleton warriors had their thighs shattered instantly by Chenju and the Lie shadow. Immediately, the two immobilized skeleton warriors were absorbed into Chenja's white bone banner, to be subdued at a later date. Next, the shadow of Lies lunged at the green-haired zombie, a black silk net descending over its head. Chenja turned his gaze toward the skeleton archer whose soul flame was violently pulsing. Huff, huff. The man in the suit was frantically fleeing outside the inn. He feared Chenja might pursue him once more. After all, he had left all the ghostly creatures behind to block Chenja. He knew these ghostly creatures couldn't hold Chenja back for long. After running for a while, the man in the suit stopped in front of a corpse grave, feeling certain Chenja wouldn't catch up. Damn it! The man in the suit gasped heavily, his mind boiling with rage. He had expended so much energy summoning these ghostly creatures, expecting them to slaughter their way through the enemy. Yet, before long, every last one had fallen into Chenja's hands. Chenja, don't give me a chance. If you do, I'll make you pay dearly. The man in the suit gritted his teeth. Yet despite his threats, his heart was filled with helplessness. After all, Chenja's current power was simply too monstrous. He had no idea how he could possibly get revenge. Now that all the ghostly creatures he had summoned had fallen into Chenja's hands, he was left with only a solitary soul summoning bone. Moreover, he still needed to complete the third round of tasks, or else he would be erased from this world altogether. Sigh. A wave of helplessness washed over him. What should I do? The man in the suit stood before the mass grave, gazing at the piles of white bones and scattered limbs before him, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that I have to use it? He hesitated. But when he recalled everything Chenja had done to him, he seemed to make up his mind. No pain, no gain. To obtain what he desired, he would stop at nothing. Thinking this, he suddenly knelt upon the grave mound, picked up a bone fragment, and slit his own palm. He smeared the flowing blood onto the soul summoning bone. Great Skull Clan, I offer everything I possess for one chance. This was a special prayer embedded within the soul summoning bone. After any living being prayed, the bone would emit a unique aura, alerting the powerful among the Skull Clan. Upon detecting this aura, a powerful member of the Skull Clan would immediately come to the location. In return, these powerful beings must grant the supplicant one wish within their capabilities. At that moment, in one of the rooms on the second floor of the Sunset Inn, a skeleton mage, wearing a gray-white scarf and wielding a half-meter-long white bone staff, floated silently atop a throne of bones within the room. His soul flame burned brightly, illuminating everything within the chamber. Beneath the skeletal throne, circle upon circle of skeleton archers and skeleton warriors stood guard. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the skeleton mage's soul flame began to flicker strangely. What? He sensed a faint, ancient aura. This aura, like a shark detecting the scent of blood, exerted an overwhelming pull upon him. Woo! His very soul seemed to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, the impatient skeleton mage leapt directly out the second floor window. His flight path led directly toward the man in the suit. Soon, the skeleton mage reached the source of that aura. Great Lord Skeleton Mage. Upon seeing the skeleton mage, the man in the suit was overcome with excitement and respectfully prostrated himself before him. Beside him, the soul summoning bone materialized on its own, then drifted slowly toward the skeleton mage. It's the soul summoning bone. Seeing this, the skeleton mage was filled with delight. He never imagined the source of that mysterious aura would be the most treasured artifact of their skeleton clan. No wonder it exerted such a powerful pull on him. After carefully stowing the soul summoning bone away, the skeleton mage turned his gaze toward the man in the suit. Human, since you have offered me the soul summoning bone, I shall honor our agreement. Speak your wish, anything within my power, and I shall grant it. The skeleton mage addressed the man in the suit with solemn authority. As a ghost general, he would never break his word to such a weak human. Besides, this was the mighty soul summoning banner, he wouldn't dare betray it even if given 10 lives. Hearing the skeleton mage's words, the man in the suit was overjoyed. He immediately declared with reverence. Great skeleton mage, I wish to shed my lowly human identity and join the mighty skeleton clan. His eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve as he voiced his deepest desire. Indeed, during his time in this eerie world, he had come to deeply understand how weak humans truly were, and how powerful the ghostly beings had become. Compounded by his current state of near total destitution and the constraints of the third round mission. Therefore, he no longer wished to be human. He desired to become a true supernatural being. That way, he could possess the formidable power of a ghostly being and break free from the mission's constraints. More importantly, he would gain the chance to exact revenge on Chenja. Hearing the suited man's words, a flicker of surprise crossed the skeleton mage's eyes. But then, he looked at the man in the suit with keen interest, replying indifferently. Very well, human. As you wish. Soon you shall join our great skeleton clan. As the skeleton mage finished speaking, the flesh on the man in the suit suddenly withered and began to fall away in a shower of flakes. The man in the suit felt excruciating pain in his soul and let out agonized cries. Fortunately, this agony was brief. After about 10 seconds, all flesh had fallen from the man's body, leaving only a skeletal frame. Puff! Suddenly, flames erupted from the two eye sockets of the skeletal frame. Feeling his new body in immense power, the man in the suit who had been writhing in agony moments before felt it was all worth it. A low, hollow moan escaped his lips. A hollow, mournful wail escaped the man's mouth. As if proclaiming rebirth, or perhaps voicing vengeance. By the time the suit man became a skeleton, Chenja had already wounded the skeleton archer and the green-haired zombie, sealing them within the white bone banner. Once he could suppress the consciousness of these four ghostly beings, he could make them serve him. After cleaning out the aftermath, Chenja hurriedly untied Song Mengju's restraints. Chenja! Once freed, Song Mengju could no longer hold back. Weeping, she threw herself into Chenja's arms. Thud! In an instant, Chenja felt a slender, soft, fragrant body cling tightly to him. Moreover, two exceptionally plump and elastic mounds pressed against his chest. Ugh! Feeling the astonishing resilience of those two mounds, Chenja instantly felt his mouth go dry. Ahem, brother Fu, you better take my sister-in-law already. The way she's acting now, she's clearly head over heels for you. Sigh, this 23-year-old single guy just got hit with another critical strike. Ha! Why am I being fed a mouthful of dog food the moment I walk in? Hey, demon spirit, I need to file a complaint. 67 I'll always protect you. Wah! Song Mengju wept uncontrollably in Chenja's arms. After all, in the real world, her family had considerable influence. From birth, she had been treated as the apple of her family's eye. After starting school, she became the dream girl of every boy in her class, envied by all the girls who longed to be her. Her life had been smooth sailing, free from any worries. But after being selected by the game and thrust into this bizarre world, she witnessed countless bloody scenes she'd never imagined and endured countless perilous situations. Just moments ago, she had been bound by the man in the suit, who intended to do unspeakable things to her. This filled her with overwhelming terror and despair. Chenja's sudden appearance felt like a ray of light piercing through endless darkness. Seeing him was like a fish on dry land suddenly spotting water. Without a moment's hesitation, she threw herself into Chenja's arms and burst into tears. Only in his embrace could she feel safe, where the world around her ceased to be so terrifying. Held tightly by Song Mengju, Chenja's heart began to pound uncontrollably. After all, he was just a college student who had been single his entire life. He harbored intense curiosity about the opposite sex. Especially towards a girl as perfect as Song Mengju. In real life, he wouldn't dare even glance at a girl like Song Mengju. He feared others would call him a toad trying to eat swan meat. But now, this goddess who seemed perfect in the eyes of countless guys had actually wrapped her arms tightly around him. At that moment, Chenja had no other thoughts. The only thought in his mind was how sweet she smelled, how beautiful she was, and how amazing her figure was. Chenja dared not move a muscle, letting Song Mengju cry in his arms. Her slender, supple, fragrant body trembled involuntarily against him as she wept. He even felt two exceptionally full, soft mounds rolling against his chest. Ah! But as he listened to her sobs, Chenja also sensed her fear. With that thought, Chenja wanted to comfort her. But his tongue felt thick and he didn't know how to begin. Right. He suddenly recalled scenes from those idol dramas. Then, his throat convulsed as his hands trembled slightly while wrapping around Song Mengju's shoulders. It's okay. I'm here. Following his impression of those idol dramas, Chenja gently patted Song Mengju's back with his right hand. Mum. Feeling Chenja's arms tighten around her, Song Mengju shuddered slightly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. After all, she was the same age as Chenja, and neither of them had ever been in a relationship before. After crying for a while, the fear in her mind had faded considerably. Now, held in Chenja's arms, she felt a bit shy. Yet she didn't want to let go of him. She feared that the moment she left his embrace, the terror would once again surround her from all sides. Feeling the sense of security Chenja provided, Song Mengju instinctively shifted her position in his arms, seeking a more comfortable posture. Ugh! Feeling two soft mounds rolling against his chest, Chenja couldn't help but let out a strange sound from his throat. Ah! Hearing that sound, Song Mengju snapped out of her daze, her cheeks flushing even redder. Then she flung herself out of his embrace as if flying. Of course, even though she was no longer pressed against him, she remained very close. Her ample bosom hovered tantalizingly close to Chenja's chest. Her gaze grew hazy as she lifted her eyes to meet Chenja's. Her withdrawal brought a hint of disappointment to Chenja's eyes. His heart felt hollow, as if something had departed. But the sensation of those soft curves teasingly close and the sight of Song Mingju's jade-like complexion sent a tingling sensation through his body. His eyes locked onto hers, his breathing growing heavy. Seeing the disappointment in Chenja's eyes because of her struggle, she couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Yet when Chenja stared at her unblinkingly, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She averted her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. "You pervert!" she murmured softly, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Hearing Song Mingju's words, Chenja flushed slightly and hurried to explain. I didn't mean to." Seeing Chenja flustered and at a loss, Song Mingju found it rather amusing. "What are you trying to explain? You're just..." Song Mingju opened her large, dark eyes and looked at Chenju again. A sudden flutter stirred in her heart, a mix of nervousness and anticipation. "Still want to keep holding me? Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. I can't stand these two lovebirds being so clingy. Oh my gosh, please grant me a girlfriend. I want to date. Waya, I envy Fugu every single day. Heaven, just kill me and let me join this lovey-dovey couple." Seeing this scene, the live stream audience was filled with endless envy and jealousy toward Chenja. Hearing Song Mingju's words, Chenja couldn't help but swallow hard. He desperately wanted to tell Song Mingju, I'm willing to hold you forever." But as he gazed at her face in that moment, the words froze on his lips. Mainly because Song Mingju was just too beautiful. So beautiful it made Chenja nervous, so beautiful it made him feel inadequate. Damn it, why isn't Brother Fu saying anything? This is killing me. Bro Fu, just say you're willing and then go ahead and kiss her already. Ugh, Brother Fu, you big straight guy. You're driving me crazy. Oomph. Seeing Chenja remain silent, a hint of sorrow flickered in Song Mingju's eyes. You jerk. I've been so forward, yet this big jerk still won't. You jerk. You pervert. Thinking this, her eyes welled up again. Oomph. You pervert. You took advantage of me earlier, and now you want to deny it? Song Mingju pouted slightly and scolded Chenja playfully. Hearing her words, Chenja's face flushed red. No, it's not. He tried to explain, but his speech center seemed to shut down. He had no idea what to say. Put. Seeing Chenja like this, Song Mingju couldn't help but laugh. This big rascal looked so silly, it was hilarious. He's adorable no matter what. Seeing Song Mingju laugh, though he didn't understand why her mood had shifted so quickly, Chenja felt a wave of relief wash over him and he laughed too. He. The scene felt incredibly beautiful to Chenja. Hey, Chenja. Song Mingju poked Chenja's waist with her finger. Promise me one thing, okay? Hearing Song Mingju's words, Chenja paused, then asked. What is it? Hearing this, Song Mingju looked into Chenja's eyes with a serious expression. From now on, will you always stay by my side and protect me forever? Hearing her words, the emptiness Chenja had felt moments ago vanished instantly, replaced by a sweetness as fluffy as cotton candy filling his heart. Yes. I'll always protect you. Chenja gazed into Song Mingju's eyes and declared with utmost solemnity. Forever and ever. Wah, so touching. I'm tearing up for this cute couple. This is so tear-jerking. I envy Fugu every single day. The day I went from a toxic solo fan to a shipper. 68 A stunned Song Mingju. Soon after, both calmed down. Recalling what had just happened, Song Mingju couldn't help but ask Chenja. Chenja, how did your skills improve so much? And didn't you take on a level 3 mission? Since you made it back, does that mean you passed the test? Song Mingju had a flood of questions for Chenja. After all, she had come to this bizarre world alongside him. Currently, even the lowest tier ghostly beings like ordinary ghosts were formidable foes she struggled to resist. In her eyes, the fact that the man in the suit could command such powerful ghost soldiers was already beyond belief. Yet Chenja's power surpassed even the suit-wearing man's. During the recent battle, he hadn't even called upon the lying shadow. Single-handedly, he had wounded the green-haired zombie, which had seemed to possess astonishing defensive capabilities. Then, he directly used his own body to withstand the hail of arrows fired by the skeleton archer. Song Mingju found this utterly unbelievable. That skeleton archer was a ghost soldier, and his arrows seemed devastatingly lethal. How had Chenja managed to withstand them? In the end, if not for protecting her, Chenja could have even captured the suit-wearing man. Though the suit-wearing man ultimately escaped, he had lost every ghostly creature he'd painstakingly summoned over this period. Song Mingju was utterly baffled by all this. How could Chenja have grown so powerful in less than a day? Moreover, she recalled that Chenja had chosen the 3rd difficulty level for his second mission. But now he was coming down? Could it be he'd actually passed the 3rd level mission? At this thought, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She also accepted the second round of tasks. Though it was only the first difficulty level, she knew how incredibly challenging this task would be. Without the white bone battle armor Chinja had given her, she probably wouldn't even have completed the first round of testing. If the first difficulty level was this hard, how absurdly difficult must the third be? When Song Mengju asked, Chinja recounted the events that had just unfolded in his gains. When she heard that Chinja had slain a headless knight during the first round and acquired numerous skills, astonishment flashed in Song Mengju's eyes. That was during the early stages of the game, when they were still getting used to the rules. And Chinja had already slain a powerful ghost soldier? Then, when she heard he'd obtained the white bone banner from the long-tongued ghost, Song Mengju's eyes widened even further. Chinja's luck was simply unbelievable. Chinja then proceeded to recount the test he had just undergone to Song Mengju. He briefly touched on everything except for the matter involving the 1,000 Ghost Mine Elder. Of course, whether or not he mentioned Senior Qiangwuding didn't really matter. Chinja mainly feared that mentioning it might incur Senior Qiangwuding's displeasure. Good heavens! When she heard that the third-level mission required surviving 10 minutes under attack from 4 vampire guards, Song Mengju's face turned deathly pale. This third-level mission was insane. Forget 4 vampire guards, even one could kill me in a few swipes. Song Mengju thought fearfully. But when she heard Chinja say he not only withstood their assault but defeated all 4 guards at the very last moment of the test, shock washed over her face once more. Good heavens, this is just 2. Song Mengju covered her mouth, speechless. She herself trembled in terror facing a single vampire guard, yet Chinja had managed to defeat a full 4 of them. At that moment, Song Mengju suddenly felt the suit-clad man's overconfidence. By comparison, his earlier actions now seemed almost laughable. When I first asked the Frost Baron for the mission ring, for some reason, he suddenly launched a psychic attack at me. Chinja continued his story. Even now, he remained puzzled as to why the Frost Baron had suddenly attacked him mentally. What puzzled him even more was that he had awakened unharmed shortly after, while the Frost Baron appeared visibly injured. Upon hearing that Chinja had been attacked by the Frost Baron, Song Mengju's eyes filled with deep concern. After all, that was a ghost general level entity, a vast leap above mere ghost soldiers. For newbie players like them to resist such an attack was nothing short of a pipe dream. But when Chinja later recounted not only waking up unharmed but also witnessing the Frost Baron looking dejected and even wounded, she was utterly speechless. She didn't doubt a word of what Chinja said. Yet to truly believe it felt unreal. Look at your sister-in-law's face, she is completely stunned. Of course. If I hadn't watched the live stream myself, I'd think Brother Fu was talking nonsense too. It's amazing she believes it at all. Still, seeing her like this, it'll take some time to process, Seeing Song Mengju rendered speechless by Chinja's words, the live stream audience couldn't help but laugh. Mengju, what just happened to you? How did that guy in the suit get hold of you? Having finished recounting his own experience, Chinja now turned to ask Song Mengju. Hearing his inquiry, Song Mengju paused. Me? My story isn't nearly as dramatic as yours. She then proceeded to recount what had happened after they parted ways. Her situation was straightforward, though. She'd chosen the first-level difficulty mission, which had plenty of clues. Using the white bone battle armor Chinja had given her, though the process was perilous, Song Mengju successfully completed 2 of the tasks. As a result, she obtained 2 mission letters. She promptly submitted both letters to Lady Sunset for authentication. One turned out to be a forgery, while the other was genuine mission accomplished. Despite completing the tasks, Song Mengju felt she still had ample time, and the white bone battle armor proved remarkably effective. Therefore, she decided to undertake more missions to earn additional rewards. What she hadn't anticipated was that during her 3rd mission, the man in the suit spotted her. At first he was all sweet talk. Mentioning the man in the suit, Song Mengju's eyes flashed with disgust. But when I ignored him, he showed his true colors. He ambushed me when I wasn't ready. You know what happened after that. Thank goodness you were there, otherwise. At this point, Song Mengju flushed with lingering fear, repeatedly patting her heaving chest. Clearly, the man in the suit had caused her severe psychological distress. The mere thought of him sent panic rippling through her expression. Seeing her expression, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chinja's eyes as he whispered. Don't be afraid. I'll find a chance to kill him. Hearing this, warmth filled Song Mengju's heart. All right. Then, the two prepared to head to the main hall to find Ms. Sunset. After all, Song Mengju had completed her task, but Chinja's mission ring was still of uncertain authenticity. If it was genuine, that would be fine. If it was fake, then Chinja would need to undergo further testing until he obtained a genuine mission ring. Hang in there, Brother Fu. Hope you got the real one. I think it should be real. After all, the mission was so difficult. If it weren't real, that would be hard to justify. Who can say for sure? Maybe the next test will be even harder than Brother Fu's just now. Unlikely. Brother Fu's test was already whisper level easy. Anyway, fingers crossed Brother Fu gets the real one. Amen. 69 Lady Sunset's figure. Seeing Chinja head to appraise the quest ring, the livestream audience felt a mix of anticipation and worry. After all, the task ring only had a 50% chance of being genuine. If it was real, at least Shinja's efforts wouldn't have been wasted, meeting the minimum requirement for the second task. But if it turned out to be fake, not only would all his previous efforts go down the drain, he'd have to complete an entirely new round of tests. Otherwise, if the mission time ended and Shinja still hadn't obtained the genuine ring, he would likely be killed outright by Sunset Lady. Having witnessed the vampire room test earlier, viewers now had a rough idea of the challenge's difficulty. Successfully passing another round of tests would likely prove extremely difficult. Therefore, the live stream audience desperately hoped that the ring currently on Shinja's finger was genuine. Shinju and Song Mengju were walking toward the main hall. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. Scratch scratch scratch. But just as they were about to reach the lobby, Shinja suddenly heard a series of eerie sounds. Watch out! Startled, Shinja quickly pulled Song Mengju into a corner of the corridor. Seeing Shinja holding her hand, Song Mengju's cheeks flushed slightly. But she didn't resist. Instead, she felt a flutter of delight as she huddled with Shinja in the corner. Then, the two cautiously peered out the dilapidated window. One by one, ghostly creatures marched past outside the window. Among them were skeletal beings, their eye sockets burning with flickering soul flames that emitted no warmth but only a bone-chilling cold. Then there were the towering, burly vampires, each sporting two long fangs. Viscous blood flowed back and forth between their eyes and mouths, crimson and eerie. Then there were the monstrous tribes, each with some organ distorted beyond recognition. Some possessed enormous mouths, others elongated ears. Some had heads as large as fists, others bellies as big as mountains. Their grotesque forms were terrifying beyond measure. Then there were the legions of headless knights. Some rode naked, others clad in hardened armor, and still others mounted headless warhorses. Like an invincible army of death, they sent chills down the spine. Then there were the ghostly plant creatures, where flesh and vegetation coexisted. Some had upper bodies like giant, vibrant flowers, while their lower halves were slender, beautiful legs. Others had upper bodies like massive, powerful wolves, but their lower halves were thick, sturdy branches that walked the ground, leaving trails of sap in their wake truly wondrous. Many ghostly beings marched in slow formation by clan. Some exchanged smiles, as if they were old friends, others gnashed their teeth, as if they harbored a blood feud. Damn, how did so many ghosts gather? Looks like something big is about to happen. Brother Fu and the others are in trouble. Brother Fu, you'd better watch your back. Seeing so many ghostly beings outside the window, the livestream viewers couldn't help but gasp in surprise. They sensed that with so many ghostly beings appearing, something major was bound to happen. Oh my god. Song Mengju was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. What are they up to? Song Mengju murmured. Hearing this, Shinja couldn't help but frown. Though most of the ghostly creatures outside were merely ordinary spirits, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. If he were to face their attack, he'd likely be torn to shreds in less than a breath. This spells trouble. Shinja felt a surge of unease. Whatever these ghostly creatures intended to do, if humans like them were unlucky enough to get caught up in it, there might not even be bone fragments left. After all, the vast majority of ghostly beings in this realm instinctively despised humans. Given the chance, these ghostly creatures would viciously attack any humans they encountered. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. Hopefully, it won't involve us. Shinja pondered for a moment, but found himself at a complete loss. Hearing this, Song Mengju nodded solemnly. It took about 10 minutes before the ghostly creatures finally moved far away. Once they were out of sight, Shinja and Song Mengju breathed a sigh of relief and emerged from the corner of the corridor. Let's go! We need to find Miss Sunset immediately. Witnessing the scene that had just unfolded, a sense of urgency now gripped both Shinja and Song Mengju. Only by strengthening themselves could they increase their chances of surviving this game. Shinju and Song Mengju hurried to the lobby to find Miss Sunset. Upon entering the hall, they found Sunset Lady there as expected. But unlike before, she now appeared in high spirits. She wore a pure red chipa that looked as if it had been drenched in blood, its slit reaching all the way up to her thigh, revealing a pair of exceptionally long and fair legs. Moreover, the red chipa accentuated her curves, leaving nothing to the imagination. Her slender waist was encircled by ample curves that swayed with each step, making one worry they might spill out at any moment. Seeing this, Shinja couldn't tear his eyes away. Ah! Just as he was about to look more closely, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, like being stabbed by needles. Shinja jolted awake, turning his head just in time to meet Song Mengju's murderous glare. Wahaha, sis-in-law's jealous. Sis-in-law's jealous, hee hee. Honestly, it's not Brother Fu's fault. Miss Sunset is, who wouldn't be dazzled by her? And you're using this to test an old-timer? My Brother Fu's been through so much danger. What's wrong with him taking a look? Upstairs is seriously messed up. Mengju, no, Shinja swallowed hard, about to explain, when Sunset Lady noticed them. Ha! Miss Sunset looked at Shinja with surprise. She knew Shinja had taken on the third-level difficulty mission. This test was extremely difficult, only 10% of all humans had ever passed the first round. In her view, though Shinja showed some skill, he still faced a high probability of failure. But now it seemed, had he succeeded? Mengju, I. Chinja tried to explain to Song Mengju, but having never dated before and being a complete straight guy, he had no idea what to say. Song Mengju watched the flustered Chinja, then glanced at the voluptuous figure of the sunset lady, her lips curling into a pout. Oomph. That pervert's eyes nearly popped out of his head just now. I'm never speaking to him again. But honestly, I really don't have as much as she does. This thought only made Song Mengju even angrier. Just as Chinja noticed Song Mengju's anger and prepared to explain further, a wave of perfume drifted toward them. Chinja's eyes widened slightly as he caught a glimpse of a large splash of red out of the corner of his eye. Ahem, hello, Ms. Sunset. Seeing this, inspiration struck Chinja, and he addressed Ms. Sunset directly. But unlike before, his expression was solemn now, radiating righteous indignation. Ha, look at Brother Fu now, he really does seem like a proper gentleman, completely different from earlier, huh? Brother Fu, that was clever. I'll have to try that next time. This should definitely fool the sister-in-law now. Heh, Brother Fu is so awesome. 70, I want it all. Seeing Chinja's actions, the live stream viewers instantly understood and gave him thumbs up. Like Chinja, Song Mengju had never been in a relationship either. Seeing his earnest expression, her anger subsided slightly. Yet her intuition kept telling her something felt off. Her eyes darted suspiciously between Chunju and Sunset Lady. Seeing this, Chinja dared not even blink. What exactly are you two? Observing Chinja and Song Mengju's actions, Sunset Lady's eyes flickered with confusion. But when she saw the righteous look on Chinja's face, she quickly understood what was going on. Hee, this little rascal. Miss Sunset covered her mouth and giggled, then provocatively thrust her hips forward in front of Chinja. Mum. A peculiar sound escaped from the throat of the upright-looking Chinja. Seeing this, Song Mengju raised an eyebrow, her face flushing with indignation as she prepared to speak. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Miss Sunset adopted a serious expression and smiled at Chinja. Why are you here? Did you pass the test? Hearing Sunset Lady's question, Chinja felt a wave of relief wash over him. He glanced at Song Mengju and quickly replied to Sunset Lady. Yes, I got the mission ring. Could you please verify if it's genuine? Seeing Chinja get down to business, Song Mengju also listened intently. Naturally, she hoped the ring was genuine, that would mean Chinja had completed the mission in one fell swoop. Taking the task ring from Chinja, Miss Sunset examined it briefly before smiling faintly. This is a fake ring. Oh, what a disappointment, it's fake. After all that effort, nearly dying several times, and this is what I get, a fake ring. This puts Brother Fu in danger now. He still needs to undergo the test, or else the consequences. Hearing Sunset Lady's words, the live stream audience couldn't help but feel deeply disappointed. This meant Chinja would have to complete another round of tests to obtain the ring. Chinja was equally disappointed. Chinja. Song Mengju's gaze toward Chinja was filled with even greater concern. Feeling her concern, Chinja gently stroked her palm, signaling her to relax. Alright then. Thank you, Ms. Sunset. I'll head upstairs now to take the next round of tests. Chinja's mood grew increasingly anxious. After all, 2 hours had already passed and there were less than 4 hours left before the mission ended. Seeing Chinja's expression return to normal so quickly, Sunset Lady couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. After all, a third-level mission was so massive that the process was bound to be a life-or-death struggle. Yet the final reward was a fake ring. For most people, such a crushing disappointment would be hard to bear. Some might even fly into a rage and question her judgment. Such individuals were not uncommon in previous games. It seems this Chinja has some depth to him after all. Lady Sunset thought to herself. Then she smiled and said, "What's the rush to leave?" Hearing Ms. Sunset's words, Chinja turned around in confusion. Could it be that you have something else to discuss, Ms. Sunset? Chinja was puzzled. If the ring was fake, why had she called him back? Hearing Sunset Lady's words, Song Mengju shot him a wary glance. At the same time, she instinctively tugged at Chinja's arm. Don't be nervous. Although this ring is fake, since the third difficulty level is the highest. Seeing their reactions, Ms. Sunset chuckled softly. Therefore, even though it's a fake ring, compensation will be provided according to the rules. Compensation? Hearing Ms. Sunset's words, Chinja's eyes lit up. Well, that's fair enough. At least we'll get some compensation. Brother Fu, seize this opportunity. This compensation could be a huge help for the next round of testing. Go for it, Brother Fu. Go. Hearing about compensation for the fake ring, the live stream audience couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. They wondered what kind of compensation she was referring to. Then Sunset Lady stopped teasing them and pulled 3 items directly from her person. Seeing these 2 items, Chinja couldn't help but gasp. Tier 1 skill fixing stones. These 3 items were none other than the Tier 1 skill stones Chinja had been longing for. Each stone was about the size of an egg, pure white in color, and contained a faint golden glow, making them look incredibly mysterious. A glimmer of longing flickered in Chinja's eyes as he stared at them. The value of skill fixing stones was simply immense. Though he possessed numerous skills, only Critical Strike and Ghostly System were permanent. The moment he returned to reality, all other skills vanished. This was a common frustration among gamers. No matter how many skills they acquired in the game, by the time it ended, they were lucky to retain one or two. Upon entering the next game cycle, these skills must be reacquired from scratch. But if he could obtain these 2 skill stabilization stones, he could convert 2 tier 1 skills from temporary to permanent. This would be immensely helpful for his future gameplay. Can I have all of these? Chenja's voice trembled with excitement. Haha, you wish. Upon hearing Chenja's words, Sunset Lady's next statement sent a chill down his spine. These 3 stones aren't free gifts. You'll need to purchase them with ghost coins. Of course, considering you might not have enough ghost coins, you can choose to forego the purchase. In that case, the system will compensate you with 500 ghost coins. Miss Sunset spoke these words with a calm expression. She knew full well how important these stones were to these humans. But the system wouldn't simply hand them over for free. Everything must be purchased with ghost coins. Thus, these 3 skill fixing stones now hung like a piece of meat dangling over the players' heads. It would drive them to even greater frenzy in completing quests to obtain ghost coins. After all, ghost coins were too crucial and too scarce. Even if these players had ample ghost coins, they likely wouldn't dare spend them all on these fixed stones. After all, the 3rd round of quests was still ahead. If they spent all their ghost coins now, they'd inevitably feel uneasy about their prospects. Thus, Sunset Lady surmised that Chenja would inevitably choose the 500 ghost coin compensation. Ghost coins can be used to buy these skill fixed stones. Chenja was overjoyed. He had thought there was no hope of obtaining these skill stones. But as Sunset Lady had said, he could directly purchase these skill fixation stones with ghost coins. How many ghost coins are needed? Chenja asked urgently. Ghost coins? If there was one thing he wasn't short on, it was ghost coins. Hearing Chenja's question, Miss Sunset paused in surprise. Well, of course 1,000 ghost coins each. Why are you asking all this? You'd be better off rushing off to complete your tasks. Just as she was puzzling over why Chenja was spouting such nonsense, he cheerfully handed her a stack of bills. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. A total of 3,000 ghost coins. I'll take it all. Whoever came up with these rules must have tailored them for rich guy. Does Sunset Lady still have any fixed stones? If so, I think Brother Fu could probably trade for them. Happy shopping, Brother Fu. 71 First Kiss. When Chenja pulled out 3,000 ghost coins, the live stream audience burst into laughter. What defines professionalism? This is what you call professionalism. Lady Sunset was utterly astonished. As the owner of Sunset Inn, she had hosted countless human players. The most common complaint among these human players was, I'm broke. Indeed, heroes falter before beauty, and a single penny can bring a hero to his knees. Many human geniuses and even powerful players failed to unleash their true potential due to a lack of ghost coins. Without funds, they found themselves hamstrung in the game, sometimes even suffering injuries or perishing as a result. She had grown accustomed to this sight, viewing it as perfectly normal. After all, even the native ghosts here were perpetually short on funds, let alone the human players from outside. Having hosted so many players before, she had never seen a newcomer like Chenja who could pull out 3,000 ghost coins. Not a single one. They all accepted the system's 500 ghost coin compensation. Even 500 ghost coins had them cheering with excitement. Where did you get so many ghost coins? Miss Sunset's mind went blank for a moment as she instinctively shouted at Chenja. Her ample upper body heaved with emotion, accentuating her curves even more dramatically. To put it bluntly, any normal man witnessing this would find his eyes glued to her. Song Mengju beside her was equally astonished. She had only assumed Chenja was powerful. But witnessing this scene, she realized Chenja possessed an astonishing amount of ghost coins. After all, her family ran a large corporation, and she frequently reviewed financial statements. She also understood the value of ghost coins. The ghost coins Chenja had just produced were worth more than all their family's assets combined. Good heavens! At this realization, Song Mengju covered her mouth in disbelief. She had assumed Chenja was an ordinary person. After all, when they first entered the game, his demeanor and clothing had been quite ordinary. Moreover, she had never heard of him at school before. But who would have thought he could produce so many ghost coins? Could it be that Chenja comes from a hidden super wealthy family? Maybe I never heard of him before because he keeps such a low profile? Song Mengju couldn't help but wonder. After all, that was the only plausible explanation for how Chenja could possess such wealth while still appearing ordinary. If that's the case. Song Mengju furrowed her brow. In this bizarre world, she felt she had grown fond of Chenja. If she were to die in the game afterward, that would be one thing. But if she somehow managed to return to the real world, she was determined to be with Chenja. Before, she had thought her family background was superior to Chenja's. Her only concern had been her family's disapproval. But now it seemed, she might not be good enough for Chenja. No matter what, Chenja is mine. Deep down, Song Mengju was a strong woman, otherwise, she wouldn't have proactively examined the company's financial statements. Therefore, once the possibility that Shinja might be a super wealthy tycoon took root in her mind, she didn't back down. Instead, she became even more determined. She was determined to be with Shinja. When asked by Ms. Sunset, Shinja showed a hint of regret. Ms. Sunset, I'm afraid I can't discuss this with you. Please understand. Shinja wasn't a fool. He wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his deepest secret to Ms. Sunset. In truth, he had already made up his mind. He wouldn't tell anyone about the Ghost Tycoon System, not even his family or Song Mengju. After all, the Ghost Tycoon System held immense value. So immense that revealing it would bring no benefits whatsoever, only attracting the covetous eyes of countless people and even ghostly entities. At that point, not only would his own safety be compromised, but his family and those he cared about would be threatened as well. Hearing Shinja's refusal, Sunset Lady snapped back to her senses. Yet she felt no resentment. After all, she understood that everyone had their secrets. Her earlier question had been an instinctive reaction to her shock. She certainly didn't expect Shinja to actually reveal his secrets to her. This human seems rather extraordinary. I suppose I could. Though she hadn't asked about Shinja's secret just yet, her mind was already spinning with ideas. With a coy smile, she accepted the 3,000 ghost coins and placed the 3 skill-fixing stones into Shinja's hands. Shinja, these are all yours. As she spoke, her eyes fluttered suggestively at Shinja. Her fingers, as tender as spring onions, even brushed lightly and discreetly across his palm. Sigh. Shinja felt his body go weak from Lady Sunset's actions. A flicker of fear still lingered in his heart. Fortunately, Sunset Lady's actions were quite discreet. Otherwise, if Mengju had seen it, he feared. Ahem. At this thought, his face regained its serious expression as he glanced at the 3 skill binding stones in his hand. His heart began to race. These were 3 skill fixation stones. And he'd managed to exchange them for just 3,000 ghost coins. What a steal! Of course, this was only possible because he possessed the Ghost Tycoon System, which granted him 1,000 ghost coins per hour. Otherwise, for most players, spending 3,000 ghost coins on 3 skill fixing stones might not be the wisest move. After all, ghost coins hold immense value within the game. Having obtained these 3 skill fixation stones, Shinja pondered for a moment but did not use them immediately. In his view, the optimal time to use these skill fixation stones would be just before returning to the real world. Although his current skills were temporary, as long as he didn't leave the game world, they functioned just like permanent skills. Even though he possessed numerous skills now, he couldn't predict what superior skills he might acquire in the future. Relatively speaking, 3 skill fixation stones still weren't enough. The game is only in its mid-stage now. Skills later on should logically become increasingly powerful. With this thought, Shinja carefully stowed away the 3 skill fixation stones. Brother Fu, acquiring these 3 skill fixation stones is like adding wings to a tiger. You bet. If these 3 stones existed in the real world, each one would probably be worth over 300 million. Whoa, does that mean Brother Fu's 3 skill binding stones could buy a small publicly traded company in our real world? What else did you expect? After obtaining the 3 skill fixation stones, Shinja felt elated. He then prepared to bid farewell to Sunset Lady and proceed to the second round of testing. Seeing Shinju about to leave, Song Mengju quickly grabbed the hem of his shirt, wanting to go with him. Seeing this, Shinja suddenly remembered how dangerous his mission was. Failure could put Song Mengju in grave danger. Mengju, stay here and wait for me to return safely. Shinja said solemnly to Song Mengju. Hearing his words, Song Mengju's expression changed. She was deeply reluctant to part with Shinja, as it would leave her feeling utterly insecure. Yet she understood his meaning. If she went with him, she would likely put herself in danger. Moreover, she knew that even if she went alone, she probably wouldn't be much help. In fact, she might distract him and become a burden. With this in mind, though deeply reluctant, Song Mengju obediently released Shinja's sleeve. Seeing this, Shinja gave Song Mengju a nod with a smile before turning to head upstairs. Shinja, wait! Song Mengju suddenly called out to him. What is it? Hearing her voice, Shinja turned back with a puzzled look. But the moment he turned around, a slender, supple body threw itself into his arms. Immediately after, his lips were met with a soft, sweet, and warm sensation. The lovebirds are at it again. Oh dear, I feel like my spiritual resolve is starting to crumble. I'll say it again, please, heavens, grant me a girlfriend already. I can't take this anymore. 72 absolutely breathtaking. When Song Mengju suddenly kissed him, Shinja felt his mind go completely blank. So soft, so sweet, so tingly, so incredible. 3 seconds later, Song Mengju blushed fiercely and pulled away from Shinja's embrace. You must go now. Please come back safely. Song Mengju's eyes darted away, unable to meet Shinja's gaze. Her 10 slender fingers intertwined, as if she'd done something wrong. When Song Mengju broke free from his embrace, Shinja felt an immense sense of emptiness surge through his heart. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. He desperately wanted to pull Song Mengju back into his arms, to kiss her lips once more and never let go. But reason reigned in his heart's desire. Fine. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he turned decisively and headed toward the second floor. Simultaneously, a thought crystallized in his mind. No matter what, he had to survive. Watching Chinja's retreating figure, Song Mingju's eyes filled with worry. May everything be safe. Those two little rascals. Witnessing the scene, Sunset Lady wore a pensive expression. Chinja once again stepped onto the second-floor corridor. The corridor remained filled with howling winds, the constant echoes of screams and chewing sounds never ceasing. Blood seeped from the walls and corners, the pungent stench of blood assaulting his senses. But by now, Chinja had almost grown accustomed to it. His expression remained unchanged, his pace unbroken. Soon, Chinja halted before a room. This was the second task room indicated in the clue. Withered Flower Ghost General? Frowning slightly, Chinja stared at the carved black flower in full bloom at the center of the door. Knock knock knock. Chinja knocked on the door, his heart pounding. Though his strength had grown, and he'd even received guidance from the venerable Thousand Ghost Vine. Facing such a formidable entity as a ghost general, he still felt utterly powerless to resist. Hang in there, Brother Fu. You've gotta pass this test. Your wife is waiting for you, Fu Gu. You can't leave her a widow. Pa. 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 Bad luck charm. Go, 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 Brother Fu. We're all rooting for you. Wonder what this trial has in store for Brother Fu. As viewers in the livestream watched Chinja prepare for his second round of testing, they felt both nervous and excited. What kind of challenge would Brother Fu face this time? Squeak. Soon, the door creaked open and a ghostly creature emerged, looking puzzled. This ghostly being was about the same height as Chinja, with the upper half being a giant morning glory flower and the lower half two slender, straight, bare legs. Human? Upon seeing Chinja, the morning glory ghost's face flashed a hint of confusion. Then, surprise and anger flashed in her eyes. This human dared to knock on their door, how audacious. What do you want, you puny human? Despite her anger, the morning glory ghost refrained from attacking Chinja directly. After all, the game rules imposed certain restrictions on them. If they attacked every human they encountered, they would face severe punishment. Such punishment was too severe even for the mighty ghost generals to endure. Hello, I'm a player here to test the mission from Lady Sunset. Chinja, now well versed in the process, stated his purpose to the morning glory ghost. He even directly mentioned Lady Sunset's name. He had noticed that upon hearing her name, the expressions of the ghostly beings here would grow unnatural. As if they harbored some fear of her. Ah, Lady Sunset? Just as Chinja had anticipated, a flicker of panic appeared in the morning glory ghost's eyes upon hearing that Chinja had been assigned a task by Lady Sunset. So this human had accepted Lady Sunset's mission. No wonder he dared to knock on their door. Ha! You actually passed the first round of tests. At this realization, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in her eyes. She knew this was the second round of testing. To reach this stage, one must first pass the initial trial. Therefore, the fact that this human had made it this far meant he had already passed the first round. But as far as she knew, the first round was incredibly difficult, with a pass rate of less than 10%. For this human to have passed the first round, it seemed he was quite formidable. Thinking this, the morning glory ghost's gaze toward Chinja grew solemn, shedding its earlier condescension. I see. I'll go report this to the ghost general. You stay right here and wait. Hearing the ghostly creature's words, Chinja naturally responded with respectful affirmations. Then, the morning glory ghost's two deadly legs strode swiftly into the room to report to the withered flower ghost general. Come in. Soon, an unusually gentle voice reached Chinja. Ha! Hearing the voice, Chinja couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. After all, in his memory, these ghost generals were all terrifying beyond measure. He hadn't expected this withered flower ghost general's voice to be so gentle. But where there's smoke, there's fire. Chinja became even more cautious. He had witnessed firsthand how terrifyingly dreadful the childlike, adorable Frost Baron Shiguz could be when unleashing his mental attacks. Therefore, he would not lower his guard simply because the withered flower ghost general's voice was gentle. Thud. Chinja stepped into the room and casually closed the door behind him. Immediately, a peculiar odor filled his nostrils. It was not only a refreshing fragrance, but also a foul, musty stench. The two starkly contrasting scents mingled together, making him feel extremely uneasy. He scanned the room nervously. The most striking feature was the thick vines covering the walls. Unlike ordinary vines, half of these were green, oozing emerald sap. The other half was black, swarming with countless corpse worms, an utterly nauseating sight. Then there were the numerous ghostly creatures standing around the room. Their forms were identical to those of morning glory ghosts. At most, the flower species had changed like rose ghosts, honeysuckle ghosts, and many others Chinja couldn't even name. These specters stood in every corner of the room, glaring at Chinja with ill intent. Ugh! Under the gaze of so many dark and eerie eyes, Chinja couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Finally, Chinja hurriedly looked toward the ghostly figure seated upon a throne of mingled crimson and black at the room's center. Name, Withered Flower Ghost General. Rank, Tier 2. Description, a fusion of plant and corpse, the blossoming of life and death. Danger level B. The upper body of this withered flower ghost general bore 7 enormous petals. Each petal displays a distinct color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Unlike other ghostly entities, these petals lack the color black. Beyond that, what surprised Shinja most was the withered flower ghost general's physique. Her upper body was exceptionally voluptuous, rivaling that of the Sunset Lady. Moreover, obscured by the petals, that area appeared tantalizingly veiled, exuding an irresistible allure. Her legs, too, were long and fair, as smooth as jade and as cool as frost. Paired with her icy cold face and voice of utmost tenderness, this extreme contrast like ice and fire held a deadly attraction for the opposite sex. She's a true beauty. My goodness, she's absolutely stunning. If I could have her, I'd gladly live 10 years less. Dude, if you actually met her, you'd probably be in her stomach in under 10 seconds. 73. The cruel race of Tianji. Upon seeing the withered flower ghost general, the livestream audience was utterly stunned, showering her with unreserved praise. They even felt that all those female celebrities in Huagua who constantly touted their own divine looks couldn't hold a candle to even a single finger of the withered flower ghost general. Greetings, Lord Withered Flower Ghost General. Shinja bowed his head, struggling to suppress his burning gaze as he spoke respectfully. I am Shinja, the human who accepted Lady Sunset's mission, here to undergo the test. Despite the withered flower ghost general's extraordinary beauty, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. He certainly hadn't forgotten where he was or who he was addressing. This was a ghostly being, a ghost general level ghostly being. Observing Shinja bowing respectfully before her, a flicker of surprise flickered in the withered flower ghost general's eyes. She was confident in her beauty and figure. When humans saw her, they were like drunks encountering the finest wine, utterly unable to look away. She hadn't expected this human to suppress his desires so quickly. He had some skill, it seemed. The withered flower ghost general didn't know that Shinja's restraint stemmed from the mental energy the Frost Baron had been forced to leave behind in his mind. Though this mental force constituted only 1/10 of the Frost Baron's power, its quality was that of a ghost general. Thus, Shinja's willpower had significantly strengthened. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself by now. Still, any human who makes it this far must possess some skill. The withered flower ghost general reconsidered. This was the second round of testing. The fact that this human had reached this stage meant he had passed the first round. As far as she knew, the first round was extremely difficult, with fewer than 1 in 10 humans managing to pass. But as she thought this, a sudden chill flashed in the withered flower ghost general's gaze toward Shinja. Her mood had been foul lately. During the last Blood Moon campaign, the secret weapon she had obtained had dealt a crushing blow to the cooking oil ghost general's forces, earning her considerable military merit. Initially, she had been quite elated. After all, these military merits were as precious as ghost coins. But then she received news that the oil-boiling ghost general had learned of her secret weapon and was plotting against her. At first, she didn't take it too seriously. After all, she'd spent a fortune acquiring this weapon. How could the oil-cooking ghost general possibly acquire something to counter her weapon in such a short time? Yet another report soon followed. Though the greasy oil ghost general lacked sufficient ghost coins, he had received aid from a mysterious human. In the upcoming Blood Moon Conquest War, the oil-cooking ghost general might just be able to exchange for something that could counter her mysterious weapon. This news filled the withered flower ghost general with both shock and fury. She was astonished that this human possessed such vast quantities of ghost coins. Her fury stemmed from that blind fool daring to aid the oil-cooking ghost general and oppose her. If she caught him, she would make sure that wretch wished he were dead. However, the oil-cooking ghost general had naturally taken precautions, keeping the human's information well guarded. Though she had gleaned some information, she had never managed to uncover the human's true identity. Thinking of this, she saw Shinja beneath the throne and her rage boiled over. Oomph. This time, I'll set the maximum difficulty for you. Kill all of you despicable humans. Despicable. Despicable. As the ghost general overseeing the second round of trials, she couldn't alter much, but she could naturally make minor adjustments to the difficulty. However, the greater the challenge, the richer the final reward. Of course, the withered flower ghost general didn't believe this human could possibly pass at the highest difficulty. At that moment, the withered flower ghost general had already decided to crank the difficulty all the way up and kill this human to vent her rage. Ha! Shinja, who had been respectfully bowing his head, received no response from the withered flower ghost general and felt puzzled. He couldn't help but look up. He witnessed the ethereally beautiful withered flower ghost general revealing murderous intent toward him. At that moment, the withered flower ghost general stood like a towering deity, terrifying killing intent surging toward him like a raging tidal wave from all directions. How could this be? Overwhelmed by the murderous intent that made him tremble uncontrollably, Shinja was filled with terror. Why did it seem like the withered flower ghost general wanted to kill him? This made no sense. After all, this was their first encounter. While he knew ghostly beings harbored an innate aversion toward humans, it shouldn't manifest with such intensity. Especially not from a powerful ghost general. Both the oil-boiling ghost general and the Frost Baron he'd encountered before had been similar. Even though they despised him at first, their initial glances were nowhere near as terrifying as the withered flower ghost generals. What was going on? Chenja's mind raced frantically. If he couldn't figure out the reason behind this test would be extremely dangerous. Damn, how did the withered flower ghost general become so terrifying in an instant? Did Brother Fu inadvertently provoke her? Hard to say. This test seems way harder now. Go, Fu Gu. We're always rooting for you. Look up. Just as Chenja was frantically thinking, the withered flower ghost general's voice, gentle to the extreme, sounded again. But upon hearing this, Chenja froze in terror. Fear-stricken, he lifted his head to meet the withered flower ghost general's icy, expressionless face. Human, spare me the nonsense. I'll explain the test rules now. The ghost general's voice, as cold as ice, was oddly gentle and soft, making Chenja feel utterly bizarre. Nevertheless, upon hearing the withered flower ghost general was about to announce the rules, Chenja immediately perked up his ears. To survive, passing this test was his only chance. The rules here, as you humans might say, can be called the race of Tianji. As the withered flower ghost general explained, Chenja grasped the test's mechanics. Simply put, both Chenju and the withered flower ghost general would each send out 3 warriors below the ghost general rank including Chenju himself, pre-arranging them in order of upper, middle, and lower tiers. Then, both sides would send these warriors out to fight in sequence. Crucially, bets must be placed on each warrior. The minimum wager for a low-grade horse was 500 ghost coins, a medium-grade horse required at least 1,000 ghost coins, and a high-grade horse demanded no less than 2,000 ghost coins. During each wagered battle, if confident in one's horse, additional stakes could be raised. After the match concludes, the losing side's corresponding wagers become the property of the winning side. Chenja must win at least 2 matches and maintain a positive goblin coin balance to pass this test. This is so hard. Upon hearing the rules, Chenja's brows furrowed deeply. Setting aside the competition of strength, to even qualify for this tournament, participants must have at least 1 ghost soldier under their command. Additionally, they must possess at least 3,500 ghost coins. Otherwise, players wouldn't even be eligible for the test. Damn it, this rule is downright cruel. This isn't something a sane person would play. If I went, I wouldn't even have enough ghost coins. I'd lose instantly. Damn it. Why is the test so much harder this time? It's way tougher than last time. Last time was tough, but at least there was hope. This time, if you don't meet the requirements, you're dead on the spot. 74 I'm no ordinary player. After figuring out the test rules, the livestream viewers couldn't help but feel nervous for Chenja. The threshold for this test qualification is extremely high. First, Brother Fu must have 2 subordinates under his command. Second, he needs to possess 3,500 ghost coins in cash. Otherwise, Brother Fu wouldn't even meet the basic requirements for the test. He would be immediately eliminated, swamped and killed by the surrounding ghosts lying in wait. Finally, even if he meets the test requirements, Brother Fu must win at least 2 matches. Compared to last time, these rules are far more demanding. After the withered flower ghost general finished explaining the test requirements, a cruel smile flickered at the corner of her mouth. Though she was a female ghost, her heart was far crueler than Boiling Oil Ghost General or the Frost Baron. I refuse to believe you're even qualified for this trial. The withered flower ghost general thought to herself. In truth, the standard test requirements were 100, 200, and 500 ghost coins, and passing only required winning a single match. But under her deliberate manipulation, the requirements had transformed into their current form. And in her estimation, this human was a new player who absolutely couldn't have 3,500 ghost coins on them. After all, even for them ghostly beings, ghost coins were an exceptionally rare commodity. Her subordinates, though they had followed her for a long time and participated in many battles, earning numerous rewards, not a single one of them possessed liquid assets exceeding 3,500 ghost coins. Of course, this was also because her subordinates spent most of their ghost coins on purchasing skills and equipment. After all, no matter how precious ghost coins were, hoarding them without enhancing one's strength rendered them useless. Yet this very fact underscored the coin's preciousness and scarcity. If even her subordinates were in such a state, what hope was there for this puny human? If he had 500 ghost coins on him, that would be considered quite good. Secondly, although this human passed the first round of testing and holds the rank of warrior, the withered flower ghost general didn't believe Chinja could command 2 ghost soldier level subordinates. As a warrior of the same rank as ghost soldiers, subduing 2 ordinary ghosts wouldn't be too difficult. But for a warrior to subdue 2 ghost soldiers? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. After all, as ghost soldiers, they naturally possess their own pride. Compounded by the innate aversion ghosts harbor toward humans, it was certain that without resorting to special methods, a warrior could never subdue a ghost soldier level entity. And these special methods are exceedingly rare and precious. As a mere human newbie player, Chenja had no chance of obtaining them. Thinking this, the withered flower ghost general stared coldly at Chenja. She was already prepared the moment this human declared he couldn't meet the test requirements, she would wave her hand decisively. At that moment, her surrounding minions would swarm the human and tear him to shreds. Oomph! Blind fool! Humans deserve to die. The withered flower ghost general recalled the fury she felt when the boiling oil ghost general was aided by a mysterious human, potentially obtaining equipment that could counter her secret weapon and lead to her defeat in the next Blood Moon Conquest War. The surrounding ghosts couldn't help but be startled by the withered flower ghost general's words. After all, the demand was far too high. Though few humans ever reached their domain, there had been precedents before. Yet compared to those, the difficulty this time was unheard of. The threshold for the test was higher than anyone could have imagined. Consider this, even among them, not a single one currently possesses more than 3,500 ghost coins. And how long have they been in this realm? How could a mere human who had only recently arrived possibly possess such a vast amount of ghost coins? Secondly, while the rules stipulate that the three subordinates dispatched by the ghost general must possess varying levels of strength. But even with that variation, these three ghostly beings must all be at least ghost soldier level. This human may be a warrior, but where on earth could he possibly recruit ghost soldier level subordinates? It's pure fantasy. Therefore, this human is bound to fail this test. Why did the ghost general set the difficulty so high? The other ghosts couldn't help but feel puzzled. In their eyes, it was obvious that the ghost general intended to kill this human. Perhaps the ghost general is in a foul mood. Some ghosts swayed their slender, fair waists as they speculated. Never mind that. When we kill this human later, we must act swiftly. A jasmine-scented ghost licked her lips. Otherwise, with so many of us ghosts and only one human, if we're slow, we might not even get a single bone. Hearing the jasmine ghost's words, the surrounding spirits nodded in agreement. You're right. True. Why bother with all that? Anyway, it looks like the ghost general really wants to kill this human. Dying by the ghost general's hand is this brat's good fortune. In an instant, all the ghosts present fixed their gaze on Shenju at the center. In their eyes, Shenju was already as good as dead. Their thoughts were focused on rushing forward swiftly to devour a piece of flesh. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from the surrounding ghosts, Shenju couldn't help but frown. Looks like they all think I can't even meet the test requirements. Well, that made sense. After all, the requirements set by the withered flower ghost were far too demanding. Most new players would never be able to meet them. At that point, players who couldn't even meet the test requirements would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the surrounding ghosts. But I'm no ordinary newbie player. Facing the vicious stares of the surrounding ghostly creatures, Shenju's lips actually curved into a faint smile. The surrounding ghostly creatures froze in surprise at this sight. What's wrong with this human? Why is he smiling? Shouldn't he be trembling in terror, even begging for mercy on his knees? Why did he look so utterly confident? Had he been scared out of his wits? Observing Shinja's expression, the surrounding ghostly beings sensed that events were not unfolding as expected. After all, they were certain Shinja would fail the test. Seated upon the throne, the peerless beauty of the withered flower ghost, upon seeing Shinja's expression, also felt a hint of confusion. Yet she could tell that the human's expression now did not seem feigned. He wasn't frozen in fear, he genuinely possessed confidence. How is this possible? At this thought, a trace of astonishment flickered in the withered flower ghost general's eyes. Just as these ghostly beings were all scratching their heads in confusion, Shinja flicked his hand, and 3 stacks of ghost coins landed on the battlefield before him. Then, the Lai shadow leapt out from his shadow, followed by the iron-devouring ghost ant queen, who emerged from his body along with her swarm of ghost ants. He then stood before the 3 stacks of ghost coins, accompanied by these 2 ghostly beings. Master, I am ready. Please begin the test. Hearing Shinja's words, the ghostly creatures, who had been staring blankly, instinctively looked toward the 3 stacks of ghost coins before him and his 2 subordinates. 500 ghost coins. 1,000 ghost coins. 2,000 ghost coins. Ghost soldier level power. Ghost soldier level strength. This human truly meets the test requirements. Ha! Those ghostly creatures must be stunned. They didn't even bother to find out how formidable Brother Fu is. They actually thought they had him beat? That's hilarious. Bro Fu isn't just any newbie player, these requirements are a breeze for him. Bro Fu is awesome. 666, go go go. 75 I am no longer the person I once was. The livestream audience couldn't help but burst into laughter at this sight. As viewers who had watched Shinja for so long, they naturally knew his capabilities. Though the requirements for the second round of testing were indeed demanding. Most players would likely fall short here. But for Shinja, it was no big deal at all. What? Seeing Shinja actually produce 3,500 ghost coins and 2 subordinates, and that both his subordinates were ghost soldiers, the withered flower ghost general was taken aback. After all, for a new player, this was utterly unbelievable. Impossible. Seeing Shinja meet the requirements, the ghostly creatures who had just been about to charge at him, fearing they might miss out on the flesh, all froze in place. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. They never expected this human to actually meet the requirements. This was unreasonable. Even if this human could actually produce 3,500 ghost coins, how had he managed to recruit these 2 ghosts with ghost soldier level strength as his subordinates? Which ghost would be so blind as to serve such a lowly human? It's an absolute disgrace among us ghosts. Immediately, the gazes of numerous ghosts turned toward the lying shadow and the iron-devouring ghost and queen. Oh, so it's that shadow of lies. I was wondering who it could be. They weren't very familiar with the iron-devouring ghost and queen, but most recognized the shadow of lies. After all, they all knew about how the lying shadow had been severely injured outside the inn, penniless and about to be kicked out. Seeing him now under Chinja's command, the ghostly creatures finally understood. Fearing expulsion from the inn, the lie shadow had chosen this human as his master. No wonder Chinja could command a ghost soldier level subordinate. Turns out trash pairs with trash. Judging by this human's strength, recruiting the lie shadow as a subordinate was likely the best he could manage. Pah! What a disgrace to us ghostly beings. Some ghosts even sneered at the lie shadow. If it were me, I'd rather die than acknowledge this trashy human as my master. Seeing the ghosts mock him, the lie shadow's expression darkened. His earlier humiliating experiences came flooding back. Back then, he was the lowest-ranking spirit in the inn, despised by all. That's why the Headless Horseman dared to trespass into his territory, stealing humans from his domain. And even after being discovered, he had the audacity to shout at him to get lost. This thought filled the shadow of lies with seething rage. Oomph, these fools! A flash of ruthlessness flickered in the lying shadow's eyes. Since these fools looked down on him, he would make them all gasp in shock. He was no longer the same lie shadow. Immediately, he found himself silently thanking Chinja. Without Chinja, his injuries wouldn't have healed so quickly. And without Chinja, his strength wouldn't have surged so dramatically. Haha, looks like they all underestimate Lie Shadow. As one of the first ghostly beings to follow Brother Fu, the Shadow of Lies has grown far beyond his former self. He'll definitely make them eat their words. Ha, I can't wait to see the moment they get humiliated. Seeing the surrounding ghosts mocking Lie Shadow, the livestream viewers all wore peculiar expressions. After all, having followed Chinja's livestreams, they knew exactly how powerful Lie Shadow had become. The Shadow of Lies had now reached the peak of Ghost Soldier tier power. His power was absolutely on par with the Vampire Guard. This meant that at least 90% of the ghostly beings present were no match for Lie Shadow. After all, while the Withered Flower Ghost General commanded numerous minions, peak Ghost Soldier tier entities were exceedingly rare among them. Seeing his subordinates show contempt toward Lie Shadow, the Withered Flower Ghost General suddenly understood. No wonder Chinja could command 2 Ghost Soldier level subordinates. It turned out these 2 subordinates represented the lowest tier of Ghost Soldiers. With this thought, she no longer bothered to assess the lying Shadow's strength. Instead, she coldly declared, "I never imagined you'd actually meet the test requirements. Since that's the case, let the trial begin." With that, 3 stacks of ghost coins flew from her body toward the battlefield. These 3 stacks of ghost coins were identical to Chinja's 500, 1000, and 2000 ghost coins respectively. At the same time, she paused briefly before calling out 3 names. Gerda, Eris, dueling you 3, go. Hearing the Withered Flower Ghost General's command, 3 ghostly figures, one positioned at the farthest edge, one in the middle, and one at the very center of the room stunned for a moment before striding toward the battlefield. According to the classification system, Ghost Soldier's strength could be roughly divided into 4 tiers: ordinary, powerful, peak, and ultimate. According to the rules, the 3 ghosts selected by the Withered Flower Ghost General now represented ordinary, powerful, and peak tiers respectively. Gerda, who had been at the edge moments before, now wore an expression of pure excitement. Originally just an ordinary ghost soldier. Therefore, she could only stand at the very outer edge of the ghostly crowd. Unexpectedly, her name was suddenly called by the Withered Flower Ghost General. Ha! My moment of destiny has arrived. Gerda's heart raced with excitement. Being chosen by the Ghost General filled her with immense honor. This time, I must secure victory cleanly and decisively. I cannot disgrace the Ghost General. If I perform well, I might even receive a reward from the Ghost General. With that, Gerda strode onto the battlefield, surrounded by the envious gazes of the surrounding ghosts. Gerda's luck is unbelievable. She actually got the chance to fight. How envious we are of Gerda. She might just earn the Ghost General's favor this time. All the ghosts believed they were certain to win this trial. After all, if they won, the Ghost General might be pleased enough to reward the participants. After all, though the Ghost General was ruthless toward outsiders, he was exceptionally generous to his own subordinates. At that moment, the 3 spirits whose names had been called by the Withered Flower Ghost General ascended the stage. A hint of excitement flickered in their eyes. Being singled out by the Withered Flower Ghost General was an honor in their eyes. Not to mention this was a guaranteed victory. Victory would likely earn them the Ghost General's rewards. For the first match, I'll send the medium horse. Chinja saw that the Withered Flower Ghost General was ready and, without hesitation, made his selection. His medium-grade steed was Lie Shadow. In his view, Lie Shadow was already at the peak of Ghost Soldier strength. Even if he had the misfortune of facing the opponent's superior horse, there was still a chance of victory. Hearing Chinja's words, the Withered Flower Ghost General responded indifferently. I'm sending my low-grade horse. She reasoned that even a low-grade mount like Gerda possessed strength approaching that of an average powerful grade Ghost Soldier. Using her to confront this human's middle-tier horse would surely lead to victory. Hearing the voices, Lai Shadow and the excited Gerda remained where they stood, while the other ghosts and humans stepped back several paces. This was now the battlefield for Lai Shadow and Gerda. You piece of trash. Today, I'll make you taste my true power. Unexpectedly, before Gerda could utter her taunts, the Lai Shadow's face twisted with ferocity, flames seemingly burning uncontrollably in his eyes. Ha, Lying Shadow's attitude is so bossy, I love it. After following Brother Fu for so long, even the Lai Shadow who was always looked down upon by other ghosts has become so confident. Of course. Just look at who Brother Fu is. Shadow of Lies has excellent taste. Lies, shadows, charge, charge, charge. Win the first match, 76 ghost soldiers at their peak. Hearing the Shadow of Lies words, the live stream audience couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. After all, they'd witnessed the arrogant and contemptuous glances these ghostly beings had directed at Fu Gu and his crew. Thus, Lai Shadow's words sent the livestream chat into an uproar. How dare he? This guy's got guts, daring to say something like that. Unlike the human viewers in the livestream, the spectating ghostly beings paled at the Shadow of Lies words. Some even shouted angrily at the Shadow of Lies. After all, in their eyes, what was Lai Shadow? Not only was he weak, but he'd even faced expulsion from the inn before. Not only that, but now he had abandoned the dignity of their ghostly kin, turning around to acknowledge humans as his masters. To them, this made the Shadow of Lies utterly despicable, just as lowly as those humans. Yet they never imagined that the despised Lying Shadow would dare to act so arrogantly. Gerda, who had been stirred by excitement moments before, couldn't help but snore coldly upon hearing the Lai Shadow's words. In his mind, what was the Lai Shadow daring to challenge him? Though its power ranked near the bottom among the multitude of ghostly beings. But that depended on who he was compared to. After all, the ghostly beings under the Withered Flower Ghost General's command were no ordinary creatures. After all, Lord Withered Flower Ghost General's ranks were selective, ordinary ghosts couldn't join. Had this Lai Shadow been able to join the Withered Flower Ghost General's ranks back then, how could it have ended up in such a pitiful state? Ultimately, it was because the Lai Shadow's power was too insignificant, it didn't even possess the qualifications to join Lord Withered Flower Ghost General's ranks. Thus, when confronted by the Lai Shadow's provocation, Gerda felt deeply insulted. Especially since she had been specifically summoned by the Withered Flower Ghost General for this occasion. So she felt the Shadow of Lies was insulting the Withered Flower Ghost General himself. Useless trash, you want to die? I'll grant you your wish right now. With that thought, a flush of crimson spread across Gerda's face. Without further ado, she launched her attack directly at the Shadow of Lies. She intended to teach the Shadow of Lies a harsh lesson, to make her understand the consequences of speaking without restraint. 100 Needle Strike. Gerda was a cactus spirit. Spinning once, dozens of blood-red cactus spines shot forth from her slender frame. These cactus spines appeared incredibly hard and moved at blinding speed. Haha, looks like Gertrude's furious, she's unleashed her signature move right away. A familiar ghost nearby laughed heartily upon witnessing the attack. Of course she is. Who could hold back when provoked by trash like Lai Shadow? Another ghostly being nearby snorted coldly. Looks like Lai Shadow might get killed by Gerda in one hit. Serves him right. Who told him to pledge allegiance to that lowly human? He's a disgrace to us ghosts. Getting killed outright is actually a mercy. If it were me, I'd make him wish he were dead. Exactly. Seeing Gerda unleash her attack, the surrounding ghosts knew this match was already won. After all, this was Gerda's most powerful attack. The Lai Shadow, the weakest among the ghost soldiers, stood no chance against it. As her attack hurtled toward the Lai Shadow, a cold gleam flashed in Gertie's eyes. In his view, the Lai Shadow had no chance against his ultimate attack. But to kill him so easily, that's far too easy for him. Gerda felt a pang of regret. In his view, this Lai Shadow dared to insult him and even Lord Ghost General, it deserved endless torment. Black Silk Net. Blood Sacrifice. Seeing the attack Gerda unleashed upon him, the Lai Shadow's eyes were filled with utter contempt. However, as the first sent out by Chinja for the match, he naturally had to spare no effort and win this contest cleanly and decisively. Thus, he unleashed his two signature skills. Compared to before, both Black Silk Net and Blood Sacrifice had grown significantly more powerful. The number of black lace nets had surged from a dozen to dozens, their coverage and resilience both amplified. The volume and quantity of the blood had increased by more than half. Even more eerie, the blood seemed to flow mid-air as it flew toward its target, as if possessed by a sentient spirit. Witnessing the skills unleashed by the Lai Shadow, the surrounding ghostly creatures couldn't help but pause in astonishment. They hadn't expected the Lai Shadow's attack to appear so formidable. He's clearly bluffing. At that moment, one ghost creature sneered disdainfully. The skill the Lai Shadow unleashed seems powerful, but to me, it's nothing but a pretty pillow. It won't stand a chance against Gulta's Cactus Thorn attack. Hearing this ghost's words, the others nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Otherwise, could Lai Shadow's strength possibly surpass Gulta's? What a joke. The Shadow of Lies must be bluffing. Thinking this, their gazes toward the lying shadow grew even more contemptuous. A waste of space is a waste of space, all he can do is bluff. Gerda couldn't help but pause slightly upon seeing the shadow of Lai's attack. After all, these attacks carried considerable momentum. But confidence quickly returned to his eyes. Though the shadow of Lai's attack seemed formidable, they would never withstand his own. After all, just half a day ago, the shadow of Lai's had been gravely wounded, reduced to the point of nearly being expelled from the Sunset Inn. In such a short time, it was already remarkable that it had managed to heal its wounds. Could his strength have actually increased? Dream on. Ha! Unlike the other ghostly beings, a hint of surprise flickered in the eyes of the withered flower ghost general, who was otherwise utterly lethargic. As a ghost general, she perceived far more than ordinary ghostly beings. She instantly recognized that the attack unleashed by the lying shadow had absolutely reached the peak level of a ghost soldier. Unexpectedly, this Lai shadow's strength wasn't merely at the ordinary ghost soldier level as she had previously thought, but at the peak of ghost soldiers. How could that be? The withered flower ghost general frowned at this thought. In her view, a lying shadow of peak ghost soldier strength would never possibly recognize Chinju as its master. It defied all logic. If the Lai shadow were weak, then acknowledging this human as master might be somewhat plausible. After all, the human appeared to possess a considerable amount of ghost coins. Facing eviction from the inn, the lying shadow might indeed recognize Chinju as master to survive. But given his immense power, how could he possibly stoop to such a thing? After all, with his strength, he could easily join any ghost general's ranks. It must be understood that while ghost generals are powerful, they still rely heavily on these ghost soldiers for many tasks. A peak-level ghost soldier would undoubtedly rank among the upper echelons of a ghost general's subordinates. Just as the withered flower ghost general pondered this, the Lai shadow's attack collided with Gerda's. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Gerda's cactus spines were effortlessly blocked by the Lai shadow's black silk fishing net. Then, as if without any resistance, the black silk net continued its assault toward Gerda. Ha! Total domination. The lying shadow crushed Gerda. Big deal, sit down. After all, Lai shadow's strength is at the peak of ghost soldier, while Gerda is just an ordinary ghost soldier. There's a two-tier gap between them. Brofu is so strong, and his underling is just as powerful. Awesome. 77. A single move sealed the victory. Though they'd anticipated it, viewers in the livestream couldn't help but erupt with excitement when they saw Lai shadow's attacks shatter Gerda's defenses like a bamboo shoot piercing through the ground. After all, they knew the vast disparity in status between these two ghostly beings. One had been a lowly outcast in the inn just half a day ago, severely injured, destitute, on the verge of expulsion, despised by all ghosts. The other was a subordinate of a ghost general level entity, with boundless potential ahead. Yet despite this vast disparity in status, the outcome of their clash stunned every spectator. What thrilled them even more was that the one responsible for this astonishing spectacle was Chinju, a human being, despised by these ghosts. Impossible. What? Witnessing Gerda's attack shattered by a single strike from the Lai shadow, the ghosts who had moments before brimmed with confidence were rendered speechless. Shouldn't the situation have been reversed? How could this happen? Then they realized. The power displayed to so easily shatter Gerda's attack was far beyond that of a mere ghost soldier. Therefore, the shadow of Lai's power could only be ghost soldier peak. Who would have thought the lying shadow had already reached peak ghost soldier strength? This was utterly unreasonable. After all, just half a day ago, the shadow of Lai's had been reduced to the point of being expelled from the inn. How could he have gained such overwhelming power in such a short time? Ah! Gerda, who had been so confident moments ago, felt a chill run down her spine when her attack was shattered by the shadow of Lai's. She had merely assumed the shadow of Lai's was bluffing. Little did she expect his attack to be this devastating. Now she realized that for the shadow of Lai's to have reached this level, proved his strength had undoubtedly reached the peak of a ghost soldier. At this thought, panic flashed in her eyes. She was merely at the ordinary level of ghost soldier, though she was close to reaching the powerful level. But close was still far from enough. This realization shattered her mental defenses completely. As the black fishnet approached, Gerda could only turn once more, sending dozens of cactus spines hurtling toward the net. After unleashing this attack, her face grew pale. Clearly, unleashing this attack had drained a significant portion of her energy. She twisted her slender waist, attempting to dodge to the side. But it was already too late to evade at this point. The remaining black fishnet destroyed all the cactus spines Gerda had fired before swiftly enveloping her body. Sizzle! The black fishnet enveloped Gerda's body like flames engulfing ice, causing her flesh to begin melting. Under such an assault, Gerda let out agonized screams. Her wails caused the surrounding spectator spirits to frown, their eyes filled with pity. But it wasn't over yet. A dozen blood-red blobs, trailing behind the black fishnet, now hovered above Gerda's head. The blood boiled, bubbling violently, radiating a formidable power. Yet the lying shadow restrained himself, resisting the urge to pour the blood over Gerda. Though he desperately wanted to. He knew that winning this match was all that mattered. Killing Gerda would bring satisfaction. Gerda was, after all, a subordinate of the withered flower ghost general. Killing her could bring trouble to Chinja. Do you admit defeat? The live photo emitted a shrill voice. Gerda, tightly bound in black fishnet stockings and writhing in agony, felt terror surge within her as she saw the dozen or so pools of blood beside her head. Hearing the lying shadow's words, she was deeply reluctant to concede defeat. But she had no strength left to fight back. Continuing to resist would only bring her shame. Therefore, she lowered her head and reluctantly declared, "I surrender." Hearing this, the spectating ghosts all wore expressions of resentment and fury. After all, this was a contest involving the ghost general. They had all confidently declared victory beforehand. Yet, to their shock, Liar's shadow had defeated Gerda with a single move. Though they were filled with resentment, there was nothing they could do. After all, Gerda possessed only the strength of an ordinary ghost soldier. The Shadow of Lies, however, possessed peak-tier ghost soldier strength. Such a vast gap made the match utterly one-sided. Oh ho ho, we won the first match. And we crushed them in one move. It feels so damn satisfying. Ha! Seeing those ghostly creatures defeated expressions is pure satisfaction. Go fu gu, keep crushing them. The live stream audience was cheering wildly at this moment. Not only did we win the first match, it was a complete and utter defeat. How did your strength suddenly increase so much? Gerda, conceding defeat, shouted the question bitterly at the shadowy figure. This was also the question echoing in the minds of the many spectating ghostly beings. The Lie's shadow had been the weakest among the ghost soldiers. How could he have attained peak ghost soldier strength in less than half a day? Haha, all this is thanks to my master, of course. Upon hearing Gerda's question, the Shadow of Lies replied with a smug expression. Hearing the answer, the ghostly beings couldn't help but pause in astonishment. The Lie's shadow's power had surged so rapidly, and it was all thanks to this human. It seemed this human was not as ordinary as he appeared on the surface. With this realization, the gazes of the ghostly beings toward Chinja grew more cautious. They had previously believed Chinja's advancement through the first round of tests to reach them was largely due to luck. After all, he was a new player. How formidable could he really be? But now, hearing the Lie's shadow's words, they couldn't help but question their own assumptions. Very well. Since the first match has concluded, let us commence the second. The withered flower ghost general seated upon the throne spoke with an expressionless face. As if the recent defeat had not affected her in the slightest. Hearing the withered flower ghost general's words, the multitude of ghostly creatures snapped back to attention. Oomph. Regardless, since the ghost general has resolved to kill this human, then this human must die. Exactly. That Lie's shadow's sudden surge in power is likely because this human gave him all the resources. His own strength and that of his subordinates are probably just average. That makes sense. This time, the human might have deliberately sent his strongest subordinate to disrupt our fighting spirit. What a cunning human! The spectating ghosts now believed the Shadow of Lies might be Qin Jifeng's strongest contestant. As for Gerda, she was merely the weakest fighter on their side. Just wait. In the next two matches, we'll crush this human. Absolutely. Nice dream, haha. If you knew Brother Fu's strength surpasses even Lie's shadows, I wonder what you'd think. Their faces would probably turn green, haha. But some of them already have green faces. Haha, then let them turn so green they turn black. 78. Who do you think you're looking down on? The spectating ghosts all believed the Lie's shadow was already Qin Jifeng's strongest contestant. Meanwhile, Gerda was seen as the weakest fighter on their side. Therefore, they were all convinced that in the remaining two matches, they would easily defeat the humans and secure the ultimate victory. But the live stream viewers couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at this sight. Because the strongest player on Chenja's side wasn't Lie's shadow, it was Chenja himself. At that moment, Chenja's heart raced with excitement. Just one more match, and he would claim victory in this test. And he felt utterly confident about the next match. After all, he still had numerous skills yet to be unleashed. Once deployed, these abilities would undoubtedly push his power to the peak of a ghost soldier. As far as he knew, according to the rules, the strongest fighter the withered flower ghost general could field was only at the peak of the ghost soldier tier. Therefore, the second match was his to win. Though the withered flower ghost general remained expressionless, caution now clouded his thoughts. After all, if she were to lose the second match as well, there would be no point in continuing this trial. That was an outcome she absolutely did not want to see. Galai Ning, you go? With that thought, the withered flower ghost general addressed the strongest-looking ghost creature. Yes. Hearing the withered flower ghost general's command, the ghost named Galai Ning respectfully acknowledged it before stepping onto the battlefield. Wow, Captain Galai Ning is actually entering the fray. Looks like the ghost general is determined to win this second match. He sent out his strongest commander, Galai Ning, right away. As Galai Ning entered the battlefield, the spectating ghosts couldn't help but gaze at him with admiration. After all, Galai Ning's strength was at the peak of ghost soldiers. Moreover, he was but a hair's breadth away from reaching the ultimate limit of a ghost soldier. Such prowess placed him among the absolute elite within their ranks. Therefore, they all believed victory in the second match was assured. With this thought, the spectating ghosts couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Chenja's side. They wanted to know which fool dared challenge their captain, Gu Laning. Under the gaze of the many ghostly beings, Chinja moved, stepping onto the battlefield. Ah? This human wants to fight personally? Haha, the outcome of this match is already obvious. This human better pray Captain Gu Laning doesn't kill him with a single punch. Seeing Chinja step forward, disdain flashed in the eyes of the ghostly creatures. In their eyes, Chinja stood no chance against Captain Gu Laning. Oomph, a bunch of fools. Seeing the looks on these ghostly creatures' faces, the Lai Shadow, who had already stepped back from the field, couldn't help but snort in contempt. He knew full well just how formidable Chinja's strength had become. He possessed the absolute peak strength of a ghost soldier. He had defeated 4 vampire guards, all at the peak of ghost soldier strength, working together in just 10 minutes. Thus, seeing the looks on these ghostly creatures' faces, the Shadow of Lies chuckled inwardly. Gu Laning was a towering treant, standing a full 2.8 meters tall, even more imposing than the previous vampire guards. His skin was a dark grayish-black, covered in countless spiral-like tree-like patterns, giving him an eerie appearance. Human? The towering Gu Laning looked down at Chenju as he approached, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Then, a flicker of excitement lit his eyes. That useless Gulta couldn't even withstand a single strike of the lying shadow technique earlier. What a disgrace to Lord Kwa Hua. He was already planning to unleash his ultimate technique the moment the duel began. Preferably, he would kill this despicable human outright. That way, he could not only win this round outright but also restore the withered flower ghost general's honor. Chenja looked at Gu Laning. To him, this towering treant before him was nothing but a pile of rewards. So many rewards. Chenja couldn't help but swallow hard. Defeating him would mean passing the second round of the mission, earning another mission ring, and securing even richer rewards. Hold on. Just as Chinja and Gu Laning were about to engage, the withered flower ghost general suddenly spoke. Seeing this, Chinja looked at the withered flower ghost general with confusion, unsure what she was up to. Could she have seen through my strength? Chinja furrowed his brow slightly. But he wasn't overly concerned. Even if the withered flower ghost general had seen through his strength now, what could she do? She couldn't possibly defy the game's rules. Could it be? Suddenly, a chill ran down Chinja's spine as he recalled the mental assault he had suffered at the hands of the Frost Baron Chagas during their last encounter. He was confident in the outcome of this test. Yet he feared the withered flower ghost might suddenly unleash a psychic assault upon him, just as the Frost Baron had done before. This was his sole point of vulnerability. After all, he was currently under the protection of the rules, meaning the withered flower ghost couldn't directly attack him. If he won the match, she absolutely had to give him the task ring. But she could exploit loopholes in the rules to launch a psychic assault against him. Thinking this, Chenja grew more wary of the withered flower ghost. Fortunately, things weren't as dire as he'd imagined. The withered flower ghost general continued. Human, I wish to raise the stakes. Are you willing? As she spoke, a sharp gleam flashed in her eyes. Raise the stakes? Chenja froze upon hearing this. Then he recalled the rules. If both parties were confident, they could increase the stakes. The thought filled him with quiet delight. In his view, victory in this match was assured. This development suited him perfectly. Ahem, how much more does Lord Withered Flower Ghost General wish to add? Though his heart raced with excitement, Chenja gave nothing away. He feared the Withered Flower Ghost General might detect something amiss. Hearing Chenja's words, a faint smile touched the Withered Flower Ghost General's lips. This human had fallen for it. In her view, a human who had just won a round would surely be brimming with confidence. That was precisely why she had proposed raising the stakes. She had feared Chenja might refuse, since 3,500 ghost coins was already a substantial sum. Humans probably didn't carry that many ghost coins on them. But since the human agreed, she was naturally delighted. After all, once humans died, the ghost coins on their bodies would mysteriously vanish, and they could never be found. Thus, this situation actually allowed her to earn some ghost coins. What could she do? Even as a powerful ghost general, she was short on cash. Another 1,000 ghost coins? The Withered Flower Ghost General tentatively suggested. She feared asking for too much might scare the human away. The surrounding ghostly creatures saw this and a flicker of excitement passed through their eyes. They understood the ghost general's meaning perfectly well. Yet they also believed Chenja couldn't possibly produce any more ghost coins. After all, the fact that humans could come up with 3,500 ghost coins was already a huge surprise to them. 1,000 ghost coins? Chenja frowned. Seeing this, the Withered Flower Ghost assumed Chenja couldn't afford that much. Disappointed, it considered lowering the amount. If you can't manage 1,000, surely 500 ghost coins. Ghost General, let's go big. How about 5,000 ghost coins straight up? Just as the Withered Flower Ghost General was about to lower the stakes, Chenja pulled out a stack of ghost coins from his pocket. What? 5,000 ghost coins? Ha! Who do you think you're looking down on? 1,000 ghost coins? 500 ghost coins? Who do you think you're looking down on? Exactly. You should have asked who our rich guy is. Just wait. This Ghost General won't even have time to cry. 79. A more qualified punching bag. The livestream audience watched the withered flower ghost general whining over 501,000 ghost coins, filled with contempt. A ghost general? He seems way too stingy. So when Shinja pulled out 5,000 ghost coins, the livestream audience burst into laughter. Now that's what you call upping the ante. Withered flower ghost general, learn a thing or two from our rich bro. Seeing Shinja pull out 5,000 ghost coins as a bet, a hint of surprise flashed in the withered flower ghost general's eyes. She had assumed 3,500 ghost coins was the absolute limit this human could muster. After all, Shinja was just a new player. He had neither the means nor the strength to obtain more ghost coins, which were precious and scarce even among ghostly beings. Therefore, she had initially planned to raise the stakes gradually, fearing she might scare this human away. But unexpectedly, this human immediately pulled out 5,000 ghost coins. 5,000 ghost coins. Even for them, the lofty ghost generals, their usual liquid holdings barely reached 20,000 to 30,000 ghost coins. Take the withered flower ghost general, for instance. Although she had successfully ambushed the oil-boiling ghost general with a mysterious weapon last time and received many rewards, she still only carried a little over 30,000 ghost coins on her person. Of course, they had no need to hoard such large sums. Any surplus was channeled into enhancing their own power. Still, 5,000 ghost coins is no small sum in their eyes. Under normal circumstances, it would take a ghost general quite some time to earn 5,000 ghost coins. How did that human manage it? The withered flower ghost general's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Adding the initial 3,500 ghost coins staked as wager, this human had now put forth a total of 8,500 ghost coins. No wonder the lying shadow's power has risen so rapidly. The withered flower ghost general reflected. She had been puzzled before how could Lai Shadow, who had been at the bottom of the ghost soldiers, reach the peak of a ghost general in just half a day. Logically, such rapid growth should have been impossible. But seeing Shinja put up such a massive amount of ghost coins, the withered flower ghost general finally understood. The Lai Shadow's rapid growth had been forged by humans using ghost coins. Realizing this, a flicker of excitement flickered in her eyes. If she could win this test, she would effortlessly obtain those 8,500 ghost coins. Though she was a high-ranking ghost general, expenses were numerous. Like paying her subordinates wages, the monthly tribute to her boss. If she could get her hands on those 8,500 ghost coins from the humans, her financial pressure for the next 2 or 3 months would ease considerably. Ha! Truly, heaven favors me. A flicker of excitement danced in the withered flower ghost general's heart. In her eyes, victory in this test was assured. She hadn't even considered the possibility of failure. After all, in her eyes, Shinja was nothing more than a mere plaything to be toyed with at will. The surrounding ghosts were utterly shocked when they saw Shinja pull out 5,000 ghost coins. Combined with the previous 3,500 ghost coins, this human had just produced a staggering 8,500 ghost coins. Consider this, even the wealthiest ghosts in their group had savings not exceeding 2,000 ghost coins. Thus, 8,500 ghost coins was an absolutely staggering fortune that made them all green with envy. How on earth did this puny human get his hands on so many ghost coins? Some ghosts stared at the 8,500 ghost coins scattered across the battlefield, their minds filled with confusion. How could this seemingly ordinary human player amass such wealth in less than a day? Many of them had never seen such a vast amount of ghost coins in their entire lives. Ah, I see. No wonder Lai Shadow's power has surged so rapidly. This human must have bought it with money. Only now did many ghostly beings realize why the Lai Shadow, supposedly the lowest tier entity, had grown so powerful so quickly. Thinking this, many ghosts shot envious glances at the Lai Shadow. Though they felt humiliated and furious that the Lai Shadow had chosen a human as his master. But upon learning that the human had spent such a vast fortune in ghost coins to bolster its power, a thread of envy inevitably crept into their hearts. A lackey selling out his kind for glory. Well done. The towering Trayan watched Shinja casually toss out 5,000 ghost coins before him, his heart burning with admiration. The scene had astonished him as well. Yet upon grasping the situation, a quiet anticipation stirred within him. The reason was simple. Based on his understanding of Lord Withered Flower Ghost General, if he could defeat this human and help the Ghost General win the match, the Ghost General would surely reward him handsomely with ghost coins. Why do I suddenly find this human more and more endearing? Ha. This thought mirrored Shinja's own. In Galining's eyes, Shinja was nothing but a pile of rewards. Very good. The Withered Flower Ghost General forced his tone to remain as calm and detached as possible. I'll add another 5,000 ghost coins. With that, a stack of ghost coins flew from the Withered Flower Ghost General toward the battlefield. This stack of ghost coins totaled exactly 5,000. The match begins. After placing down the 5,000 ghost coins, the Withered Flower Ghost General wasted no further time and declared the match open. Ha! Human, take this punch. Seeing this, the long-suffering Gu Lining roared and swung a punch directly at Shinja. The punch looked incredibly powerful. Coupled with his absurdly massive frame, the punch radiated an overwhelming, unstoppable force. Kill. Take down this human. Captain Gu Lining, go for it. Kill. The spectating ghosts watched with excitement as Gu Laning made his move. In their eyes, though this human possessed abundant ghost coins, he stood no chance against Captain Gu Laning's punch. As Gu Laning's fist came flying, Chenja's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Without even using a skill, he met the attack head-on with a direct punch of his own. In his view, though Gu Laning's punch carried formidable momentum, it was hardly worthy of deploying his skills. He saw this as an opportunity to hone his combat skills. After all, the green-haired zombie he'd used as a punching bag last time was tough to beat, but it had no ability to fight back. By refraining from using skills now, he was effectively matching Gu Laning's strength, which would yield a better training effect. This human is so arrogant, daring to clash blows with Captain Gu Laning. Ha! That human may be loaded, but he's clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed. Seeing Chenja choose to clash head-on with Captain Gu Laning, the surrounding ghostly creatures burst into derisive laughter. To them, Chenja's current approach was utterly foolish. Good lad. Seeing Chenja choose to clash head-on with him, a trace of mockery flickered in Gu Laning's eyes. He had expected the human to dodge his attacks or find another way to defend himself. I never expected him to choose to go head-to-head with me. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Gu Laning roared once more, and his fist collided heavily with Chenja's. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the ghosts, Chenja took only a single step back, while Gu Laning stumbled 3 or 4 paces backward. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Ha! Brother Fu is formidable. He can gain the upper hand using only his own strength. Let's see if these ghostly creatures can keep laughing now. Wahaha, Brother Fu is too strong. Charge, charge, charge. 80 even the strongest attack can't bring me down. The livestream audience was thrilled to see Chenja repel Gu Laning without using any skills. After all, Chenja had only been in the game for less than a day. And Gu Laning seemed to hold significant status among the ghostly creatures. A newbie player defeating a powerful veteran ghost. This stark contrast only served to prove that humans were superior and more powerful than ghosts. What? Unlike the excited viewers in the livestream, the spectating ghosts could scarcely believe their eyes seeing Gu Laning actually at a disadvantage. After all, this human was merely a newbie player, and the size disparity between them seemed so vast. How could this human possibly defeat Captain Gu Laning? Was this really not a dream? Gu Laning steadied himself, shook out his arms, and a hint of horror flashed in his eyes. In his mind, this human should have been no match for him. Yet through their recent exchange, he had directly sensed the power emanating from this human. This power was so overwhelming that he felt utterly unable to withstand it. Why is he so formidable? Gu Laning stared at Chenja, his eyes shifting from astonishment to a hint of caution. Now, he finally set aside his previous underestimation of Chenja. From now on, he would approach this contest with far greater seriousness. After all, this contest wasn't just about his own reward, it was about the Ghost General's honor. That kid. After Chenja's exchange with Gu Laning, the one whose heart stirred most profoundly was the impassive withered flower Ghost General. After all, she had invested a whopping 8,500 ghost coins in this test. Even as a Ghost General, 8,500 ghost coins represented a substantial sum to her. If he truly lost, it would sting like hell. How can this kid be so strong? A hint of bewilderment flickered in the withered flower Ghost General's eyes. While the rise in Lying Shadow's powers surprised her, she understood that Lie Shadow had lingered at the Ghost Soldier tier for far too long. With sufficient resources, his growth was only natural. But this human had only recently entered this realm. Reaching warrior-level strength was already considered remarkable. So why did he now possess peak Ghost Soldier strength? She had clearly seen that Chenja's punch had relied on no skills or equipment whatsoever. That meant his raw, unadulterated strength alone had reached peak Ghost Soldier level. How did this human gain enough experience in such a short time? As far as I know, even passing the first round of tests wouldn't yield much in rewards. The withered flower Ghost General pondered this over and over. There was only one possible way for this human to have rapidly increased his strength, it had to be through the rewards obtained from passing the first round of tests. But what reward could he possibly have received for merely holding off 4 vampire guards for 10 minutes? The withered flower Ghost General was utterly perplexed. Had she known that during the first round of testing, Chenja had not only withstood the attacks of 4 vampire guards but had actually defeated them all, then she would understand why his strength had increased so dramatically. Of course, that sounded utterly absurd. She'd rather believe Chenja reached the peak of Ghost Soldier through other means than accept he defeated 4 vampire guards. After all, defeating 4 vampire guards at the peak of Ghost Soldier meant his own strength had reached the absolute limit of Ghost Soldier. Huff. The withered flower Ghost General took a deep breath and continued watching the battle unfold. At that moment, Gu Laning, refusing to believe in misfortune, clashed relentlessly with Chenja. Boom. Bang. Boom. Each clash between the man and the ghost produced deafening sounds. The sheer volume of the clashes was enough to make even ordinary ghost soldiers like Gerda pale with fear. What astonished them even more was that Captain Gu Laning was consistently at a disadvantage in every clash. Arg! Gu Laning roared in fury as Chenja once again sent him flying 4 or 5 steps back. He now understood that with his current strength, he stood no chance against this human boy before him. To win this contest, earn the Ghost General's reward, and preserve the Ghost General's honor, he must unleash even greater power. Tree transformation. With that thought, he did not charge at Shinja again. Instead, he bellowed and unleashed his ultimate technique. Black wooden fragments rapidly coalesced across Gu Lining's towering, burly frame. Gray wooden tendrils sprouted from his face. In the blink of an eye, Gu Lining's body grew even taller. His form increasingly resembled a true tree, appearing ever more rigid. His aura reached the absolute peak of a ghost soldier's power, standing just a hair's breadth away from the true limit of a ghost soldier. Of course, piercing that final barrier proved exceedingly difficult. Captain Gu Lining has actually unleashed this technique. Witnessing this, the surrounding ghostly creatures couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They all knew this was Captain Gu Lining's ultimate trump card. Once unleashed, Captain Gu Lining would be unrivaled at the peak of ghost soldier power. Ha! That human should be finished now. Dying by Captain Gu Lining's move, that human's got some guts. Seeing this, the spectating ghost soldiers' eyes once again filled with confidence. In their eyes, Captain Gu Lining was certain to defeat the despicable human brat. This time, that human should be finished. Watching Gu Lining unleash Treeification, the withered flower ghost general's eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. In her view, Shinja had no chance against a Gu Lining wielding Treeification. The only way to surpass Gu Lining now would be for Shinja to unleash an equally formidable skill or wield some powerful equipment. Yet in her estimation, though Shinja possessed a considerable amount of ghost coins, it was utterly impossible for him to acquire such formidable skills and gear in such a short time. Then, seeing Shinja still charging toward Gu Lining without casting any skills, her conjecture was further confirmed. This human truly hadn't obtained any powerful skills or gear. Seeing Gu Lining's strength surge so dramatically, Shinja felt no terror. Instead, a hint of excitement even flashed in his eyes. In his view, only battling such an opponent could truly elevate his own strength. With that thought, he charged toward Gu Lining without using any skills. Heh, come on then. Having activated Tree Transformation and wielding vastly greater power, Gu Lining saw Shinja charging toward him, a savage gleam flashing in his eyes. In his mind, this human had no chance of withstanding his current strike. Did Brother Fu not cast any skills? I'm so scared. Brother Fu won't slip up now, will he? Bro Fu, why aren't you using your skill? Seeing Shinja charge at Gu Lining without casting any skills, the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but feel deeply concerned. After all, once petrified, the ancient tree does look truly terrifying. Thud. Under the gaze of the surrounding ghostly creatures and the live stream audience, Shinja's fist collided heavily with Gu Lining's. Then, to the astonishment of the crowd and spectators, Gu Lining stood perfectly still. Shinja, however, staggered backward, stumbling over a dozen steps before finally halting. Whoa! He blocked it. Brother Fu didn't use any skills and still blocked the ghost's attack. Bro Fu is too strong. Blocking like that? He's practically invincible. Ha, now it's those ghosts' turn to be stunned. 81 The shameless withered flower ghost general. Facing Gu Lining's most powerful attack, Shinja merely stumbled back over a dozen steps without even sustaining an injury. The livestream erupted in excitement. Little did they know Shinja still possessed a powerful skill. If he could unleash that skill, victory in this match would be guaranteed. The spectating ghosts, however, stared blankly. Who would have thought this human could withstand Captain Gu Lining's strongest attack? He wasn't even hurt. These ghostly beings could scarcely believe the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. They had assumed that even if Shinja wasn't instantly killed by Captain Gu Lining's punch, he would suffer severe injuries. But now, the human had merely staggered back a dozen steps. What? Gu Lining's eyes flashed with shock and fury. He knew exactly how much power had been behind that punch. It had absolutely reached the threshold of a ghost soldier's limit. Yet even so, his punch hadn't killed this human. It hadn't even managed to injure him. In that case, there's only one option left. Seeing that Shinja showed not a single scratch, Gu Lining had no choice but to resort to his final option, attrition. Yes, this was his only remaining path to victory. That was to wear down this human to death through relentless, unceasing attacks. But just as Gu Lining steeled himself to charge at Shinja once more, he sensed a powerful force suddenly surge from the man's body. No! Instantly, a chill gripped Gu Lining's heart. His worst fear had materialized. This human possessed a skill that could amplify his own power. Indeed, after withstanding Gu Lining's assault, Shinja had gained deeper insight into his own capabilities. Now, he held nothing back. He prepared to unleash his berserk state to defeat Gu Lining and claim victory in this match. After all, he feared that delaying would invite trouble. This was, after all, the withered flower ghost general's territory. The longer the battle dragged on, the greater the chance of unforeseen events occurring. The surrounding ghosts were stunned once more upon witnessing Shinja's enhanced power. They never imagined this human truly possessed a method to further elevate his own power. After all, this human had single-handedly withstood Captain Gu Lining's attacks. If his power grew even stronger, wouldn't that mean defeat for them in this battle? Ah, Brother Fu, kill! Brother Fu finally prepared for this match. Oh yeah, Brother Fu's gonna win. If Brother Fu wins this match, he'll get 8,500 ghost coins. The live stream audience erupted in cheers as they saw Chinja stop stalling and prepare to unleash a skill to end the match. If Chinja won this match, he wouldn't just get another quest ring and extra quest rewards, he'd also claim the 8,500 ghost coins staked by the Withered Flower Ghost General. However, executing the Rage skill smoothly required sufficient time. That was precisely why the Headless Knight had unleashed his Demon Roar to interrupt Chinja back then. Chinja now found himself in that very stage. He was far from Gulaning and assumed she couldn't interrupt him. But he forgot that beyond Gulaning, another ghost general sat upon the throne outside the battlefield. Oomph. Seeing Chinja's power showing signs of rising once more, a fierce glint flashed in the Withered Flower Ghost General's eyes. She would not allow such a situation to unfold. On. Her psychic energy surged violently toward Chinja's mind. Oomph. Chinja, currently channeling his berserk state, felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. The force was so overwhelming he had no time to think. The berserk state was thus interrupted. The Withered Flower Ghost General actually attacked. She's cheating. In that instant, Chinja was overcome with shock and fury. His worst fears had come true. At the very last moment of the match, the Withered Flower Ghost General had shamelessly attacked him. Ha! As Chinja's surging aura abruptly halted and began to rapidly fade, both the ghostly creatures present and the live stream viewers were taken aback. What's going on? The ghosts who had just assumed defeat were now utterly baffled. The live stream viewers were equally perplexed. Just as victory seemed imminent, why did Brother Fu abruptly halt his skill? Moreover, Chinja now appeared to have a vacant look in his eyes, which felt very strange. What are you standing around for? Kill that human. At that moment, the Withered Flower Ghost on the throne coldly ordered Gulaning. Damn it, shameless bastard. How dare he break the game rules? How are we supposed to fight now? With the Ghost General attacking, how could Brother Fu possibly withstand it? Sigh, this Ghost General is utterly shameless. Their attacks are impossible to guard against. Hearing the Withered Flower Ghost General's words, the live stream viewers instantly realized the Ghost General had struck. With that realization, they all began cursing the Withered Flower Ghost General. Who would have thought that for a measly 8,500 ghost coins, this Withered Flower Ghost General would attack Brother Fu? He's even worse than the Frost Baron. Ha! So it was Lord Withered Flower who struck. No wonder that human hasn't moved a muscle. The surrounding spectator ghosts finally caught on, their faces lighting up with excitement. Captain Gulaning, go kill that brat. Dying by Lord Withered Flower's hand? That human brat should count himself lucky. Ha! In the end, might makes right. For this human brat to even dream of winning this contest is utterly laughable. The ghostly creatures roared with excitement. That brat provoked the Ghost General into action. Serves him right. A peculiar glint flickered in Gulaning's eyes. He had assumed he would lose this contest. But he never expected the Ghost General himself to intervene directly. With this thought, he let out a savage laugh and struck fiercely toward Chinja. Thud! Gulaning's heavy punch landed squarely on Chinja's head, sending him flying backward. Thud! Flying through the air, Chinja crashed to the ground, still motionless. Though he remained uninjured, a faint bruise was beginning to appear on his forehead. Clearly, facing Gulaning's attack, he wasn't entirely unscathed. If he had been conscious, he could have dodged the vital areas. But unconscious, he was at Gulaning's mercy. If she continued attacking, he would soon be injured or even killed. Thud thud. Gulaning charged toward Chinja once more. The surrounding ghostly creatures watched the scene with intense excitement. It won't be long before this human is killed. Master! Behind him, the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen watched with eyes filled with worry. This Withered Flower Ghost General was utterly shameless, daring to exploit a loophole in the rules to attack the Master. The lying shadow witnessed this scene and felt a flicker of concern himself. But he knew that with Chinja's true strength, he would surely emerge unscathed. Brother Fu, get up! Brother Fu, don't give up! We believe you can do this! Brother Fu, snap out of it! Give these ghostly creatures a taste of their own medicine! 82. Currying favor with Chinja. Viewers in the livestream watched this scene unfold, cheering Chinja on with fervor. Some even hurled furious insults at the Withered Flower Ghost General. If the Withered Flower Ghost General could see the chat at that moment, she'd probably be so furious her nose would twist sideways. Unfortunately, the viewers' encouragement couldn't help Chinja, nor could the Withered Flower Ghost General see their insults. At that moment, the Withered Flower Ghost General continued her assault on Chinja's mind with a hint of smugness. Yet she was surprised. She hadn't expected this human's mental strength to be far greater than she'd anticipated. While she could render him dazed and preoccupied, she couldn't completely destroy his mind. Originally, she had planned to directly destroy this human's mind, turning him into a mindless fool. That would have ended the contest. Nevertheless, as long as she could maintain this state, the scales of victory would ultimately tip in her favor. Damn it, damn it! At this moment, Chenja had concentrated all his mental energy to fend off the attacks of the withered flower ghost general. Thus, though he knew his body was being savagely destroyed by Kurai Ning, he was utterly helpless. After all, compared to the body, the mind was far more crucial. His body could barely hold on for a little longer, but once his mind was breached, it would all be over. At this moment, he understood even more clearly the gap in power between himself and the ghost generals. A mere glance from them, or even a single mental assault, felt to him like the entire sky was collapsing. Fortunately, having endured the Frost Baron's mental assault before, his own mental fortitude had inexplicably grown far stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to resist the withered flower ghost general's assault. Even so, he was struggling desperately to hold back. The slightest lapse in concentration would allow the withered flower ghost general's mental assault to shatter his mind. If I survive this, I must find a way to defend against ghost general's psychic attacks. Otherwise, I won't even face these ghost generals. Chenja thought to himself. The ghost general's psychic attacks were impossible to guard against, yet terrifyingly potent. Just as Chenja was pouring all his strength into countering the withered flower ghost general's mental assault, the ghost general split off another strand of psychic energy. This stream of psychic energy quietly seeped into other parts of Chenja's being. Heh, this human actually possesses so many ghost coins, and his strength has grown so powerful in such a short time, there must be a reason. It turned out that the withered flower ghost general had noticed the anomaly on Chenju and had split off a strand of psychic energy to investigate. At that moment, all of Chenja's thoughts were focused on countering the withered flower ghost general's mental assault targeting his mind. He was completely unaware of this hidden stream of psychic energy. Even if he could have noticed it, he would have been powerless to stop it. This little fellow has quite a lot on him. The withered flower ghost general's psychic energy scanned Chenja's being meticulously. She discovered numerous skills and innate talents within him. Demon Roar. Blood Ox. Critical Strike. Berserk. So this kid joined the Shadow Legion of Death. No wonder his strength has improved so rapidly. Upon seeing the skills on Chenja's body, she, like the Frost Baron, concluded he was a member of the Shadow Legion of Death. That makes this human even more deserving of death. A cold gleam flashed in the withered flower ghost general's eyes. It seemed she also held a poor impression of the Shadow Legion of Death. What's this? As her psychic senses probed deeper into Chenja, she detected the white bone banner. Such a mysterious sensation. Upon seeing the white bone banner, a trace of solemnity appeared in the withered flower ghost general's eyes. From this artifact, she sensed an aura that was profoundly ancient and enigmatic. This human actually possesses such equipment. The withered flower ghost general was somewhat astonished. She never imagined a mere newbie player could obtain gear that felt so mysteriously ancient even to her. Immediately, her psychic energy probed toward the white bone banner. She wanted to see what this thing truly was, and why it evoked such an ancient, mysterious feeling within her. Another fool who doesn't know when to quit. Xiangu, waiting, recuperating within the white bone banner, frowned. He had no desire to deal with Chenja's affairs. But these ghost generals showed no discernment whatsoever, insisting on disturbing his rest. With that thought, he gathered a thread of spiritual energy, intending to use the same trick to scare off this withered flower ghost general. Just as he was about to shatter the withered flower ghost general's spiritual energy, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence within it. Could it be my descendant? Thousand Ghost Vine couldn't help but wonder. Though he had no direct descendants left in the world when he died in his previous life, as a ghost emperor who had lived for tens of thousands of years, he naturally had some collateral bloodline. Therefore, upon sensing the faintly familiar aura within the withered flower ghost general's soul, Xiangu Waiting immediately changed his mind. Since that's the case, little one, I shall grant you a stroke of fortune. With that, he ceased his assault on the withered flower ghost general's psychic energy and instead began reshaping it. What's happening? The withered flower ghost general, who had been leisurely probing Chenja's secrets, suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful psychic force. This force was so overwhelming that it filled her with terror, causing her entire body to tremble. She could feel that, in the face of this psychic force, she was like a tiny bug, ready to be crushed at any moment. How is this possible? The withered flower ghost general was utterly dumbfounded. She had never imagined that such a terrifying presence could be concealed within this human body. Fortunately, she soon sensed that this terrifying entity held no hostile intent toward her. In fact, she felt her own spiritual energy being reshaped, subtly growing stronger. Within a few breaths, the terrifying presence vanished. The withered flower ghost general hastily withdrew her mental energy back into her mind. I've actually grown stronger. After withdrawing this mental energy, she distinctly felt it had grown several times stronger than before. Wait. The withered flower ghost general turned to look at Chenja. The contempt in her eyes had completely vanished. After all, through the recent ordeal, she had come to understand the terrifying presence concealed within Chenja's body. What astonished and puzzled her even more was that this being actually harbored goodwill toward her. This thought brought a surge of joy to her heart. She even dared to imagine that in just a few breaths, her spiritual power had been enhanced so significantly by this being. If she could gain more opportunities in the future. The withered flower ghost general's heart began to pound wildly. She imagined that if she could once again receive the aid of that terrifying being, she might even ascend to become a ghost king. This wasn't just wishful thinking on her part. She had encountered beings as formidable as the Ghost King. Yet in her perception, even the Ghost King paled in comparison to this terrifying entity. Thinking this, the gaze she cast upon Chenja grew significantly more intense. In her eyes, Chenja's relationship with that terrifying being was extraordinary. If she could cultivate a connection with Chenja, then she might have a chance to once again gain the favor of that terrifying being. Compared to that, the outcome of the competition or the 8,500 ghost coins meant nothing. To gain that terrifying being's aid once more, she would spare no effort in currying favor with Chenja. Retract. Having made up her mind, the withered flower ghost hastily withdrew the rest of her spiritual energy. Roar. At that moment, Gu Laning was furiously attacking Chenja. Chenja's clothes were already torn to shreds. His arms, legs, and even face bore wounds of varying severity, presenting a pitiful sight. Stop. Just as Gu Laning was about to inflict serious injury on Chenja, a voice suddenly echoed through the room. Hearing the command, Gu Laning froze in confusion but immediately halted his assault. After all, the voice belonged to Lord Withered Flower. Ha! What's going on? Weren't those ghostly creatures about to win? Why the sudden halt? Oomph. That shameless Kaka Ghost General must be up to no good. Exactly. That Withered Flower Ghost General may have a stunning figure and beauty that could topple a kingdom, but her heart is as venomous as a scorpion. She must be plotting something wicked again. 83 suddenly becoming polite. The live stream audience had been extremely excited. Many were still cursing the Withered Flower Ghost General, denouncing her shamelessness. So when the Withered Flower Ghost General suddenly shouted to stop, they all froze in surprise. What happened? Just as Gu Laning was about to severely injure Brother Fu and win the match, why did the Withered Flower Ghost General suddenly call for a stop? Had she finally had a change of heart? How could that be? At this thought, the viewers in the livestream chat were filled with disbelief. Expecting these ghostly beings to have a change of heart? That was more absurd than the sea flowing backwards. Yet they couldn't fathom any other reason for the scene unfolding before them. The spectating ghosts were equally perplexed. Captain Gu Laning was on the verge of victory. Why did Lord Withered Flower suddenly call a halt? It defied all logic. After all, just moments ago, they had clearly seen the murderous intent in Lord Kaka's eyes toward this human. How could Lord Kaka change his mind in such a short span of time? Though the tree spirit Guraning obeyed Lord Kaka's command and immediately halted his attack, he too was deeply puzzled. He was on the verge of severely wounding this human. Why did Lord Kaka order him to stop? Had Lord Withered Flower Ghost General discovered some clue unknown to him? Could this human still have a hidden card up his sleeve? The thought made the tree man Galai Ning abruptly glance at Chenja, who now lay sprawled on the ground. A hint of wariness flashed in his eyes, and he even unconsciously took a few steps back. Through their previous battle, Galai Ning had grown deeply wary of Chenja. He knew this human appeared ordinary, yet possessed considerable skill. Had it not been for the Withered Flower Ghost General's intervention this time, he might very well have been defeated and lost this match. Therefore, the Withered Flower Ghost General's sudden call to stop might be because this human had a hidden move. It must be so. Otherwise, Lord Withered Flower Ghost General wouldn't have called a halt. This thought sent a chill down the tree man Galai Ning's spine. He even felt a tinge of relief. Thankfully Lord Withered Flower Ghost General had warned him, or else he would have fallen for this human's trick again. Cunning human! Guraning cursed Chenja silently in his heart, yet a hint of smugness flickered in his eyes. Though this human was cunning beyond measure, before Lord Withered Flower, he wouldn't be able to pull off any tricks. Seeing this, the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had been deeply worried when she saw Chenja being violently attacked by Gu Laning, nearly suffering serious injury. Yet she could do nothing about it. After all, this was the Ghost General's sole attack. Though her master was formidable, he was utterly no match for it. Even she felt a sense of despair welling up inside. Fortunately, the Withered Flower Ghost General suddenly shouted to stop. Though she didn't know why, a glimmer of hope still welled up within her. The lying shadow remained the most composed among all the ghosts present. He knew Chenja was the legendary one. Even though Chenja was being beaten badly by Gu Laning now, on the verge of serious injury, the lying shadow believed this was undoubtedly Chenja's deliberate strategy. Sure enough, just as Chenja was about to be gravely injured and lose the match, the Withered Flower Ghost voluntarily called for a halt. Now, the Shadow of Lies waited with bated breath for what would unfold next. He wondered what method Chenja would employ to secure this victory. Huff! With the Withered Flower Ghost General withdrawing his psychic energy, Chenja regained control of his body. He was now severely wounded. Another 2 strikes from Galai Ning would inflict critical damage. But Chenja had no time to dwell on this. He hadn't yet recovered from the mental battle that had just occurred. The Withered Flower Ghost General's psychic assault had been truly terrifying. Though his own psychic power had grown stronger, facing the Withered Flower Ghost General's assault still left him utterly tormented. He even sensed that the withered flower ghost general hadn't been using full force. He realized that while the withered flower ghost general assaulted his mind, it had also diverted its attention to attack other parts of his body. At that moment, however, he had no time to spare, forcing him to channel all his mental energy solely into protecting his mind. Meanwhile, Chenja, who had narrowly escaped, was deeply puzzled. He was clearly on the verge of losing the match, so why had the withered flower ghost general suddenly paused? He clearly had no power to fight back. At that moment, all the ghostly beings and humans present turned their gaze toward the withered flower ghost general. The match was about to reach its conclusion. Why would the withered flower ghost general halt it? Ahem. Feeling all eyes on him, the withered flower ghost general cleared his throat. Well now, your name is Chenja, correct? Instead of addressing the match, the withered flower ghost general took the initiative to ask Chenja his name. Her demeanor had even softened somewhat, a stark contrast to her previous coldness. Hearing this, the surrounding ghosts couldn't help but pause. How could it be? Lady Withered Flower Ghost's tone had changed. She seemed to have become more polite. How could that be possible? The ghostly creatures exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Never mind their innate loathing for humans. Even those who had served her for years had never heard the withered flower ghost general speak in such a tone. What on earth was going on? Hearing the withered flower ghost general's words, Gu Laning's eyelid twitched involuntarily. He had assumed the withered flower ghost general had spotted the human brat's hidden move and intended to expose it outright. But unexpectedly, the withered flower ghost general uttered words completely unrelated to the match. What was even more unbelievable was that the withered flower ghost general's tone was actually quite friendly. What was going on? For a moment, Gu Laning's mind couldn't process it. The iron-devouring ghost and queen gaped in astonishment at the sight. She never imagined the withered flower ghost general would address the master in such a tone. This was a ghost general. A ghost general of immense prestige, commanding countless subordinates in this realm. As for the master, though powerful in his own right, he was utterly incomparable to the ghost general. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Yet here they were, a revered ghost general speaking to her master with such calm composure. Have my eyes failed me? Or my ears? The iron-devouring ghost and queen murmured, her gaze unfocused. Upon hearing the withered flower ghost general's words, a flicker of surprise crossed the lying shadow's eyes. Unlike the other's bewilderment, however, another thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that this withered flower ghost general has recognized Chenja's true identity? At this thought, he nodded silently to himself. Only then would the withered flower ghost general speak to Chenja in such a friendly tone. Otherwise, given her status, it would be utterly impossible for her to treat Chenja this way. After all, even if she truly lost this match, it would hardly matter to a powerful ghost general. There was only one reason this scene had unfolded. The withered flower ghost general had discovered Chenja's true identity. Ha! What's going on? Why did the withered flower ghost general suddenly ask Brother Fu's name? I even felt like the withered flower ghost general's attitude toward Brother Fu had improved slightly. Was I seeing things? What exactly is withered flower ghost general up to? Why does everything feel so strange now? 84 I concede. Hearing the withered flower ghost general's words, the live stream audience couldn't help but stare in astonishment. A powerful and terrifying ghost general, one who held an exalted status in the ghost realm, had actually spoken such words to Chenja. Even her tone was surprisingly gentle. Chenja was startled upon hearing this. After all, they were in the midst of an extremely tense match, and yet the withered flower ghost general had come to ask his name? And her tone was so friendly. But rather than feeling flattered, Chenja felt a chill run down his spine. He certainly didn't believe this withered flower ghost general would be so kind to him. Yes, ghost general, my name is Chenja. Despite suspecting her motives, Chenja answered respectfully. He certainly didn't want to anger the withered flower ghost general over such trivial matters. That would be foolish indeed. Upon hearing Chenja's words, the withered flower ghost general nodded slightly. Then, noticing the stunned gazes of the other ghosts present, she realized her tone might have been a bit too strange. Yet, recalling Chenja's connection to that terrifying entity, the withered flower ghost general felt her actions were entirely justified. After all, even the slightest assistance from that terrifying being could bring her immense benefits. If he could offer just a little more guidance, the possibilities were beyond imagination. With this thought, she disregarded the ghost's gazes, her tone even becoming urgent. Alright then, Chenja. This match. I concede. The withered flower ghost general abruptly shifted her tone, addressing Chenja directly. Now, this human will surely be indebted to me. With that, the withered flower ghost's eyes twinkled with amusement. But that probably won't be enough. Let me think what else could make Chenja truly grateful to me. What? The withered flower ghost general actually conceded defeat? This. What just happened? They clearly had the upper hand. Why did the ghost general suddenly concede defeat? Unbelievable. Could it be the withered flower ghost general has taken a liking to Brother Fu? You know, I kinda think that's possible. Kneeling to anything will only ruin you in the end. Hearing the Withered Flower Ghost General's words, the live stream audience was stunned. From their perspective, the ghost side clearly held absolute dominance. Yet now, their leader, the Withered Flower Ghost General, had conceded defeat. It defied all logic. Some even began to speculate wildly, could it be that the Withered Flower Ghost General had feelings for Chinja, leading to this decision. The spectating ghosts were equally stunned. They never imagined Lady Withered Flower Ghost General would concede defeat. After all, though Lady Withered Flower Ghost General was a woman, she possessed an incredibly strong will. Even if she truly lost this match, the Withered Flower Ghost General would never utter the words "I concede." Yet no matter how unbelievable it seemed, the scene had unfolded before their very eyes. In that moment, the image they held of the Withered Flower Ghost General in their minds was on the verge of being completely overturned. Galai Ning stared blankly at the Withered Flower Ghost General. She was on the verge of victory, yet Lady Withered Flower Ghost General conceded defeat at this moment? What on earth was going on? What? The Ghost General actually conceded defeat. Upon hearing the Withered Flower Ghost General's words, the iron-devouring Ghost Ant Queen was even more shocked. She never imagined the outcome of this battle would turn out like this. This is utterly absurd. Just as I thought. A flicker of recognition passed through the lying Shadow's eyes at the Withered Flower Ghost General's words. The Withered Flower Ghost General had indeed uncovered Chinja's true identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have conceded defeat so readily. After all, as a powerful Ghost General, they naturally possess their own pride and dignity. They could be defeated, but they would never admit defeat willingly. What? Chinja had been constantly guarding against the Withered Flower Ghost General's attacks. Though he knew he couldn't block them, he was determined to fight to the death. Yet the Withered Flower Ghost General's words now left him utterly dumbfounded. It had actually surrendered? How could that be? Just moments ago, the Withered Flower Ghost General had radiated such terrifying killing intent, clearly intent on ending him. Yet in the blink of an eye, not only had the Withered Flower Ghost General's attitude toward him improved dramatically, but now he was outright conceding defeat. What on earth had happened? Alright then, I concede. Although Gu Laning was utterly baffled, he dared not defy the Withered Flower Ghost General's command. Thus, he conceded defeat to Chinju and withdrew from the arena. Ding dear player Chinju, congratulations on winning the second round of testing. Ding dear player Chinju, due to the exceptionally high difficulty of this test, congratulations on receiving the following rewards: Quest Ring 1, Tier 1 Upgrade Stone 3, choose 1 of 3 1-star skills temporary, choose 2 of 3 Tier 1 equipment, 2000 ghost coins. Chenja, still reeling from the shock, heard the system notification. Only now did he finally believe he had won this match. Though he still felt utterly bewildered and clueless, an inexplicable surge of excitement welled up inside him. Regardless, he had won this trial. Hoo-hoo, congrats to Brother Fu for winning this match. Wahahaha, no matter what, Brother Fu's victory is real. Bro Fu's gains this time are insane, haha. The livestream viewers cheered in unison upon seeing the system notification. Though they didn't know why the Withered Flower Ghost General had suddenly conceded defeat, Brother Fu had indeed secured victory in this match. Just as Chenja was basking in the joy of victory, the Withered Flower Ghost General seemed to suddenly recall something. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he pulled 2 items from his person. Chenja, these are for you. Oh, and if you ever run into trouble in the future, feel free to come find me anytime. The Withered Flower Ghost General spoke again, uttering words that startled all the ghosts present, and tossed 2 objects toward Chinja. Hearing this, Chinja froze momentarily before hastily catching the items the Withered Flower Ghost General tossed his way. One of the 2 items was very familiar to him and was the mission ring for this assignment. The other item also seemed somewhat familiar. It bore a striking resemblance to the Ghost General's token previously given to him by the oil-boiling Ghost General. The only difference was that this token was half black and half green. The front was engraved with the character flower. The reverse side bore the engraving plant. Indeed, this token was none other than the Withered Flower Ghost General's token. Holy crap, the Withered Flower Ghost General actually gave her Ghost General's token to Brother Fu too. Brother Fu is just too amazing. With this one, he now has 2 Ghost General tokens. It's unimaginable that Brother Fu could obtain 2 of these rare Ghost General orders. Seeing the Ghost General's order in Chinja's hand, the live stream audience couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. After all, each Ghost General order represented the trust of a Ghost General and held immense value. For a newbie player like Chinja to obtain 2 in less than a day was nothing short of a miracle. 85 enormous power. The spectating ghosts watched as the Withered Flower Ghost General not only handed the task ring to the human but also bestowed a Ghost General's order, leaving them all staring in stunned silence. This is a Ghost General's order. Each Ghost General's order represents the authority of the Ghost General to a certain extent. Currently, only the 4 squad leaders have been granted Ghost General orders by Lord Kaka. These 4 captains had all reached the pinnacle of Ghost Soldier strength, serving as Lord Kaka's right-hand men. Who would have thought that a human could obtain Lord Kaka's 5th Ghost General's order? In this sense, the human now stands on equal footing with the 4 squad leaders, surpassing all other ghostly beings. In other words, if this human were to command them using the Ghost General's order, they must obey unless the demand was utterly unreasonable. To refuse would mean defying Lord Kaka himself. Galai Ning stared intently at the Ghost General's order in Chenja's hand, his very soul trembling. His eyes betrayed an extraordinarily complex expression. The Ghost General's order was something he had dreamed of possessing. Why had he trained so relentlessly, fought to the death to enhance his strength? It was to reach the pinnacle of Ghost Soldier power one day, so Lord Kaka would bestow upon him the Ghost General's order. Yet he never imagined that a lowly human, a mere newcomer who had entered the game less than a day ago, would now possess the very thing he had longed for. What exactly had this human done? Galai Ning couldn't help but be utterly perplexed. Why would Lord Kaka grant him the Ghost General's order? The iron-devouring Ghost and Queen was stunned by the scene. She had thought it remarkable enough that her master had secured victory this time. Little did she expect that he would also gain the favor of the Ghost General and receive the Ghost General's order. This was the Ghost General's command. For someone of her lowly strength, such an item existed only in her wildest dreams. For whoever possessed the Ghost General's order could command a portion of the Ghost General's forces. It represented immense power. Yet Lying Shadow showed no trace of surprise at this sight. Instead, it seemed perfectly natural to him. After all, the Withered Flower Ghost General had already guessed Chenja's true identity. Thus, granting him the Ghost General's order to forge an alliance was perfectly natural. Still, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Had he not known Chenja's true identity, he too would have found the unfolding events utterly baffling. After all, Chenja was merely a new player, yet he had obtained 2 Ghost General orders within less than a day, truly a miracle within a miracle. Seeing the Ghost General's order in his hand, Chenja was also startled. He understood perfectly well what it meant for the Ghost General to bestow such a token upon him. Therefore, the look in his eyes as he gazed upon the Withered Flower Ghost General grew noticeably warmer. "Thank you, Lord Withered Flower." Chenja bowed solemnly to Lord Withered Flower Ghost General. The Withered Flower Ghost General, observing Chenja's gesture, gave a slight nod. She knew she had achieved half her objective. After Chenja withdrew the shadow of lies and the iron-devouring ghost ants, he took his leave of Lord Withered Flower Ghost General. Immediately, Chenja walked out of the room amidst the smiling Withered Flower Ghost General and the astonished, uncertain ghostly creatures. Lord Withered Flower, this human. As soon as Chenja exited the room, Galai Ning, filled with countless questions, respectfully inquired of the Withered Flower Ghost General. The other ghosts also turned their gaze toward Lord Withered Flower. "I know you're wondering why I suddenly treated this human so kindly." The Withered Flower Ghost General, now in high spirits, explained to the assembled ghosts. "I won't go into other reasons. Just know this, from now on, whenever you encounter this human, treat him courteously. Let him feel our goodwill and, to the best of your ability, build a good relationship with him." Hearing the Withered Flower Ghost General's words, the ghosts exchanged bewildered glances. The Withered Flower Ghost General actually wanted them to build a good relationship with this human? This was simply too. A hint of self-satisfaction flickered in the Withered Flower Ghost General's eyes as he finished speaking. He never imagined encountering such a tremendous opportunity this time. That terrifying being had only assisted for a few breaths, yet his spiritual power had surged by more than half. She mused that even if the Boiling Oil Ghost General obtained equipment to counter her secret weapon during the next Blood Moon Conquest War, her enhanced spiritual power would be more than sufficient to handle it. She even dared to imagine that with continued aid from this terrifying being, ascending to the Ghost King realm was well within her reach. Huff! Chenja stepped out of the room and exhaled heavily. This test was finally passed. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes as he began organizing his gains. This trial had proven far more perilous than he could have imagined. Not only had he faced terrifyingly high threshold requirements, but he'd also endured another mental assault from the Ghost General. Had it not been for a series of fortunate coincidences, he likely would have met his end here. Thinking of this, a shiver of fear ran down his spine. Of course, while the danger had surpassed his wildest expectations, the corresponding rewards had also exceeded his imagination. First were the ghost coins. After collecting the Withered Flower Ghost General's wager in the system reward, his current stash of ghost coins had reached 20,000. This was a truly enormous fortune. Although he possessed the Ghost Tycoon System, which could generate 1,000 ghost coins per hour, his expenses were substantial, sometimes even leaving him facing the predicament of running out of money. Yet now, his ghost coins had reached their highest level since entering the game. Next were 3 Tier 1 upgrade stones. These 3 Tier 1 upgrade stones arrived at the perfect moment, enabling Song Mengzhu, Bailey Lang, and the Iron-Devouring Ghost and Queen to advance to Ghost Soldier strength. Especially the Iron-Devouring Ghost and Queen. Previously, even at the Mortal Ghost tier, she could already manifest power equivalent to a Ghost Soldier. Now, after using the upgrade stones, her strength could instantly reach the peak of the Ghost Soldier tier. As her Ghost Ant army grows, she stands a good chance of reaching the Ghost Soldier limit. This meant Shinja would now have 2 combatants at the peak Ghost Soldier tier. Next came the even more anticipated selection of skills and equipment. With the right skills and gear, his strength could receive an even greater boost. Finally, there was the quest ring. If this quest ring proved genuine, it would mean he had successfully completed the second round of tasks. To be honest, he was already feeling apprehensive about the subsequent tests. After all, these tests were incredibly difficult. He only managed to pass each one through sheer luck and coincidence. Moreover, he still hadn't found an effective way to counter the Ghost General's mental attacks. Therefore, he desperately hoped that this mission ring was genuine. Hope Fu Ji's character ring is legit, man. This third-tier mission is way too tough. The quest itself isn't the problem. What's tough is that these Ghost Generals have no sense of martial ethics, they just launch mental attacks. Who can block that? The person above makes a good point. These ghostly creatures are utterly shameless. No way around it. Ultimately, it boils down to lacking the strength. 86 Eternal Sovereign Grand Finale. Shenja then gave the Iron Devouring Ghost Ant Queen a Tier 1 upgrade stone to level up. Even at the common ghost level, the Iron Devouring Ghost Ant Queen could wield the power of a ghost soldier. Upon reaching Ghost Soldier rank, she instantly attained peak Ghost Soldier strength. Thus, Shenja's current team now boasted 3 peak Ghost Soldier tier combatants. When Shenja activated his skills, he also possessed the ultimate power of a ghost soldier, a formidable force indeed. Next, Shenja began selecting his system rewards. For skills, the system offered choices in attack, defense, and speed categories. Shenja reflected that his current attack and defense were already formidable, so he opted for a speed-type skill. His speed subsequently reached an exceptionally high level. For equipment, the system offered recovery, attack, and stealth options. Shenja selected recovery and stealth equipment, significantly boosting his survivability. Afterward, Shenja headed to the lobby to find Lady Sunset. Charlie, father of the Frost Baron Cho'Gath and a member of the vampire clan, had also arrived at the inn. Seeing the injuries on his son and his men, Charles was utterly shocked. The energy swirling around his men possessed a lethal power against their vampire kind. The aura that had inflicted soul damage upon his son was profoundly unfathomable. Charlie then instructed his son not to act rashly, urging him to wait until after the Blood Moon campaign was resolved before discussing the matter further. Among the skeleton clan, the skeleton warrior transformed from the man in the suit rapidly increased in power, evolving into a skeleton knight. He burned with an intense desire to kill Shenja during the Blood Moon campaign. Within the Shadow Legion of Slaughter, the Headless Knight's comrades were perplexed by his demise. The Legion's priestess determined through divination that Shenja was the culprit. Among the Ghost Plant clan, the Withered Flower Ghost was arranging troops and preparing for the arrival of the Blood Moon Conquest War. With the aid of the Thousand Ghost Vine, her soul power grew even stronger. Shenja entered the hall and met Song Mengju and Lady Sunset. Song Mengju, deeply worried for Shenja, her eyes reddened, embraced him tightly. Having just survived peril, Shenja couldn't resist the moment and kissed Song Mengju passionately, oblivious to those around them. Later, at Sunset Lady's prompting, Shenja reluctantly ended the kiss and handed the mission ring to Sunset Lady for appraisal. Ultimately, the task ring proved genuine. Shenja completed the second round of tasks. Immediately afterward, Shenja took Song Mengju to find Bailey Lang and helped him complete his mission as well. Next, Shenja located the restocking machine and purchased super equipment worth 10,000 ghost coins. This was a Ghost General grade item, designed for area of effect attacks. Next, Shenja sought out the oil cooking Ghost General to fulfill their agreement. Upon seeing Shenja genuinely produce 30,000 ghost coins, the cooking oil Ghost General was overjoyed and proceeded to display all available items for Shenja to choose from. Shenja selected an item that could resist Ghost General's soul attacks. With this, Shenja's final weakness was eliminated. From then on, he no longer feared Ghost General soul attacks. After completing the second round of tasks, Shenja accepted the third round, the Blood Moon Conquest War. The next day, the Blood Moon Conquest War commenced. Nearly 10 major factions arrived: the Skeleton Clan, the Ghost Plant Clan, the Gourmet Clan, the Vampire Clan, the Shadow Legion of Carnage, and others. Their primary objective in this battle was to secure the Ghost King's treasure. Among them, Ghost Generals were categorized by strength into beginner, intermediate, advanced, super, and ultimate tiers. The 3 Ghost Generals Shenja had encountered earlier were all junior level. There were 98 junior Ghost Generals, 35 intermediate Ghost Generals, and 9 advanced Ghost Generals. Then the Blood Moon Conquest War commenced. Shenja's human squad achieved remarkable feats, drawing the attention of numerous ghostly beings. The man in the suit recognized Shenja, prompting the Skeleton Clan, the Shadow Legion of Carnage, and the Vampire Clan to launch attacks against him. Seeing this, the Gourmet Clan and Ghost Plant Clan rushed to protect Shenja. In an instant, Shenja became the focal point of the battlefield. Several mid-level Ghost Generals also turned their attention to him. To their astonishment, Shenja did not fall under the Ghost General's assault. Seeing this, several intermediate Ghost Generals also began to attack Shenja. Senior Ghost Vine's cooldown refreshed, and after paying sufficient Ghost Coins, he granted Shenja a status buff. Empowered by this buff, Shenja proved stronger than even a low-level Ghost General, clashing head-on with the mid-level commanders. This transformation stunned viewers in the livestream, ordinary ghost creatures on the battlefield, and the Ghost Generals themselves. Realizing Shenja's extraordinary nature, the high-level Ghost Generals also began clashing fiercely over him. At that very moment, the Ghost King's treasure emerged. Through a series of fortuitous events, Chenju evaded the Ghost King's treasure and returned to reality at the last moment. After returning to reality, the government's stance toward Chenju remained ambiguous. But Chenju was now quite wealthy. He bought a large house for his parents to live in and went to Song Mingju's home to propose marriage. The Song family initially refused, but after witnessing Chenju's formidable abilities, they readily agreed. Thus, Chenju and Song Mingju married and consummated their relationship. After the wedding, assassins from other nations came to kill Chenju. In the midst of danger, he once again entered a bizarre world. This time, the realm he entered was Devil's Abyss. This realm teemed with ghostly creatures and demonic beings. Through a series of battles, Chenju earned the respect of the ghostly beings and demonic beings, and obtained the Devil's Abyss's treasure, the Demon Crystal. From this point, his strength advanced to Tier 2, the rank of a war general. Returning to the real world, Chenju eliminated all those who had previously attempted to assassinate him. He then started a company in the real world, where countless beauties threw themselves at him. Then, Chenju ventured back into the eerie realm. Through repeated adventures, aided by the ghostly hero system, Chenju grew increasingly powerful, narrowly escaping danger each time. His rank ascended from war general to the level of emperor. After becoming an emperor, he finally uncovered the truth behind the bizarre world. It was all part of a sinister plot orchestrated by the Ghost Realm. Subsequently, Chenju used the Ghost Tycoon System to secretly infiltrate the Ghost Realm, throwing it into chaos. Ultimately, the Ghost Realm's conspiracy failed. Chenju contacted other life-bearing planets, including the peace-loving Celestial Plant Clan, the courageous Phantom Spirit Clan, and the righteous Crystal Grace Clan. Chenju united these races to declare war on the mysterious clan. Over the following millennia, Chenju drove the sinister clan so far into retreat that they dared not enter the Milky Way, wandering instead to distant realms. Having become the rulers of the galaxy, humanity and Chenju began exploring beyond the Milky Way. The Ghost House system evolved into the infinite currency system, capable of producing antimatter equivalent to a sun's mass every second. Gradually, Chenju swept across the cosmos, establishing Earth as the center of the universe and ascending to become its ruler. However, Chenju discovered that beyond his own universe, countless other universes existed. His universe was merely one ordinary one among them. Yet Chenju felt nothing but exhilaration. Armed with the infinite currency system, Chenju conquered all surrounding universes, planes, and even dimensions. Finally, Chenju arrived at the ultimate realm. It was a computer screen. On that screen, he finally learned everything.